A ray of light pierced through, and Yushu opened his eyes. The sky, shrouded in darkness, was stained crimson, a stark contrast to the azure he remembered. It felt as though the heavens themselves were pressing down upon him. The crackling of fire echoed in his ears, accompanied by a strange scent that lingered in the air. Where am I? Yushu clenched his teeth, his head heavy as if filled with lead, rendering him unable to rise. With a great effort, he attempted to lift himself, but only managed to roll over and prop himself up. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the charred earth beneath him. Small flames flickered quietly, and the trees around had been reduced to ash. Bodies lay scattered on the ground, some here, some there, each one drenched in blood, half of them cloaked in dark gray. In his recollection, not long ago, he had been gaming all night at home, merely seeking a moment of rest. How had he ended up in this place? System binding in progress. 10, 30, 100. System binding successful. Multiverse Lottery System. Soul binding completed. The Multiverse Lottery System? An electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind, causing Yushu to shudder. Having been a recluse for over 20 years, Yushu was well aware of the significance of a system. It was a quintessential tool for any traveler, with nearly all of them ascending to greatness through the aid of such systems. After their journeys he pondered, excitement bubbled within him. Could it be that he had also caught the wave of transmigration? And now, with the system at his disposal, he was destined for greatness. Just the thought of it made him want to laugh out loud. System, could you elaborate on your functions? Yushu called out to the system in his mind, reminiscent of the novels he had read. To the host, the Multiverse Lottery System can provide items and skills from across the realms. Does that mean I can obtain abilities from other worlds? Indeed, the Multiverse Lottery System will assist the host in becoming the master of dimensions. And how do I acquire these abilities? By completing tasks, you will earn lottery chances based on varying difficulties. The host is encouraged to explore. As a reward for the successful initial binding, the system will grant the host one lottery draw. A reward draw. The Multiverse Lottery is the sole avenue for the host to acquire abilities from the multiverse. Rewards are completely random, with SSS being the highest tier and E being the lowest. Then let's begin. Very well. As Yushu conversed with the system in his mind, he may not have received much information, but at least he had a novice gift bag. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability Spiral Sphere A rank. Lottery completed. At this stage, the host must explore this dimensional world independently. Aside from the lottery, the system will enter dormancy, providing only the attribute panel and task panel. Upon hearing he had drawn the Spiral Sphere, Yushu felt a flicker of happiness, only to discover the system would immediately fall dormant. Hey, system, this is rather disappointing. Wait. Yushu's call was met with silence as the cold electronic voice vanished from his mind. Truthfully, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. The so-called Golden Finger system had barely been active for a minute before going dormant. With a sigh, Yushu felt a sense of helplessness. Attributes. He silently invoked, intending to assess his current situation. Name. Jishin Yushu. Status. Normal. The system has restored negative statuses upon successful binding. Ability. Spiral Sphere A rank. Combat power. Unremarkable? Friendly reminder. Combat power refers to the level of combat capability that can be exerted, categorized into various ranks. Unremarkable. Genin, Chunin, Jonin, Kage, Super. Kage, 6 paths, and God, each level having its own range of distinctions. Yushu was taken aback, astonished by the simplicity of the attribute panel. Other systems typically detailed sensory attributes, yet this panel seemed to convey nothing substantial, aside from friendly reminder. How unfortunate. This is hardly reliable. Am I really so unremarkable? He grumbled, shaking off his previous heaviness and rising to his feet. The explanation of the ranks had granted him some insight into the world in which he found himself. The surroundings were dim, instilling a sense of oppression, and Yushu felt a chill creep into his heart. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. A dark shadow darted past, and Yushu instinctively sidestepped. What the demonic creature? He cursed. Task triggered. Eliminate the Rain Ninja Genin before you. Reward. 1 lottery draw. The emotionless electronic voice resonated in his mind, momentarily stunning Yushu. I didn't expect a little demon to slip through. A voice rang out from ahead, and Yushu turned his gaze. It was a man clad in cloth armor, bearing a forehead protector marked with 4 vertical lines. To wage war on our land, just because we are weak. What a disgraceful group, those so-called great shinobi. Villages. The man gritted his teeth, his appearance a picture of despair. Wounds covering his body, blood staining half of him. Clutching a kunai, he advanced step by step. Yushu's breath quickened. He was merely a recluse, unaccustomed to such scenes. Damn it, Yushu cursed while others transmigrated to flaunt their prowess. Why was his journey so misaligned, encountering a rain ninja right from the start? Moreover, from the man's words, it seemed he was in a perilous time frame. A mere little demon, yet so formidable. No wonder he hails from Konoha. The man's expression twisted into a sinister smile as he lunged forward with his kunai. Konoha? Yushu momentarily froze, but there was no time to ponder. The rain ninja continued to close in, and Yushu's hands trembled. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the chakra within him. The only ability he possessed was the recently acquired spiral sphere. D. The rain ninja shouted, lunging towards Yushu. Yushu did not blink, timing his evasion just right to dodge the kunai that sliced through the air. That was close. Yushu gasped, disbelief washing over him. Could it be that he, a mere recluse, had actually performed such a feat? Not dwelling on it, he unleashed his chakra, gathering it in his hand. The rain ninja, sensing imminent danger, would not wait for Yushu to unleash his technique. Go to hell, the rain ninja cried, his bloodied arm swinging the kunai toward Yushu. Breathing steadily, the man's movements slowed in Yushu's eyes. He sidestepped, narrowly escaping the kunai's blade. The rain ninja's pupils constricted as he perceived a small figure charging at him. Spiral sphere. With the sound of rushing wind, Yushu thrust the blue-white, spinning orb towards the rain ninja's body in the next instant. The rain ninja was sent flying, as if a mere piece of paper. With a resounding crash, he collided with a tree, embedding himself partially within it. Yushu panted heavily, astonished that he had truly accomplished it, as if it were second nature. Instinctively, he had executed the signature jutsu spiral sphere from the world of Naruto. The man before him collapsed, his gaze dimming. A spiral wound marred his body, devoid of blood, yet it was a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Ha! The man chuckled weakly. What exactly have we done wrong? Is it our weakness? Must you entangle our family in your own affairs? Yushu glanced at the man beside him, who clenched his fists tightly, his somber eyes shedding pure tears. Rest in peace. After a moment of silence, Yushu gently placed his hands over the man's face, and his eyes fluttered shut, though a single crystalline tear remained. The rain ninja has been eliminated. Mission accomplished. Reward. 1 lottery draw. The mechanical voice echoed in his mind, yet Yushu felt little joy. Around him, the smoke of battle rose, and dismembered bodies lay scattered across the ground there. Dull eyes remained open, and the forehead protectors, shrouded in ash and soot, bore 4 distinct vertical lines, with only a few other markings. These were the forehead protectors of the rain ninja, and the black earth beneath his feet was undoubtedly the land of the rain village. Yushu gritted his teeth as a seasoned otaku. He was acutely aware of the world and time period he had entered. The situation he now faced was unmistakably the Second Shinobi World War from the Naruto series, where the conflicts among the great shinobi villages culminated in the rain village, dragging its inhabitants innocently into the abyss of warfare. War, is it? Yushu murmured softly to himself, realizing that at this moment, he was the only living soul in this desolate expanse. The gentle patter of rain fell, trickling down the cloak as the moonlit tree walked through the downpour, draped in a salvaged mantle. It had been half a day since the moonlit tree arrived here, the surroundings bearing the scars of recently extinguished warfare, with figures clad in ninja armor lying silently on the ground. Little one, have you lost your way? A man's voice resonated behind him as the moonlit tree lifted his head, raindrops splashing against his face. Upon turning, his gaze fell upon a figure he recognized all too well, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. With his slightly longer white hair and 2 streaks of oil painted across his face. As Jiraiya approached, the moonlit tree remained silent. Why the glum expression? The war has concluded, Jiraiya remarked, squatting down to meet the moonlit tree's gaze. A familiar sensation brushed against the top of his head. Jiraiya was patting him. At that moment, An electronic voice echoed in his mind, signaling the activation of a task. Enter Konoha with Jiraiya's assistance. Reward, 1 lottery draw. The moonlit tree, still pondering how to persuade Jiraiya to escort him back to Konoha, was momentarily distracted. Are you from Konoha? Jiraiya inquired suddenly, causing the moonlit tree to pause. He recalled the earlier encounter with a genin who had claimed to be from Konoha, leaving him perplexed. Jiraiya reached down to the moonlit tree's feet, producing a Konoha headband before him. When did this happen? The moonlit tree was bewildered, having been entirely unaware that a Konoha headband was tied around his ankle. Upon awakening, he had traversed into this world, knowing nothing of its intricacies. Not yours. I thought Konoha had produced another genius. No wonder I didn't recognize you, Jiraiya said as he stood up. I am Jiraiya, a ninja of Konoha. What do you say? Would you like to return with me to Konoha? Jiraiya smiled, having offered his help to many orphans displaced by war. The moonlit tree was momentarily taken aback, astonished at how effortlessly the task had been fulfilled. Is that possible? Of course, Konoha welcomes you. The rain continued to fall as the two figures, one large and one small, walked side by side into the distance. Following Jiraiya, they soon arrived at a campsite where the rain ceased. I'm back, Jiraiya announced, lifting the flap of the tent and stepping inside, with the moonlit tree quietly trailing behind him. Jiraiya, you rascal, running off again, a young girl's voice called out. The moonlit tree peered inside, recognizing several familiar faces, the calm Uncle Snake and the young Tsunade, along with the other young Sannin, all present. At this time, they had just been recognized as Sannin by Hanzo the Salamander. Additionally, there was a white-haired man resembling Kakashi from the original tale, albeit a tad more mature. This was known as the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, the biological father of Kakashi. My apologies. I was feeling a bit restless and wandered off. Jiraiya chuckled, eliciting a resigned response from the others. And who is this child? Tsunade fixed her gaze upon Suki, having noticed her from the very beginning. The individual she had just encountered must belong to Konoha, as evidenced by the forehead protector still bound to her ankle. Not only Tsunade, but others in the vicinity also turned their attention towards Suki, who felt a twinge of panic. The 4 individuals before her were formidable figures, each more powerful than the last. Is that so? Tsunade's voice softened considerably, and after uttering the words, she resumed her seat. Now, our task is to retreat. The war has concluded, and it is time to return to Konoha. Shikamaru cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade before speaking. Finally, it can come to an end. What a relief it will be for the weary mind and body. Orochimaru interjected lazily. In summary, everything is nearly in order. Gather your comrades, and let us head back to Konoha. As Shikamaru's words echoed in the camp, the atmosphere was not one of joy. Rather, it was tinged with melancholy, especially for Tsunade. Jiraiya remained silent, quietly observing the scene before him, then sighed and turned to leave. Suki followed closely behind Jiraiya as they stepped outside. By the way, I do not yet know your name. He paused at the camp's entrance. Suki, Himegami Suki. A fine name indeed. Jiraiya leaned against a tree. I am sorry, but I cannot accompany you back to Konoha. Did you notice that beautiful sister just now? Let her take you back instead. He smiled. Why? Suki inquired. But in the next moment, a thought struck her. At the end of the Second Great Ninja War, Jiraiya did not return to Konoha. Instead, he spent 3 years in the Rain Village, living alongside 3 children. During those years, he taught them ninjutsu, allowing them to survive peacefully in the war-torn Rain Village. Those 3 were Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko, who later became notable figures in the Akatsuki. Men often have their burdens to bear. You will understand when you grow up. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, then dashed back into the camp. Tsunade, could you please escort this little one back to Konoha? As Jiraiya's voice faded, chaos erupted once more in the camp. Suki observed from outside, a slight smile tugging at her lips. The somber atmosphere that had lingered was lifted by Jiraiya's antics. Even Tsunade found herself buoyed by his energy. Following Jiraiya's instructions, a somewhat battered Jiraiya bid farewell to Suki and slipped away, leaving Tsunade to reluctantly lead Suki and the Konoha forces in retreat from the Rain Village. Thus, the Second Great Ninja War had truly come to an end, though the battlefield of the Rain Village bore no resemblance to its former self. The Konoha forces departed en masse, with Tsunade leading Suki at the forefront, her heart in conflict. Konoha, Suki mused as she walked. Just a day prior she had been merely a moderately athletic homebody. Now, She stood upon the cherished land of her beloved anime world. With that thought, a smile crept upon Suki's face, a blend of excitement and joy. Beside her, Tsunade cast a few fleeting glances at Moon Tree, imprinting his visage in her memory. Her gaze momentarily wandered, as if she perceived another figure standing before her. Lady Tsunade, is something amiss? Tsunade snapped back to reality, focusing on the Moon Tree beside her. Thank you for bringing me back to Konoha. For what? If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards Jiraiya. He relishes meddling in others' affairs. Tsunade's voice bore a hint of coldness, yet upon closer examination, one could discern a trace of tenderness concealed within. Moon Tree smiled softly and replied, even so, I still feel it necessary to express my thanks to you. Tsunade scrutinized Moon Tree for a moment before turning her gaze away. Suit yourself. With that, their conversation concluded. Tsunade chose not to engage further, and Moon Tree remained silent. Together, they walked at the forefront of a throng, a striking contrast of stature. Tsunade exhaled quietly, unnoticed by anyone around her. The faint metallic scent of blood wafting from behind made her stomach churn. She preferred leading the way to avoid witnessing the blood that disgusted her, even if it belonged to comrades sharing this battlefield. Jiraiya, ever the meddler, had brought back a young boy and had unceremoniously thrust him into her life. Initially, she was filled with ire, yet this boy bore a striking resemblance to her younger brother, Shoju. It was not merely his appearance, but an aura he exuded, especially when he smiled, that transported Tsunade back to her childhood memories of Shoju. Stealing another glance, she observed Moon Tree walking quietly, his gaze fixed ahead, his eyes seemingly aglow. How similar. Truly reminiscent. A wave of sorrow surged within Tsunade. Shoju too had always radiated light, not the warm sunlight, but rather like a great tree, gently embracing all that surrounded it. Reclaiming her focus, Tsunade endeavored to quell her grief and continued alongside the retreating party. The following days were spent in withdrawal. Although the distance between Rain Village and Konoha was not great, the collective trek felt interminable. Throughout this time, Moon Tree remained by Tsunade's side, silent yet present. The atmosphere remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the other ninjas began to shed the oppressive shadows of war. With its conclusion, the weight of fallen comrades gradually lifted, and the mood within the ranks lightened. After several days of travel, Moon Tree's long-awaited vision of Konoha finally emerged before him. As they traversed the woodland path, the spirits of those accompanying them soared, and the outline of the village gate gradually materialized, the silhouette of the village rising from the horizon. It resembled a sailor spotting an island gradually emerging from the ocean. To Moon Tree, Konoha was akin to a new world. Mission: enter Konoha with Jiraiya's assistance. Accomplished. Reward: 1 lottery draw. The moment Moon Tree stepped through the gate, a voice resonated in his mind. Do you wish to attend school? Tsunade gazed at the bowing young lad, momentarily taken aback. Only days prior, he had returned to Konoha as a war orphan. Moon Tree was meant to reside in an orphanage, yet Tsunade had opted to keep him close due to the similarity in temperament he shared with Shoju. Indeed, I do, she affirmed. The moonlit tree continued its reverent bow, a spectacle prompted by the sudden activation of a task by the system. Task initiated: attend the Ninja Academy, with a reward of 1 lottery draw upon completion. Setting aside the rationale behind the task, the moonlit tree had already harbored thoughts of attending school. Now, with the task at hand, it was a fortuitous endeavor. The system served as his golden ticket to stability within the realm of the Hokage, with each lottery draw representing a chance for enhancement. Tsunade, ruffling her hair, gazed at the moonlit tree, still bowing, and let out a resigned sigh. All right, I shall speak with the 3rd Hokage momentarily. Really? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the moonlit tree immediately lifted his head, his face alight with excitement. Rest assured, would I deceive you? Tsunade found herself stifling a laugh. It was merely school, yet this little rascal was brimming with enthusiasm. The moonlit tree chuckled to himself, recognizing that this opportunity would allow him to interact with characters from the original narrative, not to mention an additional chance at the lottery. Tsunade observed everything, unknowingly feeling her spirits lift. True to her word, she conveyed the message to the 3rd Hokage that very day, leading to the moonlit tree receiving a notification the following morning. He was to attend school. At this juncture, the system also indicated that the task had been completed, granting the moonlit tree 3 lottery draw opportunities. He intended to utilize them all before the school day commenced. System: initiate the lottery. The moonlit tree sat in his room, currently residing in Tsunade's home. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mastery in swordsmanship, C rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank, and Senju bloodline, awakening pending, A rank. The electronic voice echoed in his mind, leaving the moonlit tree momentarily bewildered. Not for any particular reason, but rather due to the unexpected fortune of his triple draw, which could only be described as a stroke of luck. In one fell swoop, he had obtained the most formidable bloodlines from the Naruto universe. Although not in their complete forms, they were nonetheless extraordinary. Before long, the moonlit tree began to sense the changes within his body. His vision sharpened. A surge of energy coursed through him, and his mind brimmed with knowledge of sword techniques. Excitement surged within him, and disregarding everything else, he dashed into the bathroom. A handsome visage appeared in the mirror. Apart from his finely chiseled features, the most striking element was his pair of blood-red eyes. 3 Tomos circled his irises, presenting an undeniably impressive sight. Now, I too am a member of the Red-Eyed clan. The moonlit tree mused with a grin, then blinked, causing the Sharingan to vanish, returning to his normal black pupils. The Sharingan was a unique bloodline ability of the Uchiha clan, and being non-Uchiha himself, it was prudent to conceal this power. As the moonlit tree contemplated his plans, the door was abruptly flung open. What are you doing in here, moonlit tree? Come, I shall treat you to a meal. With a sigh, he recognized the voice without needing to look. It was none other than Tsunade, who had taken him in. School starts tomorrow. It's the perfect occasion to celebrate, Tsunade declared, disregarding the moonlit tree's intentions, and promptly whisked him away from the room. I exclaimed, "Oh, come on. Just leave my neck alone. I feel as though I might perish." With great effort, Suki struggled to pry Tsunade's hands away, finally gasping for breath. Tsunade released Suki, her gaze sweeping over him inquisitively. What is it? Suki felt a bit uneasy under her scrutiny and dared to ask. You've become significantly stronger, she remarked. Just a little, he replied, acknowledging his progress, knowing it was futile to hide anything from Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Well, you still have far to go, she said, lightly tapping the top of his head with her hand, a triumphant expression gracing her features. Come, let us dine. With a resigned smile, Suki rubbed his head and followed the exuberant Tsunade. At this point, she had not yet departed from Konoha, nor was she the gambling addict depicted in the original story. She was in her prime, embodying the beauty and spirit of youth, much like a still slightly unripe red apple. She had not sent him to an orphanage, treating him with genuine care. Although Suki was unaware of the reasons behind her kindness, it was evident that Jiraiya's words had not sufficed for Tsunade to extend such affection toward him. Yet, Suki held this sentiment in his heart. During their outing, Suki encountered an unexpected surprise. To his astonishment, Ichiraku Ramen, a renowned establishment, had already been established at this time. However, he did not meet the beloved Ichiraku, but rather his father, who, despite being a prominent figure in Konoha, was still a child slightly older than Suki. Thus, the day passed, and Suki finally approached the long-awaited commencement of his school days. Early the next morning, Suki prepared himself, while Tsunade remained fast asleep, entirely uncharacteristic of a guardian, only waking when Suki called out to her. I entrust this little rascal to you, she said. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, I shall do my utmost to guide him. He replied. After Tsunade escorted Suki to school and spoke with the teacher, Suki's educational journey officially began. Today, we have a new student joining our class. Let's invite him to introduce himself, the teacher announced. As her words echoed, Suki entered the classroom, instantly drawing the attention of all the students. He scanned the room and was genuinely surprised to see an unexpected face. A boy with golden hair, a gentle visage, and eyes radiating warmth, resembling a small sun, captured Suki's attention. This boy was someone Suki knew well. Any fan of Naruto would recognize him. Minato Namikaze, the future Yellow Flash and Fourth Hokage, a ninja prodigy, and the protagonist's father. Suki had not anticipated encountering Minato, especially in the same cohort. However, it mattered little. Suki's life was about to become considerably more interesting. The Yellow Flash, indeed? Suki mused, contemplating Minato's abilities, eager to test his own strength against his renowned classmate, thus gauging his own current level. After a brief self-introduction, Suki found himself seated not far from Minato, ready to embark on this new chapter of his life. Once again, Moontree exchanged glances with Minato Namikaze. This time, Moontree nodded slightly, and Minato responded in kind. Just as Moontree had taken notice of Minato, the latter was equally aware of Moon Tree. He sensed that Moon Tree was unlike others, a formidable rival, which caused Minato to regard him with increased interest. After a theoretical lesson, as if by instinct, the classmates gravitated towards the new student, Moon Tree. He had no intention of fostering any awkwardness among them, and he managed to engage with them quite well. "Hello, I'm Minato Namikaze. Pleased to meet you, Ji-shin." After a while, Minato approached Moon Tree, greeting him with a bright smile. Moon Tree naturally returned the smile, and this exchange established a connection between them. The first day's classes were rather unremarkable, not much different from before his transmigration. It was merely a tedious process. Perhaps due to the recent start of the semester, the lessons predominantly focused on history, with no mention yet of chakra refinement. House school. Upon returning home, Tsunade was sipping on some sake, her complexion slightly flushed. "Don't drink too much," Moon Tree cautioned gently before heading into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Before his transmigration, Moon Tree had lived alone and was quite adept at cooking. To avoid being a freeloader, he volunteered for the culinary duties. Such a little one, and already knows how to manage people. Tsunade chuckled heartily after taking another sip. "Drinking excessively isn't beneficial, you know. School was rather dull today, but I did meet a rather good classmate." "How youthful," Moon Tree remarked as he continued cooking, grateful that the kitchen and living room were conveniently close. In one's 20s is hardly young. It's quite old, as being a ninja is not a profession known for longevity. "I think it's just right, don't you?" "In your 20s, Tsunade replied. This seemingly trivial conversation was a staple of Moon Tree and Tsunade's daily life. It was simple yet enjoyable for him. As silence fell for a moment, Moon Tree paused, listening to Tsunade's gentle, rhythmic breathing. A smile crept upon his lips, and he found himself cutting vegetables with newfound lightness. The sun began its descent, casting a warm yet cool glow, and Tsunade lay on the tatami mat, a blanket draped over her, her flushed cheeks rendering her quite alluring. Calling oneself young at just 20-something, Moon Tree mused while chopping, appreciating the proximity of the kitchen to the living space. Over 20 is hardly young, it's quite aged. Considering the ninja profession is not one known for its longevity. "Well, I believe it's just fine, I assenti it." "In your 20s, Tsunade remarked. This exchange of seemingly meaningless dialogue characterized the rapport between Moon Tree and Tsunade, mundane yet cherished by Moon Tree. As the sun dipped lower, Moon Tree continued his preparations, the aroma of food wafting through the air. His life was gradually settling into a rhythm, and his relationship with Minato was blossoming. Under Tsunade's guidance, he began to refine his chakra. However, due to the Senja bloodline, he possessed an innate abundance of chakra, which surprised Tsunade, though she did not dwell on it. Thus, a month passed, with Moon Tree diligently practicing with Kanai and Taijutsu, until an unexpected surprise arrived. "Today, we have another new student in our class. Let us welcome her to introduce herself." On that day in class, a new student graced the presence of Uechu's classroom. As his gaze shifted towards the entrance, he beheld a striking young lady. Her flowing crimson locks cascaded down her back, and her ebony eyes radiated resilience, complemented by her upright stature, making her appear quite dashing. Uechu fixated on her, fully aware of her identity, Naruto's mother. "I am Uzumaki Kushina, and my dream is to become the first female Hokage." With a flourish, Kushina inscribed her name, proceeding to introduce herself, much to the astonishment of her peers. However, rather than applause, she was met with a chorus of laughter. "The first female Hokage? Just look at her hair. And her face is so round, like a tomato." The classroom erupted in chatter, and every word reached Kushina's ears, causing her cheeks to visibly redden. "Wow, she's turning red. She really does look like a tomato," Uechu observed from the side. His curiosity piqued by the transformation of Kushina's complexion, which indeed made her appear quite tomato-like. "What did you say?" Kushina retorted angrily, though her words fell on deaf ears. "Oh no, the tomato is angry." They laughed. "Don't provoke her. She is destined to be the first female Hokage." Ultimately, Kushina was but one individual, unable to contend with the multitude, and she was not one to retaliate with insults. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato watched from a distance, his gaze fixed on Kushina, intrigued by her aspiration to become Hokage, as it mirrored his own ambitions. Uechu, observing Kushina's plight, sighed in resignation at the unfairness of the situation. Raising his hands, Uechu clapped vigorously, the unexpected applause silencing the raucous classroom. Mocking someone's dreams is the lowest form of derision, regardless of the circumstances. One should at least have the courage to voice their aspirations. If you lack the determination of others, you have no right to belittle their dreams. In the hushed classroom, only Yuechu's voice resonated as all eyes turned towards him. Following his remarks, it seemed his classmates recognized their folly, falling silent and ceasing their jests at Kushina's expense. Kushina merely huffed in response. Thus, the tumult surrounding Kushina subsided, notably as her seat was conveniently positioned directly in front of Yuechu. "Thank you," she said, her red hair sweeping past Yuechu's line of sight, accompanied by a gentle voice. Yuechu smiled softly and replied, waiting until Kushina was settled before speaking. His tone quiet enough that no one else could hear. "You're welcome. You truly are impressive." At his words, Kushina's hand trembled slightly, and a subtle smile crept onto her lips, unseen by Yuechu. "Your goal is also to become Hokage," Minato interjected. "My name is Namikaze Minato, and like you, my aspiration is to become Hokage." Minato, intrigued by Kushina's shared ambition, wasted no time approaching her as soon as the lesson concluded. As the radiant son of the class, Minato Namikaze is amiable and approachable. Despite being a genius, he hails from humble beginnings and is well-liked among his peers. In the past, his smile, akin to the sun's warm embrace, had a significant impact. However, it regrettably produced an adverse effect with Kushina. "Someone as foolish as you can never become Hokage. That title belongs to me." Kushina's remarks dripped with masculine confidence, eliciting a few awkward chuckles from Minato. Yushu, observing the exchange, couldn't he help but let out a soft laugh. "Foolish? What a delightful description for Minato." Having a good rapport with him, Yushu laughed heartily. Such unexpected words were indeed surprising. Minato, scratching his head, realized it was the first time someone had called him foolish. But what truly astonished him was Kushina's subsequent comment. "And you resemble a girl, lacking any masculine demeanor. Such a sissy." Minato stood frozen in disbelief, while Yushu erupted in laughter. Kushina showed no mercy, branding Minato's unique, gentle demeanor as effeminate, which understandably left him in shock. Regardless, this playful banter allowed Yushu, Kushina, and Minato to form a preliminary acquaintance. Life continued as usual, though Yushu occasionally intervened on Kushina's behalf. Yet, her situation remained unchanged. While few dared to say it to her face, many behind her back referred to her as a tomato. This clearly irked Kushina, and on one occasion, she dealt with the boys who spoke ill of her. Consequently, her nickname evolved from tomato to blood-red chili pepper. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. Yushu maintained his usual demeanor, often engaging in light banter with Kushina, and their camaraderie deepened over time. Today, after several months of theoretical lessons and practice with Shuriken, the Ninja Academy finally introduced its first practical combat class. The students would engage in friendly contests, albeit with a focus on restraint. The long-awaited system task was finally triggered. Task triggered: defeat Minato Namikaze in the contest. Completion rewards a lottery draw. Yushu had eagerly awaited this system task, as it was the fastest and most effective way for him to grow stronger. Rising with enthusiasm, he discovered that his opponent would be none other than Minato. With their match scheduled last, the anticipated clash between the genius Minato and the equally talented Yushu drew the attention of many. "Go, Yushu. Knock that sissy down." Before the match commenced, the formidable Kushina, having defeated her opponent, came to cheer for Yushu. She appeared exuberant, her small fists punching the air in excitement, radiating cuteness. Yushu glanced at Minato, who looked somewhat tense, oblivious to the fact that someone was urging him to be bested. As students Minato Namikaze and Yushu stepped forward, the teacher's voice echoed, igniting a lively atmosphere. Both Minato and Yushu advanced a few steps closer, ready for the contest ahead. Initially, they exchanged a handshake and a courteous greeting, and then Yushu and Bo Feng Shui Min began to confront each other. Bo Feng Shui Min's eyes gleamed with intensity, and he appeared noticeably different. As the teacher's voice faded, the two figures sprang into motion. In an instant, they collided with each other, their arms locking in a stalemate. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, they simultaneously resumed their movements, breaking the impasse and engaging in hand-to-hand combat. With straight punches, whip-like kicks, and deft blocks, their techniques were executed with remarkable skill and astonishing speed. Yushu crouched low to evade Bo Feng Shui Min's whipping kick and retaliated with a sweeping kick aimed at Bo Feng Shui Min's lower body. However, Bo Feng Shui Min was no ordinary opponent. He swiftly adjusted his stance, leaping into the air on one foot to evade Yushu's attack and even countering with a kick of his own midair. Yushu, undeterred, was equally adept, after all. He had a martial arts expert in his family. He mirrored Bo Feng Shui Min's aerial maneuver, and their kicks collided with a resounding thud. Ignoring the momentary pain, both displayed faint smiles on their faces. In the next heartbeat, they retreated simultaneously, reaching behind their waists for their ninja pouches containing shuriken and scrolls. With a swift motion, they hurled several black shuriken into the air. The clang of metal echoed as their shuriken met, and they charged at each other once more, this time armed with their weapons. The sound of clashing shuriken reverberated as their battle intensified. The observing teacher felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, these were shuriken, not to be trifled with, yet he sensed it was not the moment to intervene. Another clash of shuriken ensued, causing Bo Feng Shui Min to be pushed back several steps. Though shuriken were not swords, Yushu's mastery of swordsmanship granted him a considerable advantage, as Bo Feng Shui Min found himself thoroughly outmatched in this domain. Indeed, you are formidable, Yushu. I sensed it the first time we met. You shall be a worthy adversary, Bo Feng Shui Min exclaimed, his voice tinged with delight at having discovered a rival. And you as well, Yushu replied, eliciting a smile from Bo Feng Shui Min. It is time to conclude this, Bo Feng Shui Min declared, charging forward, while Yushu braced himself. With a burst of momentum, Bo Feng Shui Min collided forcefully. Once again, their shuriken clashed, but this time, Bo Feng Shui Min added a kick to his assault. He aimed a kick at Yushu, who defended with his knee, but Bo Feng Shui Min's true intent was to leverage Yushu's force to propel himself skyward. In combat, gaining height is often perilous, yet Bo Feng Shui Min seemed intent on doing just that. Onlookers watched in awe as he discarded his shuriken into the air. Yushu effortlessly deflected the incoming attack, prompting gasps of astonishment from the spectators surrounding them. Looking up, one could see the corners of Tsukiki's mouth lifting as well. For the unexpected display by Minato Namikaze brought joy to all. The young ninja, having only just enrolled in the academy, was astonishingly capable of utilizing ninjutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. Within mere seconds, Minato completed the hand seals, and as his voice resonated, his mouth swelled in anticipation. A powerful gust erupted from his lips, hurtling directly towards Tsukiki. With a slight smile, one could not help but acknowledge Minato's ability to surprise Tsukiki once more. Truly, he was a prodigy among Hokage, purely a genius without any trace of lineage. However, Tsukiki was no novice either. While Minato's C-rank ninjutsu was indeed impressive, he was still inexperienced, and Tsukiki deftly evaded the attack. What followed was Minato's downfall. In combat, being airborne is perilous, as Minato descended, having failed to execute his technique effectively. Tsukiki met him head-on. Minato offered a wry smile, glancing at the kunai poised at his neck and the equally smiling Tsukiki beside him. It was a splendid battle. Despite the defeat, Tsukiki retracted the kunai, stepping back, and performed a gesture of reconciliation with Minato. Next time, I shall not lose. Likewise, the task of defeating Minato Namikaze had been accomplished, earning Tsukiki a chance at a reward. They exchanged smiles and a hearty clap of hands. In this initial confrontation of geniuses, victory belonged to Tsukiki. Having bested the flamboyant Minato, well done indeed. After the practical lesson concluded, Kushina approached Tsukiki, while Minato chuckled awkwardly nearby. Well, it's rare to finish school this early. How about we grab a bite? My treat. Tsukiki smiled and proposed a stroll, acting as a peacemaker. Although Kushina appeared reluctant, she ultimately accompanied Tsukiki and Minato on their outing. Having recently arrived in Konoha, she had yet to explore, and naturally, she was intrigued. Thus, the trio meandered through the village together. As dusk quietly descended, Kushina and Minato returned home in succession, leaving Tsukiki to head towards his own abode. The evening air in Konoha was slightly cool, yet still held a hint of warmth. Just perfect. System, initiate the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have received a Fire Release Ninjutsu Grand Package, S rank, which includes Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, C rank, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, C rank, Fire Release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, C rank, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, C rank, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, B rank, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, B rank, Fire Release, Great Fire Extinguishment, A rank, and Fire Release, Great Fire Dragon Song Technique, A rank. Goodness, have I struck gold? Tsukiki was taken aback. He had merely used the lottery opportunity gained from his duel with Minato, not expecting such a fortuitous outcome. Just when I needed to enhance my skills. As I currently knew nothing but the Rasengan, this splendid acquisition would perfectly address my shortcomings. Tsukiki chuckled, for his prowess was surely about to ascend. Having not assessed his own capabilities for some time, Ueshu decided to take a moment to do so. Name, Jishin Ueshu. Status, normal abilities, Spiral Sphere, A rank. 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank. Senju Bloodline, Awakened, A rank. Mastery of Swordsmanship, C rank. Fire Release Ninjutsu Package, S rank. Combat Power, Chunin. His combat prowess had ascended from the ranks of the unremarkable to that of a Chunin, although he was yet to ascertain his precise standing among the Chunins. The significant progress he had made in just a few months was undeniable. It was evident that his advantageous circumstances were indeed fruitful. As Ueshu examined his attribute panel, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. For quite some time, the combat power section displayed several question marks, leaving him perplexed. Regrettably, the system was unreliable, having fallen into a deep slumber upon its initial activation, and any inquiries he might pose now would likely go unanswered. Perhaps it was merely a bug. Setting aside his musings, Ueshu felt an eagerness to pursue 2 particular endeavors. Firstly, he sought to acquire a fine sword, one that would allow his mastery of swordsmanship to manifest its true potential. Secondly, he was keen to experiment with the recently obtained fire release ninjutsu, which promised to be exhilarating. Lost in thought, a melodious voice resonated from outside his room. It was Tsunade. Ueshu, I'm heading out. Would you care to join me? Just a moment. I'll be right there, Ueshu promptly replied. Since the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had developed a phobia of blood. While it may not have affected others significantly, it was a dire affliction for a medical ninja. After returning to Konoha several months ago, she had largely been idle, spending her days indulging in tea and slumber, living a rather leisurely existence, with Ueshu attending to her needs. Make haste, Tsunade urged, her footsteps light as she departed. Taking a deep breath, Ueshu blinked, his eyes transforming into the 3 Tomo Sharingan. He nearly forgot that he needed to conceal this ability. If discovered, it could lead to considerable trouble. As a mere commoner, possessing the Sharingan, a bloodline limit exclusive to the Uchiha clan, would pose significant risks. Before heading out, he thought it prudent to find something to obscure his eyes and to seek a weapon. With another blink, his crimson eyes reverted to their original black hue. After tidying himself, Ueshu set out with Tsunade. Is there something you wish to accomplish? Otherwise, you wouldn't be accompanying me, Tsunade inquired as they strolled through the streets. Well, to some extent, I am in search of a superior weapon. A weapon? Something akin to a blade, I presume? A sword, perhaps? Indeed. Would you recommend someone for swordsmanship? If that is the case, I suggest you seek out Kakashi's father, Tsukumo. His swordsmanship is renowned. Ueshu paused, suddenly recalling the man celebrated as the White Fang of Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo had developed a distinctive sword technique known as the Hatake blade, which had brought him fame. It dawned on Ueshu that he had access to such a prominent figure, and he felt a pang of regret for not utilizing this valuable resource. Soon, you will accompany me to seek out the esteemed Kakashi. Resolute in her decision, Tsukiki intended to pay a visit to the legendary Konoha White Fang, whose prowess is said to be second only to that of the Hokage. As the two made their way to the Hokage's office, guided by Tsunade, the Umbu allowed them to pass without hindrance. Thereafter, Tsukiki encountered the robust third Hokage in his prime, a stark contrast to the frail and weary figure depicted in the original narrative. Tsunade, you have arrived, the third Hokage greeted, his spirit seemingly vibrant, his voice resonant with authority. Sensei, do you require something? Tsunade replied with evident respect, her words betraying her deference. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. The third Hokage began, gazing at Tsunade for a moment before continuing. I am well aware of your situation. However, this does not imply any fault on your part. On the contrary, you are a hero of Konoha. The third Hokage spoke slowly, as Tsunade stood before him, her delicate hands clenching slightly. Now, I urge you to rest assured, you have done more than enough. Yet, I must impose upon you one more request. Please, go on, Tsunade responded. Engaged in dialogue with the third Hokage, while Tsukiki marveled at the intricacies of political maneuvering. The third Hokage's words were laden with both sorrow and sweetness. culminating in a request that Tsunade would surely find hard to refuse. How admirable, indeed, Tsukiki mused, acknowledging the depths of political waters. You are Konoha's finest medical ninja, unparalleled in your field. I wish for you to mentor a child, one whom you may already know. A flicker of confusion crossed Tsunade's eyes as the third Hokage called out, "Come in." As soon as his words echoed, a voice emerged from the entrance. Tsukiki and Tsunade turned to behold a girl with short black hair and a refined visage, clad in dark attire. Appearing to be in her mid-teens and slightly older than Tsukiki. Tsukiki recognized her, and so did Tsunade. Turning to Tsunade, Tsukiki noticed her pupils constrict and her lips tremble uncontrollably, even her hands beginning to shake. Tsunade's breath quickened. She was acutely aware of the girl standing before her, Kato Shizun, the niece of her first love, Kato Danzu. The moment Shizun appeared, Tsunade was transported back to the heart-wrenching news of Danzu and his brother Senju Naruko's demise. That sense of despair was something she wished never to relive. A gentle sensation gripped her hand, and as she gasped lightly, her gaze shifted sideways to find Tsukiki, whose luminous eyes offered her solace, her small hand firmly clutching Tsunade's. "Naruko," Tsunade murmured, calming herself, as in that instant, she seemed to glimpse Naruko, her heart suddenly tranquil. This little rascal, Tsunade thought, regaining her composure as a slight smile graced her lips. "Pleased to meet you. I am Kato Shizun. Lady Tsunade, I humbly request to learn by your side." The black-haired girl appeared somewhat anxious, her speech faltering. "Very well," Tsunade responded gently, Tsukiki's grip providing her with a reassuring calmness. "Thank you so much," Shizun exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy, her cheerful demeanor evident upon her face. "Then I shall entrust Shizun to your care, Tsunade," the third Hokage remarked, nodding in approval at the unfolding scene. "Understood, sensei." After a brief exchange, Tsunade and Yuki escorted Shizun out of the Hokage's office. Subsequently, Tsunade took Yuki to the home of Konoha's White Fang. At this time, Kakashi Hatake had not yet been born, and Tsukumo Hatake was still a bachelor. His abode filled solely with an array of blades. After a detailed introduction, Tsukumo cheerfully accepted Yuki, seemingly delighted to find someone with a passion for swordsmanship. Notably, in addition to this, Tsukumo gifted Yuki a short blade measuring approximately 60 to 70 centimeters, neither too long nor too short, yet sufficient for Yuki to hone her skills in swordplay. In the following days, Yuki had the opportunity to consult Tsukumo regarding sword techniques. Additionally, Yuki's household welcomed a new resident, as Shizun moved in with Tsunade and Yuki, thereby alleviating some of Yuki's domestic responsibilities. School life continued in a steady rhythm, centering primarily around the use of shuriken, as the three-body technique had yet to be taught. Under Yuki's guidance, her bond with Kushina deepened, and the frequent visits from Minato gradually improved his relationship with Kushina as well. Everything progressed steadily, simple yet beautiful. Fire release, great fireball technique. Yuki expelled a fireball from her mouth, directing it toward Minato. Wind release, great breakthrough. Minato, not to be outdone, swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful gust of wind. The wind and the fireball collided, neither gaining the upper hand but rather canceling each other out. With a swift movement, Yuki drew the short blade from her waist and charged toward Minato. Reacting quickly, Minato grasped a shuriken for defense. However, Yuki's swordsmanship was exceptional. With a single strike, she shattered Minato's defense, bringing her blade mere centimeters from his face. In this contest, Minato faced defeat. "Once again, I have emerged victorious. Next time, I shall surely win." Yuki chuckled, observing the slightly begrudging expression on the fourth Hokage's face. Even the renowned genius of this world, celebrated for his pure talent, was now overshadowed by her. Yuki couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The two extended their hands toward each other to perform a reconciliation seal, concluding the day's lesson. This time, Minato was unable to accompany Kushina and Yuki home due to other commitments, leaving the two of them to meander through the streets of Konoha. "By the way, I still don't know your dream, Yuki. With your exceptional skills, do you aspire to become Hokage?" Kushina suddenly inquired as they walked. It was dusk, the blue sky transitioning to a fiery red, with clouds drifting lazily. "Me?" Yuki paused, taken aback by the unexpected question. "Ah, Hokage, you say?" She glanced at Kushina's round face and smiled. "I have no intention of competing with you for the position, rest assured. Even if you tried to outshine me, I wouldn't lose." Kushina puffed out her cheeks, making her already round face appear even more so. As the moonlight bathed the surroundings, Suki glanced at Kushina, then turned his gaze towards the Hokage cliff, where three illustrious figures shone brightly. They were the legendary Third Hokage of Konoha. A Hokage, indeed, powerful and responsible, embodying the very essence of a hero. Yet, I am not one to aspire to heroism. Suki looked at Kushina and mused that his dream was rather simple, perhaps to run a quaint little shop and live a fulfilling life. Is that not a beautiful aspiration? Kushina, however, cast her gaze downwards, her small face reflecting a hint of discontent. I'll head back now, she murmured, and as Suki looked at her, her flowing red hair fluttered past him, leaving only her retreating silhouette. Without another word, Kushina dashed away, ignoring Suki entirely. He sighed, understanding her feelings. It was perfectly normal for a child to feel disheartened when their most cherished ideals are not recognized by others. In such a situation, pursuing her would only complicate matters further. It would be wiser to wait until school tomorrow to mend the rift. With that thought, Suki made his way home. Not wanting to be a hero? Fool, fool. Kushina muttered under her breath as she jogged, her mind replaying Suki's face. Everyone desires to be understood. As the first person to approach and assist her since her arrival in Konoha, Suki held a significant place in Kushina's heart, akin to that of a dear friend. Yet, the fact that her closest companion failed to grasp her sentiments, contrary to her expectations, left her feeling a profound sense of disillusionment. An unfamiliar tension between friends emerged, leaving Kushina, who had always been solitary, at a loss on how to navigate this new emotional landscape. Fool, perhaps exhausted from running, she gradually made her way home, each step taken with a hint of frustration. Under the twilight, her red-haired figure approached her doorstep. Hokage is the strongest and most formidable person in the village, Suki. You fool. In an outburst, she shouted at the door, as if to vent her feelings. Not necessarily. A mature male voice responded from the shadows, instantly putting Kushina on high alert. At least the strongest in the village had not noticed us. As the words faded, Kushina caught sight of a few dark silhouettes darting past her, followed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness as her vision dimmed. Mission accomplished, one of the figures whispered. Seizing the opportunity before Konoha could react, they swiftly retreated into the night. As darkness enveloped the village, the figures revealed themselves, discarding their disguises to don the headbands representing the hidden cloud village. Their objective in Konoha was straightforward, to find a suitable host for the tailed beast. And Kushina was their ideal candidate. Mission triggered. Rescue the captured Uzumaki Kushina from the hidden cloud village. Completion reward, 1 lottery draw. Suki had barely arrived home and was just about to start cooking when an electronic voice echoed through the air. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet and rushed outside. Of all times, why now? It had been so peaceful lately that he had almost forgotten about this. Clenching his teeth, he tightened his grip and made his way towards the gates of Konoha with unwavering determination. On the other side, a jarring sensation coursed through her body, gradually rousing Kushina from her slumber. Upon awakening, she realized that her mouth was gagged, her arms were bound, and she felt utterly drained of strength. Watching the distant Konoha village, still aglow with light, she felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety as she was being taken away. After a moment's pause, Kushina clenched her teeth, suppressing her rising panic, and with great effort, she lifted her feeble arms. Though her options were limited, her long hair conveniently reached down to her arms, requiring little effort to access. Channeling her chakra with focused intent, she began to sever strands of her crimson hair, allowing them to cascade to the ground. The ninjas who had abducted her seemed pressed for time, entirely neglecting Kushina, granting her a fleeting opportunity. With tears welling in her eyes, she quelled her fear, periodically cutting off more of her hair to leave a trail behind. I am destined to become the first female Hokage, she thought, gazing at the increasingly distant Konoha village and its dimming lights. Strangely, at that moment, she recalled a certain individual who shunned the idea of heroism, the very first person to stand up for her and befriend her. I am not the kind of person who seeks to be a hero. The words of Suki floated back to her, darkening her gaze considerably. What? Kushina has been abducted. What on earth are you doing? I was gone for just a moment. What is happening? At that moment, in the Hokage's office, the elderly Minato Vortex wore an expression of fury. Deploy all available personnel immediately. If anything happens to Kushina, no matter who is responsible, I will personally see to it. Minato shouted, his anger palpable, Yet the Hokage's office fell into an uneasy silence. Even the third Hokage refrained from uttering a word. Minato, a seasoned Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessed the ability to harness some of its power. Should he choose to act forcefully, the Third Great Ninja War could erupt at any moment, and with the Second War barely concluded, no one could bear the weight of such responsibility. Who dares to commit such an act so soon after the Second War? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of anger. Yet he managed to regain his composure, promptly dispatching all available ninjas to search for Kushina, while sealing the gates of Konoha. Unfortunately, time was not on their side. Konoha village faded from view, surrounded by a dark forest, and the light in Kushina's eyes dwindled. Throughout the ordeal, she continued to release strands of hair as a signal for help, but it seemed that this time, no hero would emerge. As they reached this point, it was unlikely they would be pursued further. They had assumed it would be a formidable task, yet it had proven to be a simple matter. The trio from the Cloud Village exchanged knowing smiles, preparing to cross the border when suddenly, a shadow darted past them. Who goes there? The Cloud Ninjas immediately assumed a defensive stance, only to see a flash of white-blue light approaching them. Rasengan. As the words fell, one of the individuals from the hidden Cloud Village was struck and sent flying. Infuriated, the other two ninjas quickly reacted to counterattack, neglecting even to glance at Kushina. Seizing the opportunity, Tsukiki disregarded defense and charged directly towards Kushina. The kunai fell, blood splattered, and Tsukiki gritted his teeth against the pain as he lifted Kushina in a horizontal embrace, fleeing to the side. This is bad. The target has been seized. Pursue them. In just a fleeting second, the remaining two ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village began their chase after Tsukiki. Heavy breaths filled the air, and the light in Kushina's eyes rekindled as she lifted her gaze, her youthful face glistening with sweat, her focus unwaveringly fixed ahead. Are you foolish? Tsukiki glanced at Kushina, freeing one hand to gently untie the bindings around her mouth and hands. What a predicament, blood-red pepper. With Kushina cradled in his arms, Tsukiki leaped through the forest. One step at a time. Why you? Kushina's voice was faint, her body still not fully recovered. Tsukiki flashed a smile, the wind rushing past his ears, while the two figures behind them relentlessly pursued. Why? Because I do not wish to lose you. Moreover, you long for a hero to appear, and thus, here I am. Tsukiki declared, his expression turning serious as the pursuers from the hidden Cloud Village closed in. Tsukiki's speed was insufficient to outpace them. If they caught up, he alone would stand no chance against them, especially now that he was injured after unexpectedly reclaiming Kushina from their clutches. Facing them head-on was out of the question. After all, those capable of infiltrating the Leaf Village to capture a Jinchuriki were at least elite Chunin, while Tsukiki, a mere child, could only unleash a power equivalent to that of a Chunin at best. Victory in direct confrontation was utterly unattainable, especially given the vast experience of his opponents. Swish! A kunai whistled through the air, and Tsukiki, still holding Kushina, found himself unable to counter. He twisted his body mid-air, narrowly avoiding the projectile, though it grazed his thigh. Gritting his teeth, Tsukiki was acutely aware of his precarious situation. The Leaf Village was still a distance away, and he alone was their only strength against seasoned ninjas. Very different from the injured genin he had previously dealt with. These were authentic Chunin-level ninjas, or higher. Mission triggered. Survive this rescue operation. Reward: 1 lottery draw upon completion. The voice of the system echoed in his mind as Tsukiki landed and took cover behind a tree, narrowly evading another barrage of kunai. Yet this led to the pursuers closing in on him. This mission, it appears I have no other choice. Are you trying to entice me with a lottery draw? Tsukiki chuckled bitterly, attentively listening to the sounds around him. Hey, kid, there's no way out now. Hand over the girl obediently, or we'll just take her ourselves. Behave, and we might grant you a swift end, a man's voice called out from behind the tree. Tsukiki and Kushina had been caught up with. Fleeing was futile, and only a direct confrontation remained. Gently placing Kushina against the tree for support, Tsukiki offered her a reassuring smile. Be obedient. I will return shortly. What do you wish to do? A sudden sensation of weakness washed over Kushina as darkness enveloped her vision, blurring her surroundings. No, I will certainly bring you back to Konoha. We will return home together. Kushina reached out towards the indistinct face of Tsukiki, but in the next moment, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Tsukiki took a deep breath, revealing his presence to the two ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. Interesting. Have you emerged, little mouse? They chuckled. licking their lips. To incapacitate one of us unnoticed, quite impressive for a Konoha prodigy. Both drew kunai with a palpable disdain in their eyes. What I relish most is dragging geniuses like you down to hell. Without resorting to the shame of overwhelming numbers, the two cloud ninjas charged together. Tsukiki's heart raced, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes as he discerned their movements with clarity. With no option for retreat, as Kushina was behind him, he held his ground. Holding his breath, Tsukiki narrowly evaded the incoming kunai, seizing the opportunity to counterattack and drive the two cloud ninjas back. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. He swiftly formed hand seals, exploiting the moment to press his advantage. Earth style, earth wall. A wall of earth erupted from the ground, shielding against the scattered fireballs. Interesting. What are those eyes? Uchiha clan, perhaps? The two cloud ninjas noted the three-tomo Sharingan in his gaze. Your hand seals are too slow. Tsukiki did not respond but continued his assault, while one of the cloud ninjas used the body flicker technique to appear beside him. The kunai lunged toward him, but Tsukiki, with calm and focus in his blood-red eyes, evaded by a slight movement, all the while maintaining his hand seals. Great fireball technique. He puffed his cheeks, unleashing a fireball directly in the opponent's face. In the night, the fireball blazed brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Too naive. A voice came from behind as a piece of wood fell before him. A substitution technique. The kunai in the ninja's hand glowed with a white-blue light as chakra surged into it, amplifying its lethality. This is for you. As the kunai pierced Tsukiki's back, a plume of smoke erupted, and he transformed into a piece of wood. Spiral sphere. Wind style, wind blade. A wind blade shot past him, but Tsukiki paid no heed to that ninja. His focus was solely on the one in front of him, who had exposed a flaw through arrogance. With a piercing sound, the wind blade grazed Tsukiki's back, pain searing through him as he slammed the spiral sphere into the back of the cloud ninja before him. One must commend the renowned sphere of the Hokage. Tsukiki's strike sent one ninja flying. With a thud, he crashed to the ground. Another injury compounding the sense of helplessness that washed over his small frame. You little brat. Once again, a comrade was felled by a child, prompting the last of the cloud ninjas to cry out in anger. Wind release, great typhoon. A fierce gust of wind surged forth, causing the trees to sway perilously. In a swift motion, a cut appeared on the arm of Tsukiki, drawing forth a trickle of crimson blood. The blood-red three-tomo Sharingan gazed toward the direction of the cloud ninja, who had already vanished from sight. This bodes ill. Sensing danger, Tsukiki leaped into the air. Earth release, decapitation technique. In the next moment, the ground beneath Tsukiki's feet suddenly sank, while a kunai shot up from below, aimed at him. Just as he intended to deflect the incoming kunai, he realized its true nature. This was no ordinary kunai. Its tail was affixed with a tag, an explosive tag. Tsukiki steeled himself, forming hand seals. Wind release, wind blade. With a forceful exhale, he unleashed several wind blades that sent the explosive kunai spiraling away. Boom. The explosive tag ignited, erupting into a blaze that illuminated the surroundings. Tsukiki landed gracefully, but the sound of slicing wind filled his ears. A glance revealed 3 shuriken hurtling toward him. As he observed the flying shuriken, time seemed to slow, the world around him moving in a languid dance. No. Tsukiki narrowed his eyes, recognizing the distinct chakra signature emanating from the central shuriken. This was not merely a shuriken, it was a transformation technique. Tsukiki seized the opportunity, rapidly condensing a Rasengan in his hand. As an unmarked ninjutsu, the Rasengan could be executed with remarkable speed, and in an instant, a swirling orb appeared in his grasp. Rasengan. He hurled the Rasengan forward, willing to take the risk of being struck by the other 2 shuriken in exchange for this chance. He was not an exceptionally powerful ninja. If he attempted to evade the other 2 shuriken, he would lose the opportunity to attack and find himself ensnared by the enemy's intentions. With a sharp thrust, the 2 shuriken embedded themselves in Tsukiki's body. A cloud of smoke erupted, and the central shuriken transformed into the last of the cloud ninjas, who now bore a look of terror. Evidently unprepared for the audacity of this young foe, the Rasengan, glowing with a cool azure light, pierced through the cloud ninja's form. No. Tsukiki's pupils constricted. Unlike the previous 2 occasions, he felt no tangible presence of the enemy's body, as if he had struck nothing but air. Another plume of smoke billowed forth, and in the next instant, the Rasengan collided with a wooden log. A substitution technique. The Rasengan obliterated the log. Had this been an ordinary ninja, he would have indeed been defeated. Well done, young leaf ninja. A voice echoed from behind him, the earlier Cloud Ninja's tone apparent, yet Tsukiki had no time to react. Have you ever witnessed the power of a jonin? The sound echoed softly, neither too light nor too heavy, akin to the final pronouncement of a sentence. Lightning release. Storm of heavy flow. Yushu's ears caught the crackling sound, the unmistakable noise of electricity. His body finally reacted. He swiftly turned around. But it was already too late. The three-tomo Sharingan gazed ahead as a ninja, propelled by a streak of lightning, charged forth at incredible speed. In mere moments, the Cloud Ninja stood before him, leaving Yushu with no time to respond. With a swift thrust, Yushu barely evaded a fatal blow. Yet the Cloud Ninja's hand pierced through his abdomen. Electricity surged within him, a wave of paralysis coursing through his mind, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of pain. Well done. The Cloud Ninja's voice reached his ears as he withdrew his hand, causing Yushu's small frame to collapse to the ground. His vision blurred, and he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Was this his final heartbeat? Yushu fell to the ground, his sight fading. The Uchiha eyes. Never mind. The pursuers from Konoha should be arriving soon. If given the chance, they would certainly not hesitate to pluck out your eyes. He gazed ahead, watching as the Cloud Ninja gradually retreated, hoisting a red figure over his shoulder. Kushina. Breathless and overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, Yushu felt utterly wretched, unable even to move his fingers. You shall not, he shouted, an unknown surge of strength propelling him forward. I refuse to lose you. Spiraling sphere. He charged ahead, only to be sent sprawling by a spinning kick from the Cloud Ninja. The ninja cast a glance at Yushu before turning his attention back to the direction of Konoha, dismissing Yushu entirely as he sprang into action. Would release. Leaning against a tree, Yushu's three-tomo Sharingan shone brightly. The technique of binding roots. What? The Cloud Ninja exclaimed, as a branch ensnared his foot. It was indeed would release. The bloodline limit of the First Hokage. Branches swarmed around him, and the Cloud Ninja stared at Yushu in shock. I cannot allow you to live. Lightning release, lightning armor. Lightning release, storm of heavy flow. The Cloud Ninja discarded Kushina aside, and, brimming with murderous intent, donned the lightning armor, charging towards Yushu. Die. He understood the significance of this little boy, the Sharingan, and would release. Individually, they were manageable, but together, they posed an extraordinary threat that could not be permitted to flourish, lest it herald disaster. As Yushu's vision dimmed to near oblivion, he noticed the red figure was no longer being carried and managed a faint smile. As for the approaching figure, Yushu had no strength left. Even moving a finger felt insurmountable. What do you intend to do to my brother? A familiar, melodious voice reached his ears, and Yushu sighed in relief. Succumbing to unconsciousness. Returning to the present, the Cloud Ninja, intent on delivering the final blow to Yushu, was abruptly sent flying just as he was about to strike. A voice filled with fury echoed, stirring up a cloud of dust in the nearby forest, and several trees were toppled in the process. With a single strike. In the blink of an eye, this Jonin-level Cloud Ninja was sent flying to the side. It was Kushina. Following her, another figure emerged, a venerable woman with a traditional Chinese-style bun. Though aged, she still exuded an undeniable charm. Kushina was lifted by the elderly woman, visibly relieved. In mere moments, shadowy figures rushed in from all directions, all adorned with a common emblem, the forehead protector of the Hidden Leaf Village, worn either on their foreheads or tied around their arms. These were the ninjas of Konoha, be they Genin, Chunin, or Jonin, all united in their efforts for Kushina's sake. At the forefront was Kakashi Hatake, a master of swordsmanship, his distinctive white hair standing out amongst the throng of ninjas. More striking still was Tsunade, her face contorted with rage, gripping her fists tightly, causing those around her to keep their distance. Lady Tsunade, leave this to me. Your condition is not suitable for this. And besides, the injuries sustained by Kakashi are severe. Only you can save him, Kakashi urged, which helped to temper Tsunade's fury. In the next instant, Kakashi vanished from sight, and Tsunade rushed towards Kakashi, who was leaning against a wall. Don't even think about taking your own life. Kakashi's skill was exceptionally high, rivaling even that of the Hokage. He swiftly intervened with a body flicker technique to prevent his opponent from succumbing to despair. Meanwhile, Tsunade, observing Kakashi's body stained with blood, gritted her teeth and began her healing efforts. Search the surroundings. In no time, Kakashi had subdued his adversary, capturing them alive, and promptly began issuing commands. Thus, the incident of Kushina's abduction came to a close under the mobilization of Konoha, with only Kakashi sustaining serious injuries, while all others remained unharmed. Mission: rescue the abducted Uzumaki Kushina from the village hidden in the clouds. Completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. Mission: survive during this rescue operation. Completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. The cold, electronic voice resonated in his mind, akin to an insistent alarm clock drilling into his very bones, abruptly rousing Kakashi from his stupor. His gaze fell upon a familiar ceiling, the ceiling of his own room. "Am I back?" he murmured, recalling the last sounds he heard, which had allowed him to close his eyes in peace. He knew who had come for him, and because of this, he believed Kushina would indeed be safe. A sharp pain coursed through him as he attempted to move, causing him to grimace. "I nearly died." A faint smile crept across his lips, despite his grave injuries. Kushina had been rescued, just as he had hoped. That alone was enough. Moreover, he had gained quite a bit, foremost among which were the 2 lottery draw opportunities awarded to him. Taking a deep breath, Suki decided it was time for a lottery. This time, he recognized his own abilities. He was merely slightly better than an average Chunin, which was far from sufficient. Moreover, this only reflected his apparent combat prowess and did not imply that Suki had truly attained the rank of Chunin. System: conduct the lottery twice. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Kusanagi sword and the title of Swordsmanship Master. Another sword-related acquisition? Is the system urging me to wield a blade? Suki jested with a hint of sarcasm. Nevertheless, he thought, practicing swordsmanship was not a bad endeavor. After all, who hasn't harbored the dream of being a swordsman? Suki did not dwell on it too much. He was quite pleased with the swordsmanship skills and the Kusanagi sword. Although the grade may not be particularly high, it still represented a respectable power. Furthermore, he had originally intended to train in the technique of the kunai, aiming to pursue the path of cold weapons. In any realm, the presence of swordsmen is ever abundant. Even in this ninja-dominated world of Naruto, there exist warriors who rely solely on their physical capabilities to defeat Jonin, albeit only a select few. Attributes: name, Kigen Suki status, normal abilities, Rasengan, A class, 3 Tomo Sharingan, B class, Senju bloodline, awakened, A class, Swordsmanship Master, B class, Fire Release Ninja Art Gift Pack, S class, Kusanagi Sword, B class, Combat Power, Jonin. His combat power had once again ascended, shifting from the level of Chunin to that of Jonin, while the system only provided a measure of combat strength, which did not necessarily reflect his overall capabilities. This alone was enough to astonish the entire Naruto world. It is noteworthy that Suki was merely 8 years old. An 8-year-old Jonin had never been witnessed in this realm. Even Kakashi or Itachi, who advanced through the ranks rapidly, had never displayed such abnormal prowess. One can only imagine how formidable Suki truly was. To label him merely as a genius is insufficient. Suki already stood at the pinnacle of all prodigies. He was a veritable anomaly. Now, I can grow even stronger, no longer needing to risk my life to buy time for Konoha's reinforcements to arrive. Suki clenched his fist. No matter who one is, there exists a desire to become stronger. He was no exception. In truth, he did not crave overwhelming power nor harbor dreams of conquering the ninja world. To Suki, the aspiration to become a hero was absent. He merely wished to live a leisurely life akin to that before his transmigration, free from the burdens of this world. In his past life, it was wealth. In this life, it is strength. In this world, power is the ultimate authority. As Suki tightened his fist, the door to his room suddenly swung open. Feeling quite sprightly. "Are we?" Without turning around, Suki immediately recognized the voice. Who else could it be but the owner of this abode, Tsunade Senju? "Ah, it still hurts quite a bit," he replied, knowing it hurts, yet still moving around recklessly. Why not exercise caution when one is impulsive? Tsunade sat beside Suki, her expression one of exasperation. As a medical ninja, she harbored a strong disdain for those who neglect to care for their own well-being. Circumstances are peculiar, leaving little room for idle thoughts. "Oh, I see you have quite an interest in that little girl from the Uzumaki clan. Perhaps you harbor feelings for her?" Tsunade teased lightly. "Absolutely not. What are you even thinking? I'm merely 8 years old. Is it too soon to contemplate such matters?" "Who can say? 8 is neither too young nor too old," Tsunade shrugged. Ueshu sighed. "By the way, did you come here for something specific? Surely, you didn't come just to jest with me." "Well, I noticed some commotion here and thought I'd check in. Is that not permissible? Tsunade tousled Ueshu's hair, flashing a hearty grin. TCH, Ueshu feigned indifference. Haha, I won't tease you any longer. Just make sure to rest well. That little girl from the Uzumaki clan is quite worried about you. She's visited several times and even helped take care of you. Don't forget to express your gratitude. Tsunade waved her hand and closed the door behind her as she departed. Ueshu sighed again, contemplating Tsunade's propensity for playful banter. However, it was indeed unexpected for Kushina to come and look after him. With that thought, Ueshu imagined the clumsy yet caring Kushina and let out a gentle chuckle. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade lingered quietly at the door, her presence palpable. Ueshu, who exactly are you? Tsunade murmured softly, audible only to herself. She recalled how just a few days prior, when she reached Ueshu's side, he appeared on the brink of death, yet an indomitable vitality coursed through him, sustaining his life. This vitality was all too familiar to Tsunade. Few in the ninja world could rival her acquaintance with it. It belonged to a legend of the ninja realm. Her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, radiating pure, untainted, would release energy and vibrant life force. Such an essence had not been felt for decades. The wood release, long thought extinct, was now manifesting within Ueshu. It was no wonder that the first Hokage's granddaughter would experience such emotional turmoil. While Tsunade's feelings remained a mystery, Ueshu's emotions were indeed complex. Shortly after Tsunade's departure, the center of the recent commotion in Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki, came to visit him. Can you imagine the fiery-haired Kushina, known as the blood-red pepper, suddenly transforming into a gentle lady? Ueshu certainly could not have envisioned it, yet he witnessed it firsthand. Kushina, with her striking red locks, appeared as radiant as ever. She was not her usual boisterous self. Rather, she exuded a more demure femininity. Broadening Ueshu's perspective. How are your injuries? Kushina inquired, settling beside Ueshu, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Much improved. Don't let Tsunade's demeanor fool you. She is, after all, Konoha's most formidable medical ninja, Ueshu replied with a smile, indicating he was not in grave danger. That's a relief. After Kushina spoke, a silence enveloped them, the atmosphere becoming still. Yes? About what you said earlier, were you serious? Earlier? What did you mean? Kushina took a deep breath. Gazing into the eyes of Tsukiki, her round face flushed like an enticing apple. The words you spoke when you came to save me. Tsukiki paused, taken aback by Kushina's rosy complexion. A soft laugh escaped Tsukiki's lips, causing Kushina to feel flustered. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. Just that your reaction is rather amusing. Not at all. Kushina rarely displayed her feminine side, contrasting sharply with her usual domineering demeanor. Well, Tsukiki's laughter faded. Everything I said is true. Her voice, though gentle, bore a weighty significance. Whether it is from a desire not to lose you or something else entirely. Tsukiki offered a wry smile. Although I do not relish the notion of being a hero, I would gladly be your hero. What does that even mean? Kushina burst into laughter. Only being my hero? That is quite absurd. However, Kushina looked earnestly into Tsukiki's eyes. I grant you this title. My hero, I look forward to your guidance. She tilted her head, revealing the most beautiful smile Tsukiki had witnessed since arriving in the world of Naruto. How reassuring. Leave it to me. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze carried whispers from afar. Days passed, and Kushina visited Tsukiki daily. Minato would occasionally find time to check in on Tsukiki, but no one else came to visit. Tsunade's healing techniques were indeed remarkable. Within just a few days, Tsukiki's body had nearly fully recovered. Notably, after that day, the bond between Kushina and Tsukiki strengthened significantly. Although Tsukiki remained unaware, Tsunade clearly observed that Kushina's feelings for Tsukiki had evolved beyond mere friendship or camaraderie. They had taken on a more purposeful emotional depth. The heart of a child is still tender and does not fully comprehend this burgeoning sentiment, merely sensing the nascent growth of affection. Aside from this, Tsunade began her own investigations, discreetly probing into Tsukiki's origins, even reaching out to Jiraiya, who was far away in the Rain Village. Meanwhile, Tsukiki remained oblivious to the exposure of her wood release abilities, continuing her daily life as usual. Lady Tsunade, are you working today as well? Shizune entered Tsunade's room, carrying tea, finding Tsunade seated in meditation on the tatami mat. Tsunade had been preoccupied for several days, suddenly engrossed in urgent matters. Although Shizune was unaware of the specifics, It was undoubtedly significant, as even her training had been set aside. "Thank you, Shizun," Tsunade pondered, while Shizun quietly placed the tea down and departed, not intruding upon Tsunade's thoughts. Kishin Tsukiki. I've never heard of that surname before. An orphan child who survived the war in the Rain Village. Bound to Konoha with a forehead protector. Tsunade murmured, having gathered information on Tsukiki over the past few days, yet regrettably finding it lacking in any substantial value. "Senju, Kishin." The room echoed only with Tsunade's soft voice. In the village of Rain, Jiraiya found himself intrigued by Tsunade's newfound interest in the young Mitsuki. Typically, Tsunade would not take notice of a child, especially one she had taken under her wing. The name Himegami echoed faintly in his memory. Meanwhile, Mitsuki remained blissfully unaware that two of the legendary Sannin, who had recently made waves throughout the ninja world, were interested in him. He continued to live his ordinary school life. After recovering, Mitsuki resumed his studies with unwavering dedication. However, following the incident involving Kushina, he had rapidly gained fame, emerging as Konoha's most renowned prodigy, even surpassing the civilian genius, Minato Namikaze. "Mitsuki, are you feeling well now?" It was Minato, Mitsuki's only male friend, who had once held the title of the greatest civilian genius. At this moment, he bore no trace of jealousy or distress over being outshone. Instead, he wore a sunlit smile, offering his support. "Rest assured, I am completely healed, and there are no lingering issues," Mitsuki replied. He held a genuine fondness for Minato, appreciating his good nature, formidable skills, and handsome appearance. What reason could he have to dislike him? "That's good to hear. In a couple of days, we'll have a practical course. I must defeat you, so being unwell is not an option," Minato jested. "Bring it on. I refuse to lose," Mitsuki responded, accepting the challenge with the same spirit as before. It was rather one-sided, as Minato's combat prowess was merely at the level of a Genin, and he was just an ordinary one at that. Given that Mitsuki had already reached the level of a Jonin, it felt akin to an adult overpowering a child. However, Minato remained blissfully ignorant of this disparity, relieved to see his friend in such high spirits. "You too? Our teacher is already at the door. Do you still wish to chat?" Kushina's voice floated in, prompting both boys to realize that their instructor had indeed arrived. "I'll take my leave then," Minato said, promptly returning to his seat, and Mitsuki followed suit. "You still maintain such a close bond with that softie," Mitsuki chuckled in response to Kushina's choice of words for Minato. Although Minato did exhibit a somewhat delicate demeanor and had a strikingly gentle face, labeling him as soft felt unwarranted. Honestly, Mitsuki sighed, acknowledging that Kushina's perception of Minato would not change anytime soon. "Quiet down, everyone. Let us commence our lesson," the teacher announced. "You have all been studying for a year now, diligently refining your chakra, working with kunai, and practicing your taijutsu. You have all performed admirably, though a few individuals have been a tad lazy. Today, we will delve into the foundational ninjutsu of a ninja, specifically the three-body technique, which encompasses the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique." As the teacher elaborated from the podium, Mitsuki realized that he had been attending school for a year, and the time had finally come to learn the three-body technique. Days passed, and Mitsuki steadily progressed in mastering the three-body technique, everything remaining as it always had. Recently, Suki has solidified his position, particularly in regard to being recognized as Konoha's foremost genius. Following the Kushina incident, the practical combat curriculum at the Ninja Academy has been continuously expanded, leading to an increase in encounters between Namikaze, Minato, and Suki. Consequently, Suki has firmly established his status as Konoha's top talent. How has he achieved this? Quite simply, Suki remains undefeated in all his contests against Namikaze Minato, even overpowering him on multiple occasions. With each bout, Suki's claim to the title of Konoha's greatest genius becomes increasingly secure. However, it is fortunate that Namikaze Minato is no ordinary individual. Despite being bested time and again, he refuses to concede defeat, steadfastly rising each time instead of succumbing to despair. This resilience has, in fact, enhanced Minato's abilities beyond those depicted in the original narrative, particularly during this current period. Throughout this time, Suki has diligently pursued his training. In the aftermath of the Kushina incident, Konoha's vigilance has intensified, successfully unearthing numerous spies. Peace has returned to the village, and Suki's system has remained dormant. Interestingly, there have been some changes concerning Kushina. Both Suki and Namikaze Minato, engrossed in their training, I've had limited interactions with peers and have no friends. Yet, Kushina has recently formed a bond with a girl of her age, and their relationship has been flourishing. Suki, intrigued, inquired further and learned the identity of this girl, Uchiha Mikoto. Recently befriended by Kushina, Mikoto possesses medium-length black hair and, in stark contrast to Kushina, exudes a gentle demeanor, appearing somewhat introverted. Upon discovering Uchiha Mikoto's identity, Suki felt a moment of surprise. Why? Simply because it is indeed astonishing. In the original narrative, Kushina and Mikoto share a close friendship, but it was unexpected to see them connect in the present. Life at the academy continues as usual, yet home life has undergone some changes. Suki has noticed a shift in Tsunade. Typically, upon returning home, he would find her leisurely reclining or seated with tea, but lately, she has been conspicuously absent, and even Shizune, who usually accompanies her, is unaware of Tsunade's whereabouts. Nonetheless, Suki dismisses any concerns, attributing her absence to missions. As one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade remains a formidable ninja, and it is not unusual for her to undertake various assignments. After another day of classes, Suki returns home to find Tsunade already there, casually sipping tea brewed by Shizune. What has been going on recently? I hardly see you anymore. Suki remarks while tying on an apron, as he and Shizune alternate cooking to alleviate any burden on her, and Suki harbors a keen interest in culinary endeavors. I've encountered a few matters, Tsunade replies, taking a sip of tea and exhaling a warm breath. Are they significant? In a sense, quite substantial. Is that so? Please take care, Suki responds with a semblance of concern as he prepares to begin cooking. Suki, may I pose you a question? Tsunade's tone turned somewhat serious. Yet Ueshu remained oblivious, instead picking up a kitchen knife to chop vegetables. What? Are you familiar with the First Hokage? Of course. He is the founder of the Hidden Leaf Village, a legendary ninja revered as the god of shinobi. And do you know about the unique bloodline limit of the First Hokage? Would release, even a 3-year-old knows that. Tsunade and Ueshu engaged in their usual casual banter, albeit with a slightly different topic. You must be aware that since the First Hokage, no member of the Senju clan has awakened would release again. The sound of chopping abruptly ceased, and a hush fell over the room. I know. After a moment, Ueshu's voice broke the silence from the kitchen. He continued chopping, but this time at a more measured pace, sensing the subtle probing in Tsunade's words. Is that so? If you could wield would release like the First Hokage, what would you think? Tsunade's voice floated in from the other room, and Ueshu discerned a deeper meaning in her inquiry. Perhaps it was not an outright reveal, but he was undoubtedly being observed. I would be incredibly happy, of course. After all, that is the bloodline limit of the First Hokage. The god of shinobi, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Ueshu's voice carried a hint of excitement, but he quickly regained his composure. Yet, I harbor no grand ambitions. Even if I possessed would release, it would not amount to much. I merely wish to run a small shop and live a leisurely life. Unlike those who aspire to become Hokage, but it's would release. I know, and so what? Tsunade listened to Ueshu's calm demeanor, which belied his youth, making him sound more like an elderly sage devoid of vigor. You truly sound like an old man. I wonder who you learned that from. Tsunade remarked with a hint of exasperation. Well, it's just my normal perspective. Being Hokage seems too troublesome, managing so much. Who knows? Once you become Hokage, you might not even have time to go home, constantly buried in paperwork. And because of that, familial discord arises, leading to a strained relationship with your son. You might even have to rush back to work in the middle of a holiday. That sounds exhausting. Ueshu articulated his thoughts one by one, leaving Tsunade momentarily dumbfounded. Hey, it can't be that grim. Everyone aspires to be Hokage, yet you portray it as such a miserable position. A slight smile tugged at Tsunade's lips, finding amusement in Ueshu's depiction of the esteemed role. It was likely that her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would be mortified to hear such a characterization. In any case, there are various reasons. Being Hokage isn't all that great. It's far better to run a small shop and enjoy a leisurely life. The sound of chopping resumed, restoring the previous atmosphere between Tsunade and Ueshu. You truly are a peculiar little brat. Perhaps, but I have no aversion to my nature. Peace is paramount, and incessant fighting holds no appeal. Haha, indeed. Tsunade laughed, taking another sip of her tea. As the sunlight gradually wanes and the night ascends, the enticing aroma of food stealthily wafts from the kitchen. Peace envelopes the air. Tsukiki glances outside. Wow, what a delightful scent. Is Matsuki cooking today? I have been anticipating this for quite a while. The energetic voice of Shizune resonates from outside, and as the door swings open and shut, a new silhouette clad in black enters the living room. Shizune, come help me serve the dishes. I'm on my way. The fragrance fills the air, soaring high and far, evoking a sense of beauty. The conversations at the dining table intertwine with the aroma, meandering through the evening together. Trees destined to grow will naturally flourish, and flowers destined to bloom will blossom with the seasons. Everything is in a perpetual cycle. What? Matsuki momentarily falters, unable to comprehend the words spoken by Minato Namikaze before her. I've made up my mind to graduate early, Minato states earnestly, his gentle expression imbued with resolve. What suddenly prompted this? Matsuki scratches his head, utterly bewildered. A month has passed since that dinner conversation with Tsukiki and Tsunade, yet everything remains unchanged. The small circle of Matsuki, Minato, and Kushina persists, with Uchiha Mikoto now drawn into their midst, transforming their trio into a slightly larger quartet. Given the current state of Konoha, one would expect a prolonged period of peace ahead, yet Minato's unexpected declaration of his desire to graduate early disrupts this tranquility. It's nothing serious. I simply feel I've learned everything the school can teach me. At this rate, I won't be able to surpass you. So in pursuit of strength, I intend to graduate early. Minato gazes intently at Matsuki, making him feel a tad uneasy. Is this my fault? Matsuki muses to himself. In the original narrative, Minato also graduated early, but he was 10 years old. Currently, he is merely a little over 8. At least a year ahead of the original timeline. Are you truly resolute in this decision? Matsuki sighs, knowing he should refrain from interfering with others' choices. Believing that each person's path is their own to navigate, free from his judgment of right or wrong. Yes, I will consult with the teacher shortly. Minato nods affirmatively. Very well, I respect your choice. Good luck. Matsuki gently pats Minato on the shoulder. Before that, there is something I need your assistance with. Oh, what is it? Matsuki's curiosity peaks, only to have his expression fall moments later. In our final days at school, let us have one last duel. Huh. Matsuki stares at Minato, who wears a serious expression, and he cannot help but think deeply, hand on forehead. This is troublesome. Are you so certain you can pass the early graduation exam? Absolutely. Minato replies without hesitation. Matsuki scrutinizes Minato, his gaze becoming more earnest. All right, I will duel you once more. Thus, with Matsuki's response, the duel between Matsuki and Minato was firmly established. Tomorrow marks the day when the school will commence its practical training course, and as tradition dictates, the students will be divided into pairs. However, what truly preoccupies Suki is not this arrangement, but rather the concept of the butterfly effect, with the addition of another individual. The trajectory of the future Hokage is bound to diverge from its original path. Presently, this influence has manifested itself, as Minato Namikaze has graduated over a year earlier than in the original narrative, undeniably a significant alteration. Revered as the Yellow Flash, Minato is the purest genius of the ninja world, boasting unparalleled talent without any external enhancements. His early graduation will undoubtedly accelerate his growth and strength, leading to the emergence of a fourth Hokage even more formidable than depicted in the original tale. When the Nine Tails incident or the third Great Ninja War unfolds, will Kakashi's team escape their fated demise due to the enhanced prowess of the fourth Hokage? If so, Uchiha Madara and Kagaya's plans would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. Would the narrative of the Hokage still persist? After contemplating these thoughts for a moment, Suki shook his head, casting aside such burdens. He is neither a conqueror nor a savior of the world. Why dwell on such matters? With clarity restored, Suki resumed his daily life. After class, Kushina and Mikoto, two close friends, rushed to Suki, having heard the news of Minato's early graduation. In fact, the word had spread throughout the entire ninja academy, leaving many astonished. What is Minato thinking? He has only been in school for a little over a year. Is he truly ready to graduate so soon? Kushina expressed her surprise, unable to comprehend Minato's sudden desire to graduate early. But then again, he is a genius, Suki remarked, prompting Kushina to pause, pondering the weight of the term genius in a hushed tone, which only Mikoto overheard. Soon, Kushina and Mikoto had little more to discuss with Suki, as the next class approached, and they returned to their respective seats. However, Kushina appeared somewhat distracted, with Mikoto glancing back at both her and Suki several times. Though Suki found this curious, he chose not to dwell on it. Time flew by, and the day's events unfolded seamlessly. As Kushina and Mikoto walked home together, Minato approached Suki to declare, "Tomorrow, I shall defeat you." Suki felt a rare surge of enthusiasm in response. "I shall not be defeated either." With mutual smiles exchanged, Suki and Minato parted ways toward their homes. As the butterfly flutters its wings, it may very well incite a tempest in some distant place. The following day, Konoha was abuzz with excitement, as a duel was set to transpire between the two most renowned geniuses, Minato Namikaze and Himegami Suki. Additionally, Minato intended to graduate ahead of schedule. Location: the playground of the ninja school. At this moment, a considerable crowd had gathered, comprising both ninjas and civilians, all eager to witness the duel between Namikaze, Minato, and Suki. In the aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War, the village of Konoha boasts two extraordinary prodigies, referred to as the twin stars of Konoha, Namikaze, Minato, and Suki. Now, the twin stars are set to engage in a contest, vying to showcase whose brilliance shines brighter. Namikaze, Minato, and Suki stepped forward. As the teacher's voice resonated, the atmosphere grew lively. They formed the opposing stance. Suki and Minato locked eyes, both radiating a fierce determination. For Suki, Minato represented his sole male companion, whose strength was formidable, aside from Suki. It seemed no other student in the school could possibly rival him. "Don't hold back," Minato urged as they established their stances. "Rest assured," Suki replied, eliciting a smile from Minato. The two prepared for the duel. After completing their stances, Suki and Minato retreated a short distance from each other, signaling the imminent commencement of their clash. A gentle breeze swept through, and the once vibrant sounds of the crowd faded into silence. This was no ordinary spar. It was a genuine duel, a contest where both would exert their utmost efforts. The air grew still, and both Suki and Minato could hear the rapid beating of each other's hearts. "Begin. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough Jutsu." At the teacher's command, Suki and Minato simultaneously began forming seals, their speed perfectly matched, unleashing their techniques almost in unison. The fierce wind clashed with the fireball, resulting in an explosive dispersal of energy, causing the surrounding air to heat up significantly. The remaining flames obscured their vision, and the sound of slicing winds pierced through the flames, dispersing them. Suki and Minato deftly avoided the shurikens hurled at them, gracefully evading each projectile with ease. Wind style, Wind Blade. In a split second, as he dodged, Minato began to form seals again, momentarily surprising Suki, though only for an instant. It was evident that Minato was concealing his true strength, and this time, he intended to reveal it all. With this thought, Suki grasped the hilt of his Kusanagi sword at his waist. Aye slash. In an instant, Suki's eyes sharpened as he drew the Kusanagi sword. Minato's wind blade surged toward him, but Suki's strike cleaved through it, continuing its trajectory toward Minato. Minato crouched low, nearly touching the ground, narrowly evading Suki's slash. Earth style, Mud Swamp Jutsu. Minato's gaze remained calm, unfazed by the near miss of Suki's strike. Impressive, the crowd gasped, astonished at the rapid exchange of techniques that unfolded in less than 10 seconds. This is not a battle between seasoned Chunin and Jonin, but rather a clash between two children still enrolled in the Ninja Academy. Yet, it appears as though two renowned ninjas are engaged in combat. Typically, students of the Ninja Academy possess the ability to perform the Shadow Clone technique and wield kunai by the time of their graduation, with the more accomplished among them capable of executing a C-rank ninjutsu. Individuals like Minato Namikaze and Tsukumori are, quite frankly, prodigies. Remarkably, they are barely over 8 years old, and have yet to reach the age of 12 when they graduate. Returning to the fray, under the influence of Minato's ninjutsu, the ground before him, including the area where Tsukumori stands, has become sticky, significantly hindering Tsukumori's movements. "I'm sorry, Tsukumori," Minato says, brandishing his kunai as he charges forward, while Tsukumori finds himself ensnared in place. "Don't lose, kid," Tsunade's voice echoes from the sidelines. Tsukumori glances at Minato and smiles. This duel is extraordinary. Not only Tsunade, but also Kakashi Hatake and even Orochimaru and the Third Hokage are observing closely. The kunai pierces through Tsukumori's body, only to be met with a puff of smoke. Minato strikes a block of wood instead. A substitution technique? Minato's eyes widen slightly before a smirk graces his lips. Fire release, Dragon Fire technique. Tsukumori's figure has already maneuvered behind Minato, Forming hand seals, a straight line of flames erupts from Tsukumori's mouth, hurtling toward Minato. Boom. The flames collide, engulfing Minato within their embrace. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the onlookers, who cannot help but worry for Minato's safety. Of course, the civilians express concern, while seasoned ninjas maintain their composure, albeit with their eyes fixated on the spectacle. In the realm of ninja combat, if one does not witness the demise of their opponent firsthand, there remains the possibility of survival. This principle holds true on the battlefield, where post-conflict finishing blows are often executed. A quintessential example of this is Uchiha Obito, who seemed destined for death, only to later emerge as a formidable antagonist among the Hokage. Tsukumori lands on the ground, gazing at the spot where the flames once roared, their remnants still hovering in the air. Earth release, decapitation technique. A sense of foreboding lingers in Tsukumori's heart as, in the next moment, hands burst forth from the earth beneath him. Grasping his feet, the hands exert a powerful pull, dragging Tsukumori down. Wow! The crowd exclaims in unison, as the flames Tsukumori unleashed dissipate, revealing nothing but a gaping hole in the ground. Well done! The third Hokage exclaims, impressed by the unfolding events. He is well acquainted with Minato and has a fair understanding of this civilian prodigy from Konoha. It is evident that the title of genius is well-deserved, as his combat experience and skills are on par with those of seasoned ninjas. Apologies, Tsukumori. Minato emerges from the ground, kunai in hand, aiming for Tsukumori, who is barely peeking out. Tsukumori flashes a smile, devoid of any trace of panic, which sends a shiver of unease through Minato. With a sudden burst, the moon tree forcefully broke through the earth, propelling itself upward. Tiger's might. Grasping the Kusanagi sword, the moon tree's gaze sharpened with intensity. As the sword was drawn, the moon tree arched its body, resembling a tiger poised for the hunt. Wave Wind Minato was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Just then, the moon tree launched its attack. Like a streak of flowing light, the moon tree's sword descended with a swift motion. Wave Wind Minato did not remain idle. He tightened his grip on the kunai, channeling his chakra into it. The tip of the kunai erupted with an elongated blade of light, forming a chakra blade. Come on. Wave Wind Minato faced the approaching moon tree fearlessly. Upon realizing the moon tree's exceptional swordsmanship, he intensified his kunai training, hoping to counter the moon tree's formidable skill. In the next moment, the Kusanagi sword clashed with Wave Wind Minato's kunai with a resounding clang. A crisp sound echoed, and a gust of wind swept past. Onlookers were left in awe. They recognized the brilliance of these two prodigies, yet the spectacle surpassed their wildest imaginations. What sort of genius could possess such prowess at the tender age of 8? They had never witnessed anything like it. Even the third Hokage conceded that he had never encountered such talent, despite having trained the legendary Sannin in their youth. Not even the Sannin had exhibited such extraordinary capabilities at that age. As the crowd marveled, the battle between the Moon Tree and Wave Wind Minato was far from over. After their initial exchange, Wave Wind Minato, lacking the force and technique, was sent flying by the Moon Tree. He soared through the air, skidding along the ground, tumbling several times before managing to grit his teeth and execute a mid-air turn, forcefully halting his descent with hands and feet. Wind release. Wave Wind Minato had no intention of conceding. This was far from enough for him. Fire release. This was his final strike. Both the Moon Tree and Wave Wind Minato recognized each other's intentions and swiftly formed hand seals. I will prevail. Not only Wave Wind Minato, but the Moon Tree harbored the same resolve. The fervor in the eyes of these two geniuses was palpable as they completed their seals with remarkable speed, nearly simultaneously. Preparing their jutsu. Hurricane Blade. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Their voices resonated throughout the arena, heralding a tempest of wind and fire. A fire dragon erupted from the Moon Tree's mouth, while a powerful gust of wind swirled around Wave Wind Minato. This is not only the third Hokage, but any ninja present gazed in astonishment at these two prodigies. The Dragon Flame Song Technique and Hurricane Blade were both B-ranked jutsu, rarely wielded even by a genin, let alone a student. Yet here they were, two students executing them flawlessly. This victory belongs to me. In an unexpected display of fervor, Minato Namikaze found himself responding with equal zeal, a rarity for both. Neither were they individuals driven by passion. Rather, they led lives characterized by tranquility and composure. Yet, in this moment, both were swept up in an unusual fervor. Bang! The collision of the hurricane and fire dragon erupted into a spectacular explosion. The fierce winds radiated outward, scattering flames in all directions. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily taken aback. But fortunately, the observing ninjas acted swiftly to prevent the blaze from engulfing the nearby civilians. Despite the flames nearly licking at their heels, the crowd remained remarkably composed. Their excitement palpable as they spontaneously cheered. This duel, a mere contest between students, had ignited their enthusiasm. Eyes fixated on the arena. They were eager to discern the victor of this fierce battle. As the flames subsided, a solitary figure emerged, with no other shadow in sight. Who emerged victorious? This query echoed among the spectators, reflecting the collective curiosity of all present. The instructor seemed to have already discerned the identity of the standing figure, and before others could fully grasp the scene, he called out, "Kagami Tsukiki." Upon hearing his name, Tsukiki raised his hand triumphantly, embodying the essence of a champion. A smile graced his face, as Minato knelt before him, utterly drained of chakra, having exhausted every ounce of his energy and revealed all his hidden cards in this duel. With a bittersweet smile, Minato gazed at Tsukiki. What difference did it make that he had given his all? He still could not triumph over his opponent. Like an invincible general, Tsukiki held his hand aloft, reveling in the adulation and cheers of the crowd. Minato gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination igniting in his gaze. But it quickly transformed into resolute tenacity. He would not concede defeat nor cower in the face of failure. Those who surrendered solely due to the strength of their adversary were the most lamentable. With this thought, Minato strained to lift himself, for though the duel had concluded, he still needed to perform the reconciliation seal with Tsukiki. However, he had truly overexerted himself this time, struggling yet lacking the strength to rise unaided. That was an impressive duel, Minato mused, momentarily taken aback by the appearance of a hand before him. Looking up, he found Tsukiki standing before him. With a slight smirk, Minato grasped the outstretched hand. "You, too, have not bested me." With a firm pull, Tsukiki effortlessly hoisted Minato to his feet. "Next time," Minato declared, extending his hand to perform the reconciliation seal with Tsukiki. "Next time, I shall surely defeat you." Their fingers intertwined. The seal was established between Tsukiki and Minato. "I look forward to it," Tsukiki replied. Thus, the duel between Tsukiki and Minato concluded splendidly. "Quite impressive," Tsunade remarked, placing a hand on Tsukiki's shoulder. She had been an attentive observer throughout, fully aware of Tsukiki's remarkable performance. "Not bad at all," the moonlit tree softly replied, displaying little exuberance. Did they not emerge victorious? One would think a bit of joy was in order. Frowning all day would hardly endear him to any young lady. Tsunade extended her hand towards the moonlit tree's head, playfully ruffling his hair. Helpless, the moonlit tree sighed. After all, he was currently residing under this woman's roof, and he could only accept her antics with resignation. Just as Tsunade finished speaking, Kushina approached with Mikoto in tow. "When did you become so strong?" "And Minato, too. He's just a delicate flower," Kushina mused. Having witnessed today's duel, she realized how far she still was from both Minato and the moonlit tree. The two prodigies of Konoha were indeed no exaggeration. She had seldom glimpsed the true strength of the moonlit tree and Minato, but their display today had genuinely astonished everyone. The feeling of being outclassed was, to be frank, quite disconcerting for Kushina, stirring unease within her. "Congratulations, Moonlit Tree," Mikoto said, their relationship being merely that of acquaintances. Thus, she addressed him with a certain formality. "You may simply call me Moonlit Tree," he replied, finding such honorifics bothersome. "Oh, I believe I recall your name as Kushina, and the other, by your attire." "Must belong to the Uchiha clan," Tsunade remarked, her attention shifting to Kushina and Mikoto. "Hello, I am Uzumaki Kushina. I apologize for any trouble I may have caused you." She introduced herself, while Mikoto followed suit. "Hello, I am Uchiha Mikoto. I look forward to your guidance, Lady Tsunade." The two young girls, slightly constrained, introduced themselves, with Mikoto being well aware of Tsunade's esteemed identity, unlike Kushina. "Not at all, no need to be so tense. Speaking of which, you both are quite the beauties. Do take care around my moonlit tree, for he can be quite mischievous," Tsunade teased. "Hey, what are you saying?" Moonlit Tree interjected, feeling a bit exasperated. Since Tsunade had taken him in for reasons unknown, her demeanor had gradually diverged from the original narrative. She seemed to spend her days lounging at home rather than undertaking missions, often delighting in teasing him. Observing the two young girls with slightly flushed faces, he sighed in resignation at Tsunade's peculiar remarks. He was hardly a desperate soul, nor did he harbor any intentions of mischief. Especially towards two young girls who had yet to fully mature, such actions would indeed warrant severe consequences. Haha, it seems I've achieved my goal, Tsunade laughed heartily. Let us head back. I'm quite hungry. Ignoring her antics, Moonlit Tree made his exit. Kushina, Mikoto, see you tomorrow, he called back, walking away. His stomach indeed rumbling after the recent bout. With no classes left for the day, he figured it best to return home for a meal. Uncertain whether Jingyin has prepared dinner, Yushu murmured to himself. Apologies, this fellow is rather like this. I would appreciate your continued care for him. Tsunade, observing Yushu's indifference, felt a sense of helplessness. She had initially hoped to bridge the gap between Yushu, Kushina, and Mikoto, as humor can often serve as an excellent means of fostering connection. After all, what begins as a jest may indeed manifest into reality. Well, that fellow has certainly exhibited such behavior more than once. Kushina nodded in agreement, having come to understand Yushu's laid-back demeanor over the past year. Beside them, Mikoto, who had not spent much time with Yushu, was at a loss for words but decided to acquiesce for the moment. Tsunade smiled. I shall take my leave now. With a wave of her hand, she darted off towards Yushu with the sprightliness of a young girl. Why the haste? I mentioned I was hungry. TCH. There are still classmates around. Didn't we just say our goodbyes? Filling one's stomach is of utmost importance. Yushu and Tsunade exchanged banter as they made their way home, while Kushina and Mikoto exchanged glances behind them. Do they truly have no thoughts on each other? Both young ladies are quite lovely. They will surely blossom into beauties. After a short distance, Tsunade suddenly spoke. Since when did you concern yourself with such matters? How curious. Yushu shot her a sidelong glance. Well, I was merely taking a few glances for your sake. You ought to be grateful. All right, whatever you say is correct. Yushu shrugged. At such a young age, one should not be preoccupied with love and early romance. This is unwise. Furthermore, being utterly unproductive at home, merely lounging about and sipping tea, while enticing children into early romantic entanglements is decidedly unpopular. TCH, I am quite well liked. That is only because they are unaware of your true nature. Huh. Yushu felt his head grasped, and he quickly changed his tune. My apologies, I was mistaken. You truly have no reservations, do you? I expected you to stand your ground. Why would I do that? It's hardly advantageous. TCH, not manly in the slightest. Tsunade released her grip on Yushu's head, and they walked side by side. I am certainly not a manly figure. Have you ever encountered an 8-year-old man? Manliness knows no age. Tsunade glanced at Yushu, who barely reached her waist. Manliness is a state of spirit. Well, saying so much. A little brat like you wouldn't comprehend. TCH. Ha. One day you shall become a man, just as you did previously. Tsunade spoke lightly. Yushu cast a sidelong glance before retracting his gaze. Today, the Hidden Leaf Village remained as peaceful as ever. A tranquility that had come at the cost of countless lives. Under the sunlight, Tsunade and Yushu, one large and one small, walked harmoniously towards home. The sunlight in Konoha was just right, gentle and soft, casting long shadows of the duo on the ground. Their shadows intertwined as they continued to walk side by side. The street remains as it always was, a touch bustling. The duel has concluded, and Suki's daily life has returned to its previous rhythm, mundane and unremarkable. In this moment, Suki finds solace in the simplicity of existence. 2 weeks have elapsed since Suki's confrontation with Minato Namikaze, yet his life remains unchanged. Save for the absence of Minato in class. Minato has successfully passed the early graduation exam, ascending to the honorable rank of a genin, while Suki still finds himself attending classes as a mere student. Suki harbors little concern regarding this. To him, being a student holds more value than that of a genin. The brief hours spent in school allow him ample time to indulge in leisure, a source of profound happiness for him. In his past life, he was a recluse, devoid of ambition or a transformation in character. It is implausible that one could suddenly become driven simply by traversing into another realm. Moreover, given the current era of peace, why should he impose such pressures upon himself? Life ought to be lived joyfully, after all. This philosophy serves as Suki's guiding principle. When the sky falls, let the tall bear its weight. One should not presume to be the savior or the protagonist, for this world is no game. And everyone is real. What gives one the right to claim the role of the main character? Suki scoffs at those who undergo a personality shift upon crossing into another world, fixated on becoming stronger or establishing a harem. Such transformations seem absurd. He was merely a recluse for over 20 years, and now, after crossing over, he is expected to act as though he has evolved into someone entirely different. Such laziness is indeed remarkable. Tsunade, having ventured out for the first time in ages, returned home to find Suki sprawled on the tatami mats after school. You really don't have any goals, do you? Like aspiring to become Hokage? It's rather unbecoming for someone so young to act like an old person, she remarked. My goal is simple, to open a shop. That's all there is to it. Now, let us end this topic, Suki retorted, leaving Tsunade momentarily speechless. If those who aspire to become Hokage were to hear this, they would surely be disheartened. Especially given that he is considered the first genius of Konoha. If they wish to pursue their dreams, let them. I'm not obstructing them, he added, unbothered. How utterly unappealing, Tsunade replied. As they lay on the tatami mats in the afternoon light, both began to feel drowsy. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. A voice called from outside, instantly dispelling much of their lethargy. With a loud bang, the door swung open, revealing a cloaked Shizune. What is it, Shizune? Tsunade inquired. You haven't taught me medical ninjutsu yet today, Shizune exclaimed. Tsunade, placing a hand to her forehead, suddenly recalled this troublesome task. Very well, let us head to the courtyard. Every time Tsunade considered skipping work, the moment she caught a glimpse of Shizune's gaze, she reluctantly fulfilled her role as a teacher. Keep it up, Ueshu encouraged, raising his fist before turning back to recline. Shizune's bright eyes sparkled beside her, prompting Tsunade to escort her to the courtyard. The temperature in the afternoon was just right, warm enough without a blanket, perfect for a midday nap. Ueshu merely closed his eyes for a moment before drifting into slumber. Is anyone there? Please, someone help me. I do not wish to perish. If there is an afterlife, I sincerely hope to become a carefree individual, free from the daily grind of survival, running a quaint little shop where I can prepare my favorite dishes, accompanied by a gentle wife. That would be enough. Oh God, my wish is so simple. Ueshu, Ueshu. The echoes of two distinct voices reverberated in his mind, slowly rousing him from sleep. Shizune and Tsunade were merely a few centimeters away, their eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Didn't you go to learn medical ninjutsu? Ueshu inquired, noticing Tsunade and Shizune gazing intently at him. It was already time for dinner. Shizune remained silent while Tsunade spoke up. Huh. Ueshu glanced aside. The courtyard bathed in the crimson hues of dusk. The sunlight cast a warm glow over the yard and tatami mats. Is it already that late? It seems I slept quite a while. I was supposed to prepare dinner today. Wait, I will do it right away. As he attempted to rise, Tsunade interjected, You should first wash your face. With a sigh, she added, I think you should rest today. I'll handle dinner. You seem a bit worn out. Shizune's voice, naturally gentle, was even softer today, reminiscent of a spring breeze. Ueshu found himself bewildered, lifting his hand to wipe his face only to discover it damp. Tears had flowed unconsciously, his mind failing to register the sensation. He stared blankly at his moist hands. Take a good rest. I will prepare dinner. Shizune softly stated before rising to head to the kitchen, leaving only Tsunade behind. Hey, Ueshu lifted his gaze to Tsunade, utterly confused about the changes within himself. After merely waking from a nap, he found himself in this state, and those two enigmatic phrases lingered in his mind, stirring unease. Do you remember? The past? What do you mean? It seemed she did not recall. Tsunade ran her fingers through her hair while Ueshu observed quietly. Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps you should seek answers yourself, she said briskly before departing, leaving Ueshu in a state of astonishment. What was she talking about? Ueshu instinctively muttered to himself, but fell silent the next moment. The past self? The original matters of this body? He murmured softly, just loud enough for himself to hear. The aroma of dinner wafted from the kitchen, and the electronic voice of the system had not sounded for quite some time. Tonight's meal was notably quieter. Even the usually boisterous Tsunade had fallen silent, which did not escape the notice of Moontree. Though aware that he had been a fitness enthusiast otaku before his transmigration, he had no inkling of how he had crossed over. Moreover, he possessed none of the original memories of the body he now inhabited, unlike the novels he had read. He did not gain the memories of the original owner upon arriving in this new world. The system was akin to a standalone entity, rarely speaking and incapable of providing hints or answers to Moontree's queries. For reasons unknown, his recollections of his life prior to the transmigration were but a haze. This was not a promising sign, at least in Moontree's contemplation. Even a single droplet can disturb the calm surface of water. And so it was with the world of Naruto. With Moontree as an outsider, everything began to shift. The sun had quietly set, and after dinner, Moontree returned to his room. The Naruto world offered little in the way of entertainment, and as was his custom, he lay back, the window wide open, relishing the gentle evening breeze. Let it unfold in its own time, he thought, closing his eyes to savor the coolness of the night air. The village of Konoha was tranquil. Unlike his previous life, there was no concept of nighttime entertainment here. No bustling food stalls or KTVs existed in this realm. The thought brought an involuntary smile to his lips. "Hey, Moontree, how have you been?" After a long absence, Namake's Minato appeared before him once again. "Aren't you supposed to be on a mission?" Moontree inquired, having encountered Minato while strolling through the streets after school. "I just returned. There haven't been many missions lately, so I finally have some free time," Minato replied, his warm smile unchanged. "So, how's life as a genin?" Moontree asked. "Not too bad, though the tasks are rather simple, mainly errands, like searching for lost items." "Well, every journey begins with small steps," Minato remarked, and Moontree found the sentiment quite agreeable. "By the way, who is your guiding jonin? Since you graduated early, you must not have joined a graduating class team, right?" Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You would never guess who my guiding jonin is." "Oh." Moontree's curiosity was piqued, intrigued by Minato's enthusiasm. "Do you remember the Second Great Ninja War? During that conflict, 3 legendary ninjas emerged from Konoha, known as the Legendary Three." As Minato spoke, Moontree felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. "My guiding jonin is one of the Legendary Three." "Jiraiya?" Moontree exclaimed, casting a sideways glance at Minato. "How did you know?" "Well, that's surprising," Moontree replied, taken aback. He had not anticipated that it would indeed be Jiraiya, which caught him off guard. Jiraiya should not be in Konoha at this point in time. "Where is he now?" Moontree inquired. "Jiraiya-sensei? Just moments ago, they were together, but suddenly one of them vanished." Wolfeng Shuemin ran his fingers through his hair. Lost in thought, a shrill cry pierced the air, drawing both Yushu and Wolfeng Shuemin's attention. A lecher. It seemed unmistakable that a lascivious figure was on the prowl. Yushu immediately grasped the situation. Jiraiya had returned, and with someone shouting about a pervert, anyone familiar with Naruto would easily connect the two events. Jiraiya's reputation was not that of one of the legendary Sannin, but rather that of the infamous Peeping Toad Sage. "Let us investigate," Wolfeng Shuemin declared, filled with righteous indignation at the mention of a lecher. As the cry subsided, he prepared to head toward the source of the commotion. "Though I feel I should dissuade you, I shall accompany you," Yushu replied, his eyes filled with sympathy for the naive youth. Little did he know, the great Sannin he admired was, in fact, far from a gentleman. "Ouch, that hurts," exclaimed Jiraiya, as he gingerly touched his face, still stinging from the encounter. "Hey, Upon hearing a voice from behind, Jiraiya instinctively turned around. "It's you. Are you the lecher from earlier?" Yushu feigned ignorance despite already knowing the answer. "Jiraiya-sensei, what brings you here?" he inquired, doubtful of his own words. Jiraiya found himself momentarily at a loss for an explanation. Observing him closely, Yushu noted that his previously acceptable visage was now somewhat swollen, resembling that of a pig's head. "By the way, what brings you here, Shuemin? And you over there? Weren't you just a child then? How is life in Konoha treating you?" Jiraiya coughed and straightened up, attempting to change the subject. "I was just wandering around when I bumped into Yushu." Wolfeng Shuemin, ever innocent, was easily diverted by Jiraiya's topic shift. "Oh, what a coincidence. I was doing the same." Jiraiya quickly adapted the conversation, while Yushu watched quietly. "I am Yushu, by the way. So, Konoha is treating you well?" "Yes. It's not bad. Thank you for your past assistance." "That is wonderful to hear." "No need to thank me. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage of Myaboka Mountain." "Oh." The lecherous sage, Yushu nodded, as Jiraiya, striking a pose, promptly fell over. "Not a lecherous sage. I am the Toad Sage. My apologies. How careless of me." Yushu replied with a calm expression, while Jiraiya continued to grumble. "Haha, the bond between Jiraiya-sensei and Yushu is quite commendable," Wolfeng Shuemin remarked. "That is but an illusion," Yushu retorted immediately. Without hesitation, Jiraiya clutched his chest, feigning sorrow. "Hee." Wolfeng Shuemin chuckled, finding their interaction amusing. As midday approached, near the baths of Konoha, Yushu and Jiraiya unexpectedly crossed paths. "I must say, I never imagined Tsunade would take you in. In the dumpling shop, Uetsu, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze were seated together. Jiraiya, in his capacity as a senior, insisted on treating Uetsu and Minato to dumplings. The five-color dumplings were a time-honored establishment in Konoha, a favorite snack of Akatsuki's own Anko Mitarashi in the original story. Is that so? I find Tsunade to be a remarkably kind person. Minato took a bite of the dumpling and interjected. That's not the point. Rather, Tsunade's position does not permit her to casually take in just anyone. Jiraiya also sampled the dumpling, and the bond between master and disciple remained evident, as they shared many similarities. This matter is beyond my understanding, but I must express my gratitude to Tsunade. Uetsu took a bite of the dumpling, which was indeed favored by Anko in the original narrative. Sweet and slightly sticky. Overall, quite delightful. It's no wonder this establishment is one of Konoha's classics, with a commendable taste and affordable prices. Speaking of which, you previously defeated Minato in a duel, didn't you? What about thoughts on graduating early? Jiraiya chose not to dwell on Tsunade's affairs and redirected the conversation towards Uetsu. Indeed, that is correct. Uetsu glanced at Jiraiya, who was also gazing back at him. If you graduate early, I could serve as your guiding jonin. As I currently have only Minato under my wing, this is quite a rare opportunity. How rare is it? The sage of Mount Myaboku could be your guiding jonin. It's truly a unique chance. That is certainly true. Having the pervy sage as a guiding jonin is indeed a rarity. Hey, change that title for me. No. Humph. What an unlovable little brat. Uetsu could also graduate early, Minato softly remarked. Being in the same team, undertaking missions together alongside Jiraiya, seemed like a splendid prospect. As Minato spoke, Uetsu also envisioned such a scenario. One cannot deny that this is indeed an excellent idea. Both Jiraiya and Minato are characters from the original narrative, both formidable in their own right, far surpassing anyone at the academy by several magnitudes. A normal person would likely choose this path without hesitation. I'll give it some thought. With Minato's suggestion, even Uetsu hesitated to outright refuse as he had before. Life at the academy can be rather dull. Being a Jinin isn't so bad, as there's room for some leisure. Minato smiled. Uetsu was his closest friend and his only male companion, and he would be thrilled if they could be in the same team. All right. Jiraiya suddenly stood up, prompting Uetsu and Minato to look at him. Let us go, Minato. Our next mission is about to commence. All right. Minato quickly finished the dumpling in hand and prepared himself promptly. Until next time, Uetsu. Until next time, little brat. I'm looking forward to your arrival. See you next time. Jiraiya took a step forward, followed closely by Minato, though they were not particularly tall. Their silhouettes somehow appeared somewhat impressive to Uetsu. In the world of Naruto, Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze are renowned as paragons of masculinity, embodying the essence of valor and nobility. One is a hero, the other, a Hokage. The lives of this master and disciple are steeped in tragedy. As they fade into the distance, Moon Tree clutches the dumpling in his hand tighter, inexplicably overwhelmed by emotion. A mission has been triggered, to be part of a team comprised entirely of narrative characters, with the completion reward being a lottery draw. Moon Tree reclines on the tatami mat in his room, having grown accustomed to its firmness. While it may not rival the softness of a bed, it possesses a unique comfort of its own. After his fortuitous encounter with Minato and Jiraiya, such moments are rare. To his surprise, the long-idle single-player system has sprung to life once more, presenting a mission that had eluded him for some time. The task requires him to form a team with narrative characters, a challenge that could be deemed both difficult and manageable. According to the lore of Naruto, a standard team, often referred to as a squad, consists of 4 members, 1 guiding instructor and 3 students. Thus, to fulfill this mission, Moon Tree needs to recruit 3 narrative characters. Currently, he has 2, Minato and Jiraiya, who has inexplicably returned to Konoha from the Rain Village ahead of schedule. This means that Moon Tree only needs 1 more narrative character. Reflecting on the 4th generation, he realizes that there are not many narrative figures available. The only ones he knows of are Kushina and Mikoto. Beyond that, he is left with no recollection. Upon closer examination, the system's mission reveals a deeper complexity. To achieve his objective, he undoubtedly requires another narrative character, and the only 2 he knows are merely around 8 years old, far from graduation. In essence, he must select one of them, Kushina or Mikoto, and assist this individual in graduating early, thereby allowing Moon Tree, Minato, and this chosen companion to form a complete team. If he waits until graduation, the academy will assign teams, and by then, Minato will likely have already ascended to the rank of Chunin or even Jonin. At that point, fulfilling the system's mission would become nearly impossible. Moreover, since the system operates entirely in single-player mode, a lingering task could potentially hinder the progression of subsequent missions. Should that occur, Moon Tree's greatest asset and trump card would be rendered ineffective. After contemplating the pros and cons, Moon Tree sighed in resignation. It seems he can no longer afford to remain leisurely within the confines of the academy. He must assist Kushina in graduating early, and ideally, it needs to happen soon, without any delays. Minato is celebrated as the purest genius among Hokages, with any talent compared to him fading in the presence of his brilliance. As noted by Tsunade and Jiraiya, given a mere moment in time, Minato could soar to unprecedented heights. The notion of forming a genin team with him feels like a mere daydream. In other words, the time granted to Suki is rather limited, and within this brief window, Suki must assist Kushina in achieving early graduation. Although Suki is not well versed in Kushina's combat abilities, it is likely to be quite a formidable challenge. After all, the lower ninjas of Konoha represent the most terrifying echelon within the entire ninja world. Indeed, the likes of Sasuke and Naruto, who stand at the pinnacle of combat prowess, still hold the title of lower ninjas, even after the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War. With a sigh, Suki turned over, deciding not to dwell on these thoughts for the moment. Tomorrow, he would need to bring Kushina in for some serious training. With this in mind, Suki gradually closed his eyes, and soon the dawn of a new day arrived. Kushina, how about we train together after school? Suki initiated the plan he had devised the previous day, directly asking Kushina. Naturally, he was met with a classic response. Huh, training? Why so sudden? Kushina was taken aback. Ever since the departure of Minato Namikaze, her only friends had been Suki and Mikoto, and Suki's usual laid-back demeanor made this sudden invitation to train quite unexpected for her. What's going on? Kushina inquired, her curiosity piqued by Suki's teasing. Well, Suki admitted, I want to train you, aiming for you to graduate early. What? Kushina was even more bewildered, as if Suki had thrown a bombshell at her, leaving her utterly stunned. Why the sudden desire? She asked, intrigued. I want to graduate early alongside you and Minato, so we can be on the same team, Suki stated plainly, not adept at fabricating excuses or justifications. Kushina was left speechless, her mind lingering on Suki's words, which triggered some rather mischievous thoughts, causing her face to flush crimson, reminiscent of a ripe tomato. With her red hair complementing her rosy cheeks, she indeed resembled the fruit. Why the sudden change? Kushina's voice was faint, a stark contrast to her usual fiery persona as the blood-red chili pepper. It's just a whim, I suppose. Besides, it's not like we have much going on at school. Suki replied, observing Kushina intently. But, don't worry, I'll help you, Suki reassured her, anticipating her concerns regarding her abilities. However, Kushina glanced at Mikoto, who was also watching. Mikoto had just approached in search of Kushina, and she had overheard their conversation. Upon meeting the gazes of Suki and Kushina, Mikoto managed a forced smile. The emotions of youth were easily discernible, with no attempt at concealment. Mikoto's sadness was palpable. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she struggled to integrate with the common folk and often found herself alone, with only Kushina as her friend. If Kushina were to graduate early, Mikoto would face the prospect of spending her remaining school days in solitude. Perhaps it would be better if we all trained together, Suki quickly responded. As both girls turned their attention towards him, the three of us shall cultivate together and graduate ahead of schedule. Is this truly possible? Kushina found it hard to believe. And so did Mikoto, yet there lingered a glimmer of yearning in both their eyes. It is no wonder, as throughout the annals of Konoha's history, few have graduated at such a tender age of 8, and even fewer among the fairer sex, rendering it seemingly implausible. Perhaps, Tsukuki replied with unwavering conviction, prompting Kushina and Mikoto to exchange glances. A sudden burst of laughter escaped them, harmonious and melodious, akin to the chime of silver bells. Well then, they uttered in incredulous unison, let us place our trust in you just this once. Indeed, leave it to me, for reasons unknown. As Tsukuki gazed into the eyes of Kushina and Mikoto, feeling the weight of their hopeful glances, he felt compelled to assert the possibility of what seemed an arduous endeavor. Perhaps this was a manifestation of expectation. When the hopes of others rest upon one's shoulders, one is reluctant to disappoint. Observing the radiant smiles of the two girls, Tsukuki resolved firmly within his heart. No matter the challenges ahead, they must all strive to graduate together within this designated period. Thus, Tsukuki's training regimen was established, comprising himself, Kushina, and Mikoto, with the singular goal of graduating ahead of time. Not high enough, keep going. Push on. In the afternoon hours, Konoha basked in a tranquil lull. Classes had concluded, and the weather had taken on a hypnotic quality. The gentle breeze and warm sunlight often ushered in drowsiness, leading many to indulge in midday slumber. Yet, in a nearby grove on the outskirts of Konoha, the sounds were not of soft snores, but of shurikens slicing through the air, accompanied by the labored breaths of exertion. The loudest of all was Tsukuki's voice. Ever since the trio had resolved to train together for an early graduation, they had discovered an ideal training ground within this grove. It featured a clearing, bordered by a serene little lake, its picturesque surroundings imbued with freshness. At that moment, Tsukuki stood before two girls of his own age, clad not in the elegant dresses of their peers, but in training attire that nonetheless accentuated their striking features. We still have half the distance to cover. Do not overthink it. Ascend as if traversing flat terrain, and let your chakra flow as effortlessly as drawing water, Tsukuki instructed patiently, as Kushina and Mikoto, drenched in sweat, listened intently. Their delicate faces glistened with perspiration, breaths coming in quick bursts, resembling ordinary individuals who had just completed a grueling run. The surrounding trees bore the marks of their training, with deep gashes carved into their trunks, extending from the base to the heights above. Indeed, Tsukuki was imparting the skill of tree climbing, a fundamental technique from the original narrative. It is not a literal interpretation of climbing trees, but rather the utilization of one's inner chakra to adhere to the surface of the tree, enabling one to ascend as effortlessly as walking on flat ground. Naturally, this is not an endeavor easily mastered. The control of chakra is far from simple. Chakra is not akin to limbs, with nerves intertwined. It is a form of energy. Such energy, in the hands of a human, cannot be expected to exhibit utmost agility. Moreover, Kushina and Mikoto are merely children. In the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke began their practice at the tender age of 12. Let us take a breather, spoke Suki. He had not anticipated the determination with which Kushina and Mikoto approached their training. After all, they are still young girls, he mused, yet it matters not. As long as they can graduate early, that is what counts. The examinations for early graduation from the Ninja Academy are undoubtedly more challenging than the standard assessments. Yet they are not insurmountable, especially in times of peace, rendering the prospect of early graduation quite plausible. Suki initially intended to extend their training time slightly. Yet upon witnessing the diligence of Kushina and Mikoto, he found himself swept up in their enthusiasm and consequently increased the training regimen. Neither Kushina nor Mikoto voiced any complaints. One could say that this is the essence of the ninja world, or perhaps a testament to the ambition of children from prestigious families, exhibiting such drive at the mere age of 8, a rarity among girls on Earth. Upon hearing Suki's suggestion for a break, both Kushina and Mikoto relaxed their bodies and promptly settled down, visibly fatigued. How are you faring? Suki inquired as he joined them. Not bad, quite tired, replied Mikoto. This method not only strengthens our bodies, but also hones our control over chakra. It is indeed quite effective. Having trained together, Mikoto felt comfortable conversing with Suki without needing Kushina as an intermediary, as was previously the case. Is this what you usually practice? Kushina asked, eyeing Suki. Not quite. He responded, reflecting on his own training. He considered himself somewhat idle, lacking a fervent desire for rigorous training, though he occasionally visited Kakashi to practice his swordsmanship and exchange combat experiences. Beyond that, Suki had not engaged in any proactive training. However, this did not imply a lack of ability. During his practice, he had instinctively attempted various techniques, and inexplicably, despite lacking formal training in this area, he excelled with remarkable proficiency. Not only could he effortlessly climb trees, but he also mastered the advanced technique of walking on water with equal finesse. Suki did not perceive himself as a prodigy, yet he experienced a profound sense of familiarity with these skills, as if he had performed them countless times before. Whether it be tree climbing or water walking, upon first contact, it felt as though he was revisiting a well-trodden path. Upon arriving in this realm, it became apparent that Tsukiki, despite being merely an introverted individual, displayed an unexpected prowess in combat. Even though he adhered to a disciplined routine of physical exercise and had engaged in various sports, one would not anticipate him possessing such battle experience. Yet, Tsukiki demonstrated this ability more than once, including during the mission to rescue Kushina. This sensation was familiar to him, yet he found himself at a loss to explain it. Perhaps it was merely a quirk of his unexpected journey. Could it be that he truly was a prodigy? What is it? Kushina inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Tsukiki. He, however, struggled to articulate his thoughts, feeling rather lethargic. Running a hand through his hair, he sighed. There's nothing special about me. I'm just a lazy person. You should focus on the task at hand. Kushina huffed in discontent. Having just witnessed Tsukiki effortlessly climbing trees and wading through water with remarkable ease, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, drying the sweat that had accumulated. While Makoto chuckled softly nearby, engaging in light-hearted banter with Tsukiki and Kushina. Makoto found it hard to believe that she could experience such moments of levity. As a member of the Uchiha clan, she had been different from most since birth, yet she could not possess the peculiar sense of superiority that her kin often exhibited. While it was true that the Uchiha were endowed with a natural bloodline limit, Makoto felt that such traits should not evoke arrogance, which bordered on hubris. Her parents, gentle souls, did not embody the lofty demeanor typically associated with the Uchiha. They resembled an ordinary family in Konoha. This upbringing contributed to Makoto's distinct personality, setting her apart from other Uchiha. She was calm and somewhat introverted, unable to form friendships with commoners due to her lineage, and her disposition did not endear her to her clanmates either. Perhaps this was why her eyes often glimmered with loneliness, resonating with Kushina, who shared a similar plight. It was no wonder they had forged a close bond. What are you smiling about, Makoto? Kushina's voice broke through Makoto's reverie, bringing her back to the moment. She found herself gazed upon by a boy and a girl, their eyes sparkling with clarity. Makoto's smile brightened further. Nothing much, just feeling a bit happy, she replied. Her words laced with joy as a smile lingered on her lips. The atmosphere around them was tranquil, and Makoto radiated a unique charm. Unlike Minato, whose warmth resembled that of the sun, Makoto exuded a soothing, water-like serenity. Indeed, Kushina responded, feeling the infectious joy and unwittingly joining in the laughter. I'm feeling a bit happier too. She glanced up at the sky, increasingly appreciating the camaraderie they shared. It was a stark contrast to her initial solitude upon arriving in Konoha, reminiscent of a solitary street lamp shining alone in the darkness of night. With this thought, Kushina turned her gaze to Tsukiki, who appeared somewhat dazed, and her smile grew even sweeter. Time is merciless, indifferent to all, it merely marches on. Yet, within the relentless passage of time, humans possess affection, allowing for a wealth of seemingly mundane yet profoundly warming memories. So, do you think we could graduate early? Certainly. That would be splendid. Yushu, you have been visiting less frequently of late. In the Hitaki household, an elderly man with silver hair sat in the living room. Upon seeing the newly arrived Yushu, he spoke. I apologize, Brother Kiba. I've had some matters to attend to and may not have as much time. Yushu promptly acknowledged his absence with an apology, though he felt no wrongdoing. What are you saying? If you have matters to attend to, prioritize them. Training is not urgent. It can be done at any time. Though Kiba is a formidable shinobi, his disposition is surprisingly benevolent, especially towards comrades. Few in Konoha value companionship more than he does. Who would have thought that this powerful figure, comparable to the Hokage, harbors a heart softer than any? Yet, he remains unforgiving to his foes. It is precisely this aspect of Kiba that led to his manipulation by the third Hokage and others, resulting in feelings of guilt from a failed mission that drove him to a tragic end, ultimately distorting Kakashi's character and giving rise to a series of tragedies for Minato's team, including the birth of Obito and the Fourth Great Ninja War. This illustrates a chain reaction. Each event influences countless others. The world is inherently interconnected, and even slight deviations can yield profound consequences. This is why Yushu refrains from excessively intervening in the storyline. However, the original narrative has already unraveled. For instance, at the time of Kushina's abduction, Minato was unaware and did not embark alone to rescue her, but instead joined Konoha's forces in supporting Yushu. In such a scenario, Minato would have been unable to save Kushina, leading to her successful capture and a potential shift in the trajectory of the ninja world, possibly igniting the Third Great Ninja War at this very moment. It's nothing significant, I've merely been practicing ninjutsu with friends. Come, let us train with the sword. Yushu began to limber up, the Kusanagi sword secured at his waist, preparing to spar with Kakashi, focusing on swordsmanship, despite his primary discipline being swordplay. Mastery of both swordsmanship and blade techniques demands exceptional skill, along with the trials of combat experience. Ah, you have indeed arrived. I was just contemplating when you would speak. Kakashi remarked with a smile, having grown accustomed to Yushu's visits since Tsunade introduced them. The two had become friends in their swordplay endeavors, and Yushu's enthusiasm for such straightforward duels was evident. Kakashi was pleasantly surprised by Yushu's impressive swordsmanship, which spurred his own progress during their practice sessions. Today, I shall ensure you fully experience the essence of this sword. Ah, are we using the real deal today? I have no objections. In their sparring sessions, Konoha's Shikamaru and Tsukumori initially practiced with wooden swords, but as time passed, their dissatisfaction grew, prompting them to engage in real combat with genuine weapons. This shift inevitably resulted in a few superficial wounds after their exchanges. Their sparring was always controlled, with serious injuries being out of the question. Following their conversation, Tsukumori and Shikamaru began to warm up, excitement evident in their eyes. In a world teeming with ninjas, the use of swords or blades might seem peculiar. However, the Hatake clan is renowned for their mastery of swordsmanship, and Tsukumori harbored a keen interest in blades. For some men, it is not merely the allure of firearms that embodies romance, but rather the elegance of cold weapons. The exquisite sound of weapons clashing resonates beautifully in the air. Are you ready? I've been ready for quite some time. The two exchanged a glance, smiles illuminating their faces. Let us begin. Shikamaru unsheathed his sword and strode into the courtyard, with Tsukumori following closely behind. Despite their age difference of over a decade, they found an unexpected harmony. Was it due to the nature of cold weapons, Tsukumori's maturity, or Shikamaru's youthful spirit? Perhaps it was a combination of all these factors. The Hatake courtyard was expansive, adorned with numerous wooden posts for sword practice. The wind blew with a sharpness that seemed to set the stage for the duel between Tsukumori and Shikamaru. A few leaves fluttered down, only to be joined by a flurry of companions with the next gust. The leaves danced in the air, framing the sky above as the two stood opposite each other. Their gazes locked, their eyes pierced through the fluttering foliage, focused solely on one another. As the first leaf touched the ground, both had already positioned their hands firmly on their respective weapons. With a swift motion, Tsukumori drew his blade. The sound of their bodies colliding echoed as they charged forward, with the Kusanagi and Shikamaru's ninja blade clashing, producing a crisp metallic ring that reverberated through the air. The sound spread outward like ripples, a testament to their progress. Improvement. Indeed. Likewise, as skilled practitioners of their art, Shikamaru quickly sensed a change in Tsukumori's technique. His swordsmanship had advanced significantly since their last encounter, surpassing Shikamaru's own abilities. This realization was unnerving. It felt as though something unseen was relentlessly pursuing him, ready to overtake him at any moment. Invoking a mix of fear and defiance, Shikamaru smirked. The white fang of Konoha was no stranger to competition, nor was he easily surpassed by his juniors. With renewed determination, he tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharpening. In that moment, Shikamaru resembled a stalking cheetah, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of the hunt. The sword in his hand was deflected, leaving Tsukiki momentarily stunned. Previously, he had always been the defeated party in his sparring sessions with Shusui Hatake. But this time was markedly different. Tsukiki had ascended from mastery to the realm of the grandmaster in swordsmanship, approaching this encounter with a mindset geared towards victory. To vanquish the renowned Konoha White Fang, a formidable figure whose prowess nearly rivaled that of the Hokage, would instill a sense of pride and accomplishment in any individual. Yet, Shusui Hatake seemed unwavering in his intent to thwart Tsukiki's aspirations. The disparity in age and physical strength rendered Tsukiki at a significant disadvantage. In a mere instant, he found himself forcefully pushed back. In that fleeting moment, Shusui's blade surged forward. Seize the opportunity. This principle is well understood by every seasoned warrior, particularly by Shusui. Known as Konoha's White Fang, Tsukiki's momentary vulnerability created an opening, making Shusui's strike almost inevitable. However, Tsukiki was far from defenseless. The Grandmaster of the Sword was not easily subdued. With a firm grip on his sword, he fixed his gaze on the incoming attack. Time seemed to slow as he observed the blade approaching. Just before the knife made contact, Tsukiki swung his sword. The Kusanagi collided with the side of Shusue's weapon, allowing Tsukiki to deftly evade the deadly strike. The kunai narrowly grazed him, missing by mere centimeters, as he successfully averted this peril. Yet the encounter was far from over. Combat spares no opportunity. Those who strike effectively pave their path to victory, making each attack paramount. Tsukiki, having dodged Shusue's initial blow, remained composed, keenly observing his opponent. As he leapt into the air, he executed a backward kick aimed at Shusue. Unsurprisingly, such an assault proved futile against Konoha's White Fang, easily deflected by Shusue. TCH. Not enough? He smirked, eliciting a displeased huff from Tsukiki. Once again, the clash of steel resounded in the air, the sharp sound echoing all around. Leaves floated gently, momentarily lifted by the currents generated by their fierce exchange. Was it truly the case? Shusue regarded Tsukiki, who stood defiantly in opposition. This was no mere illusion. The sensation Shusue had first experienced, of Tsukiki's swordsmanship catching up to his own, was indeed real. It was a rather alarming realization for Shusue, particularly as he sensed the shift. A mere child of 8, who not long ago appeared easily subdued in their duels, had begun to match the pace of a master swordsman in just a few short days. Such a notion seemed almost fantastical. Mastery of the blade is often a gift bestowed by fate, with some individuals dedicating their entire lives without ever achieving the status of grandmaster. Yet, Tsukiki continued to astonish Shusue time and again. At the tender age of 8, one could already claim mastery of swordsmanship that could be deemed extraordinary. Now, he had ascended to a level of mastery that few in the entire ninja world could achieve. Kigaki Sumiaki felt compelled to utter a remark, a thought that indeed slipped from his lips. What are you, little brat? A monster? Huh, what are you talking about? Tsukumori was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden eccentricity of Kigaki Sumiaki. It's nothing, merely a moment of inspiration. Please, continue. Kigaki Sumiaki chuckled awkwardly, his grip on the ninja blade steadying as his expression grew serious once more. Though Tsukumori was equally perplexed, he resolved to immerse himself fully in the battle ahead. Kigaki Sumiaki sensed the aura radiating from Tsukumori. It was undeniably that of a true master, devoid of any pretense. I rely on you, partner. A glance at the ninja blade in his hand revealed that it was a treasured heirloom of the Kigaki clan, passed down to each generation's leader. The Kigaki family was renowned for its swordsmanship, and under Kigaki Sumiaki's stewardship, it had reached its zenith. His prowess alone was enough to position him among the elite of the Hidden Leaf Village. It seemed that Kigaki Sumiaki's gaze had awakened something within the blade. As its brilliance intensified, it is often said that swords possess a spirit. Perhaps within every cherished weapon lies a soul waiting to be discovered. With a gentle breath. In the next instant, Tsukumori and Kigaki Sumiaki sprang into action simultaneously. Their light footsteps barely whispered against the ground, as if the world had been muted, leaving only the sound of the wind. Clang. The clash of blades ignited sparks. Clang, clang, clang. In mere moments, the duo exchanged a flurry of attacks, slashes, chops, thrusts, and feints. The fundamental techniques of swordplay were executed with unparalleled finesse by both Tsukumori and Kigaki Sumiaki. As the blades danced, the tempo of their strikes quickened, weaving a symphony of metallic resonance that celebrated the romance and fervor of combat. White Fang. Tsukumori's eyes widened as he unleashed a strike that sliced through the air. Kigaki Sumiaki bore a subtle smile, his face illuminated by the thrill of battle. Young Tsukumori. In an instant, Kigaki Sumiaki retracted his blade, parrying Tsukumori's sword with ease. Here, take a look at something extraordinary. Extraordinary? Kigaki Sumiaki raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he regarded Tsukumori, who held their blades in a stalemate. Their skills were nearly on par. Perhaps Kigaki Sumiaki had the edge, but such nuances would not manifest immediately. Watch closely. Tsukumori's aura surged, the winds around them whipped into a frenzy. The air howled as his sword energy began to coalesce. Focus it, he commanded, concentrating the escalating energy toward the Kusanagi sword in his grip. The sword's aura, reminiscent of chakra, continuously flowed from Tsukiki's body into the Kusanagi sword, which began to emit a faint glow. Huh! Tsukiki shouted emphatically. Kiba Matsumoto sensed an imminent danger. Despite not being physically overmatched, Tsukiki managed to push him back slightly. The ethereal glow of the Kusanagi sword unleashed a wave of energy, directly grazing Matsumoto's arm. A formidable force surged through his hand, and Matsumoto felt himself retreating step by step. However, the most disconcerting aspect was his utter inability to counter this assault. As he was forced to yield ground, it was over. In a flash, the Kusanagi sword sent Matsumoto flying, exposing a significant opening in his defense. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tsukiki adjusted the strike of the Kusanagi sword, redirecting it toward Matsumoto. The sword inched closer, and victory shimmered within Tsukiki's sight. A faint metallic sound resonated as Matsumoto's white hair danced in the air, and Tsukiki's eyes widened in astonishment. Matsumoto deftly deflected the Kusanagi sword with his ninja blade, seemingly using its force to reposition himself while releasing his grip on the weapon. In an instant, Matsumoto's body realigned, his ninja blade appearing suspended in midair, motionless. Yet, this was merely a fleeting moment. Gravity had yet to assert its pull. With a resounding clap, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill, save for the realm within Tsukiki's gaze. In those bright eyes, a strand of white hair floated gracefully. Matsumoto's hand reached for the ninja blade, which symbolized his essence. Move. Move. In Tsukiki's vision, the figure drew closer, akin to a scene captured in slow motion, with Matsumoto's eyes gleaming with fierce elegance. Gritting his teeth, Tsukiki's veins pulsed, and he grasped the Kusanagi sword, which was still in motion. The light of the ninja blade flashed in his eyes, and in that instant, Tsukiki redirected the Kusanagi sword. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past, lifting a few strands of hair from his forehead. I have won. Matsumoto's ninja blade reached Tsukiki's throat, while the Kusanagi sword had not yet completed its thrust, halted midway. Undoubtedly, this contest revealed Tsukiki's shortcomings. It was Matsumoto's triumph. Damn it! Tsukiki was not particularly concerned with victory. He merely strove to give his all in every aspect, accepting the outcome when necessary. However, in the realm of swordsmanship, he felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Tsukiki could not articulate it clearly, but he cherished the sensation of wielding a blade, perhaps influenced by the martial arts fervor of his youth. After all, which man does not harbor a dream of heroism? The romance of the sword. Tsukiki could not claim to fully understand it, yet he undeniably relished the feeling it evoked. Well, there remains some refinement needed. Hatake Shumo set down the ninja blade, revealing a smile reminiscent of Minato Namikaze. It is worth noting that both individuals possess a gentle demeanor, akin to little sons. However, it is unfortunate that they share a similar fate, both being prodigies who met untimely ends. Next time, I shall not be defeated. Tsukiki sighed before resolutely voicing his determination. Indeed, I shall await your return, Shumo replied with a smile. The mundane days of school. Tsukiki found himself yawning in boredom. The scenery of Konoha remained unchanged, the weather consistent, and the classes as monotonous as ever. Tsukiki even speculated that perhaps the system's tasks were designed to alleviate his tedium. He had not felt any particular strain previously, but once the system's tasks emerged, his focus shifted to graduating early, and the dullness of his daily existence surged to the forefront of his mind. Tsukiki, is school over? Inadvertently succumbing to drowsiness, Tsukiki fell asleep, only to be roused after some time by a voice. School hasn't ended just yet, but it seems the teacher is calling for you. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a glimpse of crimson hair. Indeed, it was Kushina, seated in front of him. The teacher? What does he want with me? I'm not sure. Perhaps you should go and find out, Kushina replied, shaking her head. With a sigh, Tsukiki rose to seek out the teacher. To be honest, he felt it would have been preferable to continue sleeping, as guiding the two girls through their training had been somewhat exhausting. Although, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own thoughts, considering that the arduous practice did not directly involve him. Setting aside such reflections, Tsukiki yawned as he exited the classroom. You look quite fatigued, Mikoto remarked, approaching and standing beside Kushina, observing Tsukiki's retreating figure. What is he tired from? It's us who have been training hard. He merely sleeps most of the time, occasionally waking to instruct us, Kushina retorted, recalling the days spent sweating through their rigorous training while Tsukiki slumbered peacefully. Indeed, that is quite true, Mikoto chuckled softly. However, he is reliable. He is never asleep when we truly need assistance. I suppose he is passable at best. Tsukiki was unaware that Mikoto and Kushina were discussing him behind his back as he made his way to the teacher's office. Pushing open the door, he was immediately met with the sight within. Oh, well, If it isn't Tsukiki, what a surprise. Tsukiki was momentarily taken aback, for he had not anticipated the presence of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze in the office. How's school treating you, kid? Jiraiya inquired, turning to face Tsukiki. Just the same, wait. What are you two doing here? Tsukiki quickly scanned the room, finding no one else aside from Jiraiya and Minato. No need to look around. It's me who has been searching for you. Jiraiya's voice reached Tsukiki's ears, prompting his gaze to settle on Jiraiya once more. Jiraiya abruptly tossed something towards the moon tree, which caught it deftly. All right, that's done. Let us go, Minato. Huh, moon tree. Observing Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze preparing to depart, immediately inquired, what is going on? Just as he was about to reveal what he held in hand, Jiraiya's voice interrupted. I believe you can examine that later by yourself. With Jiraiya's words, Moon Tree's movements came to a halt. What do you mean? His tone softened considerably as he cast a glance at Jiraiya. That is your concern. Examine it yourself. Jiraiya concluded, striding towards the office exit, with Minato following closely behind. Offering an apologetic gesture. I'm sorry, but I'm not quite sure either. Sensei didn't he mention anything? Minato spoke softly, as Jiraiya urged them from outside, leaving Minato no choice but to hasten his pace to catch up. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Moon Tree gradually unfolded the object in his hands. Before his eyes lay a medallion, which felt substantial and appeared remarkably ancient, exuding a profound sense of history. Moon Tree's breath grew heavier, not solely due to the sight of an antique, but because the medallion bore an inscription, Kishin. That was the surname of the body he now inhabited. The medallion was etched with the characters for Kishin, with a dark red hue staining a third of its surface, the same color as the engraved name. Moon Tree stood frozen for a moment, a self-deprecating smile eventually gracing his lips. Hey, is this truly the Hokage? For the first time, he pondered such a thought. Something he had previously overlooked now lay starkly before him. When had he crossed over? What was the reason? Why was the only memory of his transition the name itself? Especially since Kishin was a surname he had never associated with the Hokage in his previous life? At first glance, he might appear to be an ordinary commoner. But that assumption was now shattered. Undoubtedly, the body he currently inhabited was far from ordinary, though the specifics eluded him. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered numerous peculiarities. After his initial combat experience, Moon Tree genuinely felt the authenticity of this realm. This was not the fictional Naruto from anime. It was a tangible world, existing in reality. Moon Tree, what is going on? What did the teacher say? While Moon Tree was lost in contemplation, Kushina had approached him. Kushina, what are you doing here? Why? School is already over. I was preparing for special training, honestly. Why are you just standing here without the teacher? Moon Tree discreetly tucked the medallion away, and Kushina noticed nothing amiss, though she questioned why he was standing there in a daze. Is school over already? What else could it be? Then let us go for special training. Time is of the essence. Yushu disregarded Kushina entirely, proceeding to gently push her away. Wait a moment. Kushina, passively being ushered along by Yushu, found herself utterly bewildered by the situation. You are surprisingly proactive in leading us to intense training? Her eyes reflected disbelief. While it was indeed Yushu who had mentioned the idea of graduating early, she could not overlook the fact that he spent half of the training time asleep, which struck her as quite astonishing. How could I possibly not? Yushu replied weakly, continuing to push Kushina along. Reluctantly, Kushina allowed herself to be led by Yushu. Unbeknownst to her, Yushu's demeanor was not as languid as usual. Instead, he wore a calm expression. His eyes seemed to glimmer with a focused intensity, fixated not just on the crimson figure before him. Straying from the original narrative, there were elements of the story that had not been described in Naruto, leaving Yushu uncertain about his own emotions. Although this body could not strictly be considered his own, an unwavering determination resided within him, a fervor emanating from the depths of his soul. This sentiment became even more pronounced upon encountering the token inscribed with the name of the deity. Yushu could distinctly feel his heart racing, its rhythm surpassing any previous moment. He took a discreet, deep breath, ultimately arriving at a resolute decision. He must uncover the origins of the deity. This determination, if it belonged to the original inhabitant of this body, became a duty for Yushu to fulfill. With his resolve solidified and his objective defined, the next step came forth naturally. It was quite simple. Jiraiya, the one who had given him this token, surely possessed some knowledge, however minimal. Contemplating this, Yushu's gaze turned unusually serious, albeit for just a fleeting moment. Yushu, Yushu. An excited voice pierced through his dreams, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. However, in the next instant, he experienced an abrupt awakening. Wind release, great breakthrough. The girl's voice echoed in his ears. Yushu, still dazed, had yet to fully comprehend his surroundings when he was suddenly blown away. Like a kite severed from its string, he was caught off guard and sent tumbling into a tree. The loud thud resonated, shaking the very tree he collided with. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yushu clutched the back of his head, his eyes clouded with confusion and lingering sleepiness. What on earth just happened? Slowly he stood up, only to find Kushina pouting at him, her red hair glistening with beads of sweat. Her eyes, fixed intently upon Yushu, made him feel somewhat uneasy. Kushina, what is the matter? He inquired cautiously. Having lived for several decades, Yushu understood all too well that reasoning with a girl was a futile endeavor. Regardless of the circumstances, the fault would invariably lie with him. Humph. Kushina huffed, refusing to answer him. Yutri considers himself somewhat of a genuine man. Having devoted several decades of his life to cherishing his first love, he has never had a girlfriend, nor has he maintained close relationships with any women. However, in another realm, his wife has been changed several times within a single season. Foolish one, just observe where Kushina stands now. Just as Yutri was at a loss, Makoto's voice resonated nearby. Where is she standing? Upon hearing Makoto's words, Yutri immediately shifted his gaze towards Kushina. She appeared quite irate. Her petite figure poised above the surface of a small river, the remnants of ripples still echoing around her. Yutri's eyes gradually brightened, and a smile crept upon his lips. Kushina had successfully completed her water-walking training. Since the commencement of their special training, Kushina's progress had lagged behind Makoto's. At present, they were merely practicing tree climbing and water-walking. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Makoto naturally possessed superior chakra control, while Kushina, despite being from a notable lineage, exhibited chakra control akin to that of an average individual. Yutri was well aware of the underlying reason. Kushina's identity was not solely that of a surviving member of the Uzumaki clan. She was also the vessel of the Nine Tails. Just like Naruto in the original story, the presence of the Nine Tails disrupts the chakra of the Jinchuriki, leading to complications in chakra usage. A prime example being Naruto's struggle with even the fundamental shadow clone technique, where his clumsy clones were all too memorable. Although eventually, Naruto did master the technique, utilizing it as one of his pivotal strategies. But who is Naruto? The authentic protagonist. Not everyone can wield the shadow clone as a secret weapon, especially those who are Jinchuriki. Kushina is not an exceptionally gifted genius. While she might stand out among ordinary people, she pales in comparison to her peers from esteemed clans. Initially, her performance was adequate, but as time elapsed, the disparity in progress between Kushina and Makoto became increasingly evident. While Makoto advanced to the water-walking phase, Kushina was still grappling with tree climbing, which understandably led to her excitement upon mastering water-walking, as well as her frustration at Yutri's lack of reaction. Kushina, Yutri called out loudly. Observing her sulking demeanor, Kushina subtly redirected her gaze towards him. Yutri beamed with a smile, though it could not compare to the radiant smiles of Minato or Shikamaru. It was nonetheless filled with youthful exuberance. Well done. Yutri flashed his teeth, prompting a slight smile to grace Kushina's lips. Such a slow-witted fellow. Kushina muttered to herself, gathering her emotions before turning towards Yutri. Makoto lingered beside Yutri for a moment, while Kushina gradually approached from the riverbank. The gaze of Tsukiki was fixed upon Kushina, oblivious to the blushing Makoto beside her. This time, Tsukiki's smile radiated an unprecedented sensation, brimming with youthful exuberance, which momentarily captivated Makoto, causing her cheeks to flush as she regained her composure. Tsukiki remained unaware of the unintended effect his smile had evoked. While Tsukiki possessed a commendable appearance, he generally exuded a languid demeanor and appeared rather mature for his age. When a boy with such maturity suddenly displayed the essence of youth, it was impossible for those around him to remain indifferent. It was akin to a celestial maiden shedding her ethereal veil and descending into the mortal realm, inevitably drawing the gaze of the onlookers. All right, Kushina stepped onto the shore, and Tsukiki called out to her. Both Kushina and Makoto turned their attention to Tsukiki. It's next week, right? What is next week? Tsukiki flashed a natural smile, revealing his teeth. What? Need I spell it out? Of course, it's the graduation exam. His words were imbued with unwavering confidence, which instantly uplifted Kushina and Makoto. The apprehensions that had lingered in their hearts were soothed by Tsukiki's assurance, evoking a sensation akin to walking a dark path guided by a brilliant light ahead. Kushina and Mikoto regarded Tsukiki, who, despite being only 8 years old and of modest height, no longer appeared frail. His usually lackadaisical demeanor and listless gaze had vanished, replaced by an aura of brightness and vigor. Kushina and Mikoto were spellbound, having never witnessed Tsukiki in such a manner, radiant and extraordinary. Kushina's eyes softened, as the earlier tension dissipated. "Honestly, you don't seem like yourself at all." "Indeed," Mikoto echoed. "You hardly resemble your usual self." Tsukiki's demeanor reverted to its former state. "Oh, is that so? I thought I looked quite handsome," he replied, yet the brilliance in his eyes remained undiminished, still captivating. It was as if they were gazing upon something extraordinary. Kushina and Mikoto pondered this notion. The first step of the advanced training for early graduation had been successfully completed in less than 2 weeks, a commendable pace indeed. Since Jiraiya's last visit to the Ninja Academy, he had vanished once more. Inquiries with Tsunade revealed he had taken Minato on a mission. The token from Himegami remained secured in Tsukiki's ninja tool pouch, the inscriptions upon it eliciting a sense of trepidation within him. Something awaited Tsukiki, beckoning him to seek answers. What it was remained a mystery, as it had never appeared in the original narrative. Tsukiki inadvertently clenched his hand tighter around the pouch, which seemed to radiate warmth, the sensation gradually coursing through his entire being, ultimately converging at his heart. "Though I am not one to be overly zealous, nor do I wish to be so, I am resolute in my quest for answers, for your sake and for my own." Thus mused the moon tree, feeling a profound sense of tranquility emanating from the depths of his being. The ancients proclaimed that a person is composed of 2 elements, the soul and the body. The body serves as the vessel for the soul, granting the right to exist, while the soul, residing within, bestows meaning upon that existence. Death, too, manifests in 2 forms, the demise of the body or the dispersal of the soul. The death of the body is not the true end, whereas the dispersal of the soul signifies complete annihilation. The essence of the soul is a tangible reality, as demonstrated in the art of sealing, where the spirits of the dead are contained. To be candid, Moon Tree is uncertain of his current state. Approaching this with the mindset of a past life and employing various conjectures, it seems he has undergone a transference of souls, likely resulting in 2 souls inhabiting one body. Of course, it is conceivable that the original soul has nearly faded, leaving behind mere vestiges of its lingering desires. Moon Tree does not consider himself to be a paragon of virtue, nor does he wish to meddle in affairs that yield no reward. Yet, having usurped another's body, to fail in fulfilling the remnants of their desires would indeed be shameless, he mused. Regardless of whether this is a self-imposed rationale, his objective is quite simple: to fulfill the unfulfilled aspirations of this body, not to become the strongest in the world, nor to aspire to be the Hokage, but to achieve this singular, uncomplicated goal. Wind release, Windblade. The voice of Kushina resonated, snapping Moon Tree back to attention as he gracefully leaped aside, easily evading her ninjutsu. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity, Mikoto unleashed her ninjutsu from the side, while Kushina swiftly coordinated her wind technique with Mikoto's. The wind intensified the fire, causing Mikoto's already formidable fireball to swell even larger. Boom! The great fireball collided with Moon Tree, erupting in a brilliant explosion. Excellent. The 2 women believed they had succeeded, their excitement palpable as they clenched their small fists. What a pity! Moon Tree's voice emerged from the smoke, causing their exhilaration to freeze in place. "Captain." He descended lightly, uttering the words slowly. Kushina and Mikoto, lacking in practical experience, failed to react in time. With precision, Moon Tree restrained his strength, delivering 2 swift strikes to their heads. "Ouch!" they exclaimed in unison. This practice undoubtedly ended in Moon Tree's victory once again. There remains much to learn. As he withdrew his hand, he imparted wisdom. In the midst of battle, one must never lower their guard unless they have seen the enemy's corpse. No, even upon witnessing the enemy's demise, vigilance must remain. Moon Tree began instructing the 2 women, emphasizing the unpredictable nature of a ninja's combat, for the myriad techniques at their disposal necessitate unwavering alertness at all times. Maintaining a state of vigilance is the fundamental quality of a true ninja. The Moon Tree, akin to a venerable elder, imparted wisdom to the two young women, causing Kushina to feel a pang of irritation, prompting her to emit a dismissive sound. Understood, she replied somewhat reluctantly, her eyes betraying a palpable sense of resentment and an unwillingness to yield. This was to be expected, as the spirited young lady was inherently stubborn. If she were to behave like Mikoto, she would no longer embody the fiery essence of the red-hot pepper. After all, Kushina was the type who would stealthily confront several individuals when she overheard them speaking ill of her. Nonetheless, she had shown improvement, learning to cooperate effectively, which was commendable. Yet, her hand seals could still benefit from increased swiftness. They remained somewhat sluggish. With a hint of encouragement, the moon tree smiled, recognizing that both sweetness and bitterness must be tempered to achieve the greatest effect. Time had elapsed considerably. The moon tree mused, drawing the attention of Kushina and Mikoto. The moment had arrived. The moon tree smiled once more. Nearly 2 weeks had been dedicated to chakra control training, followed by another fortnight of comprehensive training encompassing physical techniques, ninjutsu, and chakra mastery. Throughout this month, Kushina and Mikoto had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving into entirely new individuals. Regardless of the circumstances, the moon tree felt that both Kushina and Mikoto had met the expectations set forth. "Let us commence," he declared, signaling the beginning of their graduation examination. He cast a glance at the two young women, who radiated excitement. "Everyone must succeed," he added. "Is that even a question?" Kushina and Mikoto exhibited contrasting reactions, eliciting a chuckle from the moon tree. During their time together, he had gradually adapted to this dynamic. Kushina was not one to wear her heart on her sleeve, often concealing her emotions, yet at times she spoke with striking candor. Mikoto, much like her initial impression, embodied the qualities of a gentle and forgiving girl, patient and composed. A paragon of diligence among her peers. Their personalities were nearly oppositional, yet they had become each other's closest confidants, akin to complementary angles. Taking a deep breath, the moon tree announced, "Thus, the intensive training officially concludes." With his words, the curtain fell on their pre-graduation training. Next came the graduation examination. All must pass together and graduate early. The plan was finally set to be put into action. The month-long intensive training had not gone unnoticed by the moon tree. He had witnessed the sweat and effort exerted by Kushina and Mikoto. While ordinary girls reveled in the joys and beauties of life, Kushina and Mikoto had been relentlessly dedicated to their training, striving to fulfill the goals set by the moon tree. Even after completing his tasks, they continued to push themselves further. This unwavering commitment necessitated that everyone succeed together. After all, it was a responsibility toward the hard work of Kushina and Mikoto. "You both should take a moment to rest," the moon tree advised, turning to face them. The two young women were already glistening with perspiration, and today's training had thoroughly exhausted them. "And what about you?" Kushina inquired. "I shall seek out the third Hokage," he replied. "Seek his application for early graduation." Kushina and Mikoto gazed at Tsukiki. "Go ahead. There is no need for 1,000 words. The sweat speaks volumes." Tsukiki glanced at the two women, then leaped away, departing from the scene. Kushina and Mikoto watched Tsukiki's retreating figure, exchanged glances, and couldn't help but chuckle. Their melodious laughter echoed, carried by the wind, mingling with the flowing river. "Keep going. Keep going." They clasped their tiny fists, exuding an irresistibly adorable charm. Such displays were indeed rare for the two, and it was unfortunate that no one was there to witness it. Leaves fluttered down gently, brushing past the resolute gazes of the two women. Tsukiki arrived before the Hokage building. Right before her, pushing open the door would lead to a new path. Next, it was the way of the ninja. "Knock, knock. Please enter." A robust voice resonated from within. Tsukiki took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The Hokage office appeared just as before, unchanged even during Naruto's tenure. "Tsukiki, what brings you here alone?" the third Hokage inquired, though his expression bore no surprise at her arrival. It was no wonder. After all, this was the Hokage office, protected by layers of security. Tsukiki's legitimate entry, being a member of the Tsunade clan, allowed her to pass through unimpeded. "I am here to apply for early graduation." Tsukiki responded softly. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly. Tsukiki understood that he had undoubtedly observed her and was aware of her circumstances. The third Hokage was a quintessential politician, exhibiting qualities that surpassed even those of Tobarama Senju, though he had yet to reach the point of disillusionment depicted in the original narrative. "Early graduation?" Do you wish to follow in the footsteps of Minato Namikaze? No. Tsukiki met Hiruzen's gaze unwaveringly. I wish to apply for the early graduation of all three of us. The air seemed to still. Both Tsukiki and Hiruzen fell into silence. The early graduation of all three. Hiruzen murmured softly, locking eyes with Tsukiki. It was hard to believe that this child, barely over 8, possessed such a tenacious gaze. As the third Hokage and a formidable jutsu instructor who had made his mark during the Second Great Ninja War, Hiruzen now stood in his prime, his aura fully developed. Yet Tsukiki maintained her composure in their confrontation. Indeed, the third Hokage smiled. Children of Konoha should embody such positivity. He rose, gazing out the window. I am aware of your endeavors. You have performed admirably. It is rare for children to train with such self-discipline, especially with the temporary peace leading to a sense of complacency. Hiruzen spoke slowly, and Tsukiki listened intently. It was no wonder the third Hokage enjoyed imparting wisdom. It seemed to have been a habit since his youth. Wherever the leaves dance, flames ignite, illuminating and warming the village. This embodies the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to gaze at Tsukamori. You are the heirs of the will of fire, the future of Konoha. Tsukamori looked back at Sarutobi Hiruzen. One must admit that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ability to reason is indeed commendable. Tsukamori found himself swayed by his words. Setting aside all else, it is undeniable that Sarutobi Hiruzen is genuinely devoted to the welfare of Konoha. His old age has rendered him reliant on the most humble methods to safeguard the village. Where the leaves flutter, the fire endures. Tsukamori echoed Sarutobi Hiruzen's sentiments, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your trust. I shall not disappoint you. Tsukamori harbored no disdain for Konoha. On the contrary, he held a deep affection for the village, and the will of fire was a frequent topic among enthusiasts. The will of fire? Embracing it might be worthwhile, a chance to fulfill past aspirations. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled subtly at Tsukamori. Very well. I shall arrange your early graduation exam within the next few days. Prepare yourselves, and I will inform you in due course. With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen solidified the decision regarding the graduation exam. Although Tsukamori was an outsider to Konoha, even with Tsunade's protection, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt compelled to verify his potential, especially since Tsukamori exhibited greater aptitude than Minato Namikaze. Naturally, such talent was desirable for Konoha. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Tsukamori expressed his gratitude and, having said all that needed to be said, left the Hokage's office. Tsukamori Himegami? I never expected him to truly exist. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, watching Tsukamori retreat into the distance. Sensei, is that legend truly real? Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly, reminiscing about matters unknown to others. Meanwhile, Tsukamori successfully applied for the early graduation for himself and 2 others, returning to the training grounds. Perhaps they were genuinely fatigued, as Kushina and Mikoto were both resting against a tree, sound asleep. Their delicate noses twitched gently, and the sight of the 2 slumbering girls blended harmoniously with their surroundings, resembling a picturesque scene. Exhausted, Tsukamori chose not to disturb them and quietly leaned against another tree nearby. A gentle breeze brushed past, akin to a tender kiss upon the forehead, whispering a soft good night. Tsukamori glanced at the 2 girls before closing his own eyes. He had always cherished the sunlight of Konoha. It was neither too hot nor too cold, but just right, inducing a comfortable slumber. The direct sunlight did not scorch. Instead, it felt as if a mother were gently caressing his hair, both soft and warm. Konoha, when compared to the other 4 great shinobi villages, boasts exceptionally favorable geographical conditions, and the village's atmosphere is equally pleasant. With his eyes closed, Tsukamori gradually envisioned the bright prospects of the future. As one wishes to open a quaint little establishment in the village of Konoha, preferably a hot pot restaurant, where one can prepare delectable dishes for patrons and witness the smiles that bloom upon their faces as they savor the culinary delights. Thus, from dawn's first light to the setting sun, time need not linger too long. One could leisurely enjoy moments of respite, indulging in the occasional slumber. This idyllic life is what Tsukishu has yearned for ever since his journey across realms began. Due to certain circumstances, Tsukishu has lost all recollection of his past life. Yet he finds solace in the notion that living well in the present suffices. However, before these dreams materialize, he must unravel the significance of the name Himegami, diligently fulfilling the original owner's aspirations. As Tsukishu pondered these thoughts, a gentle haze of fatigue enveloped him, and soon he succumbed to slumber, just as he often did. Sunlight cascaded upon the three, illuminating their innocent, slumbering faces. The days of rigorous training had drawn to a close, further deepening the bonds between them. Tsukishu, Tsukishu. A familiar voice echoed in his mind, reaching him in a blurry haze. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld the familiar youthful faces of Kushina and Mikoto. Good morning. Tsukishu instinctively greeted. Good morning? The sun has already set, Kushina retorted. Glancing around, Tsukishu confirmed that the surroundings had indeed turned a dusky hue. It was twilight. Honestly, you sleep so much, and now you can still sleep? You truly are a slumber deity, Kushina remarked, exasperated. Tsukishu could only chuckle sheepishly in response. Let's head home, he suggested, attempting to shift the topic to avoid another of Kushina's reprimands. You know, Kushina discerned his intent. All right, let's go home, she replied with a smile. Following his lead, Mikoto observed silently, embodying the grace of a demure young lady. Under the twilight sky, the trio walked together, each returning to their respective homes. As was customary, they resumed their studies, but 2 days later, their teacher unexpectedly announced to them, the graduation exam is ready. Have you heard? Tsukishu, Kushina, and Mikoto have all applied for early graduation together. Is that true? All three of them. Such a scenario has never occurred before. They had never seen two students, let alone three, apply for early graduation. No wonder the three had been seen together after school lately. They must have been training in secret. Tsukishu was capable of defeating Minato. Could Kushina and Mikoto also graduate early? That seemed implausible. Had there ever been female students who graduated early from the Ninja Academy? He could not recall any. In the small village of Konoha, news of Tsukishu's trio applying for early graduation spread rapidly, igniting a buzz throughout the ninja school. Just when the commotion surrounding Minato's early graduation had begun to settle, the school was abuzz once more, with all the children discussing Tsukishu and his companions. 3 individuals graduating early together is an unprecedented event in the history of Konoha, especially considering that 2 of them are female, which makes it even more astonishing. Setting aside the reactions of the school staff, Suki, Kushina, and Mikoto have already arrived at the training ground behind the school. There, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been waiting for them, and Suki and her companions could see him from a distance. The area was rather quiet, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the recently passed Ninja Academy. You have arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted them with a smile upon noticing their presence. However, unlike Kushina and Mikoto, Suki did not extend her greetings to him. Instead, her gaze was fixated on another figure standing beside Sarutobi. She had encountered this individual before. He possessed long, lustrous black hair and skin fairer than that of any woman, giving him an almost feminine appearance. Suki recognized him as well, one of Sarutobi's 3 disciples, Orochimaru, a prominent member of the legendary Sannin. Known in a past life as Snake Uncle, he was a scientific aberration, infamous in the ninja world for his obsessive research pursuits. It could be said that no one in the ninja realm rivaled Orochimaru's fervor for studying the bloodline limits. His singular ambition was to achieve a flawless physique. Suki held Orochimaru's gaze, and he, in turn, regarded her with his snake-like, cold vertical pupils. You are intriguing, he remarked in a low, serpentine voice, his tongue flicking out. Long and slender, Suki could not help but feel a sense of discomfort around him, akin to encountering a being that straddled the line between human and monstrosity, a feeling she found difficult to articulate. Breaking the eye contact, Suki averted her gaze from Orochimaru, as few would willingly engage in a prolonged stare with someone so unsettling, especially a true aberration like him. Coughing several times, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded the attention of the gathering, causing Orochimaru to temper his demeanor. At this moment, Orochimaru had yet to descend into the depths of depravity he would later embody in the original narrative. He still harbored a degree of respect for his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, are you all prepared? Sarutobi Hiruzen scanned Suki and her companions. Their silence spoke volumes, their eyes conveying their readiness. Very well, I shall explain the details of your graduation exam. It is quite simple. A smile graced Sarutobi's face. You must seize the bell from the hand of a jonin. As long as one of you succeeds, all will pass. As soon as he finished speaking, Suki immediately turned her gaze toward Orochimaru. With only a handful of individuals present, he was the sole jonin available. Orochimaru responded to Suki's gaze with a knowing look. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected once more. Although Orochimaru is the only jonin here, your opponent is not him. exclaimed Kushina and Mikoto, while Suki also paused in surprise. When your opponent is the esteemed Jiraiya, who will guide your future, naturally, if you can prevail. Jiraiya smiled, and the sound of wood striking echoed. The sage of Myaboku. Jiraiya here. A figure leaped in from the side, landing gracefully in a striking pose. Indeed, it was Jiraiya, the very person Uetsuki had longed for. Jiraiya? Uetsuki stared blankly at the white-haired figure, as did the two girls beside him, their expressions equally bewildered. Indeed, it is I, Jiraiya, he declared, striking another pose. Ah, Uetsuki. It seems you are finally set to graduate early. Just as Uetsuki was about to speak, Minato Namikaze dashed in from the side. It was no surprise, given Jiraiya's presence, that Minato had been closely following him. But didn't you bring Minato along? We are a trio. Isn't that exceeding the limit? Uetsuki remarked, glancing at Minato before turning back to Jiraiya with a question. Who told you that a squad must consist of 3 members? Jiraiya straightened, abandoning his pose. Uetsuki found himself unable to refute. Indeed, no one had stipulated that ninja teams were limited to 3. If we manage to succeed, does that mean we will be the first 4-person team in Konoha? Kushina inquired. Precisely, Jiraiya affirmed with a nod. Mikoto and Kushina exchanged glances, astonished to realize they would be part of Konoha's inaugural 4-person squad. Well, typically, 3 members are preferable for a team. But since Jiraiya insisted on taking all 4 of you, and given his prowess, I permitted it, Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, casting a glance at Jiraiya. I have matters to attend to with Orochimaru, so I will leave this to you, Jiraiya. Yes, go ahead, old man, Jiraiya replied. It's teacher, after all. It's been established for a long time. Hiruzen sighed, and with Orochimaru, they vanished in an instant. Only Uetsuki, Mikoto, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Minato remained, enveloped in an eerie silence. All right, prepare yourselves. You will face the sage of Myaboku. Your opponent will be me, Jiraiya. Jiraiya's demeanor shifted, his usual amiable air replaced by a formidable presence. A powerful aura surged forth, akin to a tempest, and Uetsuki and the others could distinctly feel the might emanating from Jiraiya. It was the essence of a true warrior, forged in the crucible of countless battles. Their breaths grew heavy, with Kushina and Mikoto trembling noticeably. Before them stood a legendary figure from the Second Great Ninja War, one of the Sannin. Jiraiya, a man of caliber rivaling that of the Kage. A smile spread across Uetsuki's face, an inexplicable thrill coursing through him. Kushina and Mikoto, inspired by Uetsuki's smile, began to chuckle despite their trembling. Jiraiya, too, reveled in this moment, longing to witness such a scene. The flames of Konoha do not fear the tempest. Instead, they blaze even brighter. Disperse. As the graduation exams commenced, Suki ordered everyone to scatter. Kushina and Mikoto were no ordinary individuals. They swiftly dispersed, concealing themselves amidst the surrounding thickets and behind trees. Now, only Suki and Jiraiya remained, facing each other directly. Quite commendable, Jiraiya remarked, while Minato observed from the sidelines. And what of you? Jiraiya inquired, casting a glance at Suki. Are you so confident that you can defeat me in direct combat? Suki placed his hand upon the hilt of his Kusanagi sword. Such matters can only be understood through experience. With a swift draw, he unleashed a slash. No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant arc of light surged toward Jiraiya. A strand of white hair fell, leaving Minato momentarily stunned. Jiraiya sidestepped the attack, yet none anticipated the ferocity of Suki's strike. This slash Jiraiya watched Suki, his mind reeling with astonishment. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Suki was never one for idle chatter. He capitalized on every flaw presented by his opponent. In evading, Jiraiya inadvertently revealed a weakness, which Suki seized upon. A fire dragon erupted from Suki's mouth, scorching the air as it lunged toward Jiraiya. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. Kushina's voice rang out from the side. No one expected her to actively enhance Suki's jutsu at that moment. The fire dragon, now invigorated by the wind, ascended from a B-rank technique to nearly an A-rank level. Jiraiya smiled. These children truly are fascinating. Remaining composed, he reached for a scroll from his ninja tool pouch. Sealing technique, Fire Sealing Method. Jiraiya unfurled the scroll, its white paper facing the approaching fire dragon. Astonishingly, the scroll acted like a whirlpool, absorbing Suki's fire dragon bullet entirely. Here you go. Jiraiya began forming seals once more. Whoosh. Several shuriken flew in from the side, attempting to disrupt his seals. So naive. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance, continuing his seals while leaping into the air, the wooden clogs on his feet clattering against each other. Ninja technique, needle earth prison. Jiraiya's white hair transformed into long needles, enveloping him entirely. The shuriken struck him, but to no effect. With a clang, they were deflected aside. Fire sealing method, release. The fire dragon bullet re-emerged from the scroll, but this time, it was aimed not at Jiraiya, but at Suki. Barrier, heavenly cover formation. Suddenly, a formation emerged beneath Jiraiya's feet, causing those around to feel an unsettling sensation of being watched. Fire style, dismissal of the flame. Jiraiya did not pause. He continued forming seals, spitting several fire bullets toward the ground. Suki, oblivious to Jiraiya's actions, was confronted by the fire dragon bullets. With a huff, Suki leaped aside, narrowly evading the flames. The fire dragon fireball crashed onto the ground, exploding with a resounding bang, sending a shockwave directly toward Tsukumori. The force rocked Tsukumori's body, and in the periphery of his vision, Jiraiya's smile emerged ominously. Something felt amiss. Tsukumori could not quite articulate it, but an unsettling premonition gripped him. Beware of your surroundings. Tsukumori shouted. It was too late. Bang! Bang! Two explosions reverberated, and before Tsukumori could react, the ground beneath him erupted violently. A fireball surged upward from below his feet. Although he managed to react just in time, he still felt a slight burn. The shockwave propelled Tsukumori aside. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Jiraiya hurled a shuriken toward Tsukumori. As it spun, it multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, gradually saturating the air around them. A dense barrage of shuriken hurtled toward Tsukumori, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Tsukumori. Nearby, Kushina and Mikoto, who had been struck by the fireball, lay on the ground, their faces covered in soot. Yet they could not help but express their concern for Tsukumori amidst the chaos. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The two women struggled to their feet, rapidly forming hand seals to lend Tsukumori their support. Tsukumori, of course, was not one to stand idly by. Gripping the Kusanagi sword tightly, he channeled his chakra into it. The sword emanated a faint glow. Hiya! Tsukumori shouted, swinging the Kusanagi, unleashing a powerful slash. Concurrently, Kushina and Mikoto's combined ninjutsu surged forward. The phoenix flowers detonated one by one, cleaving through the oncoming shuriken. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, the trio successfully countered Jiraiya's shadow shuriken technique. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Just as one wave subsided, another arose. In the realm of ninja combat, there is never a pause for the opponent. Tsukumori had yet to regain his footing when Jiraiya's assault resumed. Jiraiya's white hair stretched forth like a serpent, aiming directly at Tsukumori. The Wild Lion's main jutsu was Jiraiya's distinctive offensive technique. Despite its seemingly soft appearance, it possessed the strength to ensnare and dismantle foes. As the strands surged toward him, Tsukumori promptly raised the Kusanagi to defend himself. With a clang, he was once again pushed back by the tremendous force, his feet scraping against the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Tsukumori swung his sword, dispersing the surrounding haze. Jiraiya observed Tsukumori, preparing to form hand seals once more. At that moment, two graceful figures emerged from the sides, Kushina and Mikoto. One hand wielded a kunai, while the other hurled shuriken at Jiraiya. With a swish, a cloud of dust erupted as the shuriken struck Jiraiya, who transformed into wood. It was a substitution technique. Where is he? Kushina and Mikoto landed gracefully, immediately on high alert. Shadow Clone Jutsu. The trio turned toward the source of the sound. Suddenly, 3 Jiraiyas burst forth from behind the nearby trees. 3 versions of Jiraiya unleashed shurikens. For the trio of Tsukigami, this posed little threat, yet it allowed the 3 Jiraiyas to close in. The ensuing battle would now be a contest of physical prowess. Tsukigami held his ground admirably in close combat, for it was indeed his forte. However, Kushina and Mikoto were at a disadvantage. While Kushina possessed decent taijutsu skills, they paled in comparison to the prowess of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya. Mikoto, on the other hand, fared even worse, being utterly overwhelmed. In a moment of carelessness, Mikoto was sent flying by a kick from Jiraiya, and Kushina, distracted, met a similar fate. Tsukigami felt a pang of urgency as he swung his Kusanagi blade, aiming to eliminate Jiraiya. He intended to lend support to Kushina, utilizing Earth Release. He prepared for a beheading technique. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open, and a pair of hands reached for his feet. The unexpected turn of events caught Tsukigami off guard. One could not help but admire the cunning of his opponent. Cursing under his breath, he plunged the Kusanagi into the ground, channeling chakra into the blade. However, he was already being dragged underground. It felt as though he had stepped into a void, descending until only his head remained above the surface. With a surge of chakra enveloping the Kusanagi, he unleashed a wave of sword energy, blasting open the confines that ensnared him. A resounding explosion of dust erupted as Tsukigami propelled himself into the air. Upon landing, he discovered Kushina and Mikoto bound by ropes, with two Jiraiya's keeping watch. From the earlier skirmish, Tsukigami deduced that these Jiraiya's were merely shadow clones, while the true Jiraiya lurked in the shadows, biding his time. One must never underestimate the concealment techniques of a Jonin. Jiraiya could be hidden anywhere, especially considering his mastery of transformation jutsu. With his teammates incapacitated and the enemy still lurking, Tsukigami surveyed his surroundings, his vigilance heightened, clutching the Kusanagi tightly. At that moment, the two Jiraiya's, neglecting the bound women, charged towards him. In an instant, shurikens whizzed through the air. Tsukigami's gaze locked onto the incoming projectiles, and a sudden intuition struck him. Much like Naruto in the original tale, he could transform into a wind shuriken, catching his opponent off guard. Given Jiraiya's capabilities, it was not an impossibility. Resolute, Tsukigami formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. This A-rank jutsu, utilized by Uchiha Madara in the original story, wielded immense destructive power. Flames erupted from Tsukigami's mouth, vibrant and fierce, evoking a sense of trepidation. Ordinarily, such a jutsu would be beyond his reach, yet with his extraordinary lineage, the Senju bloodline granted him an astronomical amount of chakra, far exceeding that of an ordinary ninja. The mere loss of the Great Fire is hardly a concern for the vast chakra inherent in the Thousand-Hand bloodline. The flames of the Great Fire are ferocious, incinerating everything in their path. The shurikens that flew towards him were instantly engulfed, and the two shadow clones of Jiraiya dissolved into a cloud of smoke. The sunlight was briefly obscured as Jiraiya, having completed his hand signs, expelled a torrent of oil from his mouth. Fire release, burning mirage. Beneath him, a stir of movement caught the attention of Tsukamori, who realized he faced attacks from both above and below. One of the ninja's jutsu. Jiraiya's figure danced in the air, his beaming smile apparent. Tornado. He swung his Kusanagi sword fiercely, the sword's aura converging like the wind to form a tornado. Flames erupted beneath him, while oil bombs descended from above. Tsukamori remained unperturbed as the tornado of sword energy enveloped him like a barrier. Regardless of the fireballs below or the oil bombs above, all were cleaved apart by the sword energy surrounding Tsukamori, liberating him from the encirclement. In the world of combat, one must never shy away from deception. Jiraiya's voice echoed in his ears. As the tornado of sword energy dissipated, Tsukamori swiftly directed his gaze towards the source of the sound, right beneath his feet. Earth release, decapitation technique. Another iteration of the same move. I have been waiting for this. Tsukamori was not daunted. Instead, he chuckled, while Jiraiya below began to feel a twinge of unease. Tsukamori held in his hand a blue and white chakra sphere. Spiral sphere. He hurled the chakra sphere downwards with force. Bang! Whoosh! An explosion erupted, sending several shurikens flying amidst the dust. The shurikens soared toward Kushina and Mikoto, skillfully slicing through the ropes that bound them. This is Kushina and Mikoto immediately sensed their bodies were liberated, exchanging a glance before preparing for battle once more. Dang! Lion's main technique. A fierce wind swept through, dispersing the smoke, and Tsukamori was struck back. Jiraiya's white hair fluttered wildly as he faced Tsukamori. Upon closer inspection, Jiraiya appeared somewhat disheveled. His once glossy hair was now unkempt, and his face bore a layer of grime. Only Jiraiya knew how perilous Tsukamori's sudden spiral sphere had been. Had he not employed the substitution technique in time, the spiral sphere would undoubtedly have struck him directly. Casting his gaze toward the spot where the spiral sphere had impacted, Jiraiya felt a jolt of surprise. The destructive power was immense, qualifying it as an A-rank ninjutsu. Most importantly, it was an unsealed jutsu, entirely devoid of the cumbersome hand signs, allowing it to surpass other ninjutsu in speed. Jiraiya gazed upon the moonlit tree before him, flanked by two companions, Kushina and Mikoto. Had they just rescued their comrade amidst the chaos? As he pondered this, the more he contemplated, the more he perceived the terrifying prowess of the moonlit tree. With adept combat skills, a calm demeanor, and formidable individual strength, it also exhibited the ability to coordinate seamlessly with allies. Moreover, the array of ninjutsu previously displayed, along with the formless jutsu, was astonishing enough for an 8-year-old child, particularly given the sheer volume of chakra that was truly remarkable. Jiraiya had come to fully understand the capabilities of the moonlit tree. In his eyes, it represented the most prodigious talent he had encountered in a long time. Beside him, Minato was equally awestruck, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of disbelief, yet devoid of surrender. "Where did you learn that jutsu, kid?" Jiraiya inquired, already harboring suspicions, though he couldn't help but feel that his conjecture was alarmingly daunting. "I developed it myself," the moonlit tree replied calmly. Minato, at this age, was not likely to have mastered the Rasengan. Jiraiya inhaled sharply, while Minato appeared equally astonished. To develop a jutsu at such a young age, the moonlit tree had succeeded in astounding everyone present. How intriguing, Jiraiya mused with a smile. He had to admit, the moonlit tree had far surpassed his expectations. Was it fair to say it was the legacy of legend? The thought of that myth brought a wry smile to his lips. With the bells still jingling at his waist, the moonlit tree, Kushina, and Mikoto readied themselves once more. This time, it would be a direct confrontation. Jiraiya observed the trio of children before him. These kids nowadays, he thought, taking a deep breath. Each one is stronger than the last. In the blink of an eye, a serious expression filled Jiraiya's gaze. The exam continues. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The moonlit tree expelled a fireball, and while his physique was indeed impressive, there were limits at his age. After unleashing so many jutsu, including the grand fire technique, it was clear that the moonlit tree's chakra was beginning to dwindle. Water style, water bullet. Jiraiya, being a mature adult, possessed a vast reservoir of chakra, even without any extraordinary traits. As the fireball hurtled toward him, he effortlessly countered with a water technique. The water bullet collided with the fireball, producing a hissing sound as plumes of steam rose, obscuring everyone's view. However, Jiraiya remained unperturbed. His barrier was sufficient to keep him in a favorable position. A smirk crept onto his lips. As he had anticipated, the chakra of the moonlit trio had been overly depleted, leaving them with insufficient reserves to continue casting jutsu. Especially the moonlit tree. Jiraiya found it hard to believe that an 8-year-old possessed chakra levels rivaling that of a jonin. Such a phenomenon typically only occurred within the Uzumaki and Senju clans. In clear view, Jiraiya observed the movements of the trio from the moon tree, patiently awaiting their approach. There was no doubt, they intended to employ their physical techniques. From the right, a figure darted out from the side, and Jiraiya seemed momentarily oblivious. Success. Kushina, wielding a kunai, lunged at Jiraiya, her face alight with excitement as victory seemed imminent. The second secret of the ninja, Jiraiya spoke calmly. And Kushina immediately sensed an ominous shift. Never let your guard down too soon. As Jiraiya moved, he delivered a side kick aimed at Kushina. Just as she appeared ready to be struck, another figure sprang forth from the side. Not so fast. It was Moontree. He seized the opportunity as Jiraiya launched his attack. Anticipating Moontree's movement, Jiraiya reacted swiftly, leaping into the air with his legs spread wide. Not only did he send Kushina flying with a single kick, but Moontree also met the same fate. 2 kicks, one for each. Both were propelled away with considerable force. Such power. Crack. Moontree and Kushina. Mikoto could not help but exclaim, and in the next moment, Jiraiya was at her side. The third secret of the ninja. Never cease observation and contemplation. Jiraiya formed a fist and directed it toward Mikoto. Whoosh. Moontree promptly drew a shuriken, hurling it toward Jiraiya. Ah! Mikoto cried out, sent sprawling by Jiraiya's strike. Meanwhile, the shuriken from Moontree flew in but was a moment too late. Jiraiya paid no heed to the shuriken. It posed little threat to him. Mikoto. Kushina's voice rang out. The recently felled Mikoto struggled to rise. Then, mimicking Kushina, charged toward Jiraiya. Moontree also regained his footing and began forming hand seals. Does he still possess chakra? Slightly pivoting, Jiraiya evaded the shuriken while scrutinizing Moontree. Seize him. Kushina, quicker than Mikoto, shouted as she lunged at Jiraiya. Taken aback, Jiraiya had not anticipated Kushina's intent. Mikoto, undeterred and uninquiring, unhesitatingly lunged at Jiraiya as well. Jiraiya would not allow them to succeed so easily. Whether through physical prowess or otherwise, he could not be ensnared by two assailants. Just as he prepared to counter the approaching Kushina and Mikoto, Moon Tree began to stir in the distance. Poof! A cloud of smoke erupted from Moon Tree's direction, clearly indicating he had just completed his hand seals. Jiraiya unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, sending Kushina and Mikoto hurtling away, yet they refused to relent, tossing shuriken and kunai even as they flew backward, despite their poor aim. Could it be? Jiraiya sensed something amiss. He could no longer detect Moon Tree's presence. Before him, the shuriken from the two women approached, but Jiraiya turned to look behind him. Too late. As I turned my head, my eyes were met with a sword flying towards me. It was the grass-cutting sword wielded by Tsukumori. The ninjutsu, Needle Earth, was initially intended for me to envelop myself in needles for protection, especially with threats lurking behind. However, a fleeting glance revealed Tsukumori charging towards me, prompting me to halt my actions immediately. Out of the corner of my eye, I observed Tsukumori sprinting in a ninja stance, one hand empty while the other cradled a blue and white orb. I knew precisely what it was. It was the formless ninjutsu that had nearly inflicted harm upon me moments ago. Drawing a kunai, I deftly deflected the sword aimed at me and hurled it towards the approaching Tsukumori. The trajectory of the shuriken behind me lacked precision, allowing me to remain unperturbed. Rasengan. Tsukumori thrust the Rasengan forward, effortlessly sending my kunai flying aside. Earth-style, triple earth flow wall. I slammed my palm against the ground, and 3 earthen walls rose before me, obstructing Tsukumori's path. His expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed ahead. Bang! The Rasengan collided with the earthen wall, producing a thunderous sound. Do not underestimate that orb. Tsukumori augmented the chakra flow, causing the Rasengan in his hand to swell larger. This fellow. Bang! The triple earth flow wall was shattered by Tsukumori, compelling me to retreat hastily. Don't even think about it. Tsukumori pressed the Rasengan down to the ground. Bang! The Rasengan struck the earth, erupting in an explosion. The force of the blast sent rocks flying, affecting both Tsukumori and me. Whoosh! The shuriken thrown by Kushina and Mikoto whizzed by, their aim lacking, sparing me from harm. I landed steadily, swiftly adopting a combat stance. I have emerged victorious. Tsukumori stood tall, a smile gracing his face. He held a bell in his hand, which he gently shook, producing a melodious sound. When did this happen? I quickly glanced at my waist. The string binding the bell had been severed in two. Could it be? Suddenly, my gaze snapped to Tsukumori, my pupils dilating in realization. It was indeed that possibility. Tsukumori chuckled. The transformation technique disguised as a shuriken, using a shadow clone to shield Kushina and Mikoto, while concurrently diverting your attention. Then, an unexpected ambush from behind. He elaborated slowly. And by drawing your attention, I allowed Kushina and Mikoto's shurikens to sever my string. I interjected. Bingo. Tsukumori replied. I have immense faith in their shurikens, Tsukumori remarked, as Kushina and Mikoto approached, looking somewhat disheveled. The three of us stood united once more. It was all thanks to our teamwork, Kushina exclaimed, her excitement unabashed. Thanks to Tsukumori, Mikoto added modestly, her tone gentle yet imbued with enthusiasm, just like always. Indeed, none of us could be missing, Tsukumori declared, seizing the bell and tossing it to me. This time, it is our victory. Jiraiya caught the bell and, gazing at the three individuals before him, couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, it was as he suspected. What an impressive performance, Tsukumori. I truly did not misjudge, exclaimed Minato Namikaze, who rushed over in excitement upon witnessing the outcome. I will not be outdone. Tsukumori raised both hands in surrender. I am utterly exhausted, immensely so. He sighed. What are you talking about? You cannot afford to be so complacent. You must continue training. Minato uttered words that seemed uncharacteristic of him. Perhaps Tsukumori had indeed ignited this fiery spirit within him. All right. Jiraiya clapped his hands, observing the four youngsters before him. Let us go eat some barbecue. It's on me, a welcome for our new teammate, he said with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. I was just feeling a bit hungry, Tsukumori replied. Early morning, indeed, was the finest time of the day. In his past life, Tsukumori often heard this saying. Although uncertain of its veracity, he held a contrary perspective. The reasoning was quite simple. Why abandon the comfort of a warm bed for the sake of rising? Thus, when the alarm rang at 7 o'clock, Tsukumori hesitated for half a second before decisively silencing it and sinking back into slumber. What? You ask why Tsukumori set the alarm for 7? Need I explain? It is because yesterday he passed the exam, and the first four-man team of Konoha is officially commencing its activities. The first mission is scheduled for a gathering at 7 in the morning, and for Tsukumori, what could be more significant than sleep? If it were a system task, it might be different, but it was merely an ordinary ninja assignment, so why sacrifice his precious sleep time? Thus, Tsukumori vehemently protested the 7 o'clock assembly and took action to express his dissent. Speaking of the mission, Tsukumori suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes. Oh right. Completing the mission grants me another chance to draw from the lottery. He finally recalled that his recent intensive training had a purpose. It was all for fulfilling the system's tasks and that precious lottery opportunity, wasn't it? The thrill flickered briefly, and Tsukumori closed his eyes once more. After all, the lottery could be drawn at any time. He could wait until later to participate. Moreover, such matters required proper bathing and changing of clothes. So it was best to sleep for now. With that thought, Tsukumori intended to indulge in a brief return to sleep. Good morning. Good morning. A voice greeted him, and Tsukumori subconsciously responded without processing it. A few seconds later, wait. Tsukumori abruptly opened his eyes again. As expected, he wore a wry smile upon seeing Jiraiya, with his white hair, followed by Minato and Kushina at his heels. To his surprise, these individuals had all come to his home. Good morning. After a moment of silence, Tsukumori spoke, echoing his earlier response. What time is it? Still sleeping? As anticipated, Jiraiya erupted in fury, causing the entire room to tremble. You rascal! Waking me up at this early hour? You're as good as dead. The atmosphere grew tenser, and just as Jiraiya unleashed his wrath, the ferocious roar of Tsunade echoed from her abode. Jiraiya trembled visibly, his complexion paling at the thought of her fearsome presence. We must hurry, he exclaimed. His ears perked up, and he swiftly dragged the still drowsy Suki from her warm bed. Sensei, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki stood dumbfounded, taken aback by Jiraiya's remarkable speed. The sound of footsteps echoed ominously, and before the trio could react, Suki's door was flung open. A tall and displeased beauty stood there, a frown etched across her face, with a distinctive mark on her forehead. The ominous aura emanating from her filled the three children with trepidation. It is said that one should never provoke a woman, and Tsunade, roused from her beauty sleep, was particularly fearsome. Jiraiya, you better hope I don't catch you, she shouted towards the open window before departing. As Tsunade left, the 5 members of Jiraiya's team finally gathered. By the time Minato and Kushina arrived, Suki stood beside Jiraiya, sporting 2 bumps on her head, a look of resignation on her face. Suki expressed her helplessness. Her strength paled in comparison to Jiraiya's, and without her weapon, left behind in her room, she was no match for him. Ha ha ha, what a look you have. Quite fitting for you, Jiraiya remarked, observing Suki in her pajamas. Her expression a mix of bitterness and exasperation, with a hint of sleepiness in her eyes. Kushina immediately burst into laughter upon seeing her friend. In the moment, one is often at the mercy of circumstances, Suki sighed. Minato and Kushina joined in, chuckling softly. Jiraiya, however, felt a sense of annoyance. This kid, though so young, carries an air of profoundness as if she has endured much. Clearing his throat, he redirected attention back to himself. All right, our team is officially formed, and it's time to embark on our first mission. The 4 looked at Jiraiya expectantly. Indeed, our inaugural task is to clean the streets. What? Kushina and Mikoto were taken aback, while Suki merely sighed. She had anticipated such a trivial assignment. In the original narrative, it was similar. Upon becoming a genin, one would not immediately face perilous missions. Typically, they engaged in menial tasks within the village. During wartime, they might be sent to the battlefield. But with the Second Great Ninja War having just concluded, Suki and her companions were unlikely to encounter any dangerous missions. This mundane chore was precisely why Suki was reluctant to rise and gather. Sacrificing sleep for menial tasks seems hardly worth the effort. Every endeavor begins from humble beginnings, including the life of a ninja. Sweeping the streets serves as a contribution to the village, and there is even compensation for such labor. Kakashi has endured a month of this routine and has grown accustomed to it, finding some joy in it, given his nature. He is right. Even the third Hokage commenced his journey in such a manner, as do we. Jiraiya nodded in agreement with Kakashi's sentiments. Very well then, Kushina replied, somewhat disappointed. While Mikoto was not particularly disheartened, finding merit in the task of street cleaning. As for Tsukiki, she cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya. It is undoubtedly a deception. The shinobi world has been fraught with turmoil, with the first and second great ninja wars occurring swiftly and ferociously, claiming the lives of even the mightiest leaders of various villages. One must acknowledge the ferocity of these conflicts, though they pale in comparison to the Fourth War. Enough lamenting. Every great edifice begins from the ground up, Jiraiya remarked with a smile. Thus commenced Jiraiya's team's inaugural mission, street sweeping. Jiraiya led the way, with Kushina reluctantly following, while Makoto quietly offered her support. Kakashi and Tsukiki trailed behind in silence. By the way, I still have a lottery draw pending, Tsukiki suddenly recalled. With nothing else to occupy her time, she decided it was a good moment to indulge. She was indifferent to the mundane tasks of bathing, changing, or washing her hands. System, initiate the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Shadow Clone Technique, B rank, and the Multi-Shadow Clone Technique, A rank. Tsukiki could hardly suppress the smile that began to spread across her face. It appeared she had discovered a method to ease her burdens. The sunlight in Konoha had always been just right, perfect for lounging, but perhaps not so much for street sweeping. The scorching rays beat down on their faces as Jiraiya's team dispersed across the street, brooms in hand. This is so tedious. Why must it be so hot today? Kushina complained weakly as she swept the ground. In contrast, Kakashi and Makoto worked quietly, unbothered by the heat. The most infuriating sight, however, was Jiraiya, who sat nearby, engrossed in a book, occasionally flashing a lewd grin that drove Kushina to the brink of exasperation. She cast a glance at him, her fists clenched, before resolutely turning away to avoid further anger. However, she could not help but recall something and directed her gaze toward Tsukiki, who was also diligently sweeping. Kushina was taken aback. Tsukiki, known for her laziness, would typically choose to recline rather than stand. Yet here she was, diligently engaged in this task. Tsukiki, are you feeling ill? Huh. In response to Kushina's unexpected inquiry, Suki was equally bewildered. You truly perform your duties with such honesty? Over time, Kushina had grown intimately acquainted with Suki's character. With a resigned sigh, Suki lamented, I bear no ill will. Why must that fellow shirk all responsibilities while I toil? Do shadow clones possess no rights? Suki's grievances began to unfold. Kushina, oblivious to the latter part of his complaints, mistakenly believed Suki was referring to Jiraiya, nodding vigorously in agreement. Never mind. Let us finish this up quickly, Suki sighed once more, dutifully resuming his work. Observing Suki, Kushina also sighed, pouting as she continued to sweep the ground. The streets of Konoha were not particularly dirty, yet 3 individuals tackling such an expansive area constituted a considerable undertaking. The warm sunlight of Konoha enveloped the surroundings, providing a delightful comfort to those nearby. In a small grove not far from where Jiraiya's team was engaged in their sweeping duties, Suki lay soundly asleep beneath one of the trees. It was indeed perplexing. The very Suki who was supposedly sweeping had somehow appeared here. Experienced ninjas were well aware of what had transpired. Utilizing shadow clones to handle tasks allowed for a bit of leisure, a tactic many had employed. What difference did it make if one was the original or a clone? It was undeniable that fate seemed to favor Suki, who mused whether he had stumbled into a fortunate circumstance, particularly as he had fortuitously mastered the shadow clone technique. Regardless of such thoughts, in the days that followed, Suki consistently relied on shadow clones to manage his tasks while he remained comfortably ensconced at home, too lazy even to rise from his bed. Conversely, Kushina and her companions found the situation peculiar, as Suki consistently completed his tasks ahead of schedule, appearing diligently engaged despite the displeased expression etched upon his face, exuding an air of grievance. Meanwhile, Jiraiya continued his customary repose, as a seasoned member of the legendary Sannin. He had no shortage of resources. Such D-rank missions were utterly unnecessary, serving merely as training for the new genin. For a ninja, the essence of patience and mental fortitude is paramount. Only those who embody the spirit of endurance can be deemed competent. Presently, Jiraiya's team was undergoing this very test, which inadvertently placed additional burdens on Minato, compelling him to accompany Suki and his companions as they repetitively engaged in D-rank tasks, though Minato's temperament rendered him largely unconcerned. As time gradually unfolded, Suki adeptly navigated 2 weeks with the aid of his shadow clones. This time, the memories relayed from his clones contained some amusing incidents. Ultimately, Kushina could no longer endure the monotony of the tasks and approached Jiraiya to voice her complaints, escalating the matter all the way to the third Hokage. As the princess of the Uzumaki clan, adorned with the legacy of Uzumaki Mido, Kushina possessed the authority to do so. Consequently, both Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi found themselves obliged to cater to the whims of the little princess, agreeing to assign a C-rank mission to Jiraiya's team. It must be said, you remain the fiery red pepper you've always been. A C-rank mission? The moonlit tree murmured softly, recalling Naruto's first C-rank mission from the original tale. It was, in essence, an A-rank task masquerading as a C-rank. How could such an event have transpired decades ago? The tree pondered, chuckling lightly. The original narrative belonged to a time long past, making such occurrences implausible now. Shizune, what shall we have for dinner tonight? The tree called out to the room, dismissing those thoughts. Indeed, it was Shizune's turn to cook, while Tsunade remained, as ever, preoccupied with eating. The tree wondered how this woman managed to indulge without gaining weight, mirroring its own leisurely lifestyle. Perhaps that was simply the way of an older woman. Are you contemplating something impolite? The aroma of the meal wafted through the air, as Tsunade, reclining comfortably in the living room, cast a glance at the tree, waiting for dinner. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? The tree responded with feigned righteousness, appearing quite serious. This ability to speak untruths with wide-open eyes was indeed one of its notable skills. Humph. Tsunade let out a small huff at the tree's demeanor, knowing well that she could not perceive its inner thoughts. By the way, you've been home for quite some time. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? I have shadow clones. Cunning little rascal. It's not too bad. I wasn't complimenting you. When did you learn to use shadow clones? I just suddenly figured it out. You sly creature. Tsunade offered a wry smile, bemused by the tree's response. Dinner is ready. Shizune's voice echoed from the kitchen, prompting the tree to rise and assist in serving the dishes. Tsunade watched as the tree moved away, then sipped her tea gently, the warmth still rising from the cup. Unbeknownst to them, the Senju household had transformed from solitude into a lively gathering of three, as if caught in a dream. Be careful. Don't worry. Tsunade observed Shizune and the tree bringing forth the dishes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Is it the goddess? Indeed. If it is true, our plan will become simpler. In a subterranean chamber, the aged Uchiha Madara gazed upon the figure of Kaguya, his withered visage displaying an alluring smirk. Let us observe for now. Let us see if the so-called direct descendant of the Sage of Six Paths possesses any extraordinary qualities. As you command. As night descended, the wind followed closely behind, swiftly cooling the world. Meanwhile, the tree nestled comfortably in its bedding, savoring a deep slumber. Escort the merchant to the land of waterfalls. Kushina softly recited the C-rank mission assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The land of fire, with its favorable geography, offered numerous daily necessities and local specialties that were deemed expensive in other nations but remained quite affordable within its borders. Thus, many merchants traversed borders to procure goods from the land of fire for sale in other lands. For the sake of monetary gain, individuals are capable of undertaking any endeavor. Merely traversing a handful of countries for business is a trivial matter. Moreover, the territories within the world of Naruto are not particularly vast, allowing one to reach another nation in just a few days or even less. Is this truly a C-rank mission? Kushina gazed at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, do not underestimate this task. Although C-rank missions do not typically involve encounters with ninjas, they should not be dismissed lightly. Furthermore, you have the opportunity to explore beyond the village, do you not? Hiruzen chuckled. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina would not be permitted to leave the village, even if only a select few in Konoha were privy to this information. Thus, the rationale for allowing Kushina to exit the village was quite straightforward. It stemmed from Jiraiya's assurance of strength. As one of the legendary Sannin and also his student, Hiruzen naturally placed his trust in Jiraiya, a powerhouse of Hokage caliber. Additionally, the lady of the Uzumaki clan had consented to Kushina's departure, alleviating any lingering concerns. Hiruzen, in the prime of his life, was far from the helpless and incapable figure depicted in the original narrative. He possessed the resolve to undertake such matters and was more than capable of upholding the title of Third Hokage. Very well, when do we commence? Upon hearing of her chance to leave the village, Kushina's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, her face betraying an eagerness for adventure. You, my dear, Hiruzen chuckled, bemused. Few in Konoha dared to speak to him in such a manner. Let us adjourn for today, then. We shall convene at the village gates at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Jiraiya announced, and the members of his small team dispersed accordingly. Tomorrow marked the inaugural mission for Jiraiya's team outside the village. That night, the members of Jiraiya's team found themselves restless with anticipation. Even Minato, who had been a genin for some time, shared in this excitement. Though he graduated a month earlier than Yatsuki and the others, Jiraiya had not taken it upon himself to engage Minato in any high-difficulty missions, and thus he continued to handle menial D-rank tasks as usual. Finally, the opportunity to leave the village had arrived, and Minato found himself more exhilarated than the other three. Although he concealed his excitement well, following closely in enthusiasm was Kushina, then Mikoto, and lastly Yatsuki. For Yatsuki, the allure of leaving the village was not particularly compelling. The world he had known in his previous life on Earth dwarfed this ninja realm in scale, and he had seen quite a variety of landscapes, albeit mostly through online means. Besides, could an otaku still be considered one if they ventured far from home? Yatsuki remained his usual nonchalant self. Yet, once again, a voice echoed in his mind. Mission triggered. Complete the first C-rank mission. Reward for completion, 1 lottery draw. Yatsuki was taken aback. Something seemed amiss. The recent missions had grown increasingly challenging. He could distinctly sense the shift, as if the novice phase had ended, and the system's tasks had escalated in difficulty. Logically, a C-rank mission should pose no significant challenge for a novice genin. After all, it is merely a C-rank mission. It has been stated that ninjas will not be involved, and the disparity between ninjas and non-ninjas is indeed substantial. So, what circumstances could render a team of ninjas beset with difficulties? Apart from the absence of other ninjas, it seems there is little else to consider. Ueshu pondered this, feeling somewhat speechless. The C-rank missions of Konoha are truly distinctive. His current assignment, much like Naruto's decades later, reflects that uniqueness. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone his thoughts for the moment, especially with the presence of the lecherous sage, who, despite his dubious demeanor, could still be relied upon. Ueshu turned over, choosing to dismiss his concerns. After all, even if the sky were to fall, there would be those taller to bear its weight, wouldn't there? As night deepened, Ueshu's breath echoed steadily in the stillness. The moon shone solitary against the dark canvas of the night, with no stars in sight. Soon, dawn arrived. Good morning, Ueshu yawned as he approached the village gate. Members of Jiraiya's small team were already gathered there, alongside a couple of horse-drawn carts and a man and woman. Good morning, indeed. Just look at the time, exclaimed an irritated voice. Huh, isn't at precisely 9 o'clock? Ueshu responded, oblivious to the implications of revealing that he had been counting the minutes. You rascal. Kushina's head was adorned with several angry symbols, her frustration palpable. Coughing, Jiraiya intervened, effectively averting potential disaster for Ueshu, who was blissfully unaware of the tension. This is our charge, Mr. Kichimoku Eri, and his daughter, Miss Kichimoku Kei. Jiraiya introduced the pair standing beside him. Ueshu glanced over. The man appeared slightly older than Jiraiya, dressed plainly, hardly resembling a merchant. His daughter, however, was striking. Her long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her delicate features exuded an inviting charm, accentuated by a tear mole at the corner of her eye, which served as a captivating detail. It must be said that this woman could indeed be deemed a beauty, enhanced further by her gentle demeanor. Greetings, I am Kishi Godai Ueshu, he said, his tone calm. Regardless of her beauty, it held no significance for him. Ueshu was not the type to be rendered speechless by a woman's presence. After all, he found more pleasure in sleeping, eating, and watching shows. After exchanging pleasantries with their employer, the group familiarized themselves with one another, and thus, Jiraiya's small team officially commenced their first venture outside the village. As the cart gradually departed from Konoha, Ueshu and his companions walked alongside it, watching as the village slowly faded into the distance. They had truly left the village behind, embarking on a journey that would last several days. Upon stepping out, aside from Jiraiya and Ueshu, the others couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After all, having been born and raised in Konoha, it was only natural to feel exhilarated at the prospect of venturing beyond its borders. However, Ueshu felt otherwise. His predominant emotion was one of concern. Following the activation of the system tasked the previous night, he was increasingly convinced that this C-rank mission would not be as straightforward as it appeared on the surface. Before them lay the unknown, and even the moonlit tree was uncertain. Despite the presence of a rather lascivious immortal by their side, caution was still paramount. After all, with only Jiraiya to rely upon. The moonlit tree harbored doubts about his ability to protect 6 individuals. How delightful it would be if everything were to unfold simply and serenely. Casting a glance at the expressions on the faces of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Mikoto, she gently inquired, "Sister Jukamuki, what is the land of waterfalls like?" On a narrow path through the woods, a carriage ambled by, accompanied by a silver-haired man and a golden-haired boy. At the helm was Jukamuki Kairi, skillfully driving the carriage. While inside, the moonlit tree, along with the 3 women, shared the space. Minato, displaying his understanding, voluntarily stepped outside to assist Jiraiya in escorting the carriage. It is worth noting that the camaraderie among women is indeed peculiar. Within just a few days, Kushina and Mikoto had grown quite familiar with their employer, Jukamuki K. Leaning back in the carriage, the moonlit tree observed the animated conversation among the 3 women. "The land of waterfalls, you say?" Jukamuki pondered, seemingly lost in reminiscence. "It is a very small place, almost more akin to a village than a nation, perhaps even smaller than the Hidden Leaf." A smile graced Jukamuki K's lips, a smile that exuded an undeniable charm, pure and innocent. Truth be told, the moonlit tree held a certain admiration for Jukamuki Kairi, who, as a merchant, had managed to raise such a pure-hearted daughter. "Is it really that small?" Kushina was taken aback, while Mikoto listened in quiet contemplation. "Indeed, it is exceedingly small, both in size and in its populace. So, what business do you intend to conduct there?" Jukamuki K chuckled at Kushina's question. "Who told you we were going to conduct business?" "Because it was stated in the mission details." Kushina and Mikoto exchanged obedient glances with Jukamuki K, and the moonlit tree's gaze shifted toward her as well. "Aren't you a merchant?" The moonlit tree narrowed her eyes, perceiving the mission to be of a higher caliber than a mere C-rank task, thus remaining vigilant of her surroundings. "In a sense, you are not entirely mistaken," Jukamuki K replied, "for everything in this carriage has been purchased collectively by the villagers. My father was a merchant in his youth, which is why he entrusted this procurement task to me." "Is that so?" "The village is small and remote, filled with honest folk who have never ventured beyond their borders. They likely harbor fears of the outside world." Jukamuki K spoke of her village with a gentle gaze, and one could easily perceive her as a kind-hearted individual. "Is that so?" "Sister Jukamuki, you are truly remarkable and exceptionally gentle." Kushina and Mikoto were immediately moved by Jukamuki K's demeanor. Not only they, but even the moonlit tree felt a sense of admiration. To traverse borders for the sake of the villagers was indeed noble, albeit rather peculiar. Engaging in such endeavors for everyday goods seemed a touch odd. The moonlit tree's rationality often asserted itself with remarkable strength. As such thoughts lingered, an unexpected turn of events awaited. The carriage was compelled to halt, and due to its moderate pace, the abrupt stop did not result in any significant repercussions. The occupants within were jostled slightly, only to be met with the resounding sound of an explosion. "Yushu, Kushina, Mikoto, safeguard Miss Juki Miki." Jiraiya's voice rang out from outside, bearing an air of solemnity. Although Yushu typically appeared languid and nonchalant, in this moment, he swiftly adopted a different demeanor, embodying that of a ninja. "We must protect Miss Juki. Let us venture outside first," Yushu instructed Kushina and Mikoto before leaping out of the carriage. Inside the carriage, visibility was severely limited. Understanding the situation outside was the prudent choice. Upon exiting, they beheld Jiraiya entangled in combat with 3 adversaries, while Minato Namikaze shielded Juki Kairi. Clearly, as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya maintained an advantage even while facing 3 opponents. Yet Minato found himself at a disadvantage, besieged by foes on all sides. Even the genius Minato was under pressure, especially with an ordinary person like Juki Kairi behind him. Multiple shadow clone technique. The situation was dire, and Yushu discarded any pretense of stealth, promptly forming seals to unleash his technique. With a decisive shout, clones of Yushu began to emerge, astonishing everyone present, including Kushina and Mikoto, who had just exited the carriage. Seizing the moment, Yushu commanded his shadow clones to advance, employing both taijutsu and basic D-rank ninjutsu. The sheer number of clones restored a semblance of advantage to Yushu's side, alleviating some of the pressure on Minato. As Minato's adversaries were pushed back, the 3 masked ninjas confronting Jiraiya exchanged glances. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Wind style, Hurricane Blade. As if in perfect synchrony, 2 of them executed a combined ninjutsu. prompting the surrounding enemies to retreat in response to the third ninja's signal. The dragon-shaped flames intensified with the wind, surging forth towards Jiraiya, who had 4 young ones and 2 civilians behind him. He could not afford to retreat. He had those to protect. Water style, water dragon bullet. Jiraiya formed seals in an instant. In this arid region, he conjured a mass of water that coalesced into a dragon, surging towards the oncoming fire dragon. The clash between the water and fire dragons produced a hissing sound as steam billowed forth. It was evident why Jiraiya was hailed as one of the legendary 3 ninjas. With a single water dragon bullet, he successfully countered the enemy's combined ninjutsu. As the steam enveloped the area, creating a humid atmosphere akin to a sauna, Yushu and Minato safeguarded Juki Kairi, while Kushina and Mikoto protected Juki Miki. Jiraiya exhaled a sigh, gazing at the vacant expanse before him. The recent attack came rather unexpectedly. Had it not been for Jiraiya's swift reaction in deftly deflecting the explosive tags, the adversaries might have succeeded in their endeavor. Of course, the commendable performance of Minato Namikaze also played a crucial role. Otherwise, he would have been unable to safeguard Kurohi Jukumu, who was under duress. It must be said that this assault was remarkably successful. Had it been an ordinary Jonin, they would indeed have triumphed. Moreover, 3 Jonin participated in this endeavor. Jiraiya pondered, his expression growing grave. This situation transcended a mere C-rank mission, approaching the caliber of an A-rank mission, nearly at S-rank level. After all, there were 3 Jonin involved. Jiraiya's demeanor hardened as he turned his gaze toward Kurohi Jukumu. Might I request an explanation, Mr. Jukumu? Jiraiya fixed his stare upon Kurohi Jukumu, who felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Allow me to speak, Lord Jiraiya, interjected Kurohi's daughter, Kurohi Kei, stepping forward before her father could respond. All eyes turned to Kurohi Kei, curious about her forthcoming words. The narrative unfolds thus. Long ago, in an era devoid of the concept of ninja villages, ninja lived for their own causes amidst a tumultuous world. It is said that the Sage of 6 Paths established the ninja sect, discovering the methodology of chakra utilization, subsequently disseminating ninjutsu through this very sect. Following this, ninjas emerged. The Sage of 6 Paths quelled the chaos, yet such turmoil never truly vanishes. One era of strife inevitably gives way to another. Even in the present, with the 5 great ninja villages, the ninja world has endured 2 great wars. Conflict is a persistent phenomenon, impossible to avert. The land of waterfalls, once merely a secluded village, was destined to remain so. However, tranquility is never everlasting. The land of waterfalls possesses 2 treasures that incite worldly greed. Jiraiya's team listened intently as Kurohi Kei spoke, their carriage having come to a halt. Eager to glean information about the situation. 2 treasures? Kushina and Mikoto echoed, thoroughly captivated. Indeed, Kei nodded, while Kurohi appeared somewhat troubled. These are powers that even a Kage would covet, rivaling that of tailed beasts. As Kei's words sank in, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tsukisuke cast a glance at Jiraiya, while Minato Namikaze also displayed a hint of astonishment. Powers rivaling that of tailed beasts? This has resurfaced. Tsukisuke exhaled deeply, encountering yet another deviation from the original narrative, an event that had not transpired in the source material. This was yet another unpredictable and perilously high-stakes situation. This involved the hero's water, which could amplify a person's chakra tenfold, along with the chakra fruit that derived from it. Tsukisuke inhaled sharply, recalling the hero's water. This was a treasure from the original tale set in the land of waterfalls. However, the existence of the chakra fruit was a deviation. Tenfold chakra enhancement? Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, while Kushina and the others expressed their astonishment. Indeed, Kei affirmed with a nod. However, the hero's water possesses adverse effects. As a cost of enhancement, it consumes a person's life force. This seems reasonable, Jiraiya remarked softly. It is only right that there is a price to pay. An enhancement that amplifies one's chakra tenfold would indeed be terrifying. If the individual being enhanced possesses chakra comparable to that of a tailed beast or is a Jinchuriki, the results could be truly fearsome. What of the chakra fruit? Spoke Suki, recalling the hero's water, though he was curious about the chakra fruit, which had not appeared in the original narrative. If I am not mistaken, those individuals are likely targeting the chakra fruit, Suki ventured cautiously. Hui and Kairi fell silent, while others turned their gaze toward Hui. Indeed, perhaps, Hui replied with a wry smile. Kairi sighed as well. The chakra fruit? Could its efficacy surpass that of the hero's water? Minato pondered briefly before offering his insight. No, in truth, we are equally uncertain about the nature of the chakra fruit. Hui shook his head. The chakra fruit exists beneath the hero's water, but we lack clarity on the situation. So how can you be certain of the chakra fruit's existence below? We have seen it. What did you see? Suki and Hui exchanged anxious glances as the others observed their dialogue. The village of Waterfall. It refers to the hidden waterfall village, not merely an ordinary village, but a small ninja village. Suki gazed at Hui, who moved his lips a few times before continuing. In the hidden waterfall village, there exists a monument inscribed with a legend. This legend states that chakra was born from the fruit of a tree, not discovered by the Sage of Six Paths. All ninja arts and everything pertaining to ninjas originated from this fruit, referred to as the divine tree fruit, while the chakra fruit is merely a smaller version of the divine tree fruit. As we finished his statement, the room fell into silence. Suki's eyes trembled incessantly. He was, of course, aware of the truth behind the legend of the Sage of Six Paths. The origins traced back to the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya Otsutsuki had brought the seed of the divine tree to this planet and planted it, consuming its fruit to acquire chakra. Yet, this history remained unknown to all, with only Kurizetsu and Suki privy to it. At this moment, an enigmatic monument subtly hinted at all of this. Moreover, the existence of the chakra fruit, to be honest. Suki himself was at a loss for what to do next. The divine tree fruit, Jiraiya murmured softly, resting his chin in contemplation. Is the legend of the Sage of Six Paths false? Kushina questioned, somewhat bewildered. Minato and Mikoto also looked on, their eyes filled with confusion. I am unsure. But both the chakra fruit and the monument are undeniably real. If Suki's voice emerged, drawing everyone's attention. If the chakra fruit truly exists, and if that Group S objective aligns with this, then why did they choose to assault you? Suki turned his gaze toward Hui. As previously mentioned, Haley, as a merchant, possesses a daughter named Hui, who is gentle and innocent. However, their interaction lacks the typical father-daughter warmth. From the way Haley gazed at Hui, it was evident that his look was not that of a father towards his daughter, but rather one of a superior towards a subordinate, reminiscent of how the ninjas of Konoha regard Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haley parted his lips, about to speak, but was swiftly silenced by Huey's raised hand. Princess, Haley murmured softly, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Princess, the crowd echoed in astonishment, to which we responded with a smile. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kazuki Hui, the guardian of the chakra fruit. Tsukiki observed Hui, remaining silent as she continued. The chakra fruit is a small divine tree fruit. Consuming it bestows powers that surpass even that of the Hokage. I am its protector. As the guardian, my blood is essential for manifesting the chakra fruit. Without it, the fruit remains elusive. Thus, those individuals seek to acquire this fruit, as it holds the power that transcends the Hokage. Tsukiki slowly pieced together the current situation, the enemy's greed for the power residing within the chakra fruit, and Kazuki, Hui being the key to obtaining it. Therefore, to claim the chakra fruit, one must first acquire Kazuki Huey's blood. Tsukiki was left speechless, feeling an overwhelming urge to critique the C-rank missions of Konoha. Could it be that the C-rank missions were merely A-rank tasks disguised as C-rank? Oh, how troublesome this has become. This is precisely why I despise C-rank missions. My first C-rank mission was similarly vexing. Jiraiya complained from the side, causing Tsukiki to grimace. You two are a victim of Konoha's C-rank missions, Tsukiki remarked. According to Konoha's regulations, we have the right to abandon this mission. But what about Princess Huey's safety? Hui remained silent, as Haley interjected. However, we cannot stand idly by. I will accept this mission. Tsukiki's declaration left the assembled group momentarily speechless. You are truly incorrigible. Well, as a teacher, I must take responsibility for my impulsive students. Jiraiya chuckled. After all, we are a team. Indeed, agreed Kushina and Minato, acknowledging each other. The entirety of Jiraiya's team supported Tsukiki's proposal, allowing it to pass. Thank you. It was merely a spontaneous decision, Tsukiki replied nonchalantly, not quite accustomed to such casualness. Huey's smile was gentle, blooming like a flower in Tsukiki's eyes. The author wishes to convey original plot and setting. Is the target the people of Takigakure and those entangled with them? The carriage continued its journey, with Tsukiki hiding within, as usual. Just moments ago, we had revealed critical information about their enemies, the avaricious radicals from Takigakure, including Haley's younger brother, Kazuki Kurohane, who seeks to elevate the status of Takigakure through the chakra fruit, while gaining greater power to rise to a higher position. Indeed, the village of Takinen is rather diminutive, and its individual strength is remarkably feeble. Even the esteemed Jonin, Kichimoku Kuroha, finds himself inadequate to confront the entirety of Takinen village alone. Thus, the notion of collaboration arises. Tempted by the allure of Hero's Water, Kichimoku Kuroha entices similarly greedy ninjas from outside. The prospect of a tenfold increase in chakra is a tantalizing dream for nearly every ninja, particularly those at the Jonin level, who constantly gaze upwards toward the ranks of the Kage, aspiring to ascend to their heights one day. This enhancement of chakra offers them a glimmer of hope that is impossible to resist. Kuroha, being quite astute, cleverly assembles a so-called team using the Hero's Water, which, despite its side effects, serves his purpose, while he remains tight-lipped about his true objective, the chakra fruit. Utilizing the strength of others to attain his desires reveals the depths of Kuroha's cunning. From a young age, Kuroha has been fiercely competitive, always striving for excellence. His brother, Kairi, reflects on him with admiration, noting that he is not merely a straightforward individual. Rather, he possesses an unexpectedly delicate sensibility. Originally, he was one of the premier ninjas of Takinen village, but the specifics of his prowess remain known only to himself. Kairi's assessment of his brother is undeniably high. However, for Tsukiki and his comrades, the greater the strength of the adversary, the more formidable the pressure they must endure. Not merely a brawler. Kuroha's intricate thoughts loom large in Tsukiki's mind. Perhaps Kuroha is not as simple as he appears, Tsukiki muses. From Tsukiki's perspective, if the opponent's level is akin to that of the recent assault, then he would hardly feel any pressure. The team led by Jiraiya alone could repel the enemy, and with the added might of Takinen's ninjas, all would be easily resolved. Yet, Tsukiki is not so naive. This undertaking will be far from the effortless endeavor he imagines. Why, you might ask? The answer is straightforward. Just moments ago, the familiar electronic voice of the system once again resonated. A new mission has emerged, but its content is intertwined with another task. Mission triggered. Engage with the energy within the chakra fruit. Completion rewards a lottery draw. Once more, a task related to this mission, affirming the existence of the so-called lesser divine tree fruit. In the original narrative, no one had ever known of the divine tree fruit. Yet now a low-tier version has surfaced. Faced with the system, Tsukiki can hardly dismiss this astonishing revelation. Himegami Tsukiki? He ponders, when suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts. It is Keiwa. Tsukiki turns to her, uncertain of her reasons for calling him. I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask something. Keiwa smiles apologetically. Tsukiki, dismissing it, returns to his thoughts, oblivious to the glimmering light in Keiwa's eyes, a gaze fixed upon him, unnoticed by Tsukiki. The carriage moved slowly, with Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki continuously alternating their guard duties, while Tsukiki languidly reclined within the confines of the carriage. In stark contrast, Jiraiya remained outside, vigilantly on alert. After several days of travel, with intermittent pauses, they finally arrived at the so-called Takigakure, or the village hidden in the waterfalls. Nestled amidst cascading waterfalls, this village was uniquely positioned. Its very entrance was a spectacular waterfall, which shielded it from the ravages of war, despite its location at the heart of four nations. This secluded village evoked in Tsukiki the imagery of the fabled peach blossom spring. Let us proceed, he urged, leading Tsukiki into the waterfall. Even Jiraiya, who was known for his wanderlust, had failed to notice the existence of this hidden village. The village concealed within the waterfall was indeed a sight to behold. While Tsukiki and Minato remained composed, Kushina and Mikoto were visibly excited. How remarkable! A village within a waterfall, they exclaimed, their eyes wide with wonder as they surveyed the lush greenery around them, with quaint houses dotting the distant landscape. It was as if they had stepped into a new world. Traversing through the water, they were greeted by the increasing presence of humanity. Welcome back, princess. The villagers called out, their faces alight with joy upon seeing Hui. To Tsukiki's surprise, the villagers were equally attentive to Hui, who commanded great respect among them. They greeted her with warm smiles, addressing her as Princess Hui. Although Hui had claimed to be the guardian of the chakra fruits, her stature in Takigakure was unexpectedly elevated. Following Hui, the villagers treated Tsukiki and his companions with similar warmth. Soon, accommodations were arranged for them. May your stay here be delightful, Hui expressed before mysteriously vanishing. Purportedly to attend to more pressing matters, a message conveyed to Tsukiki by Haley. All right, my young friends, Jiraiya gathered the group, ready to impart information. The upcoming mission had escalated to an A-rank task, to assist Miss Kuchimoku Hui in safeguarding the chakra fruits. Miss Kuchi had graciously agreed to a higher remuneration for their efforts. Now, let me keep you in suspense, Jiraiya teased. You may go about your own affairs for now. I shall take a stroll to see if there are any lovely ladies around. His sudden levity caused Tsukiki and the others to feel a pang of anxiety. After a brief moment of retaliation directed at Jiraiya, he regained a semblance of seriousness. You are all aware that Miss Kuchimoku is the guardian of the chakra fruits. But she also serves as the Takakage of Takigakure, managing the entire village. Your primary responsibility will be to ensure her safety. Jiraiya continued with a measured tone. Next, Mr. Haley will escort you to meet Miss Kuchimoku. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With those parting words, Jiraiya suddenly enveloped himself in a cloud of smoke and vanished in an instant. What a character, Tsukiki mused. The group, led by Yushu, remained speechless. But there was little they could do. After all, they were under the tutelage of this particular teacher. Shortly thereafter, just as Jiraiya had predicted, Haley arrived to escort Yushu and his companions to Hui. Thus commenced the A-rank mission of Jiraiya's small team. Could it be that Hui was unexpectedly a remarkably capable woman? Yushu observed Hui, who was meticulously organizing the village's affairs, and couldn't he help but inquire of his three teammates beside him. Kushina and the others remained silent, casting Yushu a glance. In that instant, he felt the weight of their gazes, as if he had posed an utterly foolish question. This sensation washed over him, and for a fleeting moment, Yushu experienced a twinge of embarrassment. However, it was but a brief flicker, swiftly extinguished. After all, in his past life, he had been somewhat of a recluse. Though not particularly thick-skinned, he possessed a fair degree of immunity to the piercing stares of others. While they were still engaged in this silent exchange, Hui had finally completed her arrangements. Noticing Yushu and his companions huddled together, she approached. What are you all up to? Hui inquired, her face adorned with a gentle smile. It was the quintessential big sister smile, warm and inviting. Oh, nothing much. Just let us know what to do. We are your bodyguards now, declared Kushina, assuming a commanding presence akin to that of an older sister. With her fiery red hair and the trio of Yushu at her side, they exuded an aura of camaraderie. We seem to pick up on this vibe. Offering another soft smile. Then I shall rely on you, my little bodyguards, she responded, unexpectedly down to earth, matching Kushina's enthusiasm. Kushina nodded vigorously, visibly excited. The four of them exchanged glances and shrugged in unison. Well, let us just follow Kushina for now, they decided. Thus began their lives as bodyguards. As the guardian of the chakra fruit and the village's overseer, Hui had a significant role. The people of Tekinen village lived in isolation, largely disconnected from the outside world, retaining many primitive ways of thinking. This necessitated Hui's guidance and instruction. As 2 days drifted by, Hui continued her diligent work while Yushu and his companions remained at her side. As her personal bodyguards, they had witnessed firsthand the tasks Hui undertook during this time. In terms Yushu would understand from his previous life, Hui truly epitomized the term strong woman. However, the tranquility of the past 2 days had begun to feel somewhat peculiar, and the quartet couldn't shake a sense of unease. They were tasked with protecting Hui, yet the elusive Kiryu, who coveted the chakra fruit, had remained hidden for 2 days. Common sense dictated that he was certainly not idly lounging like Yushu, but rather plotting something. Yet, the four of them were oblivious to any plans, unaware of when their adversary might strike. Yushu recalled a principle from his past life known as Murphy's Law, which posits that if something bad can happen, it will happen, regardless of the probability. In truth, this principle often proved accurate. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. A wisp of black smoke ascended to the heavens, capturing the gaze of all present. This spectacle occurred at the entrance of the waterfall. Before the members of the Moon Tree could fully comprehend the situation, Hui had already sprung into action, dashing forward. Her flowing, silky black hair grazed their eyes as Moon Tree realized that the gentle, smiling older sister had hastened towards the waterfall. Wait. Moon Tree grasped Hui's hand tightly, and both Bo-Fong and Kushina Mikoto reacted in unison. Let go. There are many villagers over there. Hui's voice was laced with deep concern, and Moon Tree understood her apprehension. However, the enemy's target is you. If you run amok now, wouldn't it play right into their hands? Moon Tree spoke to Hui. He was acutely aware that the meticulous Kuroha would not engage in a blatant frontal assault, especially after having previously attempted such a strategy. Ninjas are not merely reckless berserkers who charge headfirst into battle. Yet, just as Hui was about to respond, a gust of wind rushed past their ears. With a swift whoosh, the sound of slicing air was unmistakable. Moontree pulled Hui behind him protectively, while Bofeng and Kushina Mikoto assumed defensive stances to shield her. With a clang, the kunai launched by Bofeng was deflected. The slicing wind that had just brushed past Hui's ear was indeed his doing. Shadows emerged from all directions, compelling Bofeng to strike preemptively upon sighting them. One by one, the shadows materialized, slowly encircling the five of them. This was indeed a grand maneuver. Moontree managed a wry smile, feeling quite helpless. The individuals surrounding them were unmistakably rogue ninjas, their headbands slashed to signify their defection. Fortunately, none among them appeared particularly formidable. It was likely that not even a single jonin was present, as Moontree and his companions did not sense the oppressive strength akin to that of Jiraiya. An explosion echoed from beyond the waterfall, and in that moment, Moontree and his companions comprehended the reality. The truth was simple. It seemed the enemy's elite forces had engaged with their own missing Jiraiya. "Kid, hand over that woman obediently, and perhaps we can grant you a swift end," came the taunts as the encroaching figures revealed their intentions. Unsurprisingly, the goal of these individuals was the hero's water of Takigakure. Likely tempted by the prospect of amplifying their chakra tenfold, Moontree sighed. To be honest, he found such troubles exceedingly distasteful, but there was no alternative. His gaze shifted, connecting with those of his three teammates. In that silent exchange, they grasped each other's intent. One from each direction. Onward, Moontree's voice was barely above a whisper. And as the command fell, for silhouettes surged forth. The Jiraiya squad was on the attack. Once again, Moontree lamented the necessity of such troublesome conflicts, especially given their numerical disadvantage. Truly, this was an irksome predicament. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a swift hand sign, Suki extracted his chakra, and a thick mist erupted around him, giving rise to over 100 clones of Suki. "Little ones, charge," he commanded, leading his multitude of doppelgangers towards the rogue ninjas before them. The commotion on Suki's side was considerable, and the surrounding chaos was equally tumultuous. Minato Namikaze's exceptional battle instincts allowed him to confront 10 adversaries at once, and with his adept ninjutsu, he demonstrated remarkable prowess in the fray. As for Kushina and Mikoto, although their strengths were not overwhelming, they were certainly formidable. Despite the strain, with the aid of Suki's shadow clones, they managed to hold their ground against the onslaught. In the midst of this melee stood Hui, surrounded by the tumult of battle, as 4 young spirits fought valiantly on her behalf. Gritting her teeth, Hui felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She did not wish to be a burden, yet she lacked the talent for chakra manipulation. It was indeed ironic. As the guardian of the chakra fruit, she possessed no innate ability for chakra. Standing still, she was engulfed in a deep sense of remorse for her own helplessness. Her hands were clenched tightly, akin to the fate of a mere mortal. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out as several figures leapt from the billowing smoke. The legendary Sannin of Konoha? As formidable as the tales had suggested. Jiraiya gazed ahead, where 3 ninjas stood, all of them unmistakably rogue ninjas. Leading the trio was a man bearing a resemblance to Kuroha, his forehead protector marked with the insignia of Takigakure, now defaced. Kuroha extended his arms, and the 2 jonin behind him assumed a combat stance. 3 against 1. How would the famed Sannin respond? With a wry smile, Jiraiya's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Prepare to feel the might of the sage of Mount Mayaboku. With a powerful leap, Jiraiya charged at Kuroha and his companions. Fire release. Great fireball technique. As an experienced jonin, Jiraiya unleashed his ninjutsu in an instant. Water release. Water bullet technique. As he dashed forward, he formed seals, and a water jutsu effortlessly extinguished the incoming fireball. Earth release. Earth-style wall. Suddenly, the ground beneath Jiraiya gave way, and he leaned forward as a figure emerged from below. Just moments before, this individual had been within Jiraiya's line of sight. The underground adversary lunged with a kunai, but Jiraiya's acute battle instincts enabled him to evade the attack, narrowly missing the blade as it grazed his face. In response, he executed a swift kick towards the assailant below. Lightning release. Ignoring the safety of his comrade underground, the adversary began forming hand seals. Jiraiya's kick connected with the figure beneath him. Yet this enemy was a seasoned jonin, a rogue at that, with combat experience that rivaled Jiraiya's. With a puff of smoke, the foe transformed into a cloud of mist, evading capture. The wooden figure, seemingly suspended in midair, narrated the undeniable truth that the previous individual had employed a substitution technique. Suddenly, at that moment, the two other jonin in front of him unleashed their previously withheld lightning techniques. A bolt of lightning, akin to a serpent, surged towards Jiraiya. With a gentle leap, Jiraiya effortlessly evaded the ninjutsu. However, the adversaries had anticipated this moment. Seizing the opportunity while Jiraiya was momentarily airborne, Kuroha, leading another jonin, charged at him from both sides. The kunai in their hands radiated a luminous glow, indicative of chakra blades that could only be wielded by those with a certain mastery over chakra control. Yet, the chakra blades held by these two were far from ordinary. Jiraiya's peripheral vision caught sight of the incoming chakra blades imbued with elemental transformations. This was a fundamental lesson for jonin, elemental transformation of chakra, which elevated the potency of any ninjutsu infused with such alterations. A quintessential example of this is the Rasengan, which, when enhanced with wind chakra, can escalate from an A-rank ninjutsu to a forbidden-level technique. Even a standard chakra blade, when coupled with elemental transformation, would gain considerable power. One kunai gleamed with a fiery hue, while the other bore a sharp edge, representing the transformations of fire and wind attributes. It was evident that Kuroha and his companion possessed such elemental enhancements. Yet, disregarding this, Jiraiya found himself in a perilous predicament, suspended in the air with foes approaching from either side, rendering evasion nearly impossible. It should have been this way. However, Jiraiya remained unflustered, his wooden sandals clapped together, producing a sound that resonated like sound waves. As Kuroha and the other ninja closed in on him, they paused momentarily, puzzled by the crisp sound of the sandals. Just as they were about to strike with their chakra blades, this brief hesitation afforded Jiraiya the opportunity he needed. In midair, he extended his leg, executing a splits maneuver that sent both Kuroha and the other ninja flying with a single kick. Landing gracefully, Jiraiya stood firm while Kuroha and his companion staggered back a few steps. In this exchange, Jiraiya emerged victorious. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Technique. The battle between ninjas leaves no room for respite. Every moment is taut with tension. Even after being repelled, Kuroha and his ally instantly began forming hand seals. Soon, two Fire Dragon Flame bullets erupted simultaneously from Jiraiya's flanks. Naturally, Jiraiya was not foolish enough to remain stationary. He propelled himself away with a swift leap, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The two fire dragons collided, their flames intertwining, ascending fervently. The searing heat enveloped the air, intensifying the temperature and the wind. As Jiraiya's confrontation with them persisted, lightning release, violent current. Just as Jiraiya landed after dodging the two ninjutsu, he heard the crackling sound of electricity near him. A swift glance revealed a third adversary, hands entwined with electric currents, charging towards him with remarkable speed. Earth release. Jiraiya struck the ground with his palm, and seals erupted from his hand. Multiple earth spike technique. As his words fell, the earth began to quiver. With electricity crackling around him, a third adversary approached Jiraiya. But in the next moment, the ground beneath him undulated. The rising terrain thrust him into the air, where he could see the spikes forming from the earth beneath him. Remaining unperturbed, for he was a seasoned jonin and a rogue ninja, he had encountered such scenarios numerous times. Clenching his fist, the electricity crackled loudly. And as he deftly adjusted his position in midair, he smashed the incoming spike with his electrified fist. Wild Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's voice resonated, and as he glanced over, a blinding white light filled his vision. A puff of smoke rose, revealing several streaks of blood on the ground. Swiftly responding, Jiraiya retracted his white hair and turned to the side. There, Kurohane stood with two other ninjas, one of whom was stained with blood on half of his body, the very ninja struck by Jiraiya's technique moments earlier. Shall we continue? After a brief exchange, it was evident to any observer that despite being alone, Jiraiya undeniably held the upper hand. Should we still refer to them as the legendary Three Ninjas? After all, their reputation was forged in the crucible of war. Indeed, the eccentric Jiraiya was as formidable as the legend suggested. I wonder how your disciples fare? A smile adorned Kurohane's face, as if everything unfolded as he had anticipated. What does this mean? Jiraiya's expression turned icy. Unfazed, Hirohane continued with a smile. We are not limited to just 3 jonin. Understanding their intent, Jiraiya realized the simplicity of their strategy to stall him, their high-level combatant. How infuriating. Jiraiya immediately aimed to sprint towards Tsukasa, but Hirohane and his companions swiftly blocked his path. We cannot allow you to disrupt our plans. Rest assured, Hirohane chuckled. It won't take long. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya charged forward. The battle of the madman raged on. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Tsukasa completed his hand seals and expelled 5 fireballs. While their power was not overwhelming, they were sufficient to momentarily deter the enemies before him. From the corner of his eye, Tsukasa quickly retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. The kunai flew towards a target, a black-haired girl gasping for breath. Her body marked by minor injuries, appearing somewhat disheveled. Clang! The kunai soared towards her foe, buying her a moment as the descending blade was thwarted. Huh! The girl let out a soft exclamation, lacking strength, and with a swift motion, she kicked her adversary away. Are you all right, Mikoto? Tsukasa inquired. In this dire situation, Mikoto bore the heaviest burden, her physical prowess not matching Kushina's, her ninjutsu barely on par, and she had yet to learn jinjutsu. Faced with the enemy's onslaught, she was under the greatest pressure. Beside them, Kushina, though somewhat disheveled, bore the title of blood-red chili pepper with pride and, alongside the shadow clones of Moontree, managed to cope, albeit with some difficulty. It's fine, I can continue, came the girl's somewhat strained voice. Moontree remained silent, casting a glance into Mikoto's eyes, which were filled with unwavering resolve. A smirk tugged at Moontree's lips. How could one possibly deter such a gaze? He thought to himself, urging her not to overexert. He refrained from stopping her, offering a gentle reminder before distributing more shadow clones to assist Mikoto. Rest assured, Mikoto tightened her grip on the kunai, her gaze unwavering upon the adversary before her. Wind release, wind blade. With a series of hand seals, Minato unleashed a torrent of wind blades towards the enemy. Even without the flying thunder god technique, the future Golden Flash was undeniably a prodigy. Meanwhile, Kushina held her own, not to be outdone. Though her mastery of ninjutsu was limited, she presented the trio with unexpected surprises. Sealing technique. Having begun her training in the Uzumaki clan's ancestral sealing techniques, Kushina was ready to showcase her skills in this battle. Chains extended from her back, expertly wielded. They served both as whips and restraints, reminiscent of a tail. But most importantly, they possessed the ability to suppress chakra. Kushina's flowing red hair, dancing in the midst of combat, perfectly embodied the essence of the blood-red chili pepper. Everything seemed to unfold smoothly, without the use of the Sharingan. Even the weakest Mikoto was managing to withstand the enemy's onslaught. However, Earth release, Earth Dragon Bomb. Just as Minato repelled one foe, he was taken by surprise as another jutsu was unleashed. A dragon's head erupted from the ground, charging towards him with alarming proximity, leaving Minato with no option but to endure the impact. As he prepared to brace himself, he suddenly felt the force of a collision. His mind barely registered the moment before he was sent sprawling aside. Turning his gaze, he discovered that it was none other than Moontree's shadow clone that had collided with him. The Earth Dragon Bomb struck the clone, which dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Before Minato could express his gratitude, he felt a rush of wind brush past him. Instinctively, he raised his kunai. The impact jolted him back, dragging him several steps across the ground. Minato, are you all right? Hui, acknowledging her current inability to assist, approached the fallen Minato. I'm fine, he replied, rising to his feet, his face smeared with dirt as his eyes focused on the individual who had struck him. Before him stood a rogue ninja clad in jonin attire, with an Awagakure headband around his waist, albeit marked with a slash. Undoubtedly, he was a rogue ninja from Awagakure, and a jonin at that, Onoishi, an A-rank rogue ninja from Awagakure. Bluffing Mizuki gazed at the individual before him and spoke, revealing the intelligence he possessed. Oh, are you aware of my reputation? Koyashi grinned, his eyes reflecting a palpable disdain towards bluffing Mizuki, who was merely a low-ranking ninja. Mizuki tightened his grip on the kunai, acutely aware that an arduous battle lay ahead. Tsukiki effortlessly dispatched yet another foe. These adversaries were nothing more than untrained, ordinary genin, presenting little challenge for him. At that moment, wind release, hurricane blade. A fierce gust swept forth. Tsukiki swiftly placed his hand upon the Kusanagi sword at his waist. In an instant, The blade was drawn, slicing through the oncoming wind with a sharpness that was almost palpable. A B-rank jutsu? Tsukiki regarded the person before him, sensing an aura far superior to the previously encountered inconsequential genin. It was the presence of a jonin. The figure bore the simple attire of a jonin, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunigakure. Notably, the symbol of the village had been slashed, indicating he was a rogue ninja. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sandstone Needle. Remember this name, brat. Sandstone Needle's demeanor exuded arrogance, provoking immediate irritation in Tsukiki. What if I choose not to? Tsukiki retorted, momentarily catching Sandstone Needle off guard. The audacity of being contradicted by someone as young as Tsukiki caused veins to bulge on Sandstone Needle's forehead. Choose not to. His expression darkened ominously. Then let me show you what it means to wish for death. As his words fell, a palpable aura of malice surged forth, and Tsukiki could feel the weight of that murderous intent. The atmosphere thickened, and the air grew notably cooler, a testament to Sandstone Needle's killing intent. A rogue ninja remains a rogue, and a jonin at that. His power was undeniable. Tsukiki inhaled deeply, gripping the Kusanagi sword, his eyes gleaming with determination. Though Sandstone Needle's malice was intense, it paled in comparison to Jiraiya's. With a flash of steel, Tsukiki seized the initiative, charging at Sandstone Needle. Interesting. Sandstone Needle chuckled, unsheathing his own kunai to meet the challenge. Meanwhile, Woofing Mizuki and Koyashi engaged in their own fierce battle. The situation escalated dramatically. The four of them found themselves surrounded, two of whom were jonin, rendering the circumstances perilous. The sound of the waterfall echoed in the distance, and Jiraiya's predicament added to the growing sense of disorder. Let the chaos unfold. I hadn't anticipated the presence of the God Tree's fruit, albeit a degraded version. Yet it shall hasten our plans. In a shadowy location devoid of light, a voice, frail and echoing, reverberated through the darkness. Breathe, breathe, keep moving, do not falter. Her throat felt as if it were bleeding, the metallic taste of blood spreading across her tongue. We continued to run, knowing she could not afford to stop. This power is exquisite. The relentless pursuit drew closer, yet we could not resist stealing a glance back. Hey, the blood of the Guardian, what purpose does it serve? Huey's eyes widened as she gazed upon the man before her, his body enveloped in a pale hue, with two small horns protruding from his head. His name, long known to her, was Kyuzen Moku Haku. The wind stirred, and blood dripped to the ground, splattering. Dang. Wind release, thousand blades. The clash between Tsukamori and the Sandstone Needle ensued once more, their blades colliding with fervor. Tsukamori was taken aback to discover that the Sandstone Needle was also a master of the ninja blade, possessing remarkable skill in swordsmanship. Wind release, thousand blades. A unique ninjutsu created by the Sandstone Needle enveloped the blade with a sharp wind, representing an alternate application of the chakra blade and an extension of elemental transformation. Under the enhancement of this ninjutsu, each encounter of the Sandstone Needle's sword unleashed a wind reminiscent of sword energy, assailing his opponent. In just a moment, Tsukamori found himself adorned with numerous small wounds. The Sandstone Needle's ninjutsu was undeniably troublesome. Each swing of his blade felt as though countless invisible knives were slicing at him. Gripping his Kusanagi sword, Tsukamori regarded the Sandstone Needle. He still bore that somewhat infuriating demeanor, and to be frank, Tsukamori was tempted to deliver a good thrashing. Well, a mere child managing to persist under my hand for so long is indeed something to be proud of. The Sandstone Needle nodded, the wind visibly swirling around his blade. Unlike the pure sharpness of the chakra blade, this ninjutsu of the Sandstone Needle was both eerie and vexing. Do you know? The wind emitted by the thousand blades can continuously strengthen. The Sandstone Needle squinted, and as his words fell, Tsukamori sensed his opponent's aura intensifying once more. What a delightful surprise. Tsukamori grinned. Let us witness the power of the wind. The Sandstone Needle moved, and so did Tsukamori. Their figures drew closer, the brilliance of their weapons flashing, the sound of their clash resonating, a symphony of battle unfolding. Puchi. A gash marred Tsukamori's cheek, blood gushing forth. TCH. Gritting his teeth, Tsukamori swept his sword, but the Sandstone Needle effortlessly evaded. Blood trickled down his cheek, and Tsukamori felt the discomfort on his face. How troublesome. Tsukamori cursed. He appeared quite disheveled now, covered in minor wounds, his attire stained with blood. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. rather than continue the bloody brawl. Tsukamori swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, he expelled a fire dragon towards the sandstone needle. The sandstone needle chuckled, charging forward without opting to counter with ninjutsu. Do you know? The sandstone needle spoke as if to no one in particular. Though directed at Tsukamori, he felt as if the words were not meant for him. Ninjutsu, after all, is merely the manifestation of chakra. The sandstone needle rambled on, propelling himself toward the fire dragon. Whoosh! Tsukamori's eyes widened. His ninjutsu was cleaved apart by the sandstone needle. Thus, with chakra, one could simply wield a blade. The gravel needle soared past the cleaved fire dragon, hurtling towards Suki. Suki swiftly drew the Kusanagi sword to block the attack, but the moment he made contact, he was sent flying. A lack of strength. This was an inherent flaw in Suki's very being. Wind release. As Suki was propelled backwards, his gaze remained fixed on the gravel needle. It must be said, the gravel needle once again astonished him. With one hand forming seals while the other gripped a ninja blade, he displayed a level of skill that not everyone could achieve. Such prowess was foundational for a ninja. Undoubtedly, the gravel needle was among them. Great wind blade. Upon completing the seals, instead of the customary release of wind blades from his mouth, he opted for an alternative method. The ninja blade in his other hand glimmered, and with a swift motion, the gravel needle slashed through the air. The wind blades, barely visible, shot forth from the blade, resembling a cutting strike. Suki could hardly believe it. Such mastery with a ninja blade had never been depicted in the original narrative. Though surprised, Suki did not forget his predicament. He raised the Kusanagi sword and braced himself against the incoming wind blade. Another wave of impact sent him flying further. Bang! He collided directly with a tree, feeling the lament of his liver within. A mouthful of blood was expelled. Suki knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The force of the blow having overwhelmed his unprepared body. Wind release, cross slash. The gravel needle appeared calm, executing seals with one hand while wielding the ninja blade with the other. Suki lifted his head, and in response, the ninja blade was swung. Though not entirely clear, like a fleeting shadow, cross-shaped wind blades surged forth from the edge of the blade, converging towards Suki. The wind parted as if sliced by the blades, leaving Suki feeling the absence of air before him. Iato slash. Suki's focus did not waver, and the Kusanagi sword responded in kind. A fierce gust of wind surged outward in concentric circles. The gravel needle narrowed his eyes. Suki's maneuver piqued his interest. Is it possible to unleash a cutting strike without chakra? The gravel needle observed Suki, who was once again thrust into the air by the violent wind. Yet, Suki's thoughts were far simpler. He concluded, this guy, Hatake Shumo, must have held back. During their sparring, he had not utilized the transformation of chakra properties. And as one of the foremost masters of swordsmanship in the ninja realm, his skill with chakra-enhanced techniques would undoubtedly rival that of the gravel needle. However, now it was the gravel needle who dominated in swordplay, albeit with the enhancement of chakra properties. Gritting his teeth, Suki gasped for breath. I refuse to be outdone in swordsmanship. He tightened his grip, rising once more to assume a fighting stance. You're quite the little brat, the gravel needle exclaimed, charging forward. Come. Suki shouted back, meeting the charge head-on. This was a battle hymn between weapons, as the two wove through the notes of conflict, their blades narrating the indomitable spirit of their wielders. Cough, cough. The figure of Minato Namikaze leaned against a tree, blood spilling from his lips, his head drooping in despair. It was infuriating. His hands trembled, unable to maintain a firm grip on the kunai he held, confronted by a rogue ninja of Jonin rank. Even the prodigious Minato found himself at a disadvantage. In mere moments, he had sustained injuries, and now he was rendered almost immobile. Let go. The voice of Hui pierced through his haze. Minato raised his head to see Onoishi standing before Hui, while Kushina and Mikoto were besieged, their backs pressed together against the throng of enemies. Gritting his teeth, Minato hurled the kunai towards Onoishi. Yet, the harsh reality was that such a juvenile attack could be easily dismissed with a mere wave of Onoishi's hand. With a sickening thud, Minato glanced down at his abdomen, where his own thrown kunai had embedded itself. No. The cries of Hui, along with those of Mikoto and Kushina, echoed in his ears, mingling with the clashing of blades. His head felt heavy, and he could no longer lift it. The strength was slipping away from him, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. Iato. The moment Ueshu sensed movement from Huey's direction and noticed Onoishi's actions, He could not remain passive as the target was about to be abducted. With a swift stroke of his sword technique, he launched an attack. "You little brat, don't let your gaze wander in battle." The slash was intercepted, prompting Ueshu to grimace. Before him stood the rogue ninja, Sandstone Needle, a skillful wielder of unexpected techniques from the hidden sand village. Ueshu understood that rushing to assist was nearly impossible, but that was only true for a Ueshu who had yet to reveal his full potential. Chakra surged into his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed. 3 Tomo floated within his crimson pupils, and an icy demeanor enveloped him. Uchiha's eyes. Sandstone Needle's tone grew noticeably colder. Unfazed, Ueshu gripped his Kusanagi and charged forward. Sandstone Needle, far from flustered, radiated an even stronger aura. "I can see." As Ueshu and Sandstone Needle clashed once more, he perceived the fleeting opening in his opponent's guard with crystal clarity, as if time itself had slowed. Every movement of Sandstone Needle was laid bare before him, including the minutest details. Rasengan. Ueshu had not forgotten this technique. In a brief standoff, he employed his other hand to present Sandstone Needle with a taste of the jutsu. Taken by surprise, Sandstone Needle was unprepared for such an assault. With no time to draw his blade for defense, Sandstone Needle found himself struck by the Rasengan. Though it was an unadorned technique, the spiraling force within propelled him back several meters, causing him to cough and stagger. Ueshu would not let this opportunity escape him. With a swift motion, several shurikens adorned with explosive tags were drawn from his waist, and Suki promptly hurled them towards the sand and stone needles. Fire release, Phoenix Flower technique. Within a heartbeat, Suki completed the hand seals, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs from his mouth. One of these fireballs soared towards the sand and stone needles, while the others were directed towards Kushina and Mikoto. Upon concluding the ninjutsu, Suki dashed towards Kei. The fireballs erupted brilliantly, triggering the explosive tags. The ensuing explosions engulfed the sand and stone needles, and similar detonations echoed from the direction of Kushina and Mikoto. The commotion caught the attention of Koyoshi, who cast a fleeting glance. Kei had already been knocked unconscious and was being carried away. That glance revealed a glimmer of sword light at the corner of his eye. With a subtle sidestep, Koyoshi effortlessly evaded the flying Kusanagi sword. The next moment, Suki followed closely behind. "Huh!" Suki shouted, launching a powerful kick. Koyoshi, demonstrating impressive taijutsu skills, blocked Suki's kick with one hand and seized his leg, flinging him aside. Yet, Suki was not so easily vanquished. He landed firmly on his feet, and, with a tug, the chakra thread shimmered under the sunlight as he summoned the Kusanagi sword embedded in the ground back to him. "A child of the Uchiha clan, is it?" Koyoshi's voice was steady. The 3 Tomo Sharingan in Suki's eyes were strikingly evident. Confronted by these rogue jonin, seasoned by countless life and death encounters and devoid of mercy, Suki knew he had to exert every ounce of his strength. He could not afford to hold back any of his trump cards. Failure to do so would surely lead to great regret. Embracing this mindset, he revealed his concealed Sharingan. "That guy is utterly useless." Koyoshi paid little heed to Suki, instead glancing at the epicenter of the explosion, where flames continued to blaze fiercely. "Put her down." Suki was not consumed by rage. His concern was solely for Kei. "If you desire her, then come and take her," Koyoshi gestured dismissively. In this world, power was the ultimate form of persuasion. Koyoshi's gaze remained steady, exuding an aura of authority akin to the vast expanse of the earth. Fire release. Just as Suki prepared to weave the hand seals, an instantaneous reaction from Koyoshi ensued. With a single hand, he drew an explosive tag shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it towards Suki. Such swiftness was astonishing. Suki had no choice but to halt his hand seals, quickly countering with the Kusanagi sword to deflect the incoming shuriken. The shuriken exploded midair, resembling a blossoming flower. The shockwave cascaded down upon him, yet Suki's gaze remained fixed on Koyoshi. This was even stronger than the earlier sand and stone needles. Suki could clearly sense this. Indeed, Konoha has produced quite a few geniuses of late, Koyoshi remarked with admiration. The moonlit tree paid him no heed, its gaze shifting towards the unconscious figure of Minato Namikaze nearby, as well as the fierce struggle of Kushina and Mikoto. Fortunately, Minato had collapsed not far from the moonlit tree, and the tense standoff deterred the enemies from advancing. Otherwise, Minato would surely be in grave peril. The situation was dire. At that moment, anyone would have thought the same. Things could not possibly be worse. Lost in thought, The moonlit tree suddenly sensed an ominous threat. It was an instinctive alert, prompting the moonlit tree to leap aside. Indeed, as soon as he jumped, the spot he had just vacated was struck. The air gleamed with the flash of blades, accompanied by a subtle yet menacing sharpness. Sand and stone needles. The moonlit tree's expression grew increasingly grave. This was no longer merely a dire situation. It had escalated to a critical one. Two elite jonin, seasoned warriors of the battlefield, were more than a match for him. The confrontation was far from over. The sand and stone needles, with a smile, slashed toward the moonlit tree. Swiftly, he drew the Kusanagi sword to parry the attack. The clash of blades echoed once more as the moonlit tree engaged in a fierce contest with the sand and stone needles. However, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bomb technique. This time, the sand and stone needles were not alone. Koyoshi, bearing the weight of the girl, formed hand seals with one hand to execute the jutsu. Again, a one-handed seal. The moonlit tree relinquished his struggle against the sand and stone needles, leveraging the momentum to retreat several steps. Just then, the Earth Dragon Bomb barreled through the space he had just vacated, narrowly missing him. Wind Release, Cross Slash. Just as the moonlit tree evaded, he was immediately attacked by the sand and stone needles once more. Wind Release, Dragon Flame Song technique. The Sharingan in the moonlit tree's eyes spun rapidly as he gathered breath, unleashing a torrent of flames into the air. Fire and wind clashed violently, akin to a tug of war, each side vying for dominance. Having just deflected the strike from the sand and stone needles, another assault from Koyoshi ensued. This time, the moonlit tree had no time to defend himself. With a resounding crash, he was sent skidding several meters across the ground, ultimately colliding with a tree. Koyoshi's physical prowess was formidable, and that kick left the moonlit tree feeling as though his very insides were about to rupture. The Kusanagi sword embedded itself in the ground as the moonlit tree struggled to prop himself up. Coupled with Kushina and Mikoto, who were nearly out of options, Jiraiya's small team had descended into utter despair. The impending outcome was painfully clear. The moonlit tree could vividly envision the demise of the four of them. This was dire, an exceedingly precarious situation. Gasping for breath, blood stained half of his face from a wound on his head. Dust swirled around him, and his visage was marred with dirt, rendering him utterly disheveled. The threat of annihilation loomed ominously. Konoha was indeed formidable. The moonlit tree deftly evaded the strike from the sand and stone needles, rolling to the side while seizing the opportunity to disrupt Koyoshi. Whether it be Konoha's White Fang or any other, he could not allow Koyoshi to depart unscathed, especially with the girl still in his grasp. Strangely, Koyoshi appeared unwilling to retreat, seemingly undeterred by the moonlit tree's interference, which felt to him like a mere gust of wind, yet he steadfastly refused to leave. In the midst of combat, I find myself distracted, and it saddens me deeply. The moonlit tree's Sharingan flickered, and the Kusanagi sword in my hand was swiftly raised. The ninja blade struck against the Kusanagi, and the wind's elemental shift coursed through it, causing several lacerations to mar my grasp. With a swift retreat, I felt the pain radiate through my trembling hand. This was no mere superficial injury. I gazed at my right hand, clutching the sword. I've grown stronger. I could distinctly sense that my opponent's mastery over wind had intensified yet again, as if they were wielding the full might of sand and stone needles. With a focus on the sand and stone needles, I observed as the nimble Koyoshi formed hand seals to unleash a jutsu. As the incantation concluded, I felt an unsettling shift beneath my feet. Without hesitation, I leaped away. The wind technique, dual cross slash, loomed as I soared through the air, with no means of evasion available. With a decisive swing of the Kusanagi, I chose to confront the onslaught head-on. The cross-shaped strike was cleaved apart, yet the toll was a significant worsening of the injury to my already battered hand. Just as I dared to exhale a sigh of relief, the Sharingan revealed an alarming twist. The sand and stone needles bore a sly grin, concealing yet another strike behind the initial one, a multifaceted cross-slash. The sharp wound imprinted upon my chest, and a surge of crimson erupted forth. But the ordeal was far from over. As I coughed up blood, still reeling from the impact, a shadow loomed above me. My eyes widened in alarm as I glanced upward, yet nothing was visible. A sudden darkness enveloped me, and in an instant, I felt my consciousness ensnared. The weight of gravity bore down upon me, accompanied by a sensation of freefall. With a thunderous crash, I was thrust into the ground by Koyoshi, my head meeting the earth first. My strength ebbed away, and my awareness began to wane. For every traveler who transcends into a new realm, becoming the sole inhabitant of that world, a modicum of arrogance is inevitable. I am not one to indulge in self-importance. Yet I cannot completely suppress the flicker of emotion that arises. Even without an abundance of pride, when one becomes the singular traveler in a world, foreseeing its future, endowed with a golden touch that facilitates rapid growth, it is only natural to harbor a sentiment akin to arrogance. They may believe themselves above all else, perceiving themselves as divine within this realm, arrogantly assuming that they alone are players, while everyone else merely exists as characters within the game. I have entertained such thoughts, though fleetingly. In this moment, however, that sense of pride was utterly shattered. My vision blurred, and silence enveloped me. There was no sound. My body felt damp and warm. And even as my mind swirled in confusion, I was acutely aware, blood. An overwhelming pool of blood, confronted by two formidable rogue ninjas, who were nearing or perhaps already at the level of shadow. Tsukiki found that even with all his trump cards, he could only hold out for a brief moment. His skills were commendable. Who are you? Tsukiki gasped. The little brat from Konoha. Whether you live or die depends solely on your fate. Who are you? Tsukiki lay on the ground, his face pressed against the earth, utterly devoid of strength to lift his head. Not killing him? How utterly mundane. Ha ha ha, after all, it is you, Senior Oka. I'm leaving. The voices around him began to fade slowly. Let us see what schemes that fellow Kuroha is concocting. Another spectacle awaits. His consciousness gradually ebbed, the sounds around him weakened. The world dimmed, and in the next moment, darkness fell over Tsukiki's vision. The little brat from Konoha. Whether you live or die depends solely on your fate. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, resonant with a steadiness that revealed its owner to be a composed adult. Suddenly, Tsukiki jolted awake. Blinding white light flooded his vision, rendering everything momentarily invisible. As the brightness gradually dissipated, Tsukiki found himself surrounded by wood. He was seated on a bed within a room adorned with wooden decor. Where am I? Tsukiki gazed at his hands, which were conspicuously bandaged, stained with vivid red. He clenched his fists tightly. Memories of the previous events flooded back, his impotence as his entire team fell into a trap. Are you awake? Just as a torrent of thoughts swirled in Tsukiki's mind, a voice came from beside him. A voice he recognized well. Turning, he saw Jiraiya leaning against the door, looking as composed as ever, unlike Tsukiki, who was in disarray. It made sense. The legendary Sannin was not one to suffer injuries easily, let alone severe ones. Tsukiki lowered his gaze. Are they all right? His head hung low, burdened by the guilt of failing to protect them. Not a single one. Rest assured, Jiraiya had somehow moved beside Tsukiki, delivering a light chop to his head. You and Minato suffered the most, but Kushina and Mikoto are unharmed. That is all. A man should not wallow in despair. Kushina and Mikoto are safe, and Minato is alive. This is all thanks to your efforts. Jiraiya spoke softly, prompting Tsukiki to lift his head and meet his gaze. Windblade, Sand Needle, and Earth Dragon, those two are indeed shadow-level opponents, though few are aware of it. Thus, delaying them for so long, you have my gratitude. Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Tsukiki's hair. I'm sorry for arriving late, my disciple. His voice was unexpectedly gentle. Tsukiki gritted his teeth, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. A surge of frustration welled within him, gripping the blanket tightly. The sunlight outside streamed in perfectly, enveloping the master and disciple in a warm embrace, akin to a protective shroud. Tsukiki would not forget this feeling, whether it be the bitterness or the warmth. It would remain etched in his memory forever. Every instance of human growth necessitates the impetus of emotion. It is precisely such emotions that propel individuals to continually advance and ascend. Moontree does not aspire to foresee the future, nor does he perceive each person in this realm as mere characters in a game. This is indeed the most authentic world he inhabits. Let go. A girl's voice reverberates amidst the cacophony of the alarm clock, yet her eyes perceive nothing. The owner of that voice remains but a shadow, unseen. Wavewind Watergate gasps, feeling the weight upon his heart, as if lead weights have been affixed to it, rendering his breath laborious under the excessive burden. It seems as though his eyes have shut the doors to his ears, an awareness dawning upon him. Abruptly, he opens his eyes to behold an unfamiliar ceiling. The wooden ceiling, tinged with warm hues, offers no solace to Wavewind Watergate. Just moments ago, he had been effortlessly defeated, leaving the one he was meant to protect taken away by those who trampled upon him. He found himself utterly powerless, lacking even the strength to witness the moment when Hui was taken. Wave Wind Watergate quietly sits up, leaning against the headboard, silently raising his gaze to the ceiling. He attempts to inhale deeply, yet his hands grip the sheets tightly. Golden strands of hair cascade over his face, gently lifted by the breeze wafting through the window, though the golden locks seem to darken considerably. Damn it! The silence of the room is shattered by his solitary exclamation. Ah, it has indeed been a while, princess. Hui grits her teeth as she regards the figure before her, her hands bound. The person standing before her is one she recognizes all too well, Kachiki Kurohane. This is the name of the individual confronting her. He is the younger brother of Kachiki Korwa, and one of the most formidable figures in the Takinan village. Unlike his elder brother, who lacks the talent for ninjutsu, Kurohane possesses an unexpectedly commendable aptitude for it, which has led to his notable accomplishments. An impressive jonin, he is considered nearly the strongest in Takinan village. What do you intend to do? Hui snarls, yet Kurohane's smile only brightens further. What do I intend to do? His cheerful demeanor shifts, becoming sharp and piercing. Are you not the most aware of that, Guardian? Kurohane seizes Huey's arm, drawing nearer. The Sandstone Needle and Little Wild Stone observe, indifferent to the unfolding scene, while Hui wears a look of utter disdain. Do not approach me, she exclaims with anger, and her free feet instinctively kick out at Kurohane. Yet, to Kurohane, her attack appears as though in slow motion, easily intercepted. Do not be so angry. He dismisses her retaliation. After all, she is merely an ordinary person. Even a mere chunin would suffice to handle her. As someone worthy of the title of elite jonin, he need not be concerned. You hold considerable significance, Kurohane asserts, gripping Huey's hair, his gaze locked onto hers. Let us proceed. Hybe forcefully tossed Hui aside, sending her crashing to the ground, and advanced towards the location of the hero's water. Turning his back to the three, Hybe began to walk away. Suna and Kono exchanged glances before they hoisted Hui up, following closely behind Hybe. Unbeknownst to them, a broad smile, reminiscent of a devil's grin, adorned Hybe's face. A jubilant expression entirely concealed from those behind him. They proceeded towards the site of the hero's water. The mission target has been abducted, and the manifestation condition for the chakra fruit is the blood of the mission target, is it? Jiraiya sat alone at the dining table, pondering strategy. His students were all injured, confined to their beds, leaving him to contemplate the situation by himself. What a hassle, truly a monumental hassle. Jiraiya sighed, running his fingers through his long white hair. When it came to tactics, Jiraiya admitted his ignorance. Unlike a certain individual named Orochimaru, he tended to act more impulsively. Throughout his life, he had navigated through challenges unscathed, his luck holding out until old age when misfortune struck, encountering wayward disciples. Moreover, there were those he loved who did not reciprocate his feelings. After decades of unexpressed affection, the opportunity to reveal his heart seemed to have slipped away. Let us charge ahead. Just as Jiraiya contemplated a direct assault, a voice echoed his thoughts. It was a voice he recognized well, having just heard it moments before. Glancing over, he was not surprised to see Tsukiki. Alongside her were the other three members of Jiraiya's team. Instead of resting in their room, they had synchronously descended from their beds and made their way to him. Your bodies aren't yet. We will win. This time we must. Jiraiya's words were interrupted by Minato Namikaze. Minato. Jiraiya looked at Minato, who stepped forward, his eyes shining with determination. Perhaps it was Minato who felt the heaviest burden of guilt for their previous failure, watching as others stepped over him without any means to intervene. Taking a deep breath, Jiraiya smiled. Then let us go together. Yes. Though still bandaged and injured, the students urged their teacher forward, who led the charge against their foes. Such was Jiraiya's unconventional team. The wounded members of Jiraiya's squad surged forth, bandages still unremoved, ready to engage in yet another battle. Goodness, the youth of today. Jiraiya took the lead, unable to suppress the upward curve of his lips. Here lies the hero's water. Hybe arrived at a small lake, gesturing towards it, while Suna and Kono, still holding Hui, stood beside him. The two exchanged glances, said nothing, and promptly pushed Hui towards Hybe. The waters of heroes are undeniably a tantalizing temptation, offering a tenfold enhancement of chakra that every formidable warrior covets. The sandstone needle touched his body and withdrew a water bottle, mirroring the actions of the little wild stone. Observing from the side, Black Feather noted that Hui had already reached his hand. The sandstone needle and the little wild stone stood behind him, prompting Black Feather to unconsciously tighten his grip with his free hand. This evident vulnerability ignited his desire to strike. Yet as a notorious rogue ninja in the black market, Black Feather refrained from acting impulsively, unlike his earlier ambush that had swiftly eliminated 2 of his opponents. Otherwise, Jiraiya might not have made it back in time. Indeed, he had received his reward. Perhaps they would meet again by chance. The little wild stone and the sandstone needle secured their water bottles and bid a simple farewell. At last, Black Feather revealed his true nature. Hui, now unconscious beside him, was met with his sinister grin. "It is your turn to make an entrance, princess." Moments later, a beam of light shot directly into the clouds, causing the girl to collapse to the ground. Breathing heavily, she urged herself to continue running without pause. Her throat felt as if it were bleeding, a metallic taste spreading in her mouth. Hui pressed on, feeling she had no right to stop. This power is magnificent. The pressure from behind relentlessly closed in, yet Hui could not resist glancing back. What use is the blood of a guardian? Her eyes widened at the sight of a man before her, his body glowing pale, with 2 small horns sprouting from his head. His name was Kuji Moku Black Feather. As the wind stirred, blood splattered onto the ground. Time rewinds to half an hour prior. When Hui awoke, she was greeted by a soaring beam of light and the chakra fruit floating within it. Black Feather, struggling, consumed the shimmering chakra fruit. It was evident that approaching the fruit had been a perilous endeavor, as he bore wounds that bled profusely. The reason was simple. The chakra emanating from the fruit surged into Black Feather's body, and it was fortunate that he did not explode from the influx. He managed to withstand the chakra, absorbing it into his being, claiming it as his own. With great effort, Black Feather ultimately secured the chakra fruit. Though small, the radiant fruit resembled a miniature sun as it was swallowed whole by him. Then, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Could this be termed evolution? Hui hesitated to make such a declaration. After consuming the chakra fruit, Black Feather's body began to undergo a remarkable change. His skin turned a striking white, as if clad in an additional layer of skin, unmistakably evident. Next came the emergence of 2 small horns from his forehead, which appeared slightly imperfect. His eyes also began to transform. A pair of once clear orbs gradually faded to a stark white, with even the pupils becoming pure white. This transformation bore a striking resemblance to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan from Konoha, a unique bloodline limit exclusive to the Hyuga family. Beyond these points, the most conspicuous detail is the distinct mark on the crown of the Black Feather. This signifies the evolution of humanity, a concept that remains elusive. The extraordinary strength it exudes is evident in the aura that surrounds it. As the fierce winds blow, Huey's hair dances wildly in the gusts. This is it. This exhilarating sensation. The cries of the Black Feather resonate through the air, imbued with excitement and a hint of madness. Insanity. This is Huey's immediate impression. The chakra fruit, referred to as a miniature divine tree fruit, holds an ambiguous significance for Hui, yet it is undoubtedly extraordinary. Does one possess the right to consume the fruit of a divine tree? Before this thought can be resolved, a tempest knocks Hui to the ground. The Black Feather gradually calms, and Hui becomes aware of the situation, promptly making her way outside. Regardless of the destination or circumstances, the imperative now is to flee. The outcome of this flight is grim. Blood spills onto the ground. No, that is the blood of the Black Feather. With a flash of light, Moon Tree silently emerges, wielding the Kusanagi sword, which she swiftly strikes towards the Black Feather's hand. While the Kusanagi sword inflicts minimal damage, it suffices for the moment. Hui is released, and a golden-haired figure rushes out to embrace her. Fire release, dispersing mist. Jiraiya's voice echoes as Moon Tree springs into action. A swift turn in midair allows her to kick the Black Feather, using the momentum to leap aside. At that moment, Jiraiya's ninjutsu arrives just in time. The ground beneath the Black Feather turns crimson, erupting in flames. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fireball technique. Kushina and Mikoto materialize, each conjuring their own ninjutsu, augmenting the fiery pillar. Moon Tree lands firmly, and Minato saves Hui. Without pausing, they each unleash a ninjutsu, further intensifying the assault on the Black Feather. You all. Hui gazes at Minato and the others, her arms trembling slightly. This time, Minato turns to Hui, his eyes seemingly aglow. I will definitely protect you. Hui is momentarily taken aback, a multitude of words trapped on her tongue, ultimately coalescing into a singular expression, a pure smile. Yes, I believe in you all. Just then, a gust of wind sweeps past them, and another figure materializes behind Minato. Huey's smile, once radiant, suddenly freezes. Behind Minato stands the Black Feather, who should have been engulfed in flames. Like Hui, the Black Feather wears a smile, equally untainted, pure malevolence. With a clang, Minato surpasses his own limits, reacting instantly to raise his arms in defense. The Black Feather's fist descends with immense force, sending Minato flying. Next, the Black Feather turns its gaze towards Hui, poised to extend a hand. Now it is your turn. The voice was not that of Kuroba, but rather that of Tsukumori beneath him. In a brief moment, Tsukumori successfully approached. Kuroba instinctively reacted, his gaze shifting just in time to witness a flash of sword light. It was the upward thrust of the Kusanagi, aimed directly at Kuroba. The sword in Tsukumori's eyes enlarged as it approached, yet Kuroba displayed not a trace of panic. With effortless grace, he leaped upward, evading the Kusanagi with ease. Fire release, oil bullet. Jiraiya expelled a burst of oil into the air, with Kuroba effectively locked onto his target. Casting a glance at Jiraiya, Kuroba waved a hand, dispersing the incoming oil bullet. Jiraiya hastily leaped into the air, the ground beneath him shuddering as dust erupted. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. The gentle fist was a unique martial art of the Hyuga, and now, an unknown ninja not only wielded it, but possessed a high level of mastery, particularly given his appearance. His eyes bore a striking resemblance to the Byakugan, and perhaps it was not merely an illusion, it might indeed be so. Jiraiya landed steadily beside Kushina and Mikoto. His two female disciples were the weakest in the team, and in the face of such formidable opponents, even self-preservation would be a challenge. Thus, Jiraiya positioned himself to protect them. As for Tsukumori and Minato, the two prodigies of Konoha, Jiraiya felt a cautious confidence, choosing to trust in his disciples' capabilities. Rasengan. Tsukumori rushed forward, crafting a spiraling sphere. The blue-white Rasengan collided, but Kuroba effortlessly sidestepped, delivering a kick to Tsukumori. The charging Tsukumori transformed into a cloud of white mist. Shadow Clone. Kuroba paid little heed, lightly batting away the shuriken that came flying his way. The shuriken detonated upon impact. Tsukumori and Minato soon revealed themselves, with Tsukumori's Shadow Clone having led the way. What followed was the Battle of Vengeance. Boom. The sound of an explosion echoed again, two figures emerging from the rising dust, blood trickling from their mouths. Tsukumori clutched the Kusanagi, his body propelled through the air. In pursuit was Kuroba, a sinister smile on his face as he reached out toward Tsukumori. Fire release, great fireball technique. Tsukumori adjusted his stance, unleashing a ninjutsu. Not enough, not nearly sufficient. The great fireball proved ineffective against Kuroba. His voice pierced through the flames, followed by his outstretched hand reaching for Tsukumori. There was no evasion possible. Had Tsukumori been alone, he might have truly fallen into Kuroba's grasp. However, he was not alone. He was surrounded by his comrades. A golden figure surged forth. Minato, brandishing a shuriken, charged toward Kuroba with determination, thrusting the weapon directly at Kuroba's outstretched hand. Kuroba, seemingly unfazed, continued his actions, perhaps underestimating the threat posed by the young ninja. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Amidst the golden-haired figure emerged a wisp of smoke. In the blink of an eye, the rushing wave wind Watergate transformed into another person. With white hair cascading behind him, he was none other than Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin. Clutching a kunai, he imbued it with wind chakra, evoking a sensation reminiscent of a sand needle. Black Feather, possessing an extraordinary physique, evaded Jiraiya's attack in an instant, simultaneously delivering a kick to Tsukiki. The wind-infused chakra was indeed potent enough to inflict injury upon Black Feather, evident from his evasive maneuvers. Tsukiki was sent flying, hurtling towards Jiraiya. Water release, white shark technique. As Black Feather landed, he had completed the necessary hand seals. With a forceful slap to the ground, a rune emerged, accompanied by a shark fin. Whoosh. Jiraiya, however, was not easily caught off guard. He deftly sidestepped the oncoming shark fin. From the ground leapt a massive white shark, its gaping maw aimed to devour both Tsukiki and Jiraiya. As they narrowly evaded, Kushina and Mikoto unleashed several explosive tag kunai towards their direction. The explosions, mere trifles to Black Feather, felt akin to swatting at mosquitoes. As the explosive tags detonated around them, Tsukiki wielded a sword in one hand while the other formed a sphere of chakra, and Jiraiya promptly lifted Tsukiki into the air. With Tsukiki stepping onto Jiraiya's hand, he exerted force just in time, propelling Tsukiki directly towards Black Feather. Earth Release, Swamp Technique. A melodious voice echoed, belonging to Kushina and Mikoto, whose support had been impeccable. As Tsukiki soared toward Black Feather, Mikoto and Kushina effectively restricted Black Feather's movements. Spiraling Sphere. Tsukiki launched a sphere forward, but Black Feather countered with a palm strike that sent Tsukiki flying. The Empty Palm, a technique from the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist style, which manifested the ability to inflict damage from a distance. Tsukiki fell victim to this strike, coughing up blood as his old wounds deepened, the bandages on his body becoming increasingly stained with crimson. Tsukiki. Wave Wind Water Gate caught Tsukiki just in time. The two were propelled backward, tumbling to the ground. As for Jiraiya, being the strongest among them, he engaged Black Feather in a fierce confrontation to buy time. Jiraiya had never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary on this C-rank mission. This was not merely an A-rank challenge, it was of S-rank caliber. Raising both hands to block a punch from Black Feather, Jiraiya staggered back a few paces. This force rivals Tsunade's monstrous strength. Jiraiya glanced at Black Feather and then at the assembled group of Tsukiki and his comrades, noting Tsukiki's severe injuries, rendering him nearly incapable of further combat. While Mikoto tended to his wounds, Kushina appeared anxious, her gaze shifting towards Wave Wind Water Gate. Returning home, Jiraiya couldn't help but curse, insisting that the old man should tighten the screening of C-rank missions. Reflecting on his own first C-rank mission, which had turned out to be an A-rank task, he lamented the unexpected elevation of C-rank missions to a level that now rivaled S-rank. The Mad Demon of Konoha, Black Feather, regarded Jiraiya without immediate aggression. One of the legendary 3 ninjas who showcased his prowess during the Second Great Ninja War, Black Feather spoke slowly, exuding an air of leisure. Yet, even you are not my match in this moment, he declared, shaking his finger. Even in your full strength, you still fall short. Black Feather's aura intensified, compressing the atmosphere around them. Do not frighten my students like this, Jiraiya replied, his expression serious, though his words carried a light-hearted tone. Nevertheless, his own presence began to rise, matching Black Feather's challenge. Thanks to this, the pressure on Suki and his companions was significantly alleviated. Fire Release, Toad Oil Bomb. In an instant, Jiraiya completed his hand seals and expelled a mouthful of oil bombs. Multiplication. Black Feather swiftly dispersed the incoming oil bombs, only to realize that the ground beneath him was slick with oil. This brief moment of obscured vision allowed Jiraiya to prepare his next move. Fire Release, Oil Hell. He unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting the oil on the ground and creating a raging inferno. Jiraiya was not complacent. In battle, one must be wary of unexpected maneuvers. As if summoned, a hand emerged from the heart of the fire. Wind Release, Air Palm. Just as Jiraiya intended to use Wind Release, Black Feather preemptively struck with his air palm. Major breakthrough. Jiraiya tossed his head back, redirecting his ninjutsu downwards. The powerful gust he exhaled lifted him to a height above the ground. Black Feather's air palm struck behind him with a resounding impact, its might unmistakable. Taking a direct hit was no trivial matter. Meanwhile, Suki remained on the sidelines. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Jiraiya hurled a shuriken into the air, which multiplied exponentially, transforming into a veritable storm of shuriken directed at Black Feather. It won't be that simple. Observing the seemingly ineffective shuriken rain, Jiraiya remarked. No sooner had he spoken than explosions erupted. A barrage of shuriken, each bearing explosive tags, rained down upon Black Feather, creating a symphony of detonations that reverberated through the air. Seizing this moment, Jiraiya clapped his hands together, ready to unveil his trump card. This was the reason he called himself the Sage of Toads. Sage Mode. Jiraiya's eyes transformed into elongated slits, with crimson markings appearing at the corners. An indescribable presence began to envelop him. The Sage of Toads has arrived. It is the wind. It is the trees. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in a serene forest, the gentle breeze caressing his skin like delicate fingers, imparting a sense of comfort. Moon Tree felt an inexplicable tranquility wash over him. Where am I? He gazed around, confronted by a uniform landscape dominated by towering trees. Silence reigned. interrupted only by another whisper of wind. The breeze stirred the leaves, which cascaded down like verdant rain, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Suddenly, Moon Tree seated himself, as if nudged gently by an unseen force. Resting his hands on the ground, he embraced the tranquility of the moment. This is quite pleasant. The refreshing breeze felt delightful, and it seemed as though nature itself was softly murmuring in his ear, immersing him in this serene experience. Meanwhile, Jiraiya deftly intercepted Kuroha's punch. In the next instant, despite Jiraiya's apparent stillness, Kuroha landed a blow. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya pulled Kuroha closer and struck him with an elbow. Useless. The sound of the elbow connecting with flesh echoed, yet Kuroha met the attack with a grin. Kuroha's retaliatory strike swept toward Jiraiya, who nimbly crouched to evade. Tsukuyomi's pseudo-might. Jiraiya launched an uppercut enveloped in chakra, akin to Tsunade's formidable strength, though Tsunade's mastery of chakra control surpassed his own. Nevertheless, Jiraiya was no novice. His strength sufficed to contend with Kuroha. Without a doubt, the blow inflicted some damage, evident from Kuroha being sent flying and the blood that dripped down. Senjutsu, Raging Lion's main technique. Jiraiya flicked his white hair forward just as Kuroha hit the ground, blood still staining the corner of his mouth. Jiraiya's assault was already upon him. Kuroha, not foolish enough to engage head-on, had gleaned Jiraiya's capabilities from the previous strike. Although unaware of natural energy, Kuroha understood that Jiraiya could indeed harm him. With a graceful leap to the side, Kuroha effortlessly dodged the incoming attack. Fire Release, Fire Dragon's C technique. The mark on Kuroha's forehead began to stir. Soon, the true nature of this mark was revealed, 2 eyes resembling the Sharingan, adorned with 5 tomo. Jiraiya, noticing this development, began to contemplate its implications. However, Kuroha's next offensive came swiftly. Perhaps due to the awakening of his eyes, Kuroha unleashed a formidable barrage of fire dragons, each powerful enough to be classified as A-rank ninjutsu, if not S-rank. Water Release, Triple Water Wall. Faced with such expansive ninjutsu, with his 4 disciples behind him, Jiraiya had no choice but to stand firm. As the fire dragons surged forth, 3 colossal walls of water rose to meet them. The fire dragons collided with the water barriers, transforming into steam that enveloped the surroundings. Senjutsu, Needle Earth Concealment. Jiraiya's white hair coiled around him, transforming into sharp, pointed spikes that protected him. As he pierced through the vapor, Black Feather's fist struck the spikes. But the natural energy-infused needles of the Earth deity did not yield any advantage to him. TCH, Black Feather gritted his teeth, acknowledging that Jiraiya was indeed a formidable challenge. Unbeknownst to him, Jiraiya's mastery of natural energy granted him methods to harm Black Feather, and as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Jiraiya possessed far superior combat experience and techniques. Don't just stand there and watch me. Jiraiya retracted his needles as Black Feather stood before him, momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's words. At that instant, a golden figure burst forth from the mist. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato Namikaze barreled in, though the impact was not substantial. Even the slightest assistance would suffice. I have received my disciple's wish. Jiraiya exclaimed with a smile, electricity crackling around his hands. That brief moment of distraction for Black Feather provided Jiraiya with an opening. Sage Art, Lightning Release. Jiraiya's eyes shimmered with intensity. Heavy Flow Storm. As a seasoned traveler, Jiraiya had a wealth of techniques at his disposal, and under the tutelage of the Third Hokage, he had inherited a formidable arsenal of ninjutsu, embodying the legacy of Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a resounding impact, Jiraiya's fist collided with Black Feather, the natural energy enveloping his punch, causing Black Feather to spit blood. This punch is for my disciple, Jiraiya shouted, increasing the force behind his strike. Wind Release, Wind Piercing Technique. This was Minato's attempt to infuse chakra into his kunai, coupled with an explosive tag, enhancing its penetrative power through wind chakra to ensure the explosive tag reached the internal organs. While Minato was not yet capable of such advanced chakra transformations, a slight enhancement in penetrative strength would suffice. Jiraiya's punch sent Black Feather flying, with Minato's kunai following closely behind. Though it did not pierce Black Feather's body, it nonetheless inflicted damage. Jiraiya's strike was substantial enough to breach Black Feather's defenses, allowing the kunai to successfully wound him. Boom! The explosive tag detonated, sending a thick cloud of smoke billowing forth, the shockwave knocking Minato, already injured, to the ground. Did we succeed? Minato wondered, gazing at the smoke above him. Be careful. Jiraiya's voice reached him just as the wind began to disperse the smoke, revealing a colossal fire dragon descending, with black feather nowhere in sight. Too late. Minato stood frozen, realizing he could not escape in time. The terror of death loomed over him, and for a moment, he felt as though his heart had stopped. Crash. Huh. Minato found himself airborne, glancing back to see Jiraiya having thrown him away. Jiraiya, bang. Teacher, the fire dragon engulfed Jiraiya entirely, and in the eyes of Minato Namikaze, one shadow had vanished, leaving only a blaze of flames. Minato extended his hand towards the inferno, yet found nothing to grasp. He fell to the ground, rolling several times before finally lying prostrate. As Minato raised his gaze, the flames raged fiercely, the heat radiating against his face, a searing sensation enveloping him. Jiraiya-sensei, the golden figure cried out, his voice cracking with desperation. It seemed that Minato's plea reached the flames, which gradually receded, revealing a silhouette within. Ha! That laughter was unmistakably Jiraiya's. Minato fixed his eyes on the flames as the figure within finally emerged. It was Kuroba. Kuroba laughed heartily, while Jiraiya, sprawled on the ground, appeared charred. Next, it will be your turn. Kuroba licked his lips, casting a glance at the prostrate Minato. His disheveled form, with bloodied lips and a visage smeared with dirt, resembled a malevolent specter. He chuckled, as did the apparition of the malevolent spirit. Jiraiya, teacher. Minato lay on the ground, looking utterly wretched. Crack. Kuroba's foot pressed down upon Jiraiya's head. The unconscious Jiraiya, like a mere doll, was subjected to Kuroba's whims. His body, now akin to charcoal, still emitted wisps of steam. Mad spirit, Jiraiya. Kuroba toyed with his foot, stomping down several times upon Jiraiya. The legendary Sannin are nothing but this. Kuroba wore a disdainful expression, licking his lips. Don't touch Jiraiya-sensei. You scoundrel. Minato shouted, utterly devoid of chakra, his body at its limit, lacking the strength to lift himself. Oh. Kuroba lifted his foot, approaching Minato with a smirk. Truly fascinating, you little brats from Konoha. Kuroba crouched before Minato, lifting his chin with a hand. Despite being powerless, you all seem to lack fear. Is it bravery? Or merely folly? Dang. Kuroba was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Minato. The last of his strength was spent in a futile attempt to strike back, yet it was of no use, unable to even breach Kuroba's defenses. However, Kuroba's expression darkened. How intriguing. Kuroba laughed. Diamond seal. Kuroba stomped down towards Minato's forehead, but chains suddenly emerged, precisely thwarting the blow. Ah! Kuroba turned to the source of the chains, where a red-haired girl was shouting, relentlessly channeling her chakra. The chains extending from her back surged towards Kuroba. Whoosh! Kuroba glanced aside, realizing that Minato had vanished from his previous position. Scanning his surroundings, he soon spotted the golden-haired figure being carried away by a girl. In addition, he recognized another familiar silhouette. The charred Jiraiya was also being taken by the same girl. That petite frame was bearing the weight of two individuals, yet her speed remained undiminished. One by one, Heiyu finally succumbed to rage, his chakra surging forth like an unfathomable ocean, eroding the chains that bound Kushina until they shattered. The unique bloodline power of the Uzumaki clan was turned against her, causing Kushina to collapse, yet her indomitable spirit compelled her to endure. Let go of me, she cried. Believe in Kushina. Minato, witnessing Kushina kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of urgency. However, Mikoto, supporting him, quickly urged him to remain calm. Mikoto, Minato hesitated, sensing the tremor in her voice. Kushina bore a greater burden than he could fathom. Acknowledging this, Minato fell silent, his gaze fixed ahead where Heiyu's assault was imminent. And Kushina showed no signs of evasion. If this continued, without a doubt, Kushina would be struck directly, and the consequences would be dire. Dodge! Minato mentally screamed. Yet Kushina moved in an unexpected manner. She relaxed, her eyes wide open, still shining with brilliance. With a smile reminiscent of a big sister, she displayed no fear. If she felt any, it was imperceptible. Yushu! Minato finally called out, not for Jiraiya, but for his rival, the one he had never bested. He was uncertain of Yushu's whereabouts now, but he knew that Yushu had long since lost his fighting ability. Perhaps he could no longer even stand. Yet, Minato held on to hope. No matter the circumstance, that guy would surely respond. Would release. Would wall technique. Heiyu's figure loomed just 20 centimeters from Kushina when suddenly, A wooden wall erupted from the ground, interposing itself between Heiyu and Kushina. Wood release. Wood spike technique. With a resounding thud, the wooden wall remained intact, visibly dented. As the sound echoed, spikes of wood shot up from the ground, forcing Heiyu to retreat. Well done, a familiar voice whispered in Kushina's ear as she collapsed. Too late. You fool. Gently caught. Kushina felt Yushu's warmth, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she murmured a complaint. She was uncertain if Yushu would save her, but a year ago, her hero had already become this somewhat naive young man before her. Clumsy and lazy, always sleeping. Yet, go defeat him. My esteemed hero. Such a daunting request. Yet, leave it to me. The familiar exchange brought a secret smile to Kushina's lips. Rest well. Yushu released Kushina, and a nearby branch caught her, then carried her away. As the wooden wall was withdrawn, Yushu faced Heiyu. I appreciate your care. Now, let me respond. Truly, surprises abound. For me as well. The eyes of Heiyu and Yushu clashed, tension palpable. Rasengan. In the blink of an eye, the two adversaries began their inaugural clash. Heiyu deftly evaded, delivering an elbow strike towards Yushu. Yushu parried with his palm, redirecting the force to counter with an elbow of his own against Heiyu. The two became entangled in a fierce struggle. It was evident that Heiyu, having fought for some time, had significantly weakened, particularly in terms of stamina. Yushu was now capable of matching him. With a swift kick, Yushu distanced himself from Heiyu and promptly formed a series of hand seals. Branches from the surrounding trees surged towards Heiyu. In response, Heiyu, unwilling to concede, executed his own hand seals, summoning a whirlwind that emanated from his body, incinerating the advancing branches. Yushu seized his Kusanagi sword and hurled it forward. Heiyu countered with an open palm strike, sending the Kusanagi sword flying away. Struck by the force of the palm, Yushu transformed into a plume of smoke. The Kusanagi sword, now airborne, also dissipated into smoke, and from within, Yushu emerged, gripping the Kusanagi sword. Utilizing the Earth Release technique, Earth Rising Dragon, Heiyu slammed his palm onto the ground, causing an earthen dragon to erupt from below. Focus. Yushu gripped his sword with both hands and delivered a decisive cut. The earthen dragon was cleaved in two, bringing Yushu face to face with Heiyu. He threw the Kusanagi sword with such swiftness that the already injured Heiyu could scarcely react. The sword transformed into Yushu, who, holding the Kusanagi sword, locked eyes with Heiyu. His blood-red Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Jinjutsu. Yushu employed the powers of his Sharingan, casting an illusion upon Heiyu. While the effect was minimal, even a fraction of a second of distraction would suffice. Rasengan. The shadow clone of Yushu, having thrown the Kusanagi sword, rushed forward, while Yushu himself swung his sword. They launched a simultaneous assault, catching Heiyu in a state of disorientation. In the next instant, Heiyu regained his senses. However, the attacks from both sides were already upon him. With a surge of chakra, he began to move. The Rasengan and Kusanagi sword were successfully deflected. Reversal. Yushu was sent flying, his eyes wide with astonishment. Heiyu had utilized the secret technique of the Hyuga clan, reversal, known as the ultimate defense. Though surprised, Yushu did not relent. He immediately began forming seals. Chakra was rapidly drained from him, and he struck the ground with his palm. Wood release. Nativity of a world of trees. Yushu felt his chakra diminish to a mere fraction. Towering trees erupted from the earth, their branches extending towards Heiyu. The reversal could not be maintained indefinitely, leading to a drawn-out battle. Yushu carefully regulated his breathing as his chakra continued to deplete. The surrounding branches persisted in their relentless assault, each movement costing him precious chakra. He was already running low, yet he resolved that he must emerge victorious in this battle. Clenching his fists, he prepared for the inevitable exhaustion of his chakra. No matter the cost, victory was imperative. The moon tree's eyes widened as it gazed upon the white vortex before it, the return of the black feather, tirelessly resisting the encroaching branches. The so-called absolute defense truly lived up to its reputation. Yet, the moon tree was resolute in its conviction. Not once would it concede defeat. A gentle breeze caressed its face, the tenderness seeping into its heart like a delicate stream, offering a subtle nourishment. A warmth enveloped its entire being, a temperature that resonated deep within its soul. The heat emanating from its dantian coursed through its body, swirling incessantly. Vitality burgeoned within, allowing the moon tree to appreciate the wonders of life. The surrounding trees swayed, perhaps stirred by the wind or filled with joy. They seemed to express their elation, a marvel to behold. As the moon tree felt their sentiments akin to a long-awaited dog wagging its tail upon seeing its master, conveying joy beyond words. With eyes closed, the moon tree lay still, quietly absorbing the moment. Strength gradually returned, and sunlight suddenly broke through, illuminating the world in vibrant splendor. "Is it you?" the moon tree inquired softly. The branches around it reached out, brushing against its cheek, as if to convey intimacy. Utterly charming. The moon tree smiled, resonating with that sentiment. Nature itself whispered to him, soft and gentle. They continuously infused him with chakra, bestowing vitality and vigor. This was the power of wood release, a supreme force derived from nature. Therefore, surrender was not an option. The moon tree intensified the output of chakra, determined to conclude this battle. With a decisive clap of its hands, it prepared for its final strike. Wood release, advent of the tree, binding kill. The moon tree proclaimed. The trees summoned by the advent stirred restlessly, their branches swaying as if in jubilant celebration. This was the culmination of all its efforts. A final stand fueled by every ounce of strength and life. The branches whipped forth, striking against the return with a cacophony of sound. Perhaps the black feather was also nearing exhaustion, for the return began to waver. But it was not over. The moon tree would not overlook this sign. A trickle of blood escaped its lips, pushing itself to the brink. The branches surged once more, delivering all the pain and suffering back to the foe. As the words left its mouth, the branches lashed out, shattering the mirror of defense. In the next moment, the return fractured like glass, the absolute defense shattered. The black feather within staggered, blood spilling forth as it knelt in defeat. Yet the relentless branches did not cease. This was the moment of reckoning. Victory was ours. The moon tree's vision darkened, and it knelt upon the ground. In its final moments, the gradually dimming sight revealed the black feather ensnared by the branches. A splatter of blood erupted. The moon tree collapsed onto the earth, eyes closing against the world, before it lay amidst the bloodied branches, the ground stained crimson. Kushina crawled over, still feeling the aftermath of her ordeal, yet disregarding it entirely as she made her way to the side of the moon tree. A gentle breeze caressed the air, lifting the strands of the moon tree's hair and cascading Kushina's crimson locks. "Hero, you have triumphed," she murmured softly, lifting the moon tree to rest upon her lap and leaning her forehead against his. "You truly have emerged victorious." Her voice, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness, resonated in the tranquil atmosphere. Even the wind seemed to whisper gently, while the surrounding leaves drifted down like rain. The girl and the boy nestled together. Yet the boy was oblivious to the girl's exquisitely gentle visage. "This time, it is truly over." Moontree opened his eyes, and as the light dissipated, he found himself staring up at the familiar wooden ceiling. "Is it over?" "Indeed, it is." He turned his head to see Jiraiya standing at the doorway, smiling down at him. "That is splendid news. This time, it was all thanks to you, young hero." "That title is rather peculiar," Moontree sighed, feeling drained. Haha, rest well. You've exhausted so much chakra. It's remarkable you held on. When we return, Tsunade will need to examine you thoroughly. She will undoubtedly take excellent care of me, Moontree replied with a wry smile. Spoiling you indeed. Jiraiya chuckled mischievously before donning a more paternal expression, a serene smile that seemed entirely at odds with his usual demeanor. You've worked hard. You too. The two boys exchanged glances, sharing a moment of laughter. Ha ha. Their laughter echoed, spilling out into the world beyond. Those fellows, Kushina sighed. Mikoto smiled alongside her. After all, it is Moontree, not to mention Jiraiya-sensei. Honestly, the injured still do not understand the importance of proper recovery, Kushina remarked, her lips curling into a smile, while Mikoto chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Minato had stepped out of the room, walking alone in the courtyard. The gentle breeze tousled his golden hair, prompting him to momentarily close his eyes. Upon reopening them, he beheld a familiar girl. Hui, the guardian of the chakra fruit. Hello, Hui, Minato greeted her. Hui, as always, was beautiful and gentle. Her long hair danced in the wind as she gazed at Minato. Thank you, Hui smiled, recalling the boy who had saved her. After all, it was merely a mission, haha. Minato felt a flush of embarrassment, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Hui chuckled softly, moving closer to him. You are also a little hero of Takigakure, she remarked as she passed by him. She had many responsibilities ahead, With Takigakure being such a vast village, the tasks of its de facto leader weighed heavily upon her shoulders, despite her tender age. Minato turned to watch Huey's diminutive figure retreating. He suddenly realized just how small she truly was. In the radiant village of Takigakure, a young girl wandered alone, accompanied solely by her shadow. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze fell silent, uncertain of what compelled him to approach her. Miss K, where are you headed? He inquired. Kay glanced at him. I plan to visit Lord Jiraiya and the others. I must express my gratitude to you. Then I shall accompany you, for I too wish to go, Minato replied, hastening to her side. Kay observed the golden-haired figure beside her, slightly shorter than herself, with a youthful visage that still bore the innocence of childhood. Let us walk together, she suggested, a smile unexpectedly gracing her lips, bringing forth a curious joy that welled up within her. As the boy and girl strolled side by side, their shadows intertwined beneath the sunlit skies of Takigakure, a sudden splash of water erupted, catching Minato's face, yet the chill did little to dampen his enthusiasm. At that moment, Tsukumori beamed with satisfaction, admiring the fruits of his labor from a morning spent in toil. In the recent battle, Tsukumori had proven to be a significant asset, earning him the honorable title of Wounded Warrior. To express their gratitude, the village decided to care for Tsukumori, allowing him to remain there for a time. This arrangement afforded Jiraiya's team a taste of luxurious treatment, ample food, drink, and rest, a veritable feast for the senses. Jiraiya, in no rush to depart, embraced this opportunity, proclaiming it a well-deserved period of recuperation. Naturally, his students did not oppose this, especially Tsukumori and Minato, who found themselves fortunate in this circumstance. Tsukumori, disinterested in returning to Konohagakure, deemed both locations equally dull. He preferred to linger a while longer, perhaps to fish, a pastime he had just begun to enjoy. Ah, splendid, Tsukumori mused, observing the fish he had caught, nodding in approval. His previously languid demeanor had shifted, revealing an unexpected enthusiasm for fishing beyond his usual pursuits of sword practice and slumber. You again? Kushina's voice called from behind. Tsukumori turned to see her standing there, hands on her hips, her crimson hair dancing in the breeze. Kushina, have you come too? He chuckled, displaying his catch. Kushina sighed, honestly. You've sustained such injuries yet refused to rest properly. She settled beside him, her eyes narrowing playfully. These wounds have healed long ago. Lying around all day is unwise. You'd rather recline than sit, wouldn't you? Tsukumori chuckled awkwardly in response. I had not fished before, but having tried it, I find it surprisingly enjoyable. You truly are something else, Kushina quipped. Though we share the same age, you carry yourself like an old man. To suggest that I am an old man would surely sadden me. Yushu placed the fish in a nearby bucket and cast the fishing line once more. Would you feel sorrow? Perhaps so. Yushu and Kushina engaged in a light-hearted exchange, mostly consisting of trivial chatter devoid of depth. By the way, is there a particular reason for your visit? After securing the fishing hook, Yushu settled into his customary wait, appreciating the company of Kushina. Is it forbidden to visit without a purpose? Kushina shot him a pointed glance. That was not my intention. Why would I invite your ire for no reason? Yushu managed a wry smile. Kushina let out a huff, leaving Yushu puzzled, as she often left him bewildered. Lately, Minato had been spending considerable time with Miss Hui. Kushina abruptly shifted the topic, leaving Yushu momentarily bewildered. The sudden change in conversation caught him off guard, especially after their previous banter. Indeed, that Minato fellow. Yushu pondered for a moment. Perhaps he is drawn to someone like Hui. Hui? Kushina shot him another enigmatic look, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Ahem, Miss Hui. Having been Chinese in his past life, Yushu was unaccustomed to formalities and had grown habitual in his address. This girl must be on her period, Yushu mused, observing the strangely peculiar demeanor of Kushina. Though he had little experience with girls in his previous life, he was aware that their emotions could be quite erratic during certain times. Well, the weather is quite pleasant today. Kushina, at a loss for words, uttered a casual remark, for she could not simply express her desire to converse further. Despite her tough demeanor, she felt shy, especially regarding such matters. Yushu, having little interaction with girls throughout both his lives, remained oblivious to her feelings. He glanced up at the sky and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is rather nice. Truly. Kushina chuckled at Yushu's response. He found himself perplexed by her laughter. Blockhead, Kushina playfully scolded him. Just as Yushu was about to respond, he felt a tug on his fishing rod. A fish was on the line. In that instant, he set aside all else, focusing solely on the matter at hand. The prospect of enjoying a meal from his own catch was indeed a delightful thought. As he immersed himself in this task, he inadvertently missed the tender gaze Kushina cast upon him. The leader of the group, Kushina, leaned in, quietly observing Yushu. It was this youthful face that always appeared whenever she needed it, during times of abduction or helplessness, like a hero from a story, ever present when she required support. As Gyo-Xin contemplated, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. Even amidst the crimson peppers, she embodied the essence of a love-struck girl. Wow, Yushu exclaimed, abruptly awakening Gyo-Xin. It's a big fish. A rare childlike expression illuminated Yushu's face. Let us have it for dinner tonight. With a cheerful grin, Yushu placed her catch into a water bucket and began to tidy up her belongings. Aren't we fishing anymore? No need. Tonight's dinner is already secured, and besides, taking a nap at this hour is quite delightful, Yushu yawned. Gyo-Xin sighed softly, then smiled. Indeed, it was still the familiar Yushu. Silly, lazy, always sleeping. Yet, surprisingly dependable. Together, Gyo-Xin and Yushu embarked on their journey home, albeit to a temporary dwelling. Oh, what a splendid day, Yushu mused. The sunlight bathed them gently, as Yushu savored the tranquility of the moment. Indeed, Gyo-Xin responded, as if answering her own earlier thoughts, or perhaps merely echoing Yushu's remark. Having resided in this world for nearly 2 years, Yushu had lived the life she desired, often described as a carefree existence. It must be said that she thoroughly enjoyed such a lifestyle. There was little attachment to the past. In fact, she could hardly recall it. Yushu's current focus was unraveling the mysteries surrounding her identity. Naturally, there was no need for haste. I seem to have forgotten about a lottery draw. Suddenly, Yushu remembered this detail while walking. Attributes: name, Himegami, Yushu status, normal abilities, Spiral Sphere, A rank, 3 Tomo Sharingan, B rank, Senju Bloodline, Awakened, S rank, Master of Swordsmanship, B rank, Fire Release Ninjutsu Grand Package, S rank, Kusanagi Sword, B rank, Shadow Clone Technique, B rank, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, A rank, Combat Power, Jonin. Not bad, Yushu nodded, then began to inquire with the system. System, how many lottery chances do I have left? Task, complete the first C-level mission. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Task, absorb energy from the chakra fruit. Reward, 1 lottery draw. 2 lottery draws, that's a gain. While in her room, Yushu licked her lips upon hearing the system's response. By the way, when did I absorb energy from the chakra fruit? Yushu felt a bit bewildered, but the system would provide no answers. After all, it had fallen into a dormant state. The energy from the chakra fruit had been fully absorbed, and the system activated its AI function. Due to insufficient energy, the AI function could only operate for 2 minutes. AI function initiating. AI function activated. Dear host, greetings. The Multiverse Lottery System is at your service. The electronic voice of the system echoed repeatedly, leaving Yushu in a daze. How did this happen? What is this system? Why am I here? Why do I have no memories? Although the unexpected situation arose suddenly, Yushu was not dull in this regard. She quickly reacted and began to pose questions to the AI. The sound of electricity echoed in the alarm clock, and inexplicably, her heart began to flutter with restlessness. Returning to the host, a tantalizing electronic voice resonated, causing Yushu to involuntarily swallow hard. Everything stemmed from the host's own choices and desires. The system would cling to the host, entirely orchestrated by fate and fortune. The AI did not articulate anything directly, but instead engaged in a circular dialogue with Yushu. What did it mean? It must be said that Yushu completely failed to comprehend the system's words. The system merely attached itself to the host by chance, a mere twist of fate. As for why the host arrived in this world, it was all due to her own wishes. And the loss of memory was also the host's doing. Moreover, there were reasons related to the original body. Therefore, I implore you to disclose these reasons. Yushu's voice trembled with a hint of loss of control, her emotions beginning to spiral. The sound of electricity hummed quietly in her mind, and the system did not respond to her promptly. The system's database had suffered damage, unable to find the answers the host sought. Yushu stood frozen, never having anticipated such a turn of events. It was perplexing. This system seemed as if it had endured a severe blow, teetering on the brink of malfunction. What was previously stated? Taking a deep breath, Yushu attempted to regain her composure. Returning to the host, the prior statements were the fate set by the host herself. Myself? Yushu's eyes widened, utterly baffled by the system's discourse. If it were to say that she had set things in motion, Yushu had scarcely been here for 2 years. This system had seemingly run in isolation from the beginning. Now, the system claimed everything was due to Yushu. It was undeniably overwhelming. She could not grasp the meaning. The system's words only deepened her confusion. Insufficient energy, the AI's functions were shutting down. Host, this is a real world. May your martial fortune flourish. The electronic voice faded increasingly, burrowing into the depths of Yushu's heart. For some reason, this cold, detached electronic voice stirred something within her. It felt strangely familiar, as if that aloof tone bore a subtle warmth, akin to a person who did not know how to express themselves rather than a soulless machine. Yushu wished not to dwell on this notion. It was unbearably distressing. If this were indeed the case, if the system possessed humanity and emotion, then what exactly was she? Yushu's heart quivered. The situation grew increasingly enigmatic. Be it the system, Jiraiya, or the original host. One bewildering event after another, entirely absent from the original narrative, suddenly emerged, like weeds sprouting after a spring rain. They were insatiable, pricking at her heart. Sigh. Countless words lodged in her throat, and Yushu could not articulate anything. 1,000 sentiments transformed into a solitary sigh. He was not particularly fond of overthinking. Rather, he found it more suitable to devise ways to indulge in laziness. The unassuming Yuetshu, in pursuit of a tranquil life, had no choice but to endure the series of unfortunate events that came his way. Well, there were still 2 lottery draws left, so not everything was bleak. He consoled himself and resumed the lottery as usual. System, initiate the lottery. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Shadow Shuriken technique, grade A. Yuetshu was momentarily taken aback. After all the effort he had put into this draw, he ended up with such an ordinary ninjutsu. Although it was classified as grade A, even Minato Namikaze had mastered it. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to seek his guidance? Though, Yuetshu's nature would never allow him to do such a thing. Fine. He sighed and rubbed his forehead. Choosing to face reality, he thought of the legendary African chieftain. With a clap of his hands, he pleaded, "Oh heavens! Regardless of your existence, since completing tasks is so arduous, grant me something worthwhile. System, initiate the lottery." After a quick prayer, he commenced the final lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Sage Mode. Wow. A smile broke across Yuetshu's face. Then he realized, this is something Jiraiya can teach me. He covered his face with his hands, acknowledging that he had received far less than he had given. With a sigh, he gazed at his body still wrapped in bandages. Alas, he lamented skyward, reminiscent of a certain famous explosive-haired figure. At least I won't have to exert so much effort learning these 2 techniques. That has somewhat of a silver lining. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully, weighing the gains and losses, before nodding in acceptance. As long as his strength could improve while he continued to relish in his laziness, it was not a loss at all. Attributes: Name, Jishin Yuetshu. Status: Normal abilities, Spiral Sphere, grade A, 3 Tomo Sharingan, grade B, Senju Bloodline, Awakened, grade S, Swordsmanship Master, grade B, Fire Release Ninjutsu Gift Pack, grade S, Kusanagi Sword, grade B, Shadow Clone Technique, grade B, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, grade A, Shadow Shuriken Technique, grade A, Sage Mode, grade S, Combat Power, Quasi-Shadow. His strength had increased a little. That was satisfactory. Yuetshu nodded in agreement. Yuetshu, are you ready to return to the village? Kushina's voice called from outside. Just moments before, Jiraiya had informed everyone that the mission was complete, signaling that preparations for their return to the village should commence. Thus, Jiraiya's small team's first mission came to a fulfilling conclusion. Finally, they were back. The red-haired girl, Kushina, stood at the entrance of Konoha, arms wide open. Beaming with joy, Yuetshu yawned, entirely oblivious to Kushina's excitement. They had been away for nearly 20 days, yet he felt indifferent. If anything, he was simply looking forward to enjoying some decent food again. He missed Tsunade's cooking. Lost in thought, he yearned to return to the Senju residence and lie down immediately. Yuetshu was peculiar. Unlike the other 3, who exhibited varying degrees of excitement, he was solely focused on getting some rest. Task trigger. The moon tree is awakening. And this voice does not bode well. It surely indicates some troublesome matter. Just as I have returned, can we not have a moment of peace? Within 5 minutes. Return to the Senju residence to complete the task and receive a lottery draw as a reward. The moon tree had been prepared for yet another arduous task, but to his surprise, the system has bestowed a benefit. Upon the electronic voice finishing its announcement, the corners of Moon Tree's mouth involuntarily lifted in a grin. What could he do? The system has granted a reward, and he is undeniably pleased. Well then, task accomplished, and for now, let us rest. A gust of wind swept through as Jiraiya's words trailed off. Take a good rest, he added, casting a glance around. 1, 2, 3 Someone is missing. The moon tree has vanished without a trace. Jiraiya's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Not only him, but also Minato and the others shared the same astonishment. It was the first time they had witnessed the moon tree so enthusiastic. Could it be that the sun has risen from the west today? Jiraiya mused as he glanced at the radiant sun overhead. That seems highly improbable, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato remarked, observing Jiraiya's expression with a hint of exasperation. Jiraiya scratched his head and chuckled. Mikoto, let us indulge in some Ichiraku ramen. It has been far too long. With the moon tree gone, Kushina showed little interest in lingering, calling out to Mikoto as they headed towards the ramen shop. Wait for me, Kushina. Mikoto hurried to catch up. The two women departed, leaving only Minato and Jiraiya, the master and disciple. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato began, noting Kushina and Mikoto's departure towards the ramen shop, initially intending to join Jiraiya for a meal. But upon turning around, he found the silver-haired figure had already disappeared. I'm off to gather materials. Minato, do take care of yourself. Your body is still recovering. Jiraiya's voice wafted back on the wind, his figure growing smaller. Minato sighed, realizing that Jiraiya himself bore injuries. With a lighthearted complaint, Minato decided to continue on. He planned to stroll about, perhaps enjoy some dango before returning home to rest. As he walked, an idea struck him, prompting him to set aside his plans for rest. Is there not a skilled medical ninja in Konoha? It would be prudent to pay a visit, achieving 2 objectives in one go. With that thought, Minato quickened his pace. Meanwhile, the moon tree had returned to the Senju residence. The house was devoid of any presence, and the electronic voice sounded in his mind. Task: return to the Senju residence within 5 minutes to complete. Reward: 1 lottery draw. With the reward successfully attained, the moon tree smiled. The melodious voice of a young girl resonated from the courtyard, and the moon tree instantly recognized that Tsunade and Shizune were engaged in their usual medical ninjutsu training. Although Shizune's talent for medical ninjutsu was not particularly remarkable, and her progress was not visibly terrifying, both master and disciple persevered in their daily training. Perhaps it was a matter of dedication, or perhaps it stemmed from a sense of responsibility and guilt. System: initiate the lottery draw. Regardless of the circumstances, Yushu is now eager to draw a prize. After 2 previous unfortunate attempts, he refuses to believe that this time he will be equally unlucky. However, reality proves to be cruel as the system's voice announces the outcome. Is it a misfortune or a fortune? Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Culinary Master S-Class. Yushu nearly spat blood in disbelief. Of all things to draw, it had to be culinary skills, and at the S-Class level no less. What face would those A-Class ninjutsu users have now? He vented his frustrations, words tumbling from his lips, but the system remained indifferent, leaving Yushu to mutter to himself like a fool. What are you doing? A female voice interjected, startling Yushu into silence. Turning around, he found Tsunade regarding him with a bemused expression, flanked by a similarly puzzled Shizune. Their gazes were laden with the look reserved for someone acting foolishly. Yushu seemed to grasp the implications, his fragile heart once again wounded. Farewell, wondrous world. He lay down on the ground, somehow producing a blanket, and promptly fell asleep. Thud! A cry echoed through the Senju residence. Just back and already causing a ruckus. Had he lost his senses again? Tsunade's fist was still smoking, her expression a blend of concern and exasperation, while Yushu lay sprawled on the floor, steam rising from his head. Nothing much. Just feeling the call of the African continent, he replied weakly. Honestly, after finally going out, you return unchanged at all, Tsunade sighed. Still the same old antics. I worry about your future. I believe you are the one lacking the right to criticize me, Yushu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Tsunade, who had suddenly begun to recline. Ever since Yushu moved into the Senju residence, Tsunade had truly become more laid back. Both Yushu and Lady Tsunade were remarkably thick-skinned. Shizune sighed, expressing her exasperation at the two. The pair, one large and one small, spent their days idly lazing about. Only during training would Tsunade rise to instruct Shizune, or when it was Yushu's turn to cook would she join him. In all other respects, they were rarely seen engaging in any other activities. Aren't you tired at all? Shizune inquired curiously, her gaze shifting to Yushu. Compared to Tsunade, Yushu's level of laziness was far more egregious. What can I say? With no phone or computer, no novels or comics, no shows to watch, and no games to play, with nothing to fill the time, I find myself at a loss. Exercising feels too exhausting, so I suppose I'll just settle for assistance this time. Yushu adopted a helpless demeanor, nostalgia creeping into his expression as he sighed with a heavy heart. I have no idea what you are talking about, Shizune admitted, completely baffled by Yushu's words. The concepts of computers and the like were entirely foreign to her. That is the supreme product of modernity. You need not comprehend it, and now, I wish to be left in peace. The moon tree turned over, rolling to one side, and began to mourn in solitude. Do as you please. It is rare for you to return, so tonight, allow me to prepare our meal. I shall venture out to procure some ingredients. Shizune, please bring back a few servings of 5-colored dumplings. Tsunade waved her hand, and Shizune, with a sigh, replied affirmatively. The sunlight outside was at its most intense, as the moon tree and Tsunade reclined together on the tatama mat. So, how did this mission fare? If we are to discuss this matter, I must express something first. Tsunade glanced at the moon tree, her breath somewhat labored, appearing restless. What is it? Please convey to that third Hokage to thoroughly inspect the C-rank missions. My delicate heart cannot withstand it. The moon tree feigned a distressed expression, prompting Tsunade to burst into laughter. I see. So your inaugural C-rank mission has transformed into another assignment, perhaps an A-rank task. Tsunade's laughter echoed in the room, while the moon tree remained speechless. The C-rank missions in Konoha are truly laden with misfortune. Ha, it was merely an occasional occurrence. Our very first C-rank mission was supposed to be an ordinary escort task, yet inexplicably morphed into an A-rank mission. Fortunately, our sensei was capable, and our strength was commendable. Otherwise, you would not be seeing me now. No. Here we are, two victims together. Do you truly believe this is mere coincidence? In reality, the C-rank missions in Konoha are all essentially A-rank or even S-rank tasks. The moon tree lamented. These C-rank missions can indeed wreak havoc. Well, as long as we return alive, that is what matters. Tsunade, however, was remarkably carefree, laughing it off. Yet, it was merely lip service. The moon tree knew all too well that this laid-back woman beside her was particularly concerned about others. Indeed, the moon tree's nature was such. She did not dwell on trivial matters, for they belonged to the past. All right, it's time for sleep. I had a bit to drink last night, and my head still aches. Good night. Tsunade snatched the moon tree's blanket and promptly fell asleep. Very well, ladies first. The moon tree, resigned, sought out another blanket. It had become a habit to cover oneself while sleeping. Even if one did not, holding on to something was quite comforting. A tranquil atmosphere enveloped them, with sunlight streaming through the window, as the rhythmic breaths of the moon tree and Tsunade intertwined. I'm back. Tonight, we have guests. Pardon the interruption. Shizune's voice resonated as her golden-haired figure entered the Senju residence, appearing somewhat shy. It seems tonight's dinner at the Senju household will be rather lively. By the way, what brings you here? The moon tree inquired, observing the golden-haired figure as she began to eat. I initially intended to return home, but alas, I find myself injured. Thus, I thought to stop by and see you, and perhaps have Lady Tsunade tend to my wounds as well. Minato swallowed his food and scratched his head with a sheepish grin. No, something is definitely amiss. The moon tree regarded Minato with suspicion. As for why he harbored such thoughts, it was undoubtedly due to the peculiar behavior of Minato Namikaze, renowned as the Golden Flash. Minato would never engage in any behavior that could be construed as freeloading, and given that he was not well acquainted with Tsunade, there would be no reason for him to approach her uninvited. Are you injured? I'll take a look shortly. Before Ueshu could speak, Tsunade preemptively addressed his concerns. Wait a moment. Ueshu looked bewildered at Minato and Tsunade. Do you two know each other? Isn't that obvious? Tsunade glanced at Ueshu. That guy Jiraiya is always telling me he's found a remarkable apprentice. He introduced me to him long ago. However, Minato is indeed exceptional. Tsunade nodded in agreement. Lady Tsunade, you flatter me too much. Minato raised his hand, feeling somewhat bashful, especially with Ueshu, who had decisively bested him, present. Oh, you needn't concern yourself with him. He's not human. Tsunade seemed to understand Minato's underlying thoughts and immediately spoke up. Hey, what do you mean I'm not human? I'm very curious about the reasoning behind that. Ueshu chuckled, gazing at Tsunade. What normal person could be so lazy yet steadily increase in strength? Tsunade regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Consider the feelings of others. A genius shouldn't be made to appear as an ordinary person. Well, even I can get injured. Minato, feeling unjustly targeted, was deeply troubled. What qualifications do you have to say that? Ueshu retorted, asserting that Tsunade's understanding of others did not necessarily surpass his own. What did you say? I didn't catch that. With a clatter of chopsticks and a raised fist, Ueshu quickly fell silent at Tsunade's imposing stance. Don't joke. That immense strength is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Jiraiya had amassed considerable experience in this regard. Both Ueshu and Lady Tsunade need to learn to consider others' feelings. Honestly, Minato, eat more, there's plenty left. The conversation at the dining table concluded, and Ino softly added a few words from the side. Thank you, Minato. Possessing a strong mind, did not dwell on the playful jibe directed at him. After all, it was a statement of fact. He would not make any excuses for his inferior strength. He simply needed to strive harder to surpass Ueshu. Did you hear that? Even Ino said so. Ueshu cast a sidelong glance at Tsunade. Huh, did I just hear my name mentioned? Tsunade and Ueshu exchanged glances once more. The two, one large and one small, resembled children, and Ino could no longer contain herself, delivering a light smack to each of them. 2 puffs of steam rose, mingling with the warmth of the food, leaving Tsunade and Ueshu each with a bump on their heads. Honestly, it's always so noisy at mealtimes. Unbeknownst to them, Ino's position within the Senju household had gradually risen, to the point where even Tsunade found herself under her influence. Ueshu could only deem it unrealistic. After all, in the original narrative, Ino always appeared passive, trailing behind Tsunade with a look of helplessness. Perhaps it was the influence of Ueshu that had transformed Ino into something akin to the matriarch of the Senju household. Indeed, the character of Minato Namikaze has undergone a considerable transformation, now imbued with a more pronounced masculinity. Shizune, truly remarkable. Observing the two individuals before him who had just been bested, Minato could not help but commend her. One was renowned in the ninja world as one of the legendary 3 Sannin, while the other was a rival he had never triumphed over. Though Shizune was somewhat older, her strength was not to be underestimated. Yet, it was she who had subdued both of them, earning Minato's admiration. What a sight! These two behave almost like children, resembling siblings in their antics. As Shizune and Minato exchanged light-hearted banter, the nearby Tsunade and Katsuyu continued their quarrel, seemingly oblivious to their previous lessons. You two, do remember we have guests. Can you not settle down? Tsunade, why engage in a dispute with Katsuyu? Shizune interjected, attempting to quell the commotion. You are right, Shizune. Katsuyu nodded in agreement. You are also at fault. Minato chuckled, observing the trio with amusement. This scene stirred a warm sensation within him, a feeling he had long yearned for in his solitary existence. What's the matter, Minato? Huh? Katsuyu suddenly spoke, catching Minato off guard. Let us eat. Make sure to have plenty. Don't worry. Katsuyu gestured towards the dishes laid out on the table, while Minato wore an expression of incredulity. Tsunade had fallen silent, joining Shizune in watching Katsuyu. Minato, Katsuyu resumed, leaving him perplexed. How are your culinary skills? They should be quite good. Katsuyu answered her own question, resting her chin on her hand with a smile. All right, it's settled then. Minato, from now on, you shall dine with us, morning, noon, or night. Wait a moment. Katsuyu's sudden proposal left Minato flustered, causing him to panic momentarily. Of course, the meals will be prepared by you. We shall take care of the eating. And Shizune can handle the ingredients. Katsuyu seemingly disregarded Minato's input, continuing her monologue. Hold on. What about you? Shizune interjected, while Tsunade merely smiled, content with the arrangement, as she had no obligations beyond enjoying the food. What are you talking about? Is it not obvious? Of course, I will engage in the most significant of tasks. Katsuyu wore an expression of disapproval, as if condemning Minato's thoughts. One could clearly see the increasing number of dark lines forming on Shizune's forehead. Pray tell, what do you mean by significant tasks? Is it merely lying around as usual? Lying down is indeed a talent. If an ordinary person were to do so, they would soon find it unbearable from sheer boredom. Katsuyu remarked, while Shizune's dark lines multiplied, and Tsunade nodded in agreement with Katsuyu's sentiments. Thud. Yet again. Katsuyu received another bun. Wait, why this sudden invitation? Am I to dine here now? Minato finally managed to interject, having been overlooked until now. Katsuyu, with 2 buns in hand, glanced at Minato. It was an impulse. Well, it is Katsuyu after all. We don't mind at all. The 3 individuals before him exhibited an air of tranquility, while within the heart of Namikaze Minato, tumultuous waves surged. Yet, he spoke with a semblance of rationality, attempting to articulate his thoughts. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Suki. In truth, you have been quite helpful, with an additional person to share the shifts. Our rest periods shall be prolonged. As for you, being a newcomer, why not take 3 days while we take 1? It's a splendid idea. Suki's demeanor was somewhat offbeat, leaving Minato at a loss for words as he regarded him. Since their first encounter, Minato's impression of Suki had been one of strength coupled with a certain laziness, an eccentricity that set him apart from those around him. This singular individual was unlike any other Minato had encountered, and that was Suki standing before him. Well, you might as well acquiesce. Tsunade took a sip of her drink. Her cheeks flushed. For this moment only, you may regard him as my representative. In the Senju clan, he holds the final say. Lady Tsunade, Minato murmured, glancing at Suki, who was observing him. For reasons unknown, a fleeting impulse to weep surged within him. The sensation was distinct from his interactions with Jiraiya, yet equally warm. Do you feel like crying? Absolutely not. Faced with Suki's teasing, the boy known as a genius displayed a rare moment of pride. Lady Tsunade, you've been sneaking drinks again. Today is a splendid occasion. How could one refrain from indulging? The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, and a smile broke across Minato's face. Is it the bizarre little rascal and the genius? And that individual? This household feels rather more animated. Tsunade took another swig. Her cheeks rosy, her gaze sweeping over the trio before her. Was it the alcohol? The corners of Tsunade's mouth involuntarily curved upwards, a realization eluding her. Where am I? Kushina opened her eyes to find herself submerged in a pool of water. The orange-red liquid bore a striking resemblance to blood, yet she did not sink. Instead, she stood upon the surface as she had practiced. Nothing surrounded her. Only an expanse of void met her gaze. Sensing something, the red-haired girl turned to look behind her. There, an immense cage loomed, wrought iron bars towering before her, each as large as she was. The cage held nothing, just a profound darkness within, obscuring any sight of its contents. Her pure black pupils fixated on the darkness, peering through the iron bars. In the midst of this stillness, a pair of blood-red eyes emerged. Ah! Kushina cried out, jolting upright. Her crimson locks were damp, sweat soaking her back and forehead. Huff, huff. Kushina gasped for breath, wrapping her arms around herself. In the pitch-black night, the girl held her body tightly, feeling a profound emptiness within. Suki, for reasons unknown. She uttered that name, the boy who always appeared by her side, becoming her hero. Time rewound to 5 days after the completion of their first mission. When Jiraiya had granted everyone a respite, everyone naturally returned to their respective homes, seeking solace in the well-deserved respite following the arduous task they had just completed. It was their first venture beyond the village and the first major mission accomplished, leaving a lingering thrill in their hearts. Kushina was no exception. After a delightful few days of shopping with her close friend Mikoto, she found herself visiting Tsukiki's home, where she was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Minato, clad in an apron, cooking in the kitchen. The person she had come to see, however, was peacefully napping in the yard, reclining on what was known as a hammock, which Tsukiki had set up, basking in the sun and enjoying the gentle breeze with half-closed eyes, a picture of utter contentment, especially with a certain individual keeping her company. Indeed, it was Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Both Kushina and Mikoto were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Tsukiki's condition had apparently influenced Tsunade as well. Ah, Kushina, Mikoto, are you here to see Tsukiki? Minato greeted the 2 girls with a smile, while he and Shizun busied themselves in the kitchen. Indeed, but may I ask how you ended up here, dressed like that? Kushina surveyed Minato from head to toe, noting that he surprisingly suited the apron quite well. I'm curious as well, Mikoto chimed in. Minato scratched his head, chuckling softly. There are many layers to this, and I'm not quite sure where to begin. Minato, are you their teammate? How about joining us for a meal? Shizun turned to acknowledge the commotion. Kushina and Mikoto, somewhat perplexed, found themselves sitting down, agreeing to share a meal. Welcome, welcome. The dining table at the Senju residence had gained 2 more guests, and adding a few pairs of chopsticks was hardly a problem. After a somewhat bewildering meal, Kushina and Mikoto grasped the reason for Minato's presence. It was indeed orchestrated by Tsukiki. Nevertheless, they found themselves in agreement with the arrangement. If possible, you two are welcome to visit often. Minato will gladly prepare sumptuous meals for you. It seems to be my fate. Tsukiki generously invited Kushina and Mikoto, while Minato, feeling somewhat exasperated, acknowledged that he was the one doing all the work. Thankfully, having lived alone for quite some time, his culinary skills were commendable, even if they paled in comparison to Shizun's expertise. Do come by when you can. Meals are far more enjoyable with company, Tsunade concurred, feeling quite pleased as the Senju household was becoming increasingly lively. Compared to the past, when the house felt desolate with only her presence, it now exuded a semblance of home. Ever since the war had claimed the lives of those dear to her, the house had lost its vibrancy, but now it was beginning to reclaim it. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Kushina and Mikoto expressed their gratitude, promising to visit frequently. After the meal, they bid farewell, leaving Minato behind, who seemed set to continue his culinary duties that evening. Little did Kushina anticipate that her own unique task was just around the corner. Kushina was summoned to the Hokage's office, where she found her sole relative, though not her biological grandmother, the Uzumaki Mito, who was like a grandmother to her. The Hokage's office was filled with several individuals, 3 elders, the 3rd Hokage, and Mito. There was a hint of sorrow in Mito's eyes, and her voice seemed faint and weary. Her expression was one of sadness, contrasting sharply with the gentle demeanor Kushina was accustomed to. Mito had always been so kind, embracing Kushina unconditionally. What is wrong, Mito Obasan? A wave of unease washed over Kushina. Kushina, you are a strong child, Mito said, gently touching Kushina's cheek. Then, the 3rd Hokage spoke. Uzumaki Kushina, a task has been bestowed upon you, one that only you can fulfill. You are to become the next Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Despite the 3rd's gentle tone, devoid of the usual coldness associated with his position, Kushina felt a chilling absence of warmth in his words. The Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails? She murmured to herself in disbelief. Mito closed her eyes beside her. This was a burden that Kushina must bear, as an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. She was not merely a princess enjoying the luxuries of life, but also one who must shoulder the responsibilities that came with her lineage. The princess of the Uzumaki clan shared this fate. In that moment, the red-haired girl, around 9 years old, comprehended the weight of the responsibility that would accompany her for a lifetime. She buried her face in her bedding, remaining in that position ever since returning from the Hokage's office. The sudden turn of events left Kushina feeling utterly lost. The 9 Tails, a beast with 9 tails, symbolized calamity. Kushina had certainly heard tales of it, of a seemingly evil Jinchuriki solely aimed at destruction. Yet now, she was to become the vessel for this monstrous entity. Even if not immediately, a sense of dread enveloped her. No one wished to coexist with a beast, and certainly not a young girl like her. Yukitsuki, the name slipped from her lips, the name of her idol. Perhaps she hoped that this hero would once again descend to save her, and she uttered the name softly. Yet, it was evident that her wish would not be fulfilled. The night was somewhat chilly, and the girl curled up, burying her face. Kushina. A voice echoed from outside, the voice of her beloved Mito Obasan. She remained silent, sitting quietly on her bed. After a while, the fading sound of footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by a gentle sigh that penetrated Kushina's ears. Tonight, she was still alone. Yukitsuki, another mission is about to commence. Came the voice of Minato Namikaze at the breakfast table in the Senju residence. Already? So soon? Came the disdainful reply from Minato. Missions were truly unsuited for him. They were either too simple and boring or too arduous and exhausting. He often wondered why he had chosen the path of a ninja in the first place. Time has passed slowly. It has already been 6 days of rest. I just encountered Master Jiraiya, who mentioned that we are to gather at Training Ground 9 tomorrow. TCH. Minato Namikaze gazed helplessly at the unmasked reluctance displayed by Suki. After their previous mission, they had enjoyed a sufficient respite of 6 days. One must admit that this was ample time. A ninja ought to undertake missions, not only to sustain oneself, but also to contribute to the village. For Minato, a native who aspired to become Hokage, serving the village was a matter of great willingness. However, for Suki, his feelings towards Konoha were rather indifferent. It was merely the village with the most favorable environment in the entire ninja world. Unlike other shinobi villages, which were plagued by either relentless sandstorms or pervasive mists of blood, Konoha's advantages were glaringly apparent. Well, such is the path of a ninja. On the side, Tsunade patted Suki and smiled. She reminisced about her own journey, recalling how her completed missions ranked among the top in the village. Such a bother, Suki muttered. Returning to his breakfast, he genuinely found the situation troublesome. The main figures of this period were all in the same squad, and Suki had little faith that their missions would be easy. Perhaps it would turn out to be another deceptively simple task, much like the last one, which left him battered and exhausted, nearly leading to total disaster. This is no game. There isn't a respawn mechanism after just a few minutes or seconds. Once it's over, it's truly over. After finishing his meal, Suki remained as he usually was. With nothing to do, he lay in a hammock, watching the master-disciple duo begin their training in medical ninjutsu. Oh, and now there was an additional blonde. Minato seemed to have already been instructed by Jiraiya on tree climbing and water walking, and now he was practicing the basics. In the original narrative, Minato Namikaze was the only civilian Hokage in Konoha's history. One must acknowledge that his success was well-deserved. He was not only gifted but also exhibited an unparalleled level of discipline and training compared to others. Observing the golden-haired figure before him, Suki realized he had yet to see Minato slack off. During his free time, he was invariably training. They were truly polar opposites. Unfortunately for Minato, Suki had a distinct advantage, making it likely that he would not be able to surpass Suki. By the way, Suki, could you teach me that ninjutsu of yours? Minato's voice suddenly broke through as Suki lay there. Pardon? Suki glanced at Minato, who had approached with an earnest smile. The one without hand signs. The one that resembles a sphere. Ah, you mean the Rasengan? That's a splendid name, though I do prefer to call it the Thunderstorm Impact Sphere. Your naming remains as it always has. Fortunately, the current ninjutsu already have established names. Suki sighed, observing Minato's excitement. Konoha's Minato Namikaze, a quintessential warm-hearted individual, possesses a delightful disposition and commendable aesthetics, coupled with remarkable intelligence. Yet, unexpectedly, within the depths of his heart lies a spirit steeped in youthful exuberance. The names he conjures for his techniques are both ludicrously lengthy and replete with a distinct aura of adolescence. Perhaps it is not as severe as it seems. When Suki, the moon tree, spoke about himself, Minato surprisingly retorted, as he genuinely believed such names to be quite dashing. In Suki's heart, perhaps this is merely a case of subtle charm. Very well, I shall instruct you. Really? Thank you. Upon Suki's agreement, Minato's spirits soared. By the way, why do you want me to teach you this jutsu? Suki suddenly recalled something and inquired of Minato. Anticipating this line of questioning, Minato began to ponder. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "It's just a hunch. I feel this jutsu is exceptionally suited for me, though I cannot quite articulate why. Is that so? You truly are remarkable." Suki chuckled lightly, acknowledging that Minato's intuition was indeed correct. The Rasengan is an extraordinary technique, capable of continuous evolution and transformation. And combined with the Flying Thunder God technique that Minato had mastered, it becomes even more formidable. The legendary Sannin of Mount Myaboku are all adept practitioners of the Rasengan. As the one destined to be the creator of this technique, Minato has undeniably crafted an astounding ninjutsu, although he no longer bears the burden of its creation. Suki would not hesitate to share the Rasengan, as it inherently belonged to Minato, albeit he had merely claimed it first. Minato is Suki's first friend, and Suki is more than willing to enhance his strength, ensuring he is notably more powerful than in the original narrative, thus preventing an untimely demise during the Ninetales incident. No one wishes to witness their friends perish, do they? Thus, Suki conveyed the teachings of Jiraiya from the original tale. Well, it seems I need to go buy some balloons. Go ahead, and while you're at it, bring back dinner to save Shizune another trip. All right, Minato chuckled resignedly, preparing to step out. His anticipation for the Rasengan was palpable. He could hardly contain his eagerness to practice it. He could not quite fathom why he felt such a strong inclination towards the Rasengan, yet he chose to embrace it, as his dear friend Suki had done. Putting aside all concerns, he focused solely on the tasks at hand. Living in the moment, a lesson Minato gradually learned while by Suki's side. In Minato's eyes, perhaps Suki, the moon tree, truly lived the most joyous life in all of Konoha. He indulges when he desires, sleeps when he wishes, burdened by few worries, and possesses sufficient strength without the need to toil as others do. Minato is well aware of the father-son duo clad in green spandex, training relentlessly day and night. The intensity of their regimen is enough to instill fear, a level of effort Minato had never encountered. Wolfeng Shuemin admired and expressed gratitude towards them. These two individuals imparted to him the invaluable lesson of relentless endeavor without succumbing to the temptation of rest. As for Yushu, it is only natural for ordinary mortals to feel jealousy. Wolfeng Shuemin experienced such feelings in the past, yet he refrained from indulging in this emotion, recognizing it as unworthy. He refused to permit the presence of such jealousy within himself. Since the moment he became acquainted with Yushu, Wolfeng Shuemin had never triumphed, while in the original narrative, the Golden Flash traversed the battlefield undefeated. All his life's defeats were at the hands of Yushu. The golden-haired youth took a deep breath and advanced toward his future, even though before him stood a seemingly unattainable prodigy. This epitomized Wolfeng Shuemin's path as a ninja, pursuing the way of another. The Nine Tails, one of the calamities of the ninja world, wrought havoc upon the realm, symbolizing malevolence, destruction, and hatred. Kushina perused the legends surrounding the Nine Tails she had sought out. This was her destiny, an inescapable fate. Kushina hid within her room when suddenly, the voice she longed to hear filled her ears. It was tender yet imbued with boundless hope. Yushu. Kushina descended from her bed and drew back the curtains to peer outside. There stood 4 figures, 1 large and 3 small. The one who had just called out to her appeared languidly at ease. It was no surprise, for that was simply his nature. At least his voice had managed to reach her, hadn't he? Time for a mission, Kushina, Mikoto called, waving her hand gently. To her astonishment, it was another C-rank mission. There won't be any surprises this time, right, Jiraiya-sensei? Wolfeng Shuemin glanced at Jiraiya, who was surveying their surroundings. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, wearing a look that suggested assurance. Don't worry, C-rank missions in Konoha aren't that dangerous. The last incident was merely an accident. Though it was an accident that had also occurred during your very first mission, Yushu interjected lightly. Wolfeng Shuemin cast a skeptical glance at Jiraiya. While Mikoto mirrored his concern, Kushina prepared to join them. Ahem, you think your teacher would deceive you? This time, it will surely be fine. Besides, the last incident was not my fault, Jiraiya proclaimed with a righteous demeanor. After all, if it happened again, even he would struggle to cope. An S-rank mission was no trifling matter. Facing 3 enemies of the shadow level, even Jiraiya would find it troublesome, although he might manage to escape. Yushu shrugged, and Wolfeng Shuemin along with Mikoto appeared considerably calmer. After all, Jiraiya had said so, hadn't he? There should be no further complications. Meanwhile, Yushu remarked, it is impossible to rely on that guy Jiraiya. He is only occasionally dependable. Although Jiraiya was indeed quite unreliable, Yushu held a certain respect for him. A hero. This is the tale of Jiraiya's life. It is merely unfortunate that this story lacks a perfect conclusion. Thank you for your patience. At this moment, Kushina emerged, fully dressed, exuding an adorable charm. She was undeniably a beauty, though her face appeared slightly rounder today, adding to her cuteness. All right, with everyone gathered, let us embark. Jiraiya proclaimed confidently, leading his team, who responded lethargically. The thrill of their first mission was palpable, yet they felt a mix of confusion and unquenched ambition regarding the task ahead. Meanwhile, Suki stood quietly to the side, sneaking glances at Kushina more than once. Among the group, Kushina had spent the most time with Suki, and he could easily perceive the changes in her demeanor, not in terms of attire, but rather her mental state. Today, she surprisingly exhibited a calmness, contrasting sharply with her usual vibrant energy that far surpassed that of her friend Mikoto, who had a more gentle disposition. The two represented almost opposite ends of the spectrum, yet now, the typically boisterous Kushina seemed subdued, a change Suki noticed immediately. What he failed to recognize was that Jiraiya's gaze lingered on Kushina as well, albeit briefly. Soon enough, Jiraiya redirected his attention and led the 4 towards the village gate. The task at hand was yet another escort mission. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, one of the others interjected. Another C-rank escort mission? How daunting. Fear not. This one will not be like the last, Jiraiya reassured them. It's within the land of fire, merely escorting to a hot spring resort, quite nearby. You might even enjoy a soak afterward. Jiraiya chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eye. A hot spring sounds delightful, doesn't it, Kushina? Mikoto mused, glancing at Kushina. Kushina? She stood there, momentarily lost in thought before snapping back to reality. I'm sorry, what did you say? Are you all right? You look a bit pale. Perhaps you should rest. Makoto expressed her concern. Kushina was her first and only friend, so her worry was natural. I'm fine. You look anything but fine. Kushina waved her hand dismissively, attempting to assure them. At that moment, Suki spoke up, maintaining his languid demeanor. His eyes narrowed as he regarded Kushina. If you're unwell, you should rest properly. There's no need to push yourself. The hot spring can wait for another time. Suki closed his eyes and spoke languidly. Who feels unwell? I'm perfectly fine. You're the one who looks unwell. Kushina retorted with renewed vigor, her voice filled with spirited defiance, eliciting a smile from Makoto. Is that so? Suki shrugged and fell silent. TCH, Kushina clicked her tongue and shot a gentle glance at Suki. She understood his clumsy attempt at comfort. Though his words may have been off, the sentiment behind them was sincere. Kushina glanced at her abdomen and gently patted her belly. Let us go, she said to Makoto. And the two joined the procession. The second mission of Jiraiya's team commenced. Mission trigger, safeguard the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A familiar electronic chime echoed in her mind, causing Tsukishu to pause momentarily. What's the matter, Tsukishu? Minato, sensing her subtle movement, turned to inquire. It's nothing. Let us continue, Tsukishu replied, taking a deep breath before resuming her pace. Beside her, Kushina was engaged in cheerful conversation with Makoto. The gentle breeze tousled their hair, brushing against their faces. Tsukishu understood now. Why was Kushina acting differently? She was not her usual vibrant self. The girl still bore the essence of youth, yet her shoulders carried additional burdens. It was a responsibility that was both hers and not hers. The Nine Tails, Tsukishu mused. In the early chapters of the original story, the Nine Tails was undoubtedly an antagonist, only later being swayed to the side of good by Naruto. Without delving into details, the Nine Tails certainly served as a formidable ally. Yet, it also bore significant drawbacks. Being a conglomerate of negative emotions, even without intent, the mere presence of the Nine Tails could burden its Jinchuriki. This was, in fact, one of the most challenging aspects of being a Jinchuriki. After contemplating for a moment, Tsukishu formulated an idea. It was both simple and complex, a matter encapsulated in a single phrase. If her future son could achieve it, why couldn't she, as his mother? Watching Kushina, a wave of trust enveloped the crimson-haired figure. Wait, this mission seemed to herald trouble once again. Upon this realization, Tsukishu suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Well then, once the mission concludes, let us all enjoy the famous hot springs here in the Land of Fire. Standing at the entrance of the resort, flanked by shops, Jiraiya and his team had just bid farewell to their mission's target. Contrary to Tsukishu's expectations, this mission had not been fraught with peril, nor had they encountered multiple elite ninjas as before. The target this time was merely an ordinary merchant, unlike the last mission involving the enigmatic K. Along the journey, aside from some bandits, they had seen little else. The sight of the hidden leaf headband had sent most fleeing. Ninjas were always the pinnacle of combat power, a fact well understood by even the thieves. It was a routine mission. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, as did the others, given their lingering unease from the previous assignment. Miss K rewarded us handsomely, and you should have received your shares by now. We will rest here for 2 to 3 days. Feel free to explore. I have some matters to attend to and will take my leave. With a smile, Jiraiya turned and dashed away. He must be off to spy again, Tsukishu thought. Well aware of Jiraiya's character, what he deemed important business was hardly ever virtuous. Jiraiya-sensei likely won't, or perhaps he will not. As Minato spoke, uncertainty crept into his own voice. Initially, he was overjoyed when Jiraiya came to mentor him, but with time, he began to discern the true nature of this eccentric individual. Well, whatever, I shall take a moment to rest at the inn. Speaking of which, it seems he has yet to reserve our accommodations. Tsukiki turned away, intending to find solace in rest. Just then, voices from Kushina and Makoto echoed nearby. Kushina, this rare opportunity calls for a trip to the hot springs together. Indeed, let us go? Wait. Tsukiki halted in his tracks, suddenly reminded of his original mission amidst the smooth escorting of the past few days. Kushina was indeed a powder keg, capable of detonating at any moment. What's the matter? Aren't we heading back to the inn? Minato inquired, also wishing to retire for the night. The past few days of escorting had deprived him of restful sleep, and a chance to recuperate was most welcome. I've changed my mind. Huh, where are we going for the hot springs? I wish to join. Tsukiki sighed, feeling the weight of inconvenience. Yet he could not allow Kushina to roam freely, leaving him with no choice. As Tsukiki spoke, the eyes of the three present turned towards him, brimming with astonishment. What is going on? Is this the real Tsukiki? I think so too. The trio expressed their skepticism, leaving Tsukiki in a state of exasperation. It was not his intention to engage in this outing. If he could enjoy a peaceful slumber, he would certainly prefer to avoid the hot springs. However, circumstances left him no alternative but to comply. To suggest that she remain obediently by his side was a tall order. After all, the title of Blood Red Chili Pepper was not to be taken lightly. Thus, Tsukiki found himself reluctantly accompanying them to the hot springs, with Minato trailing behind. Initially, he sought rest, but now that Tsukiki was going, it was only fitting that he join, as he was the only one left out, and such an opportunity was rare. What's wrong? Minato gently inquired beside Tsukiki, while Kushina and Mikoto walked slightly ahead. Nothing, just be cautious, Tsukiki replied, not wishing to divulge too much, given the lack of evidence. Minato nodded, readying himself without further questioning. Fearing potential troubles ahead, Minato remained vigilant. Thus, the troubled Tsukiki and the somewhat alert Minato trailed behind the two women toward the hot springs. Then, so delightful. Tsukiki appeared utterly content, immersed in the warm water, feeling an unparalleled sense of relaxation. Minato, too, was at ease, his earlier wariness having dissipated. This establishment was renowned for its hot springs, with Tsukiki and Minato in the men's section, while Kushina and Mikoto occupied the adjacent space. The hot springs were indeed splendid. Naruto Uzumaki sighed, reflecting on how, in his solitary moments, he seldom had the opportunity to indulge in leisure. Money was one concern, yet time was another. Indeed, even Tsukiyomi had little chance to relish such experiences. Although the bathhouse at the Senju residence was spacious, nothing could compare to the allure of an open-air hot spring. Amidst the laughter, the delicate voices from the adjacent women's bath echoed, accompanied by the familiar tones of Kushina and Mikoto. Many seasoned patrons in this vicinity found themselves blushing profusely. Tsukiyomi, a self-proclaimed otaku, was well aware of the thoughts occupying the minds of the nearby lecherous onlookers, merely indulging in fantasies. However, he mused, this scene suggested that a certain white-haired individual might be lurking nearby. After all, this was renowned as a prominent hot spring. His instincts proved correct as he scanned the surroundings and soon spotted the unmistakable figure. That individual had just emerged atop the spring. As a wooden tray floated past, a mischievous grin spread across Tsukiyomi's face. Jiraiya-sensei, he exclaimed, seizing the tray and hurling it with force. What? Thud. The white-haired man turned, only to be struck directly and subsequently toppled into the women's bath. Pervert. The atmosphere in the adjacent area erupted in commotion, while Tsukiyomi reveled in his triumph, leaving Minato Namikaze at a loss for words. Moments later, the white-haired figure was sent flying through the air, his head adorned with bumps. The stars shone brightly above. Tsukiyomi felt a sense of satisfaction as Jiraiya soared across the sky. Honestly, that lecherous teacher, remarked Kushina, clad in her yukata. Thank goodness we had our scarves on and hadn't gone down yet. Mikoto chuckled nearby. Tsukiyomi leaned against the table, with Minato seated across from him. All four had just finished soaking in the hot spring, clad in their yukatas, gathered together in a single room. Their last mission had been of S-rank caliber, and they were, in essence, a small band of affluent adventurers, delighting in the luxury of a larger room for their stay. That Jiraiya-sensei, really, Minato commented, echoing the sentiment of exasperation. Just the usual tale, Tsukiyomi waved his hand dismissively, accustomed to such antics. The legendary sage of Miyaboku Mountain was notorious for his lecherous tendencies. As night descended outside, the resort remained lively, a stark contrast to the dimmer ambience of Konoha. The village offered little in terms of nightlife, with merely a few street vendors, yet here, life thrived. This was Tsukiyomi's first encounter with such a vibrant night since his arrival. Though he mused, it paled in comparison to his previous life. Let us have dinner, he yawned, voicing his thoughts. The other three nodded in agreement. For them, this nightlife was a novel experience, sparking curiosity. The small team led by Jiraiya gathered, planning to venture out soon. The night was still young and in the shadows. Resentment festered, spreading insidiously, ultimately converging in the hearts of men. The blood-red hue of the night enveloped the ground, as the silhouettes of the bustling crowd faded away. The echoes of anguished cries lingered in the air, yet the figures of the people remained unseen. The girl with crimson hair curled up in a corner, hugging her knees. The 9 tails of the fox swayed wildly, and the Sharingan glimmered in the fox's eyes. "Save me. Is there anyone?" The sigh of the red-haired maiden drifted softly, dissipating the moment it escaped her lips. "What a lively scene," remarked Kushina as she observed the bustling shops and the throngs of people around her. "Indeed, one cannot witness such sights in Konoha," Mikoto concurred. The 2 young women, akin to sisters, held hands and strolled together. Behind them were Suki and Minato, who appeared rather subdued. Minato, curious, sought topics for conversation, while Suki responded with a calm demeanor. This scene paled in comparison to her past life, where cities gleamed like jewels in the night. "That looks delightful, shall I buy it?" Minato exclaimed, revealing a rare exuberance for his age, his expression filled with joy. "Well, why not? I'll go get it," Suki decided, not wishing to dampen Minato's spirits. It was a rare opportunity to let him embrace his youthful nature. Kushina and Suki watched Minato's golden-haired figure disappear into the crowd. Then their gaze shifted to the 2 girls ahead of them. Suki's words hung in the air, unfinished, as an unsettling realization struck. No one, not a single person. The bustling crowd, including Kushina and Mikoto, had vanished without a trace. "Is this an illusion?" Suki turned to Minato, only to find his figure had also disappeared. Left alone on the brightly lit street, Suki felt the weight of isolation. He quickly formed hand seals, recalling the method to dispel the Jinjutsu. With a surge of chakra, his eyes blinked and the scene shifted once more. The clamor of the crowd returned to his ears, and Minato appeared, clutching 2 portions of snacks. Was the illusion cast solely on me? No, wait. Kushina. Suki recalled his mission and immediately scanned for Kushina. As anticipated, her figure had vanished, leaving only Mikoto, unconscious on the ground. Suki rushed to her side, with Minato following closely. "What is this?" Minato tightened his grip on the snacks, a sense of urgency coursing through him. Their target was Kushina. Mikoto was merely unconscious. Suki's expression darkened, realizing that someone had abducted Kushina right before his eyes. That illusion was not just aimed at me. He understood that the Genjutsu had likely affected all 3 of them, providing an opportunity for the assailant to seize Kushina. "Damn it! What now?" Minato gritted his teeth, and Suki furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, if the illusion was cast on all 3 of us, why specifically incapacitate Mikoto? Yushu deftly turned Mikoto over. Indeed, there was an explosive tag affixed to the area covered by her hand. At that moment, the tag began to emit a faint glow. Without a moment's hesitation, Yushu tore off the explosive tag and hurled it into the sky. Wind release, great breakthrough. Minato Namikaze reacted swiftly, forming hand seals the instant he spotted the tag. He had faith that Yushu could handle it. The explosive tag floated in the air, propelled upwards by the fierce gusts unleashed by Minato. Yet, time was critically short. It had barely soared 5 meters before detonating with a violent explosion. Was this a ploy to lower our guard? If it were not an illusion, there would be no need to assist in dispelling it, thus enabling a complete ambush. Yushu shielded Mikoto beneath him as the explosion unleashed a wave of heat. Smoke billowed upward, and the surrounding clamor intensified. "Are you all right, Yushu?" Minato inquired, leaning slightly forward. "I'm fine. You performed admirably." Indeed, Minato's efforts were commendable. Otherwise, the 3 of them would not have been able to stand here unscathed. "I'm relieved to hear that." Just as Minato's words faded, Yushu's expression shifted dramatically. The crowd around them began to disperse, revealing various figures emerging slowly. Their footsteps were nearly inaudible, as one by one, their faces became discernible. "Ah, the young ninjas of Konoha," a voice called from atop a nearby building, belonging to a towering figure. "Who are you? What do you want?" Minato immediately demanded. "What do we want?" A shadow appeared beside the towering figure, resembling an older man, cradling someone familiar in his arms. "Kushina," Minato exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, it is your beloved companion," the older man chuckled. "Look at that vibrant red hair, simply exquisite. It's so obvious that she belongs to the Uzumaki clan. She would make a perfect Jinchuriki." The older man's words were laced with implications Minato could not comprehend. And Yushu interjected, "What do you intend to do with her?" The older man regarded the composed Yushu, snapping his fingers with a grin. "That is an excellent question. I shall reluctantly enlighten you, as I do not relish deceiving children. Naturally, she is to serve as the Jinchuriki for the 10 Tails. The princess of the Uzumaki clan is highly sought after, Encountering her is surely a blessing from the heavens. Yushu's breath hitched. You speak of the Ten Tails? He was acutely aware of this entity. The Ten Tails was the very embodiment of the god tree, the amalgamation of the nine-tailed beasts. It was the ultimate weapon in the original tale. The infinite Tsukuyami plan hinged upon the existence of the Ten Tails. My apologies. This must be utterly incomprehensible to you. After all, you are only familiar with the tailed beasts, which are often referred to as monstrous. The older man feigned an apologetic demeanor. Rest assured, I am quite merciful. I will ensure the process is not overly painful. The mirth in his earlier words vanished, replaced entirely by a chilling intent. The atmosphere was imbued with a chilling, emotional detachment. As the words hung in the air, the older man and another individual cradling Kushina began to retreat. Wait! Minato Namikaze exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, but a shuriken that flew toward him silenced his protest. The assailants surrounding them had commenced their actions. Tsukiki shielded Mikoto, while Minato drew his shuriken. The group consisted of 8 individuals, their strength uncertain, yet likely formidable. Their intent was clear, echoing the words of the older man, to grant Tsukiki, Minato, and Mikoto a swift end, sparing them prolonged suffering. Thus, combat was once more upon them. The moon above shone an unexpectedly crimson hue, casting a blood-like glow across the landscape. Minato, with Mikoto on his back, hurried away, the sounds of battle ringing in his ears. Flames flickered behind him, yet he pressed on, gritting his teeth. Driven by faith in the person behind him, not only capable of holding off their pursuers, but also of returning alive. You better keep your word, Minato muttered under his breath, hastening his pace in hopes of a quicker escape. Once Mikoto was secure, Tsukiki would not be left to fend for himself. At least Minato would be there to support him. Behind him, the flames surged, figures drawing ever closer, their hands reaching out to reclaim Minato. Yet, not everyone wished to see him captured. A flash of steel revealed a young warrior standing before the crowd, Minato. Tsukiki gently unsheathed his Kusanagi sword. The urgency of the mission weighed heavily on him. The Kusanagi was a trusted companion. After all, a skilled ninja would never be caught unprepared. Take Mikoto and go, Tsukiki commanded. What did you say? Minato instinctively retorted, but the words fell short. In a fleeting moment, Tsukiki's gaze met Minato's, conveying an unyielding resolve. I'm counting on you, he implored. The sword glimmered before him as adversaries closed in. What ninja would allow their foe to finish speaking before launching an attack? Minato glanced at Mikoto, steeling himself as he charged forward. Multiple shadow clone technique. Tsukiki struck back against the enemy before swiftly forming hand seals. Smoke billowed forth, and the figures around them multiplied. One after another, clones of Tsukiki emerged, filling the space. It's time, my little ones, Tsukiki announced, to which countless replicas responded. Each clone engaged in sealing techniques or close-quarters combat, tirelessly creating opportunities for Minato. The incoming ninjutsu and enemies were thwarted by the overwhelming numbers of Tsukiki's clones, bolstered by the fact that their opponents were generally not too strong. After all, elite ninjas were scarce. It was improbable to encounter a dozen formidable shinobi in one place. I leave it to you, Minato said as he hoisted Mikoto onto his back and began to run. The moonlit tree glided past him, while the air carried the words of the moonlit tree into the ears of Minato Namikaze. Leave it to me. Minato understood the reason without hesitation. It was merely a matter of his insufficient strength. Otherwise, it would be him, not the moonlit tree, who remained to delay the inevitable. Fire style, Twin Dragon Hurricane Jutsu. Upon seeing Minato attempting to flee, his opponent wasted no time in forming hand seals to unleash a fire technique. 2 fiery dragons entwined and swirled, rapidly advancing in a cyclone towards him. The raging flames consumed everything in their path, rendering the moonlit tree's figure diminutive in comparison. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. The moonlit tree held nothing back, unleashing an A-rank ninjutsu, a renowned technique of Uchiha Madara. A torrent of pure flames, imbued with penetrating force, erupted from the moonlit tree's mouth, charging towards the incoming twin dragons. Like a sword piercing through the heart, the Great Fire Annihilation sliced through the swirling fire, directly aimed at the opponent. Boom! The Great Fire Annihilation detonated explosively, akin to a bomb, sending the enemy hurtling away. The crackling of electricity reverberated as the moonlit tree struck down with his sword. The Kusanagi blade was mere centimeters from the opponent. Intending to use lightning to enhance his body and rush towards Minato's adversary, he narrowly avoided disaster, managing to halt just in time. This little brat. The 8 opponents began to take him seriously, especially one among them, whose gaze sharpened significantly. Apologies, but passage is forbidden here. The moonlit tree's expression was notably cold as he regarded the 8 individuals before him, as shadow clones gathered around him, seemingly granting him an advantage. The adversaries recognized this as well. The moonlit tree's prowess was formidable. Even the mere aura he exuded was palpable. Among them were 1 elite Jonin and 7 Chunin. The elite had just failed to gain the upper hand against the moonlit tree. It appeared he truly held the advantage. Interesting. Have the young ones of Konoha grown so formidable? The leader stepped forward, even clapping his hands. Geniuses can be quite terrifying, wouldn't you agree? The leader's expression bore a hint of amusement as he regarded the moonlit tree, while the 7 behind him remained silent and still. It seemed he had no immediate intent to launch an attack. Please, refrain from staring at me like that. With a chuckle, the leader's tone was lighthearted. You are from the group led by the legendary Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, correct? The moonlit tree's expression shifted slightly as he regarded the one still speaking. That individual was undeniably strong, far beyond his capabilities. That fool has once again been delayed by various means. It was evident that Jiraiya must have had his reasons for not being present here. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have arrived long ago. With such a powerful teacher, what of you, his student? The moonlit tree scrutinized the figure before him, narrowing his eyes in clear disdain. In his heart, he resolved, decapitation technique. Suddenly, he felt a lightness beneath his feet, as if he were losing his footing. The leader, who had just engaged in conversation, dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Was it just moments ago? As he spoke, Yushu swiftly reacted, embedding his sword into the ground, while the remaining adversaries launched a barrage of shuriken. He had answered half correctly. Yushu felt a momentary disconnect, momentarily dazed. Suddenly, one of the shuriken transformed mid-flight into the leader, who lunged at Yushu with a kunai aimed at him. Without hesitation, Yushu gracefully sidestepped the attack. Don't even think about it. His peripheral vision detected movement, prompting him to hurl an explosive kunai. It embedded itself in the ground, ready to detonate. At that moment, the leader attacked again, combining a kick with a sweeping motion of another kunai aimed at Yushu. Rather than meeting force with force, Yushu opted to retreat. Just as the thrown kunai erupted, from the blast emerged a figure, the explosion obstructing his path towards Minato Namikaze. Yushu cast a glance, sensing further movement above. The individual who had attempted to charge forward was ensnared by an electric current, wielding a knife poised to strike down from above. As Yushu prepared to defend himself, others around him began to advance, each brandishing kunai, closing in on him. The situation was dire. Additionally, the leader began forming hand seals. Concentrate. Yushu took a moment to adjust, plunging the Kuzunagi's sword into the earth while recalling previous encounters. He recalled the rogue ninja named Sandstone Needle and his mastery of chakra manipulation. Memories flooded his mind as Yushu resolved to attempt something audacious. In an instant, with no time for hesitation, he unleashed a fire technique. Fire release, great fire extinguishing. This A-rank technique, renowned for its extensive range, was once wielded by Uchiha Madara as an S-rank ninjutsu, requiring dozens of water barriers to contain. Yet, Yushu's approach differed from Madara's. No raging inferno erupted. Instead, the chakra utilized for the technique surged, and he commanded it towards the Kuzunagi's sword in his grasp. The sword, inherently a conduit for chakra, coupled with its superior quality, allowed Yushu's chakra to flow more smoothly than anticipated. With a burst, flames erupted from the Kuzunagi's sword, soaring skyward. The assailant above was caught off guard, the sound of crackling electricity mingling with the roar of flames. In mere moments, the cacophony above retreated. But that was not the end. The advancing foes halted abruptly. Yet Yushu's flames were far from compliant. The flames ascended, resembling petals blooming, expanding outward with formidable pressure. Fall back, from a water barrier. The adversaries, seasoned and experienced, swiftly issued commands. The intensity of the flames could be gauged by their appearance and sound, and in an instant, it became clear whether the raging inferno posed a threat. Ultimately, the seasoned fighters, excluding the one above and the leader, quickly retreated a few steps, beginning to form their own hand seals. Water release, water barrier. Those endowed with the water release chakra began to wield their powers, while others resorted to the earth-style wall, Those with neither sought refuge behind their comrades. The Earth Release Technique, Stone Spire Technique, was initiated by the leader, and Moontree immediately sensed something amiss beneath his feet. Suddenly, a resounding explosion of flames erupted. Propelling Moontree from the impending danger, the flames that should have spread were thwarted just in time. Spikes erupted from the ground, relentlessly targeting Moontree. With a swift swing of the Kusanagi sword, he severed the oncoming spikes with precision. Moments before, these very spikes had surged from beneath him. Yet Moontree had redirected the flames downward before they could emerge, resulting in a powerful explosion. Thankfully, this provided a brief respite for the 6 defenders. The technique, Great Fire Annihilation, indeed held tremendous power. Though Moontree may not possess the might of Uchiha Madara, he was formidable enough. Not bad, kid, the leader admitted, astonished by Moontree's prowess. This area is off limits, Moontree declared, sword raised, reiterating his earlier proclamation. Flames roared around him, crackling with intensity. As a warm gust occasionally swept by, despite his seemingly diminutive stature, Moontree stood as a titan. There are no wild demons here, no legendary 3 ninjas. There is only me. He locked eyes with the leader, their gazes clashing, each embodying an indomitable spirit. This area is off limits. The world before him faded into a blood-red haze, swirling as if caught in a tempest, with everything before him swaying chaotically. Though he gripped his kunai with all his might, it felt futile, as if it were severed, devoid of any support. A sudden sound echoed as the blonde figure, Minato Namikaze, was sent hurtling backward. His already blood-stained form appeared fragile, as though it might shatter with the slightest breeze. Minato rolled on the ground, landing awkwardly, gasping for breath, and struggled to lift his gaze. The black-haired girl who should have been safely behind him lay on the ground, and that figure approached her steadily. Don't touch her. Minato summoned the last of his strength to hurl the kunai towards the advancing threat. Please. This was a task entrusted to him by his dearest friend, Kigen Moontree, not long ago. Yet now he felt he had failed. Damn it. The kunai flew sluggishly, as if time itself had slowed. The assailant noticed, glancing over with a flick of his hand, returning the kunai to Minato. Instinctively twisting his body, the kunai burrowed into Minato's shoulder. A fresh wave of pain enveloped him, and darkness crept into his vision, accompanied by a sense of guilt. Why am I so weak? The scenery before Minato blurred, and he saw Makoto being lifted from the ground. Monkey. That cold visage appeared before him, crystal clear in his mind. It was a visage of striking beauty, with skin as pale as porcelain, leading everyone to perceive the individual before them as nothing more than a handsome youth. Yet, this very person effortlessly defeated the formidable Minato Namikaze. Do you wish to save her? The figure before him revealed a sinister grin, a vibrant smile emerging from that handsome face, exuding an unsettling aura. I shall grant you an opportunity. I will restore a modicum of your physical abilities, and in return, you shall procure her eyes for me, and I will release both of you. Naturally, both parties must remain conscious. Delicate, alabaster hands grasped Minato's golden locks, gently yet firmly lifting him. The dizziness and weakness began to dissipate slightly, allowing Minato to gradually regain some strength. How generous of me, don't you think? A mere monkey ought to express gratitude. You beast. Those pale eyes bore into Minato, who uttered words he had never spoken before. Hurry, faster. Slowly. Minato distanced himself from the site of the recent conflict. He merely needed to find a safe place to set Misaki down before returning to assist Tsukishiro. After traversing a bend, an unforeseen change occurred. Without a moment's notice, Minato was abruptly propelled forward, Misaki flung aside. The adjacent wall shattered upon impact, and Minato crashed into a building, coughing. The sudden assault caught Minato off guard, nearly rendering him unconscious. Spitting out blood, he swiftly scanned his surroundings, only to find that man standing there, calm and unassuming, clad in attire reminiscent of a yukata. A man, unnaturally pale, with hair tinged with white, eyes that were entirely white, a man enveloped in white. Greetings, monkey. I have come to reclaim the power of the divine tree. The man spoke with a chilling calmness, seemingly dismissive of Minato's presence. Rasengan. Minato wasted no time on idle chatter. He focused his energy, the Rasengan manifesting in his hand as he charged forward. Beside him, Misaki lay motionless, and seizing the moment. Air palm. A sense of foreboding washed over Minato as he instinctively dodged to the side. Behind him, an invisible force swept through, obliterating everything in its path. Minato's breath caught in his throat, but just then, the man delivered a powerful kick to Minato's abdomen, sending him hurtling away. In an instant, Minato was propelled from one room to another, his body scraping against the ground as he collided with an object, both flying into the air before crashing down. The scenery before Minato blurred into obscurity. A familiar sound echoed. Minato's breath quickened inexplicably. His gaze shifted, and as he looked, he was left in a state of shock. At the other end of his vision lay a gruesome scene, a mangled body. The individual drenched in blood resembled a mere semblance of humanity, as though they had traversed a mountain of blades. The dark, hollow eyes bore into Minato Namake's soul, striking relentlessly at the very core of his being. Minato could no longer withstand the horror and began to cry out. The sight was utterly unbearable. What a grotesque form, he mused. A hint of amusement tinged the voice of the white-haired man as he approached step by step. It was the handiwork of this fiend. Minato turned his back to the abomination, the ground soaked in crimson, obscuring any trace of its original texture or design. The man stood there, entirely unblemished by blood, his visage strikingly handsome and impeccably formed, adorned with a smile that was disturbingly perfect. Yet, to Minato, he felt as if he were gazing upon a demon risen from the depths of hell. Who are you? The white eyes prompted a flicker of speculation within Minato, but he dared not confirm his thoughts. Oh, does the monkey wish to know my name? The man regarded Minato with a flicker of intrigue. Minato's posture was far from upright. He was bent, unable to stand straight. The man's lips curled into an even broader grin, surpassing his previous expression. Kaguya Otsutsuki. As the name resonated in his mind, Minato felt a momentary disorientation. It is an honor to know my name. The figure before him vanished, whispering softly into his ear. Alarmingly close, Minato's eyes began to dart about, yearning to see more. However, he realized he was still unworthy. With a sudden thrust, the golden-haired figure soared into the air, illuminated by the moonlight, appearing as a marionette detached from its strings, floating weightlessly in its primordial form. A sickening sound echoed as the golden hair became stained with crimson. Minato collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood seeping from his body. His mouth opened slightly, yet no sound emerged. He longed to wail in anguish, to release the torment within him. Alas, he was powerless to do so. He wished to lose consciousness and escape the agony, but even that was beyond his reach. He felt as though stripped of his corporeal form, left with nothing but his soul. He could see and hear, yet movement eluded him entirely. Such power is remarkable, is it not? If harnessed and controlled properly, it is nearly omnipotent. Yet, you wretched, sinful creatures dare to covet that which does not belong to you. The self-proclaimed Kaguya Otsutsuki's words echoed incessantly in Minato's ears. It seems akin to the Sharingan. Let me witness the application of your monkey-like divine powers. Breathing heavily, he strained to lift his gaze. The dark-haired girl, who should have been at his side, lay upon the ground, and that fiend slowly approached her. This group, Jiraiya exhaled, a layer of dust settling upon his visage. Before him lay a multitude of fallen ninjas. These ninjas were peculiar, devoid of forehead protectors or any identifying marks, clad only in uniform cloaks. They bore no resemblance to rogue ninjas, but rather seemed like a religious sect, and upon their demise, they seamlessly melded into the earth. However, Jiraiya had no time to dwell on these matters. He had been delayed for far too long. It was imperative that he set off immediately. With a firm push of his feet, Jiraiya hastened towards the streets of the town. Previously, after gathering materials at the bathhouse, he had arrived near the town to conduct an investigation. Jiraiya was on a covert mission. The resort had recently experienced a series of inexplicable disappearances, which had been escalating alarmingly. Reluctantly, the local authority had to send a request for assistance to Konoha. However, Konoha had limited personnel available, and the nature of the mission remained unclear. Coincidentally, Jiraiya had received a C-rank task to escort someone to this area, so he took on this mission as well. Yet now, it appeared that this matter was far from straightforward. Jiraiya recalled the individual who had delayed him. Their strength was neither remarkable nor weak, and they exhibited a complete disregard for pain and death, akin to a machine. A troubling possibility crossed Jiraiya's mind, an exceedingly absurd notion that was unsettling. It was imperative that everything turned out fine. Jiraiya quickened his pace, sprinting towards the town. What a surprise! Even a mere monkey could exhibit such intense emotions. Otsutsuki held the head of Minato, resembling a child in demeanor. So what will it be? Choose. Otsutsuki leaned in, with Minato merely 20 centimeters away. Sage Art, Lightning Release. Heavy Flow Storm. Otsutsuki paused momentarily before swiftly retreating a few steps. At that moment, a figure descended rapidly from the heavens, accompanied by a massive surge of electricity, resembling a bolt of lightning. Shinzo, exclaimed Minato. A black-haired girl was whisked away by a small creature, allowing Minato to finally discern the person before him. That familiar voice. The silhouette of flowing white hair. Jiraiya-sensei? Sorry to keep you waiting, Minato. Jiraiya turned to glance at Minato, offering a smile. Yet, the sight of his disciple in such a state immediately sharpened Jiraiya's gaze. No teacher could remain indifferent to their students' injuries. How intriguing. Shinzo brought Mikoto to Minato's side before returning to perch on Jiraiya's shoulder. Hurry and tend to Minato's injuries, Jiraiya urged. On Jiraiya's other shoulder, a toad had already begun administering treatment to Minato. Possessing formidable ninjutsu, they naturally had methods to heal others, but Minato's injuries were grievously severe. And Shima's expression was filled with concern. A mere monkey could inflict such harm upon me. Otsutsuki brushed off some dust from himself, revealing an intrigued smile. This power is quite fascinating. Sage Art, Toad Oil Bomb. Jiraiya refrained from engaging in further dialogue. His anger propelled him to form hand seals. An oil bomb infused with natural energy shot forth from his mouth, soaring directly towards Otsutsuki. Unperturbed, Otsutsuki stood calmly, extending his palm. An eye? Jiraiya observed keenly, particularly enhanced in sage mode, as he noted the eye resting in the man's palm across from him. Suddenly, a fissure opened in the palm, and an eye emerged. Fire Release, Ashen Burn Technique. Jiraiya exhaled a plume of smoke speckled with sparks, igniting the oil bomb, which surged forward as a colossal fireball towards the Otsutsuki. He halted, gazing intently at his opponent. The oil bomb, trailing fierce flames, collided with the man. In the next instant, the fireball struck the palm of the Otsutsuki, and flames began to erupt, trailing larger and larger. Yet, the fireball remained utterly still, as if anchored in place. Remarkable, truly delectable. This power. A raucous laughter erupted from the flames, causing Jiraiya's brow to furrow. In the next moment, the fireball seemed to be siphoned away, slowly swirling into nothingness, revealing the figure of the Otsutsuki. Quite impressive indeed. You have absorbed natural energy? Shinzaku, perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, could scarcely believe it. When it comes to natural energy, Shinzaku was undoubtedly more knowledgeable than most beings. Aside from the sages of the three great sanctuaries, he understood this phenomenon better than anyone. A mere touch of carelessness could lead to petrification, yet his opponent effortlessly absorbed such a vast amount of natural energy. This bodes ill. Jiraiya managed a wry smile. He understood how dire the situation truly was. Sage mode was his ultimate trump card. Let us continue. The Otsutsuki licked his lips, prompting Jiraiya to prepare himself immediately. If ninjutsu proved ineffective, then it would be time for taijutsu. Jiraiya charged forward. Shinzaku. Very well. Sage Art, Frog Song. Shinzaku leaped from Jiraiya's shoulder, and a frog began to form hand seals, releasing jutsu on its own. The secret to your ninjutsu absorption lies within that eye, does it not? Jiraiya flung several shuriken. The Otsutsuki observed the two without a hint of panic. Earth Release, Quicksand. Jiraiya formed hand seals while continuing to sprint. In the next moment, the ground beneath him shifted slightly. Then, the area ahead began to morph into a swamp, sinking downward relentlessly. Simultaneously, Shinzaku's frog song surged forth. If the Otsutsuki absorbed it, he would be unable to defend against the shuriken, which were laced with explosive tags. Furthermore, the quicksand technique ensnared the Otsutsuki's feet. This was the combat experience that earned Jiraiya the monikers of the Gallant Demon and one of the legendary Sannin. Jiraiya leapt into the air. The Otsutsuki remained unperturbed, leisurely raising his hand. Heavenly Return. What? Jiraiya gazed in astonishment, hence his surprise. Heavenly Return is one of the ultimate techniques of the Hyuga clan. Coupled with those Byakugan eyes, Jiraiya could ascertain that his opponent was indeed a member of the Hyuga clan. But wait, the Hyuga clan would never harbor such an individual. Jiraiya, having maintained a close relationship with the Hyuga clan, felt confident in asserting this. So, who was this person utilizing Heavenly Return? Sage Art, Lightning Release, Thunderstorm. Jiraiya propelled himself forward, his fist crackling with electric energy. A fist struck forward, a formidable force attempting to turn the tide. However, Jiraiya recognized his inferiority and withdrew. This was troublesome. He retreated to the side of Minato Namikaze, uttering a remark. The opponent's prowess was evidently formidable, as a shinobi of elite caliber. Jiraiya could deeply appreciate such strength. With absolute defensive techniques and ninjutsu proving ineffective, and his limited proficiency in jinjutsu only allowing him to dispel illusions, his chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. Jiraiya, this fellow. However, I can confirm he is not from the Hyuga clan. Fukasaku returned to Jiraiya's shoulder. The child's father, Jiraiya, the child's injuries are severe. My abilities alone may not suffice. Behind him, Shima began to speak. Jiraiya glanced sideways. Noting that Minato had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness, his willpower was undeniably remarkable. How is the danger period? It can be considered temporarily over. But if we do not act swiftly, there may be lingering effects. A thorough examination is imperative. Shima ceased her actions and turned to Jiraiya. He fell silent, while the Otsutsuki before them also halted his advance. Is there anyone else in this town? Regrettably, Jiraiya, it seems most have already. Fukasaku shook his head. Jiraiya's breath grew considerably labored. He was aware of it. From the moment he arrived, he had sensed it, the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from every dwelling, accompanied by a palpable aura of resentment that chilled the very air around them, truly reminiscent of a battleground. Jiraiya lifted his hand and bit into his own thumb. Summoning technique. A plume of smoke billowed forth, revealing a figure of moderate size. Where's this? Jiraiya, is that? Sage mode. And Lord Fukasaku, and Lady Shima as well. A toad of comparable size, if not slightly larger than Jiraiya, emerged. Toad Sage, there is no time for lengthy discussions. We have but one mission, to escort my two students back to Konoha. Jiraiya refrained from specifying their location, for this area was nearly devoid of life. Tsukigumi had not accompanied Minato, indicating that he must have encountered some issue, otherwise they would not have separated. It is highly likely Tsukigumi was stalling for time to enable Minato's retreat, yet they stumbled upon this adversary. Thus, there was nowhere left to go. Your task. Toad Sage abruptly paused. I implore you. Jiraiya's gaze remained fixed ahead. The man before him had not moved, seemingly awaiting Jiraiya's utterance to conclude. Truly remarkable, Toad Sage remarked, rushing to Minato's side to lift both him and Mikoto. Teacher Jiraiya. Minato, still somewhat conscious, looked at Jiraiya and whispered a faint plea. Do not die. Ha ha. When the time comes, I shall utilize the reverse summoning technique, so rest assured. Jiraiya chuckled softly. Furthermore, Minato. Jiraiya did not turn his head. Leave it to your teacher. Jiraiya's tone this time was notably grave, imbued with an unsettling chill that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Well then, let us proceed. The toad, loyal and steadfast, began to move, leaving Jiraiya standing alone. Have you finished speaking? Otsutsuki revealed a smile, evidently awaiting Jiraiya's response. Was that all there was to it? Such arrogance, indeed. Merely a couple of monkeys. What does it matter to me? Although I do have some matters to attend to regarding that female monkey, the incomplete bloodline is but an affront to us. I'm afraid I cannot comprehend your words. Jiraiya admitted, having traversed the ninja world, yet still unable to grasp the conversation before him. Ultimately, they are merely monkeys worshipping the offspring of that woman. Otsutsuki sighed, feigning sorrow for Jiraiya. Then allow me to indulge myself. With that, he initiated his attack with an empty palm strike. Jiraiya, not one to be caught off guard, swiftly leaped aside. The potency of Otsutsuki's technique was undeniable, as the structure behind Jiraiya crumbled under the force of the blow. TCH, Jiraiya bit his teeth in frustration. A creature of such formidable physical prowess, with ninjutsu rendered ineffective, what manner of beast is this? The sound of the collapsing building echoed ominously. The clash between the legendary Sannin and the white-haired man had commenced. Spiral Sphere. Tsukamori unleashed a spiral sphere, sending one adversary crashing to the ground. Now, only two remained. Tsukamori caught his breath, surveying the two foes before him, one Jonin and one Chunin, standing in tandem. Your strength is unimaginable. Then descend and contemplate that. Tsukamori gripped the Kusanagi sword. His mastery of swordsmanship combined with the spiral sphere rendered him nearly invincible, at least in this arena. Yet, facing 8 opponents proved a daunting challenge. Tsukamori sustained minor injuries. However, such injuries were negligible, while they might fell others. For Tsukamori, they were mere trifles. The awakening of the Senju bloodline endowed him with remarkable regenerative capabilities. Wood release, too, thrived within him, affording him a vitality ample enough for prolonged combat. Younger generations must learn humility. The leader spoke slowly, while the other 7 remained silent throughout. Humility is commendable, but not required for you, Tsukumori retorted, not one to shy away from a verbal spar. These were dangerous individuals. Jesting with them was hardly prudent. Ah well, time is of the essence. The vessel for the tailed beast has been secured. With that, the opponent intended to depart. Hey, don't even think about it. Tsukumori was poised to pursue. But another adversary stepped forward. Kid, let me impart a word of wisdom, he interjected, halting Tsukumori in his tracks. You should be grateful. This world is far more complex than you realize. Allow me to offer you one final piece of information. The adversary spoke leisurely. While Tsukumori fixed his gaze intently upon him, it would be wise to check on your companion. Although I harbor a strong disdain for that individual, it is undeniable that he possesses considerable prowess. Your friend must exercise caution, as he has come to ensnare us, and his strength is indeed commendable, that peculiar fellow. You may bid farewell, but do express gratitude for the intelligence I have provided. The adversary has made a swift escape, leaving another to linger here and delay. How infuriating. Suki has no time to attend to this matter and hastens towards the direction of Minato Namikaze, while the one intent on stalling merely watches Suki depart in disbelief. It is utterly perplexing. Suki quickens his pace, choosing to trust the words he has just heard. Everything is beyond his comprehension. It seems as though he is not in the world of Naruto at all, but rather in an entirely new realm, brimming with uncertainties. Even if the original work did not depict this scenario, Suki cannot fathom that such events could transpire. Presently, it appears as though he is not in the Naruto universe, but in a fresh, uncharted world. How frustrating. Suki mutters under his breath. It is no longer possible to envision things as before. Most of what lies ahead has likely changed, rendering previous plot deductions less useful. Beneath the silver moonlight, the earth is adorned in tranquility. The youth races forward with unrelenting fervor. Yet again, another attack is thwarted by the opponent's counter. Jiraiya steps back, panting heavily. It is infuriating. He is yet to make contact. Jiraiya gazes at the ever-composed figure of Otsutsuki before him and offers a bitter smile. There is no opportunity in sight. To Jiraiya, the opponent is formidable enough to extinguish any hope of victory. Are you all right? Shinsaku inquires from his shoulder. Sage mode has its limits. It is uncertain how much natural energy Jiraiya has left. He must be experiencing some degree of fatigue. Jiraiya, Shizuma murmurs softly. Jiraiya glances over. This is your only chance. What do you mean? Shizuma's words are startling enough to take Jiraiya aback. He realizes that there may be a way to contend with the monster before him. The creature's movements have grown somewhat sluggish. Could it be? Shizuma and Shinsaku exchange insights, leaving Jiraiya perplexed. What on earth are you two discussing? Kongu. Jiraiya swiftly sidesteps. This individual cannot fully absorb natural energy. The remnants within him are still at play, resulting in a form of petrification, though not entirely. Shinsaku articulates his hypothesis rapidly, while Shizuma nods in agreement. Just as the child's father stated, natural energy differs from chakra. It does not belong to a singular energy type. Perhaps that child can only absorb chakra, and even if mixed with natural energy, the absorption is merely tenuous. Shizuma continues to elaborate on her analysis, and indeed, as she suggests, Otsutsuki's exterior has begun to take on a grayish hue, a prelude to petrification. Jiraiya inhales deeply. Indeed, it is splendid news. However, our natural energy is dwindling, and the sage mode cannot be sustained for long. Jiraiya cast a kunai to create a distraction. Yet such an attack could be effortlessly deflected by Otsutsuki with a mere flick of his hand. Thus, let us proceed. Jiraiya sprang forward, invoking the sage art, Left Guardian. Simultaneously, he, alongside Shinsaku and Shima, formed hand seals. Jiraiya was responsible for the oil, Shinsaku for the wind, and Shima for the fire. The fusion of these three ninjutsu birthed a sea of flames that surged relentlessly towards Otsutsuki. Would this endeavor be futile once more? A monkey is, after all, a monkey. Otsutsuki maintained his impassive demeanor, raising his hand. That singular eye, positioned in his palm, opened wide and began to absorb the advancing flames. Now, behold the performance of the monkey. Jiraiya continued his advance, releasing ninjutsu as he moved. This required an exceptional mastery of chakra control, a skill Jiraiya evidently possessed. Hold on. Otsutsuki's brow furrowed slightly, a detail Jiraiya observed quite clearly. Now is the moment. Jiraiya exerted himself one final time, nearing Otsutsuki's presence. The oil ceased to flow from his mouth, and the flames extinguished. The red mark symbolizing his sage status in the corner of Jiraiya's eye began to blur. Hold on. Jiraiya forcefully absorbed the natural energy, with Shinsaku and Shima aiding in its guidance. Everyone understood the significance of this moment. Yet, despite this, Jiraiya began to feel stiffness in his body due to the natural energy. He too was on the verge of petrification. Drawing a kunai from his waist, he channeled the natural energy into it, preparing for a simple yet decisive action. In the next instant, the flames before him were completely absorbed, and Otsutsuki loomed just a few steps away, his form shrouded in ash, appearing somewhat petrified. "I've waited long enough," Jiraiya proclaimed, leaping forward with a stride that covered great distance. "Monkey!" Otsutsuki, realizing he had been outmaneuvered, spoke with a tone tinged with anger. Jiraiya paid no heed to the shift in Otsutsuki's demeanor. Standing before him, Otsutsuki was unable to react to the impending attack. No, he had registered the threat, but found himself unable to move. With a swift thrust, Jiraiya plunged the kunai into Otsutsuki's palm, who had no time to close his eyes. Blood erupted from the wound, and time seemed to freeze in that instant. Yet it was not over. Jiraiya drove the kunai deeper and, using the momentum, delivered a powerful kick to Otsutsuki's chin. The force sent Otsutsuki flying, leaving the kunai embedded within him. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. In an instant, Jiraiya completed the hand seals and unleashed a torrent of flames in the form of a dragon. Sage Art, Frog Call. Shinsaku had left Jiraiya's shoulder and soared into the air. Otsutsuki gritted his teeth and raised his other hand. The eyes are never merely singular. Jiraiya's fire dragon soared from below, while Shinazuka's sound waves surged forth. Two distinct directions, and Otsutsuki lacked two hands to block them. However, the velocities of both were disparate. Otsutsuki first absorbed the sound waves, then began to engulf the fire dragon, hidden within the flames. A kunai was also distinctly perceived by Otsutsuki. One hand injured, complicating the execution of physical techniques. Otsutsuki's strength considerably diminished. Just as the fire dragon began to be absorbed, the kunai that brushed past suddenly erupted in a cloud of smoke, revealing Jiraiya's figure beside him. A monkey. Jiraiya's arm had already begun to petrify, the crimson mark at the corner of his eye stubbornly remaining. Otsutsuki stood frozen, unable to react in that fleeting moment. With a sharp sound, the kunai pierced Otsutsuki's other palm, blood gushing forth as before. Sage Art, Tailed Beast Hair Technique. Jiraiya kicked Otsutsuki away and pressed on. His white hair began to elongate, transforming into sharp needles that embraced Otsutsuki. In midair, Otsutsuki yanked out the two kunai embedded in his palm and began to swing them. Another reversal of fate ensued, this time tainted with red. Jiraiya's tailed beast hair technique was undoubtedly thwarted. This was troublesome. Jiraiya landed, dropping to one knee, his petrified arm dangling as if severed. "Cease sage mode. If this continues, you shall be lost," Shima cautioned, with Shinazuka returning to his shoulder. Jiraiya exhaled. The crimson mark at the corner of his eye began to fade, yet he struggled to maintain his stance, nearly collapsing. His trembling legs braced his body upright as he gasped for breath. He had reached his limit, having attempted this numerous times. This was his final opportunity, which he seized. "What about that fellow?" Jiraiya raised his gaze to Otsutsuki, who stood there. Initially a handsome man, he now appeared transformed, blood surging forth, and his entire being began to undergo a metamorphosis. Crimson veins emerged, his Byakugan activated, veins bulged, and even his teeth sharpened. "Surely, this fellow is not human," Jiraiya muttered, bemused by such a transformation. "This is dire. The opponent's aura is escalating, more formidable than before," Shinazuka remarked, anxiety lacing his voice. This was only natural. Jiraiya's side possessed little combat capability, while the adversary continued to evolve. How could they possibly contend? "Hurry and use reverse summoning technique, Jiraiya. Gamabunta should have retreated far by now. How could it be that swift?" Jiraiya retorted, exasperated with Shinazuka and Shima. The journey to Konoha was no short distance. Even if Gamabunta were the fastest, he could not arrive in an instant. "Do you wish for death? Who would desire such a fate?" Jiraiya chuckled lightly. "However, to perish for the sake of one's disciples is unexpectedly quite commendable. For someone of my disposition to meet such an end is indeed a fitting conclusion." Jiraiya harbored no intention of fleeing. a fact that both Shinsaku and Shimaru discerned. Behind him stood Minato, Namikaze, and Mikoto, should he vanish at this moment. It was uncertain whether he would be pursued. Jiraiya would not gamble on such a risk. This is the most fundamental duty of a teacher. With his hands hanging low, he steadied himself on trembling legs, straightening his back like a general about to face death. Shinsaku, Shimaru, I implore you, keep the Toad Sage engaged for a while longer. Truly, do not succumb so swiftly. Jiraiya raised his hand, which was no longer petrified. He formed hand seals with one hand. This technique was within his grasp. The chakra within him was nearly depleted, a state of utter exhaustion. All that remained was this life of little consequence. Monkey! The furious voice of Otsutsuki resounded, crashing into Jiraiya's ears, causing his mind to spin. 80 God Airstrike. Earth Release. Earth Flow Great Wall. Jiraiya struggled with a single hand seal. Sage Art. Totem Wall. Together, Shinsaku and Shimaru executed a defense technique they had never used before. The front wall belonged to Jiraiya, while the rear was formed by Shinsaku and Shimaru. Otsutsuki's 80 God Airstrike surged forth. This was a profound technique of the Hyuga's taijutsu, unleashing a myriad of punches in an instant, akin to countless palms striking simultaneously. The air pressure compressed, transforming into an invisible assault directed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya stood with his hands lowered, appearing feeble, like a man on the brink of death. Dust and debris were lifted from the surroundings, swirling into the air. The invisible attack approached with a terrifying momentum. Ah, truly. Take care, father of the child. You too, mother of the child. The oppressive aura weighed heavily upon him, the scent of death already permeating the atmosphere. Such an onslaught was insurmountable. It was truly beyond the capabilities of a mere human. Would release. Advent of the tree world. The wind grazed his face as Jiraiya closed his eyes, resigning himself to embrace death. Yet, a youthful voice whispered in his ear. In the next moment, saplings erupted from the ground, instantaneously maturing into towering trees, lifting Jiraiya skyward. Boom. It all transpired in an instant. The 80 God Airstrike swept past, obliterating everything in its path, as the elder hoisted Jiraiya and hurled him into the air. The 80 God Airstrike barely grazed Jiraiya as it passed beneath him. Bang! Bang! Jiraiya plummeted, ensnared by a small tree upon his descent. What is this? Would release? Jiraiya could scarcely believe it. The long-lost bloodline limit had resurfaced, and he had survived. Turning to gaze behind him, he witnessed a scene reminiscent of a monster's passage, devouring all in its wake, as the remnants of the past dissolved into dust, carried away by the wind. Jiraiya had survived such an onslaught. Would release. Advent of the tree world. Once again, trees emerged one after another, manifesting the bloodline limit at the pinnacle of the ninja world, reappearing in this realm. Truly, it is quite a predicament for the lecherous sage. The moon tree effortlessly hoisted Jiraiya onto his back and retreated without a second thought. The emergence of this grove served a singular purpose. The rationale was straightforward. Even Jiraiya, of the Hokage caliber, could not swiftly subdue his opponent. What could he, who was inferior to Jiraiya, possibly achieve? Despite possessing commendable skills, they remained unrefined, merely simplistic techniques. For instance, the Senju bloodline, though awakened, lacked the immediate familiarity found with other ninjutsu. This required personal practice to master. What is this? Jiraiya could hardly believe that his own student had the ability to wield would release, the bloodline limit of the first Hokage. Did this not imply that the moon tree might indeed be a descendant of the Senju clan? Yet, he bore the surname Kishi, a rather enigmatic lineage. Previously, he had stumbled upon a token belonging to the Kishi clan. There was no time for lengthy discussions, as their pursuer was closing in rapidly. Moon Tree cast a glance back, acknowledging the relentless fervor of their opponent. It was puzzling what Jiraiya had done to provoke such desperation. Shadow Clone Technique. Moon Tree released his grip, leaving Jiraiya hanging on precariously, nearly at the brink of exhaustion during their frantic escape. Unfortunately, Moon Tree currently lacked the ability to form hand seals with one hand. The seals for the Shadow Clone Technique were relatively simple. A single seal sufficed to execute it in an instant, or else Jiraiya would have been flung away. Clouds of smoke erupted around them. Though this time the number of clones was limited, as Moon Tree had already expended considerable chakra earlier. Even the Senju bloodline could not recuperate that swiftly. I entrust this to you. Moon Tree darted past the Shadow Clones. Leave it to us. The Shadow Clones, each with their own consciousness, smiled at Moon Tree. Air Palm. Fire Release, Grand Fireball Technique. The shadow clones possessed minimal chakra reserves, restricting their jutsu to such basic techniques, a consequence of Moon Tree intentionally reducing their numbers. One Grand Fireball was insufficient, thus multiple Grand Fireballs were conjured. As they converged, the power exceeded that of a mere C-rank technique. The air pressure compressed as the air palm advanced, and the Grand Fireballs surged forth to engage. In an instant, the Grand Fireballs erupted, flames scattering like stars across the sky. However, the air palm was successfully countered. Is that the 8 trigrams air palm? The consciousness of the shadow clones returned to Moon Tree, inducing a brief moment of disorientation. Yet, he had somewhat acclimated to the sensation of numerous consciousnesses flooding back. And this disorientation quickly dissipated. Observing the opponent's technique, Moon Tree surmised, it must be a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Only they would employ the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. With steadfast determination, the Moon Tree pressed forward, showing no sign of faltering. Thoughts swirled in his mind, occasionally drifting into a haze. The shadow clones of the Moon Tree proved ineffective in deterring the pursuers closing in from behind. Yet, it was to be expected. If the members of the Otsutsuki clan could be easily thwarted, they would not hold the title of formidable adversaries. This was not a favorable situation. The Moon Tree sensed the encroaching danger. This was not a sustainable course of action. Moon Tree, there is still a way, came the voice of Shinsaku, who remained perched on Jiraiya's shoulder. No, Jiraiya interjected, fully aware of the proposed method but wary of the uncertainties involved. What? The Moon Tree disregarded Jiraiya's protest and turned to Shinsaku. The reverse summoning technique can transport us to Mount Myaboku. However, we cannot ascertain the safety of Minato and the others. Shinsaku spoke slowly, but Jiraiya quickly interjected. How do we use it? Without a moment's hesitation, the Moon Tree asked, can we bring others with us? Yes, but we must form a contract with Mount Myaboku. I can establish this contract with you. It merely requires a drop of blood. Then, it would suffice for the perverted sage to return alone, correct? The Moon Tree's words were startling. Do you comprehend what you are saying? A mere child cannot hope to assist me. Jiraiya was most reluctant, while Shinsaku, observing the exchange, remarked, after all this time with the child's mother, this is my first encounter with such a bold young one. Time is of the essence. Please tell me the hand seals swiftly. The Moon Tree cast a glance over his shoulder, and Shinsaku understood the unspoken urgency. No, Shinsaku, the child's mother. All right then. Jiraiya found himself silenced by Shizuma, unable to resist. Meanwhile, Shinsaku began to recite the hand seals for the reverse summoning technique. The Moon Tree quickly grasped the process and, in the next moment, halted his advance. He turned Jiraiya to face him and commenced his own actions. Controlling Jiraiya, he manipulated the older man's body to perform the seals while channeling his chakra. With one hand rendered immobile, Shinsaku kindly instructed him on the single-handed seals. The looming pressure of their pursuer intensified, compelling the Moon Tree to act swiftly. Reverse summoning technique. The Moon Tree channeled his chakra, slamming Jiraiya's hand onto the ground. A seal began to spread outward. Take care, teacher Jiraiya, the Moon Tree uttered softly, and just then, Shizuma released her grip, allowing Jiraiya to speak. Yet, there was no time for words. A cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, and Jiraiya's figure vanished, leaving behind only an unfurling scroll on the ground. Now, the Moon Tree stood alone. At that moment, the Otsutsuki clan member had caught up. Without warning, he launched a powerful strike. Not so fast. The Moon Tree leaped aside to evade the attack and began to form seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon materialized, swirling protectively around the Moon Tree. Sage mode. The corners of the Moon Tree's eyes began to redden, its pupils transforming into horizontal slits. Much like the figure of the first, the Moon Tree gazed at the Otsutsuki. The aura of that woman permeated the air. The presence of the Otsutsuki grew increasingly tranquil. Yet the chakra continued to surge forth, amplifying its oppressive force. The immature Moon Tree was no match for this power. Merely locking eyes with it was already overwhelming. It was unclear how Jiraiya had managed to endure such pressure. Perhaps he had experienced a similar weight on the battlefield. Hey, it's rather unkind to bully a child. A familiar voice echoed nearby, and instantly, the Moon Tree felt the weight upon it lighten considerably. Following the sound, the Moon Tree beheld two old friends, Sand Needle and Wild Stone. These two had been the greatest hindrance during its previous mission. Formidable figures that could easily be classified as shadow level, having thoroughly bested the moon tree and its companions. This aura the Otsutsuki did not rush to attack. Instead, it paused, allowing the moon tree to exhale with slight relief. "Are you the guardians of the divine tree?" it inquired. "Apologies, but we have long since abandoned that role," Sand Needle replied, while Wild Stone, typically reticent, remained silent. Otsutsuki Kinshiki narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating his next move. "I advise against acting rashly. Even if you are an Otsutsuki, your hands are already injured." Wildstone finally spoke, locking eyes with Kinshiki without an ounce of fear. "Did you hear that? You're merely a cripple now. It's no wonder we might have to take you down. It simplifies matters." With that, Sand Needle drew his ninja blade, his prowess in swordsmanship rivaling that of the White Fang, particularly in chakra conduction, a skill few could match. Kinshiki glanced at the two, then at the moon tree, which stood beside a moderately sized wooden dragon. "Interesting, little one. Today is sufficient. You intrigue me." Kinshiki chuckled softly, casting one last look at the moon tree before leaping away. The sudden turn of events left the moon tree momentarily bewildered. Yet the situation remained unchanged. Despite the shift in foes, they were undeniably still adversaries, and notably, they were the same enemies from before. As Kinshiki departed, the moon tree directed its attention back to the two figures before it. Clad in the same attire as before, they surveyed the moon tree with keen interest. "What is your purpose?" After a prolonged silence, the moon tree finally broke the stillness with its inquiry. Wildstone remained mute, turning away, while Sand Needle took the floor. "You ought to be grateful for our whimsical intervention." As soon as he finished speaking, Wildstone departed, followed closely by Sand Needle. The moon tree remained rooted in place, the wooden dragon still lingering. No one could predict whether they might suddenly reappear, and the moon tree could not afford to let down its guard. After a while, the moon tree finally grasped the absurdity of the situation. As the chakra receded, the wooden dragon disassembled, and the moon tree sank to the ground. To be honest, it yearned for a restful slumber, but that was simply not an option. "Fool." Yu Tree struck his chest a few times, inhaling deeply as the image of the red-haired figure lingered in his mind. His body bore no significant injuries, merely a slight depletion of chakra, yet he felt capable. After a brief self-examination, he resolved to embark on a mission to rescue Kushina. As the task laid out by the system beckoned him, Yu Tree sought justification for his actions. Shaking out his limbs, he set forth once more. The journey was far from over. Once upon a time, in a world divided between two nations, one was known as the Land of Ancestors. Within this land resided a young emperor, beloved by his people, who led a small contingent in the relentless expansion of their territory. In an unexpected turn of events, the other nation declared war upon the Land of Ancestors. The emperor took to the battlefield, leading his soldiers into the fray. This marked the dawn of conflict in the world. Ultimately, the Land of Ancestors triumphed, and the young emperor became the first to unify the world. Later, the emperor wed a woman said to be a celestial fairy, enchanting him at first sight. After a prolonged courtship, the emperor finally won the fairy's heart, leading them both to the sacred union of marriage. Beneath the divine tree that symbolized the gods, the first emperor and the celestial fairy intertwined their fates. This magnificent tree towered into the heavens, spanning 10 miles, a revered relic from the fairy's homeland. "What do you think?" The man before her gazed intently at Kushina, who was momentarily taken aback. She had never heard such a tale. "What are you talking about?" "I'm merely recounting a story," the elder continued. While Kushina remained bound in the corner, her movements restricted. After their marriage, the fairy revealed to the emperor that the divine tree was a treasure from her homeland, and that emissaries would come to retrieve her along with the tree. Upon hearing this, the emperor vowed to protect his wife and confront the intruders. Harnessing the power of the divine tree, the emperor established guardians, while his wife, relinquishing her role as a guardian, ventured to the sacred realm to master the techniques of the sages and transform into one herself. The elder approached Kushina, locking eyes with her. The continuation of the tale had not been passed down, only that the divine tree vanished, and a new figure known as the Sage of Six Paths emerged in the world. Some claimed the sage was the emperor himself, while others believed he was a descendant of the emperor, leaving those aware of the story with varying interpretations. "And what do you think, little girl?" The elder's gaze remained fixed on Kushina, his eyes radiating an intense longing. Kushina averted her gaze, unable to withstand the fervor of his stare. "Never mind. You likely know nothing of this tale," he remarked, stepping back with an air of indifference. The shell of the Ten Tails now lies upon the moon. Summoned only by those possessing the Rinnegan, he continued, lost in his thoughts. Kushina listened attentively. The Ten Tails was a beast she had never heard of. In the ninja world, the existence of 9-tailed beasts was common knowledge. Each tailed beast is a weapon of strategic significance, known as calamities among the monstrous entities, with the 9 tails reigning supreme in strength. However, the existence of the 10 tails has never been acknowledged. This presents a dilemma, as the Rinnegan is not a gift bestowed upon all, and one must possess profound mastery over the divine tree to wield it effectively. The elder scratched his head, seemingly troubled by this predicament. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A resounding crash echoed, sending dust swirling into the air. In the next instant, the veil of smoke was lifted, revealing a majestic wooden dragon, upon which a figure was seated. Would release the arrival of the tree realm. The moon tree leapt down from the wooden dragon, which charged towards the elder. The elder's demeanor remained largely unchanged. He was merely taken aback for a moment. To have arrived here is indeed commendable, he mused. As he spoke, the wooden dragon collided with him head-on. The moon tree landed gracefully, channeling chakra into the earth, causing trees to sprout forth. Moon tree, Kushina exclaimed with joy, witnessing the hero she had longed for descend once more. The moon tree's legs trembled slightly, his chakra and physical strength somewhat taxed, yet he concealed this from the girl before him. How have you been? I have arrived, he smiled, a sense of reassurance flooding Kushina's heart. Without further ado, the moon tree dashed forward, swiftly drawing the Kusanagi blade. With a single stroke, the chains binding Kushina's limbs shattered. Hurry, follow me, he urged. The moon tree was uncertain of the enemy's strength, but he was certain it was formidable. There was no possibility of confronting them directly in such a situation. The arrival of the tree realm was a premeditated strategy to hold them at bay. Kushina nodded in agreement and kept pace with the moon tree. In truth, the moon tree was unfamiliar with this place. He had only discovered the markings left by the sand and stone needles during his search. It was peculiar that an adversary had inadvertently guided him here. Yet, the moon tree was disinclined to ponder this oddity. He had never been one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, and in such a critical moment, he silently offered thanks. Perhaps the earlier confrontation had borne some worth after all? The moon tree sprinted towards the path from which he had entered. Both he and Kushina having honed their foundational skills of climbing trees and traversing water, thus untroubled by the terrain. Where are we headed? A foreign male voice suddenly resonated beside him. The moon tree reacted swiftly, swinging his blade. In but an instant, the elder had approached him, moving without a sound. It was common knowledge that this individual possessed formidable strength. Are you also of the Otsutsuki clan? The moon tree inquired, brandishing the Kusanagi sword at the man floating in the air. You are familiar with the Otsutsuki? Indeed, I am known as Otsutsuki Yufeng. You do not hail from the main branch of the Otsutsuki, do you? The moon tree asked, intrigued by the implications of the man's name. The Otsutsuki clan is divided into 2 branches. One is the original lineage, represented by Kaguya in the source material, and the other consists of Kaguya's descendants, including the one from the moon and the progeny of the Sage of 6 Paths. The names from the original lineage follow a certain pattern, whereas the elder floating across from the moon tree does not conform to such naming conventions. How intriguing that you are aware of this aspect. From where did you hear it? Yufeng squinted, gazing at the moon tree. What are you truly discussing? Kushina drew her kunai, preparing for battle. Yet she understood little of the exchange between Yufeng and the elder. You are indeed fascinating, carrying such a strong maternal aura. No one responded to Kushina's remark. Yufeng, however, began to speak. Never mind, the 10 tails remains above, and the Rinnegan has yet to be located. Yufeng had no intention of engaging further and began to withdraw. Take her away, she is not needed at this moment. We must first find the Rinnegan. Yufeng cast a sidelong glance at the 2 before stepping back. I apologize. But not only now, you will never need her, even if you find the Rinnegan. Instead of seizing the moment to depart, the moon tree continued to speak. As if to affirm his determination, Kushina listened, her heart racing with a mix of fear and shyness. Yufeng paid little mind, his figure gradually fading into the distance. If you could truly follow through on your words, I would gladly oblige at any time. Yufeng's voice floated past on the wind, indifferent to the moon tree's comments. The moon tree watched him retreat, lingering in contemplation. Honestly, what are you thinking? If he decides not to let us go, it would be disastrous. Kushina remarked. Yet her smile was unmistakable. Well, the outcome is favorable, so it's all good. I simply lost control for a moment. The moon tree sheathed his Kusanagi sword and shrugged. Kushina. The moon tree exhaled deeply. Let us return to the village. He gently stroked Kushina's crimson hair. Yes, let us go back. The outcome had been fraught with danger, but ultimately safe, and Kushina's expression was exceedingly tender, despite her ignorance of the turmoil that followed her abduction. At last, it is over. It could be considered acceptable. The moon tree led Kushina outward. Mission: safeguard the next Jinchuriki completed. Reward: 1 lottery draw. The system's electronic voice resonated. The moon tree felt a wave of relief wash over him. Are we safe now? This system makes simple matters unnecessarily complicated. His legs nearly buckled under him. He had come dangerously close to collapsing in front of Kushina. The moon tree managed a wry smile as he continued toward the village with the red-haired girl in tow. The resort had transformed into a tragedy, and he would not allow Kushina to experience it. Regardless, this truly marked the end of their ordeal. Moon tree, we are almost there. Huh? Where? To the village. Where else? At the entrance of Kanahagakur, a boy and a girl sauntered over. These two were none other than Kushina and the moon tree. Fortune favored them, sparing them the arduous task of rescuing Kushina. Thus, Sukisuki and Kushina embarked on their journey back to the village. Of course, the two were not particularly well acquainted with the route, and it took them several days. Nearly as long as their initial escort mission. At last, they arrived. Sukisuki let out a resigned sigh. The past few days spent outdoors with Kushina had indeed been challenging. He had even been compelled to learn the art of sleeping in trees while remaining vigilant in his dreams. Moreover, he had acquired the skills to prepare wild game. For sustenance was essential. Sukisuki had thus become an expert in survival, albeit it was merely foundational training for a ninja. Hey, Kushina exclaimed, her excitement palpable. After being outside for so long, she could finally return home, and her small frame darted ahead, waving towards the village gates. Did you hear that? One of the two guards at the entrance exchanged glances with his companion before turning their attention outward. A red-haired girl, Kushina, was running towards them. Consequently, both guards gasped in astonishment at the sight of her. An hour later, in the Hokage's office. How did you return? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, scrutinizing Tsukisuki and Kushina. Just days prior, after the return of Minato Namikaze and Mikoto, accompanied by Jiraiya's toad, Konoha had swiftly learned of the unfolding events. The third Hokage had unhesitatingly ordered reinforcements. However, according to the reports, upon arrival at the resort village, they found it deserted. Blood flowed freely in every household, and the sight of the homeowners was utterly tragic, evoking deep sympathy. The remnants of battle were evident, with nearly half of the resort village reduced to ruins, a testament to the scale of devastation. The troops had conducted a thorough search, yet no survivors were found, and those who had accompanied Minato were missing as well. Even Jiraiya, the third's disciple, had vanished without a trace. With no leads, the reinforcements had no choice but to return, and this incident had sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. The hot spring resort had transformed into a scene of tragedy, causing neighboring resorts to grow eerily quiet. Not only were tourists absent, but even the locals began to flee, hoping to evade the impending turmoil, uncertain if their own homes would be next. No one knew the identity of the assailants, but Konoha had gleaned fragmented intelligence from Minato. Sarutobi was acutely aware that a formidable force lurked in the shadows, one strong enough to annihilate an entire resort village. Now, his disciples' fates hung in the balance, shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, Konoha was experiencing a critical transition with the replacement of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who had been abducted. This loss was catastrophic for Konoha. Not just anyone could serve as a Jinchuriki, and an unsuitable host would be akin to unleashing a tailed beast upon the world, a self-inflicted wound. That's how we made it back. What else could we do? Sukisuki replied nonchalantly, displaying little emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen could glean no intelligence from the situation, as Kushina was unaware of much beyond what Suki and Jiraiya had encountered. Minato, the fourth Hokage, likely possessed slightly more knowledge than the two women. Observing Suki's demeanor, Hiruzen opened his mouth to speak, but the door swung open ahead of him. "Little one, are you all right?" Kushina's voice rang out, a youthful lilt contrasting with the elderly tone of Mito, who also called for someone. The door opened, and Hiruzen's words were stifled. He had intended to inquire further. Entering were familiar faces to Kushina. Lady Tsunade and Granny Mito. Suki, having never seen Mito before, couldn't help but notice her dignified presence. Despite being well past her 60s, her vitality radiated, defying the frailty often associated with old age. Is it so easy to perish? I wager I shall live for a century if you refrain from cursing me, Mito quipped. Tsunade immediately ruffled Suki's hair, prompting her to swat away the woman's hand in exasperation. Granny Mito, I'm fine, Suki protested. Observing Mito's exploratory touches as if verifying Suki's completeness, Kushina spoke up. It was a lamentable truth that from the vast Uzumaki clan, so few remained, with the current duo representing a dwindling lineage amongst the ninja world. Thank goodness you're well, Mito smiled, her concern for Kushina evident. Suki, are you all right? A golden-haired figure peeked from the doorway. It was Minato. Having largely recovered from his injuries, he was accompanied by Mikoto. The Jiraiya squad had reunited, albeit without their leader. This prompted Hiruzen to inquire. For Jiraiya was not only his cherished pupil, but also a critical asset to Konoha and himself. Fear not, the pervy sage is unharmed. The toad sage has arrived. A gust of wind heralded Jiraiya's entrance, leaping through the door. Suki had not anticipated his swift return. Jiraiya, are you all right? Hiruzen sighed in relief, only to notice Jiraiya's hand hanging limply. Although the petrification had been resolved, Jiraiya's hand was slow to recover. Natural energy was not something to be trifled with. I'm fine, nothing serious, Jiraiya replied, though the atmosphere turned somber as he waved his functional hand with a smile. It's just the perfect time for a break. I've been waiting for this. You rascal, I'll settle the score with you later, Suki retorted, the mood lightening as they exchanged banter. This was a shared secret between the two, unbeknownst to the others. Old man, let them return. After all they've endured, they need rest. Should anything arise, I'll inform you. Jiraiya and Suki exchanged glances before turning to Hiruzen. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally agreed, and one by one, Tsunade's companions departed from the office, leaving only Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen behind. Jiraiya, I will assist you shortly. Come over here, Tsunade remarked, without turning around, her back to Jiraiya. He responded with excitement. And as the office door closed, the conversation within became inaudible. The time that followed naturally belonged to the others. To everyone's surprise, Tsunade suggested they all go out for barbecue, using the excuse of gathering together, effectively securing everyone's attendance. As for Mito, being Tsunade's grandmother, she would undoubtedly agree to dine with her granddaughter. Tsunade, you've changed, Mito remarked to Tsunade, as the four young ones listened nearby. For Tsunade, Mito's concern was heartfelt. After all, Mito could not help but care for her own granddaughter. Mito felt sorrow for Tsunade's past troubles, and seeing her granddaughter regain her cheerful spirit brought her joy. However, Mito couldn't help but notice that Tsunade seemed to have become somewhat more laid back, though that was of little consequence. Thank you, Grandma, Tsunade acknowledged, sensing Mito's concern. You truly resemble your mother, Mito said, glancing at the reluctant Yatsuki, who was compelled to participate. You have indeed become a bit lazy, she added, prompting Tsunade to smile brightly, for the remark struck a chord deep within her. Yatsuki, observing the exchange, seemed to detect something, perhaps sensing that they had spoken about her. The gathering soon concluded without any significant events. After the barbecue, the group dispersed to their respective homes. Tsunade and Yatsuki made their way towards the Senju residence, while Mito lived elsewhere, residing with Kushina and not at the Senju abode. Meanwhile, Shizen remained at home, possibly preparing dinner. Yatsuki pondered the scenario of arriving home to claim he had already dined, which would be rather cruel to Shizune. He shook his head slightly, feeling a tinge of sympathy for her. Such a sensation was rather delightful. Before long, Yatsuki and Tsunade arrived at the Senju residence. Upon entering, they discovered that dinner was indeed prepared, with Shizune already seated and eating. To their surprise, there was another person across from her, a man with long white hair, devouring his meal with one hand. It was Jiraiya, who had arrived earlier than both Yatsuki and Tsunade. Ah, you're back, Jiraiya greeted while continuing to eat. Are you all right, Lord Jiraiya? Shizune asked, while Yatsuki yawned and resumed his routine. Who knows? I suppose everything is fine, Yatsuki mused, lying on the hammock, while Shizune commenced her daily medical ninjutsu training, although her heart was not fully in it at that moment. Just a moment ago, as she prepared the meal, Jiraiya arrived. Upon learning that Tsunade and Yukitsuki were dining outside, he initially felt a twinge of irritation, which quickly dissipated when his stomach rumbled. Observing Jiraiya eat with one hand. Though he appeared nonchalant, Shizun's inherently kind nature left her feeling uneasy. One must have faith in your master. After all, she is the finest healer in the ninja world. Isn't she? Yukitsuki cast a sidelong glance at Shizun. This girl has been so absent-minded since earlier. What a bother. It is true. Lady Tsunade must have a solution. Yukitsuki's words proved somewhat effective, as Shizun's worried expression lessened noticeably. After a considerable time, Tsunade and Jiraiya's medical procedures came to a close. Lady Tsunade, how did it go? Shizun hurriedly inquired. Jiraiya's arm hung limply, causing Shizun's expression to dim considerably. This guy is always causing trouble. The encroachment of natural energy is beyond remedy. I have essentially healed his wounds, and now he must disperse the natural energy himself. Natural energy? Shizun clearly did not grasp the term, yet Tsunade's words resonated. Meanwhile, Jiraiya approached, using his only functioning hand to ruffle Shizun's hair. Are you the niece of Dan? Quite adorable. Jiraiya chuckled, only to receive a punch from Tsunade. Thank you. Shizun responded calmly, surprising both Tsunade and the oblivious Jiraiya. After all, Shizun's only relative was indeed Kato Dan. Mentioning him was not merely a scar for Tsunade, but for Shizun as well. It was somewhat peculiar that upon hearing Jiraiya mention this name, both Shizun and Tsunade seemed to lose some of their sorrow. Perhaps there was still a hint of resignation, but the pain was no longer unbearable. Are you okay? I'm fine. It is Lady Tsunade who took me on as her apprentice because of Uncle Dan. Shizun's cheerful smile caught both of them off guard. Tsunade smiled back, affectionately ruffling Shizun's hair, leaning her face closer. That was indeed the case, but I genuinely wish to take you as my disciple now. Jiraiya watched this scene with a smile. Everything began to improve, with past grief gradually fading away. Jiraiya glanced at Yukitsuki, who was sleeping beside them. Only he understood the significance of that look. Bang. That hurt. Regardless, whether you're foolish or at fault. Huh. That's so unreasonable. You simply want to hit me, don't you? Just know that. Deny it from me, will you? Jiraiya covered his steaming head, looking pitifully at Tsunade, who stood with her fists clenched. What followed was a chaotic bout of strikes from Jiraiya. Tsunade exhaled contentedly, while Shizun watched in resignation. And Jiraiya ended up sprawled on the ground. As a patient, he received a thorough beating, yet Tsunade managed it expertly, inflicting only pain without further injury. As the best medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade undoubtedly possessed such capability. On the other side, in Mito's residence, which is situated near the Hokage office, Mito, revered as the wife of the first Hokage, still holds considerable influence, even surpassing that of Sarutobi Hiruzen in the village. The boy named Uzumaki Naruto stood by her side, holding her hand. As anticipated, Mito's words caused a flurry of unease in Kushina, who immediately became flustered upon hearing her grandmother speak. What are you saying, Grandma? Kushina had not expected Mito to bring up such matters suddenly, and she quickly began to protest. At that moment, Kushina appeared especially endearing, resembling an ordinary girl rather than the fiery, bold persona she typically embodied. Mito chuckled softly, finding this side of Kushina to be a rare sight, one that she had not witnessed before. The stark contrast was striking, especially as Kushina's round little face began to flush a delightful shade of pink, rendering her utterly adorable. What are you laughing at, Grandma? Kushina pouted slightly, her irritation evident. Mito stifled her laughter, maintaining a gentle smile. Oh, dear, I am merely feeling a bit joyful. Having you by my side brings me great happiness. Kushina paused, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She understood Mito's implication. She was to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a transition that symbolized the end of the previous hostess life. Mito, who had accompanied her through this journey, was reaching the twilight of her own. In a sudden rush of emotion, Kushina embraced Mito, burying her head in her grandmother's embrace. Oh dear, Mito murmured softly, her fingers weaving through Kushina's crimson hair, savoring the silky strands as they flowed like water in her hands. Your hair is truly beautiful. Has that boy ever told you so? Came a muffled response from Kushina, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Mito's caress grew ever more tender, aware that time was slipping away. As a Jinchuriki, Mito could feel the impending changes. Is that so? How wonderful. Your red hair is the most beautiful in the world. It is my favorite. Mito recalled how Kushina had shared her experiences at school when she first arrived in Konoha, never imagining that Kushina would earn such a reputation among her peers. Kushina. Mito gently called her name, but Kushina did not reply. We are Jinchuriki, vessels for tailed beasts. To put it bluntly, that is what we are. Mito continued, noticing the subtle tremble in Kushina's embrace. Fortunately, they were nearing home, and being in the vicinity of the Hokage office, a significant area of the village, meant they were largely unobserved, sparing them from prying eyes. People like to refer to us as vessels, ha ha ha. Even in my youth, I was called that. Mito chuckled lightly, nostalgia lacing her words. Back then, I too was reluctant, just like you, and I ended up giving a good thrashing to those who spoke ill of me. Mito's tone was somewhat playful, and it was the first time Kushina had seen her grandmother, Mito, display such an expression. I used to be just like you when I was young, and I find myself reminiscing about those days, even though so many years have passed. Kushina lifted her head, no longer burying it in Mito's embrace. Back then, someone told me how beautiful my red hair was. That person was foolish, utterly unaware, and incredibly naive. In my annoyance, I gave him a beating, only to discover he was surprisingly weak. But little did I know, he was merely vying for my attention. Mito's grandmother had lived through times of turmoil, long before the establishment of Konoha, and that person had already been a young clan leader of the Senju clan, a formidable lineage, closely related to our Uzumaki clan. Mito's eyes brimmed with boundless tenderness, as if in that fleeting moment, she had regained her youth, her aged body gradually transforming back into that of a youthful maiden, her eyes radiating endless light. Grandfather? Kushina sniffled, her eyes turning red. Yes, it was indeed grandfather. He was an exceedingly foolish man. When others commented on my hair during my childhood, he secretly dealt with those I couldn't handle. Truly, he was quite silly. Mito gently ruffled Kushina's hair, leaning down to her level. We are Jinchuriki, vessels of power, yet your grandfather filled that vessel with love. He was both foolish and innocent, leaving all matters to his younger brother, but he poured all his love into one vessel. Therefore, even if it is merely a vessel, as long as it is filled with love, it is enough. Mito pressed her forehead against Kushina's. Can you feel it? I share my love with you. Yes, Kushina replied, her nose twitching as tears welled in her eyes. She sniffled, feeling bashful. I did not. She laughed, trying to hide her tears. Mito took Kushina's delicate hand in her own aged, wrinkled one, akin to grasping her past self, as they both smiled and stepped through the door together. Time transcended countless years, flowing like water into the ocean and then drifting back to the mountaintop. The figures from her memories smiled once more, saying, your hair is truly beautiful. In a world ravaged by war, a single phrase floated down the river of time, riding on a paper boat, reaching the hearts of the next generation. Black Zetsu, what is happening? In the depths of a dark underground, a figure sat quietly. His long white hair cascaded behind him, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Anyone who had lived long enough would recognize the man before them, the legendary figure from the Warring States era, one of the twin stars standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world alongside the god of ninjas, the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, the mightiest warrior of the Uchiha clan. He appeared frail, on the brink of death, yet beneath that weakened exterior lay an undeniable power. This was Uchiha Madara, one of the highest powers in the ninja world. Why are people seeking the Rinnegan? Who are those Otsutsuki? Madara squinted his Rinnegan eyes, gazing at the pitch-black figure before him. Heihachi unexpectedly found him and revealed the plan for the infinite Tsukuyomi, which undeniably played into Madara's hands. Having endured the agony of war, having witnessed his brothers perish before his very eyes, Madara harbored a profound loathing for conflict, more intense than anyone else. Compared to Hashirama Senju, Madara's ideology was considerably more extreme and fanatical. However, there was no doubt that he despised war and yearned for peace. The infinite Tsukuyomi could fulfill his desire. In a world forged from illusion, humanity would be incapable of waging war. Thus, Madara embarked on his own scheme, the infinite Tsukuyomi plan. Albeit the timing was not yet ripe. The Otsutsuki clan served as guardians of the Ten Tails, protecting its seal through generations. Heihachi spoke without a trace of anxiety. Having orchestrated a millennia-long deception, he had finally found in Madara a suitable candidate, both the reincarnation of Indra and his ally. How could such a plan be easily thwarted? Madara was his king, an indispensable pawn. Guardians of the Ten Tails, indeed? Madara scrutinized Heihachi, seemingly attempting to discern something. Yet Heihachi remained shrouded in darkness, a mere human guise. His voice perpetually calm and unwavering. Ultimately, it mattered not. All were merely stepping stones in his path. A peaceful world he would create with his own hands. Just wait. Hashirama. Madara exuded arrogance, dismissing these individuals entirely. Though he could not reveal himself at present, the pride belonging to Uchiha Madara had never waned. The view from the pinnacle, once experienced, is indescribable. Even an aging lion remains the king of beasts. I look forward to the success of your plan. Let us together usher in a world devoid of strife and sorrow. Heihachi spoke calmly, seemingly casting Madara in a favorable light. Madara paid little heed to this. As Uchiha Madara, being revered was only natural. The echoes of voices faded slowly into the abyss, and in this darkened realm, devoid of light, the two figures gradually merged into the shadows. In the darkness of the shinobi world, there were those who propelled the light. I'm so bored, Kushina lamented. Sprawled on the tatami mat, while a figure resembling a moon tree rested beside her. This was the Senju residence. A glance around revealed that all 4 members of Jiraiya's team were present. It was the height of summer, and having returned to the village, the moon tree intended to leisurely enjoy the breeze, indifferent to trivial matters. After all, the first and second missions had been arduous, having barely survived. Konoha had shown some mercy, allowing for a well-deserved break. Naturally, the moon tree would not squander this respite, planning to remain at home, indulging in food and rest. However, the moon tree's expectations were soon thwarted, for fate delighted in jesting with him. Moon tree, we have come to play? We? The voice of Minato Namikaze echoed into the room. The moon tree initially assumed it was just another routine visit for cooking and training, unaware that the words concealed a deadly intent. Yushu is merely pretending not to be home. For her, failing to feign death at this moment would equate to genuine demise. What is there to enjoy? Nothing of interest, truly. This reflects Yushu's most authentic thoughts. Given the gravity of recent events, she finds herself yearning to pry open their minds to inspect for any underlying issues. Would it not be better to simply relax and allow her fragile heart a respite? Yet, she cannot evade the truth. Minato Namikaze is the designated chef of the Senju residence. Although his culinary skills rank lowest among the trio, he is on the verge of surpassing Tsunade's expertise. As the royal chef, Minato naturally possesses the key to the Senju abode, a privilege Yushu willingly bestowed upon him when she initially invited him. This situation compels Yushu to reflect on certain matters with her past self. Indeed, as I suspected, a golden-haired figure entered, gazing at Yushu, who lay languidly in the hammock, and uttered a resigned remark. After so many years of friendship, Minato knows Yushu intimately. Besides Tsunade and Shizune, the individuals who have accompanied her the longest are the golden-haired boy before her and Kushina, the latter being a recent addition. Still sleeping, I see. You really ought to be careful. You might sleep so soundly that you never awaken, remarked Kushina, following closely behind Minato, accompanied by Mikoto. Apologies for interrupting, Mikoto stated with a certain formality, perhaps a reflection of the Uchiha upbringing. Ah, what a rare occurrence. You've all come here. Is there a significant event afoot? Yushu queried, casting a sidelong glance at the group. Not at all. We merely came to seek your company for some leisure, Minato replied. What is there to enjoy? In this era devoid of cultural entertainment, it would be somewhat better if we had the Boruto series. At least there are video games to engage with. What are you talking about? Minato inquired. Nothing much, just expressing sincere gratitude for the current situation, Yushu responded. As the trio settled down, Yushu dashed into the living room, only to resume her position sprawled on the floor. Let us set aside this topic and go shopping. It is fortuitous that everyone is present, Minato suggested, deftly bringing out some snacks as the 4 gathered around. Kushina immediately began enthusiastically proposing ideas. Objection, that sounds troublesome, Yushu interjected, her protest following closely behind. Kushina widened her eyes, glaring at Yushu. Glaring at me will not yield results. We have a rare opportunity to rest. Let us head home. The blankets are all yearning for you, Yushu retorted. I refuse. I would rather perish than become like you. Kushina shot back. That seems a bit extreme. Yushu countered. Quite so, Kushina affirmed. Thus commenced their customary banter, and at this juncture, Minato and Mikoto nodded in agreement with Kushina's sentiments. I might just weep, Yushu remarked nonchalantly, displaying no signs of genuine sorrow. Alas, Yushu sighed, observing the sulking Kushina. All right, are you promising to go out? The 3 turned their gazes toward Yushu. What are you all pondering? The moon tree smacked its lips, resolutely embracing the notion of staying at home. with the intention of adding a dash of flavor to this era, which lacks entertainment. It was time for you all to witness the essence of playing cards. Playing cards? A novel term slipped from the lips of the Moon Tree, leaving the trio in a state of bewilderment. 15 minutes later, Jiang, as a ninja endowed with chakra and armed with a modern intellect, the Moon Tree swiftly crafted a deck of playing cards. The hard paper cards felt incredibly tactile, evoking a wave of nostalgia. Gazing at the familiar objects before him, the Moon Tree was suddenly flooded with sentimentality, while the three companions looked on with curiosity. Next, the Moon Tree commenced an exposition of his rules. The first game was quite simple, commonly referred to as 13 cards. The number of players was perfect, 4. Neither too many nor too few. Thus, the inaugural round of playing cards in the ninja realm commenced, with a 7 played. 2. Big. A card was laid down. The Moon Tree executed a series of flamboyant maneuvers, leaving the gradually acclimatizing trio in a state of utter confusion. Brother, you have 4 twos, feel free to play. Oh, so they were all with you. No wonder I have none, exclaimed one, marveling at the extraordinary fortune of the Moon Tree. The Moon Tree erupted into laughter, as the others were yet unaware of the concept of stacking cards, wisdom from another world. I believe we should deal the next round, interjected the quiet beauty, causing the Moon Tree's laughter to abruptly cease. Upon hearing Makoto's words, both Minato and Kushina grasped the implication. How could one person's luck be so consistently favorable? You're cheating. What nonsense. Such scholarly pursuits cannot be deemed cheating. But you're not studying. That's where you're mistaken. The voices of the Moon Tree and Kushina reverberated above the Senju residence, after which the Moon Tree found himself devoid of that earlier fortune. Lord Hokage, it is nearly time. A gathering of ninjas congregated in the Hokage's office. Had the Moon Tree and his companions been present, they would have recognized a familiar face among them, their teacher from the Ninja Academy, the one connected to Madara, albeit with a rather subdued presence. Indeed. It is that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, gazing outside at the tranquility enveloping the village, prompting a sigh of reflection. Such peace. This is all thanks to Lord Hokage and the valiant martyrs who fought for Konoha. The will of fire shall never extinguish. The flame shall continue to burn. As Sarutobi's voice grew increasingly somber, he turned to address those gathered. Indeed, it is time. However, we shall permit an exception this time. We cannot hinder the emergence of talent. His gaze was resolute, leaving everyone momentarily taken aback. Understood. I shall inform the others, one replied. All right. You may all take your leave. After arrangements were made, Sarutobi began to see his guests off, hoping that no calamity would ensue. He cast his eyes upon the 2 mission reports lying on the table. Twice, it was Jiraiya who led the team on their mission during the Chunin exams. Minato Namikaze was overjoyed. During this era of peace, Konoha typically refrained from allowing children to graduate prematurely, preferring to nurture their potential. However, this Chunin exam was reminiscent of wartime, permitting younger participants. So, we could become Chunin? It seemed so. Kushina and Makoto, too, were filled with excitement. Regardless of who they were, the innate desire to ascend was universal. Yet, there existed those who were distinctly different. What a hassle. Early in the morning, Jiraiya gathered the 4 of them. Sukeshu had assumed they were embarking on yet another perilous mission, only to discover he was there to deliver such news. Sukeshu was indifferent to the prospect of becoming a Chunin. He had little desire for the title of Hokage, content simply to be a Genin. Little did he know, in the future, 2 Genin would surpass all ninjas in the shinobi world. As the saying goes, one might challenge a Kage, but when faced with a Konoha Genin, it was advisable to prepare a will. This underscored the formidable nature of Genin. Can I opt out? Sukeshu raised his hand quietly, drawing 4 gazes toward him. Sighing. He knew the outcome. His earlier hope was merely a fleeting whim. Had it been possible, he would have declined the previous 2 missions, for by then, Jiraiya's team would likely have met their demise. Truth be told, Sukeshu felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. He had merely followed the system's tasks. Yet each encounter proved more exhilarating than the last. The system was undoubtedly leading him into a trap. All right, since everyone is in agreement, I shall register you for the exam. However, we are a unique 4-member team, and during the team battles, there may be additional conditions. Yet, with your capabilities, I am confident it will pose no issue. Jiraiya, unable to use one hand, managed to give a thumbs up with the other. Rest assured, I can take down one with a single punch. I'll handle the cover. Sukeshu observed the three before him, who were already bubbling with excitement, completely disregarding his input. What about my thoughts and opinions? Sukeshu sighed helplessly. He was accustomed to it, having accepted that he was indeed on this pirate ship. The Chunin exam seemed inevitable. An unsettling feeling lingered within him. His instincts warned him that this would not be a simple affair. Given that they had gathered nearly all the major figures of this era, the trajectory of the world surely leaned in their favor. Why are these figures deemed major? The answer was simple. They possess extraordinary stories. It is precisely because of their remarkable experiences that they hold such significance. Ultimately, these destined events are bound to unfold. The world's capacity for correction still exists, albeit as a conceptual notion. For now, it was time to hone his skills diligently, striving to become a Chunin in one fell swoop. All right. The feeble voice of Yushu was completely drowned out by the enthusiasm of the three individuals, revealing their heightened excitement. So, why do you all insist on honing your skills at my home? Yushu, lounging in the hammock, gazed bewilderedly at the trio in the yard. Because it's spacious. Because it's convenient. Because Kushina brought me here. Huh. What kind of ridiculous reasons are those? Am I not allowed to enjoy a good night's sleep? Yushu retorted, as this scene had been unfolding since morning. Awakening early, he had envisioned a leisurely breakfast followed by basking in the sun, drifting back to sleep, an utterly delightful prospect. However, upon entering the living room, he was met with an unexpectedly lively atmosphere. Not only were Tsunade, Shizune, and Minato present, but two others were also enjoying breakfast. Aside from Mikoto, who appeared somewhat reserved, the rest behaved as if they were at home, entirely at ease. Why must I be tormented again? Yushu's voice echoed atop the Senju estate. From this moment on, the tranquil existence of Himegami Yushu would be irrevocably shattered. Gone were the warm rays of sunshine, replaced instead by the diligent training of the three, along with an unwilling participant forced to join them. He felt utterly disenchanted, mechanically going through the motions. In his heart, he could only lament. Genin are truly the most terrifying beings. Abandon your futile pursuits of becoming a Chunin and return me to my peaceful life. Yet, typically, Yushu's contemplations would be disrupted by a certain crimson-haired girl. The moniker Blood Red Pepper was indeed well-deserved. His unwelcome involvement stemmed from the infamous reputation of this fiery girl. What splendid weather. Indeed, Yushu agreed, observing the youthful exuberance around him. Feeling a sense of aging wash over him. Bang! Who's aging? Jiraiya raised his functional hand, steam still rising from his head. My fault. We are all still quite young, he exclaimed. Speak properly. Tsunade took a sip of tea, her voice softening instantaneously, a stark contrast to her earlier display of strength. Jiraiya, too, held unspoken burdens. The sun continued to shine, yet the hammock beneath the tree was now devoid of its occupant. Amidst the sweat of youth, Jiraiya's team embarked on their journey anew. Fate delights in tormenting those who venture forth, only to reveal to them the essence of life. The Rinnegan? Found it. A being from the moon chuckled softly, observing the world with its pure white eyes. Even the divine gaze could not evade the penetrating insight of these eyes, which held a clear vision of the path ahead. The Ninja Academy, the venue for the written examination of the Chunin exams, had gathered ninjas from various villages. So many people, Kushina exclaimed, glancing left and right. Wow. It seemed that her gaze had attracted attention, as a pair of fierce eyes returned her scrutiny with an intimidating glare. What are you staring at? Kushina immediately felt defiant. The leader of the group never hesitated. She shot back a glare of her own, prompting Jiraiya to intervene. The war has only just ended a few years ago. There are still rifts between the villages. Let's not concern ourselves with them. We must focus on our own endeavors. Jiraiya elucidated the reasons, and Kushina refrained from causing any disturbance. As the sole survivor from the land of whirlpools, her experiences of cruelty were scarcely less than those of war, and she understood the depth of such pain, a burden that would not dissipate throughout her life. As Jiraiya led the four of them onward, conversation was scarce, with others around them clustering quietly together. They found a vacant spot, where Jiraiya and his companions congregated. The written examination had yet to commence, and everyone was essentially in standby mode. Now then, focus on your exam. Regardless of the circumstances, as your teacher, I am confident in your abilities, he encouraged. Moreover, although I am uncertain why you have been permitted to participate in this Chunin exam, we shall seize this opportunity with vigor. His words bolstered the spirits of the three, save for Suki, who directed her gaze elsewhere. In a more secluded corner, a cluster of frail individuals had gathered, among whom stood a few more prominent figures, a red-haired boy, a brown-haired boy, and a girl with purple hair. The first two were boys, while the latter was a girl, all slightly older than Suki, their necks adorned with headbands that Suki recognized well. They were the forehead protectors of the Rain Village, the very ones she had encountered upon her arrival in this world. To her surprise, the trio consisted of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. "I did not expect to see them here," Suki remarked, glancing at Jiraiya as he spoke once more. "Do you know them?" Suki was well aware of their identities. Yet at that moment, she felt no inclination to engage with them, thus rendering any acknowledgement unnecessary. The trio from the Rain Village were orphans of war, a fact that elicited a tinge of sorrow from Jiraiya's voice. Suki remained silent. "It's in your hands now," Jiraiya's voice came softly. Suki offered no reply. The old Third Hokage was indeed a formidable presence. Commencing the Chunin exam at this juncture was fraught with peril, the aftermath of war still looming large. "Thus, I entrust them to you," Jiraiya said, his tone unusually serious. "What a perplexing place to encounter such a serious and infuriating teacher," Suki sighed. "I am aware, even without your admonitions. After all, it is a team effort." "True enough," Jiraiya chuckled knowingly, unaware that Minato was observing them from a distance. "I shall take my leave now. Best of luck on your exam," he declared as he began to depart. In the corner, Nagato and his companions also noticed his presence, their gazes drawn toward him. Nagato's Rinnegan appeared remarkably pronounced, and it was fortunate they remained in the shadows. Otherwise, they would likely have attracted considerable attention, though they had garnered some notice nonetheless. Mission triggered. Survive the Chunin exam, ensuring the safety of any member of your team. Completion rewards, 2 lottery draws. Mission triggered. Protect the Rinnegan during the Chunin exam. Completion rewards, 1 lottery draw. The task has been triggered, the replacement of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and upon completion, a reward of a lottery draw awaits. Ding, ding, ding. The Chunin exam has commenced, and the candidates have entered the examination hall to begin the first phase of the test. Yushu is utterly bewildered, lost in a state of confusion. The electronic voice of the system suddenly blares, and after a while, the announcement of the exam's commencement follows. Yushu is left in a daze. Just moments ago, he was speaking eloquently, yet now he feels as if he has been slapped in the face. His scalp tingles with apprehension. The previous tasks, which were merely singular, had nearly driven him to despair. Now, he faces 3 consecutive challenges, each laden with profound implications. The very first requirement, merely to survive, is enough to drive anyone mad. Moreover, it encompasses his entire team, suggesting a high probability of total annihilation. "Yushu, what are you doing? Have you left?" Minato Namikaze remarks from the side. While Yushu remains in a fog, he is even unsure of when he was ushered to his seat in the examination hall, as if he has been pronounced doomed. What should he do? The system has dropped a bombshell. How to cope with this? He is anxious, waiting for guidance. As the bell tolls once more, the written portion of the first phase officially begins. An oppressive atmosphere spreads, akin to a heavy cloud suffocating the air, making it difficult to breathe. Ahem. Everyone, please put down your pens. The written segment is nearing its conclusion, with one final question remaining for all to answer. It is said that if you can answer this question correctly, regardless of previous performance, you will qualify for the next round. The assessment will be conducted by our judges. Yushu and the others glance at the proctor, a ninja marred by numerous scars, who exudes an aura that suggests he is not to be trifled with. Even though such characters often meet their demise swiftly in anime. Wait, what does grading entail? Thus, the final question begins, with a time limit of 5 minutes. One candidate speaks up, but alas, no response is given. Only a cold, mechanical voice answers him. At the proctor's command, confusion envelopes everyone. There are no questions, no explanations. Nothing at all, just the announcement of a final question, and it all begins inexplicably and hurriedly. Hey, the impatience of a short-tempered candidate spills over, prompting the proctor to glare at him. One could say that the proctor's presence commands respect. With a mere glance, he silences the troublemaker. For minutes remain. The proctor remains composed, slowly articulating his words. Time quietly slips away, and the tension in the examination hall thickens, especially since communication is prohibited, leaving only a solitary test paper and restless hearts. Damn it! Curse Konoha for toying with us. A hushed voice emerges from the surroundings, and Yushu glances over, noticing that the individual wears the forehead protector of the Cloud Village. No wonder, It turns out to be a notoriously irritable fellow. Yushu smirked subtly, taking great care to remain unnoticed, for being discovered would lead to further complications. 3 minutes remain. As a side note, if the score on the final question does not meet the passing mark, the proctor surveyed the room and began to display a rather sinister smile. It was reminiscent of a tormentor, exuding a sadistic demeanor. Most likely, he was another warden, thought Yushu, nodding in agreement with his own assessment. However, the others did not share Yushu's composure. Their emotions escalated, and their movements grew increasingly agitated. The pressure with which they gripped their pens intensified to the point that some even snapped their writing instruments. This vividly illustrated the tumultuous ebb and flow of their emotions. Yet, the proctor remained unfazed, continuing to remind everyone, 2 minutes remaining. How infuriating! What could the final question possibly be? Some individuals, unable to contain their frustration, pounded their fists on the desks, creating a resounding echo. Take this one away, disqualified. The proctor was unyielding, promptly ordering the individuals stationed by the door to escort the recently vocal outburst away. Consequently, an additional weight pressed down upon the hearts of the remaining candidates. Yushu glanced around, entirely unperturbed. Drawing on the wisdom gleaned from the original narrative, he knew that Konoha thrived on chaos. The more relaxed one was, the less one had to worry. Just look at Naruto, that academic underachiever and fool, who somehow managed to navigate through the trials. Konoha had a penchant for granting opportunities to the foolish. Before Yushu lay a blank sheet of paper, yet he felt no urgency. Although he experienced a mild anxiety prior to the unveiling of the so-called final question, he was indifferent to the outcome of passing the Chunin exams. What truly concerned him was the potential fallout from failing the written test, which could taint his reputation, an undesirable blemish on his history. Moreover, there was the crucial matter of the system's task. The Chunin exams were already known for their significant events. If he were to lose connection with the system, the impending chaos could lead to widespread tragedy. Furthermore, though he hesitated to admit it, Yushu was not one to merely speak of his feelings while concealing his true thoughts. A glance around revealed that the majority were steeped in anxiety. The members of Jiraiya's team were scattered throughout the room, exhibiting a common trait. They refrained from openly displaying their emotions. Take Minato Namikaze, for instance. Despite facing relentless setbacks, he never succumbed to despair, but instead pressed forward with renewed vigor. Truth be told, had it not been for the Nine-Tails incident that befell him, the main protagonist of the Hokage saga might well have been Minato himself rather than his son. If we speak of Jinchuriki, it is evident that Minato possessed the potential to be one, blessed with a noble heart and renowned as a genius. One cannot help but acknowledge that he epitomized the hero archetype, complemented by an admirable appearance. Yushu observed Minato for a moment before letting out a sigh. Fate has a way of being unkind to the gifted. Reflecting on Minato's future, Yushu couldn't help but express his lament. Yet this time, it would be different. With Yushu present, he would ensure that Minato would not fall victim to the demands of the narrative. Upon observing Mikoto and Kushina once more, it became evident that although both young women were mere maidens, their dispositions were remarkably commendable. Not to mention Kushina, who was destined to become a Jinchuriki. Mikoto, being of the Uchiha clan, also exhibited an admirable character, as evidenced by their previous dialogues. Kushina, in particular, captured Suki's attention for a while longer. The system's tasks were evidently focused on Kushina, and it was clear that the assignments revolving around her surpassed those of any other individual since Suki's arrival in this realm. Suki found himself somewhat astonished. Kushina, oh Kushina, you truly are the catalyst of this narrative. All significant events seem to orbit around Suki, with numerous system tasks linked to Kushina, leading him to ponder that in this era, Kushina might indeed be regarded as the protagonist, with Minato merely playing a supportive role. How astonishing it was to realize that the fate of the Naruto universe had been so profoundly influenced by the Uzumaki clan over the centuries. At this moment, Kushina, soon to be followed by Naruto, and subsequently Boruto, were all embodiments of exuberance. If the land of whirlpools were filled with such spirited individuals, it was no wonder that Kishimoto had resorted to dramatic plot devices concerning the country. A lineage of vibrant personalities could certainly lead to chaos within a nation. Lost in his musings, Suki amused himself by playfully critiquing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the proctor issued the final ultimatum, 1 minute remaining. With this announcement, some candidates could no longer contain themselves. Initially, the impatient group from the Cloud Village erupted, rising from their seats with a resounding thud. These individuals were quite impressive, exhibiting both strategy and cohesion. A trio of them stood, having already prepared their hand seals beneath the table. Lightning release, violent flow. They leapt forward, charging directly at the proctor. Their actions were clearly premeditated, yet the proctor displayed no sign of panic. With a swift body flicker, the proctor vanished from sight, leaving the podium in ruins, shattered by the trio's assault. A hushed silence enveloped the examination hall, broken only by the sound of splintering wood. Ninjutsu, binding technique. Another body flicker, and the proctor reappeared above the trio, showcasing remarkable audacity. Grasping the heads of two of the candidates, the proctor addressed the last one. Ultimately, they were merely Jinin, at best reaching the level of Chunin. These aspiring ninjas were no match for the proctor. The disparity between each rank of ninja is significant, especially as one ascends the hierarchy, where the gaps become increasingly pronounced. A jonin from a ninja village is deemed a top-tier combatant, while most of their subordinates remain as chunin, many of whom find themselves trapped in that rank throughout their lives. Thus, the gulf between chunin and jonin is indeed vast. At this juncture, the proctor posed a question regarding the sudden emergence of such thoughts, perhaps concerning an assault on him. His voice was soft, yet resonated with an ominous chill, sending shivers down the spines of those present. The candidates in the examination hall observed the developments in silence. The so-called final question lacks any title or methodology, leaving everything unspoken. Is it not merely a prompt for us to discover the answer ourselves? Thus, we shall seek it independently. Our answer might very well be to vanquish you. There is no fear. The inhabitants of Yunin village, though somewhat reckless, possess considerable fortitude. Ha. The proctor sensed subtle movements in the two heads in his hands, clearly indicating that the individual before him had spoken the truth. One must admit, their initiative is commendable. They dare to take risks. The proctor observed the trio with keen interest. Only he knew his inner thoughts. Perhaps the three from Yunin village had already surmised the nature of the final question. Others too began to realize this, their hands starting to fidget, and it was possible that in the next moment, a crowd would surge forth. Regrettably, they were mistaken. The proctor understood that if this group truly charged forward, he might not be able to handle them, no matter how skilled he was. Even the most adept fear a mob, provided the disparity in strength is not akin to that between man and ant. Who knows if you speak the truth? Yet another individual began to act, charging directly ahead. What is a ninja? They are cunning and ruthless, employing any means necessary. Unlike samurai, who adhere to a code of honor, deceit is commonplace among ninjas. Suki looked at the speaker and couldn't help but smile. This person was someone he recognized, one he had just seen, a familiar face among the future members of Team Akatsuki. Yahiko, who also possessed a certain protagonist-like demeanor. One wonders if Madara has already initiated his plans to manipulate Nagato's Rinnegan, successfully brainwashing him to become a tool for the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, Yahiko is still alive, so perhaps not yet. Setting aside Suki's chaotic thoughts, Yahiko's words reignited the previously subdued crowd. After all, no one wishes to fail. It is human nature to aspire for advancement. And someone like Suki is a rarity in the world of Naruto. The atmosphere in the examination hall grew increasingly charged as Jiraiya's trio turned their attention to Suki, seemingly inquiring whether they should follow the crowd. If the final question truly is as speculated, they too would need to join in, lest their chances of success be squandered. Suki understood their intentions, surveying his surroundings before glancing at the proctor, ultimately shaking his head at the trio. As it stands, Suki had not discerned anything amiss. He did not believe the final question would align with the assertions of the Yunin elder. Time's up. The candidates began to react, while the proctor remained unperturbed. None anticipated that he would declare the end of time at that moment. Bang! The adjacent window shattered explosively, shards of glass flying through the air, accompanied by the sound of cold steel slicing through the atmosphere. It was truly astonishing. Suki felt the same. The shuriken and kunai, aptly named, struck the candidates, blood gushing from their wounds. The anguished cries echoing in their ears were all too genuine. This inexplicable ambush was equally authentic. How despicable! Was Konoha attempting to instigate the Third Shinobi World War? Before the thought could fully form, shadowy figures surged into the scene, their faces obscured, and without uttering a word, they began their assault on the candidates. Yet, the candidates were ninjas, with some having already attained the rank of Chunin, and they would not remain idle. Although their reactions were not immediate, each one prepared themselves for the unforeseen circumstances before them. However, this was not true for the majority. The bewildering situation left many candidates already feeling the weight of the examination, frozen in place, resulting in the immediate elimination of some. Kunai embedded themselves in thighs and shoulders, prompting a delayed realization and response. Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. Soon, some began to retaliate against these mysterious assailants. The outcome was swift. Ninjutsu enveloped the shadowy figures, ultimately consuming them. The scene gradually stabilized, and at that moment, a voice resonated. The first phase of the exam is concluded. Both sides cease hostilities. The voice was commanding, momentarily silencing all present. An exam? The kunai in hand were about to be handed over to the mysterious figures, and some began to question this turn of events. The proctor at the podium nodded with a smile. With the proctor's gesture, the mysterious figures began to dissipate in a plume of smoke. These were mere shadow clones. This clarified why no large-scale damage had been inflicted previously. Being a ninja is not child's play. It is a genuine endeavor fraught with peril. One of the ninja's code states, "Never let your guard down." As the proctor released the jutsu of the three from Kumogakure, he began to articulate slowly. The final question of the first phase of the Chunin exam, the ability to respond to a sudden ambush from an enemy. A ninja must remain calm and collected. If a mere small-scale ambush can throw you into disarray, then regrettably, you will be the first to perish on the battlefield. The proctor's voice resonated deeply, striking all present with a sobering realization. The final question of the first phase had concluded. Those who performed admirably would advance to the next round. Well then, you three may return. Your courage in taking action is commendable, and you too have advanced. The proctor released the three from Kumogakure and began announcing the names of those who had progressed. The list was not extensive, yet not insignificant. Jiraiya's team had all survived, with around a few dozen others remaining. All right, I leave the rest to you. After reading the list, the proctor began to depart, but at that moment, a figure emerged from the back of the exam hall. All right, your proctor is over here. With a glance back, Tsukikage was no exception. There stood a man donning a fox mask, exuding an air of languor as he reclined in a chair. Remarkably, he managed to retain such a substantial number of participants. It seems this year's contenders are quite promising. The man surveyed the assembly and began to speak. Consider yourselves fortunate. You are qualified ninjas. And I welcome you to the second test. You have 10 minutes to reach the Forest of Death. This serves as your preliminary round. Thus, the countdown commences. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a wisp of smoke, merely a shadow clone. TCH. Without further ado, it begins. The others gritted their teeth, compelled to sprint towards the Forest of Death. The distance was not insurmountable. 10 minutes was ample time, yet unforeseen circumstances could arise. The Chunin exams of Konohagakure do not indulge in the ordinary, which implies that this so-called preliminary round is undoubtedly fraught with complications. Let us hasten, suggested Tsukiki. As the Jiraiya team gathered together, the proctor had just uttered a phrase. The number of passers was slightly higher. This also indicated that this was indeed a preliminary round. Although Tsukiki did not fully comprehend the definition of a preliminary round, he understood it in a broader sense. The examination had commenced, reminiscent of the initial written test and the subsequent ambush. This individual seeks to eliminate more participants, does he? Tsukiki glanced around, observing the gathering teams. Their glances exchanged laden with foreboding. What do you think, Tsukiki? Asked Minato, sensing the unease as the four began to move. There was an unsettling quality to the gazes of these individuals. Kushina chimed in. Let us take a detour. We should avoid a direct path. If all goes well, we should not take too long. Tsukiki confidently led the way onto a proper route, with the other three following suit, their trust in him unwavering. If all proceeds as anticipated, this so-called preliminary round will indeed eliminate participants based on their order of arrival. So why the detour? Tsukiki pondered aloud. It is quite simple. All participants begin from the same point and at the same time, their abilities are relatively equal and their speeds are comparable. Thus, how might one arrive first when personal speed cannot be enhanced? Interference, Minato articulated, revealing the answer to Tsukiki's query. Precisely, by impeding others, one can effectively increase their relative speed. This interference can manifest in various forms. Boom! An explosion erupted, billowing clouds of smoke into the air. The conflict ignited concurrently with the sound of his voice. Let us move swiftly, avoid a direct path. The three nodded in agreement, hastening their pace. How would this year's Genin fare? At the entrance to the Forest of Death, the earlier shadow clone Proctor awaited them, still exuding a slightly languid demeanor. Yet, none could overlook his formidable prowess, his visage concealed behind a familiar mask, the mask of the Umbu Black Ops. This individual was indeed one of their elite members. The wind whispered in the ears as the Proctor gazed into the distance, where several individuals began to approach. It had barely been 5 minutes. The journey from the school to the Death Forest typically took an average Genin over 7 minutes, yet these few had arrived here in just 5, clearly surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary Genin. Such tranquility prevailed. The initial group divided into 3 smaller teams, each comprised of elite members. Yet all 3 teams tacitly refrained from engaging in combat. One team was the recent trio from the Hidden Cloud, another comprised of 3 from the Hidden Sand, and the last consisted of 3 from the Hidden Mist. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages had already made their presence known. The hidden village of the great ninjas indeed exhibited more pronounced strength. The Proctor glanced through the fox mask and then shifted his gaze. Meanwhile, other squads began to arrive. The Proctor observed with mild surprise as 2 individuals approached, one from the Hidden Stone, and the other drew the attention of everyone present. The forehead protector of the Hidden Rain. The greatest victim of the Second Great Ninja War was prominently displayed on the foreheads of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Both teams bore traces of dust, suggesting a recent altercation. How dare you resort to underhanded tactics? The trio from the Hidden Stone shouted upon arrival, clearly having been duped by the individuals from the Hidden Mist, and it was evident that the betrayal had been significant. Well then, let the resilient ones buy me some time, they retorted, unperturbed by the accusations. The tension escalated between the factions from the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Stone, the air thick with animosity. Behave yourselves, it is not yet time for the exam. If you choose to fight among yourselves, it will cause me considerable distress, the Proctor interjected, forcing both sides to momentarily set aside their grievances. Just wait for it. If you're not afraid of death, the Proctor observed with interest, eyeing both groups. At that moment, the quartet from the Moon Tree also arrived, not from the front, but rather emerging unexpectedly from the side, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Upon seeing the Moon Tree's forehead protectors and their noticeably smaller stature, a smile crept onto the Proctor's lips. The team from Moon Tree was indeed a unique assembly, deviating from the typical trio format, as they boasted an additional member, all of whom were prodigies capable of graduating early. Even if the Proctor were not a member of the Umbu, he had certainly heard of this team's reputation. The Moon Tree Quartet appeared unscathed, as though they had effortlessly traversed their path. Ah, it seems we are not too late, Moon Tree remarked while stretching lazily, with the other 3 members curiously observing the already assembled individuals. Subsequently, more teams began to arrive, primarily from the hidden village of the Great Ninjas, occasionally joined by a few squads from smaller ninja villages. As time progressed, the countdown dwindled to a mere 40 seconds remaining. At the entrance of the Forest of Death, a considerable number of teams had gathered. Among them, only 4 remained unscathed, while the others bore the marks of struggle. 30 seconds remained. The Proctor began to speak, and in the brief interval, 10 seconds had already slipped away. As the wind brushed past, all eyes turned toward the final group approaching. 30 seconds was ample time. Without hindrance, they could reach their destination in approximately 12 seconds. But was that feasible? No, it was not. Only 2 spots remained. The Proctor's voice rose unexpectedly, and all present grasped his implication. A cruel twist of fate. Yueshu, undeterred by the dirt, leaned against a side, observing the Proctor, whose lips involuntarily curled into a smirk, and couldn't help but utter a sarcastic remark. The last batch comprised around 7 or 8 teams, yet there were only 2 slots available. Everyone sprang into action. There was no way they would allow this opportunity to slip away, nor would they permit their rivals to pass so effortlessly. Fire release, Poppy technique. With the Proctor's command, all teams yet to arrive began to disrupt their opponents' maneuvers. Water release, water bullets technique. A chaotic battle was on the verge of erupting as the 8 teams, totaling 24 individuals, devised their strategies. Each participant showcased their skills with fervor. What an exhilarating spectacle. Yueshu watched as torrents of water and flames danced through the air, accompanied by the swirling winds. Each team fought with utmost determination for those 2 coveted spots. They appeared quite disheveled, having surely faced numerous underhanded tactics prior to this moment. It was entirely plausible that, like the Rock Village, they had been ensnared by the Mist Village. However, not every team possessed the prowess of the Rock Village. Their misfortunes were genuine, lacking the strength to merely lag slightly behind the foremost tier. How infuriating! That particular team bore the brunt of the onslaught, with everyone desperately attempting to hinder their progress. If they could not advance, there was no way they would allow their rivals to pass with ease. Thus, who would emerge victorious? The proctor observed, knowing the outcome would soon unfold. 30 seconds, merely a fleeting moment. Yet this particular 30 seconds felt unexpectedly prolonged. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds. The ninjutsu continued to soar through the air, as no one was willing to facilitate their adversary's success. A sudden cry rang out, coinciding with the proctor's announcement that time had expired. Of the 8 teams, a total of 24 individuals, only one reached the finish line. The proctor regarded this lone survivor. Contemplating the situation, it posed quite the dilemma. Only one individual, even 2 would have been preferable. I implore you, proctor, the individual, their face ashen, pleaded upon hearing the proctor's remarks. Yet, the realm of ninjutsu knew no compassion. Apologies, the proctor replied, gently patting their head, filled with regret. It was truly a matter of heart and soul. In the end, none of the 8 teams prevailed. All were eliminated. Was it truly a matter of fortune or misfortune? Upon witnessing the discontented visage and voice of the individual who had just been eliminated, a collective shake of the head ensued among the onlookers. This, indeed, was a matter of strength. The world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If one wishes to escape this feeling of resentment, the solution is simple. Manifest your own capabilities, and such occurrences shall cease. Had his prowess been sufficient to overpower the other 7 teams, would he still feel this bitterness? Yushu cast a glance at him before shutting his eyes, choosing not to observe further. He had experienced a similar sentiment, albeit briefly, for he was not the type to linger in discontent. Meanwhile, beside him, Minato Namikaze observed him intently. Perhaps this golden-haired boy was the one who understood this feeling most profoundly. The examination staff began to escort those who had been eliminated away, likely returning them to their villages. They had arrived with excitement, only to leave with a sense of unfulfilled ambition and disappointment. The second test was on the horizon, and I shall outline its details. Yushu and his companions had no time for lamentation. Their journey continued unabated. The second test was about to commence. The upcoming task was straightforward. Each team would soon receive either a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll, and they must gather 2 scrolls to reach the finish line to pass. As for the quartet over there, your mission is more demanding. You must collect 3 scrolls, including 1 Heaven and 1 Earth Scroll, with the third being any scroll of your choosing. As the proctor spoke, all ears turned towards Yushu when his name was mentioned. It was evident that a 4-member team was an unprecedented sight, and the diminutive stature of Yushu and his companions made them stand out amidst the crowd. Yushu felt a tinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the second test would mirror precisely that of the original narrative. You will have 10 minutes to prepare, after which you will be taken to different entrances to commence simultaneously, aiming to reach the destination within 3 days. During this period, you may operate as you see fit. We shall not interfere, so may fortune favor you. Upon the proctor's conclusion, a palpable weight settled over the participants. The aftermath of battle lingered, and the current ninjas exuded an aura of latent hostility. They silently hoped not to encounter one another. The Iwagakure and Kirigakure teams began to converse, having previously fostered animosity. It seemed their chances might vanish before they even began. Who knows? Clean your necks and avoid an early demise. This statement was likely directed at you all. The proctor observed the unfolding scene with great interest. Not only were Iwagakure and Kirigakure engaged, but several other teams had begun to exchange barbs. Clearly, the earlier preliminary rounds served not only to eliminate contestants, but also to provoke rivalries among them. It has been stated once, the war has just concluded, and the ninjas from various hidden villages are all imbued with a certain sense of bloodlust. Unlike the ninjas of the original era, they have all endured the baptism of blood. Following this provocative exchange, the atmosphere has grown increasingly charged with tension. The adults, in their murky dealings, are quite evident to Tsukishu, who, having lived 2 lives, perceives clearly the turmoil stirred by the proctor's methods. What is it? Inquired the young son, Minato Namikaze, who stood nearby. Nothing, just a moment of reflection. Prepare well, Tsukishu replied. Meanwhile, the spirited Kushina was already in a state of excitement, while Makoto was reluctantly pushed into action as the second test was about to commence. The staff began to enter, guiding 27 teams towards different entrances. Surprisingly, the number of participants was substantial. Without dwelling too much on that, Tsukishu and his companions arrived at the entrance. Before them lay a foreboding forest, shrouded in gloom. "Good luck," one of the staff members offered, possibly due to their shared origins in Konoha. Shortly thereafter, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of the examination. "Let us go," Tsukishu declared, taking the lead into the forest. The ominous death forest resembled a devil's grin, enticing all who entered like moths to a flame. What Tsukishu did not anticipate was that this survival exercise would draw out many participants. It was akin to a game of do-di-ju, where an unexpected bombshell could turn the tide in an instant. At this moment, those lurking in the shadows began to move. In this unmonitored death forest, death seemed to take on a tangible form, inching ever closer to the individuals within. Leaves from Konoha drifted down, igniting in flames as the fires of battle raged. "Hello. May I borrow your eyes for a moment?" Nagato gasped for breath, seated on the ground, while Yahiko and Konan lay motionless in a pool of blood, their fates uncertain. A man, resembling a grizzled elder, regarded him with a sinister smile, his clothes stained with blood causing Nagato to tremble uncontrollably. Too powerful. Not even a match, he thought. As the trio fell in mere seconds after encountering this formidable foe. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A strange rumble emanated from the ground, and the elder sensed it. Dense chakra surging forth as he began to retreat. Nagato was swept away as a massive eruption of flames burst forth from below, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. Interesting. The elder mused, retreating to a branch above as a colossal tree ignited, creating a spectacular scene. "Then, who might you be?" He squinted, gazing down at the inferno below. "Uchiha Madara, at your service." A figure with long white hair slowly emerged, appearing to be merely an old man, yet within him resided a terrifying power. "Uchiha Madara, intriguing. Though I have not heard many tales of you, it appears you are still alive. You need not concern yourself. It is best for you to depart quietly and not draw his attention." Departure is permissible. If only you are willing to surrender those precious eyes of yours to me." As the elder's words fell, his gaze met that of Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. Those eyes were precisely what he yearned for, the eyes capable of summoning the Ten Tails. If one could acquire them, they should indeed come forth. Madara remained the same Madara, his tone brimming with unwavering confidence and arrogance, even though age had begun to take its toll on him, sapping much of his vitality. "Madara, be cautious. Your body cannot endure for long. Even with my assistance, you cannot exceed 15 minutes, lest your lifespan be placed in jeopardy." Half of Madara's form was shrouded by Ju, who provided him with the life force necessary to still engage in some physical exertion. Luckily, he was not yet a mere old relic. 15 minutes will suffice," Madara declared, charging directly at the elder. The two commenced their clash, the blazing giant tree standing out prominently. "Our celestial scroll requires an earthly scroll, and one more that is arbitrary. Whatever the case, remaining idle will surely attract attention." Yushu shrugged. Given his imposing stature, it was evident many would perceive him as an easy target. Moreover, since he had previously evaded detection during the preliminary rounds, it was likely that numerous individuals would underestimate his capabilities, eager to seize upon a soft target. Should fortune favor him, the scroll in his possession might perfectly align, allowing him to proceed immediately. Such was the nature of those seeking easy prey. Indeed, scarcely had time passed before individuals began to approach, evidently having memorized his location. The sound of slicing wind echoed, and not just Yushu, but all three recognized the shurikens that came hurtling towards them. Wave Wind Minato took the lead, intercepting the incoming shurikens with his own. "Will you surrender voluntarily, or shall I take matters into my own hands?" The newcomers were a small team from a minor ninja village, lacking the stature of a larger village. Yet their demeanor was surprisingly audacious. "And if I refuse?" Yushu, disinterested in engaging, observed as Minato, Kushina, and Mikoto sprang into action. It would be prudent to leave the confrontation to them. How intriguing! One does not drink to toast, but rather to endure punishment. The adversaries had not directed their attention toward Minato and his companions. Just as Yushu had anticipated, they merely sought to treat him as an easy mark. Unbeknownst to them, they were about to contend with a formidable opponent, not a soft fruit easily crushed. Yushu watched from the sidelines as the battle commenced. How shall I express it? The opponents were unexpectedly weak. Minato and his allies maintained overwhelming pressure, with even Mikoto managing to subdue them. In no time, the skirmish concluded, with Minato and his companions exerting minimal effort. The earthly scroll, acquired flawlessly, just what was needed. Kushina promptly began her search, swiftly uncovering an earthly scroll that matched perfectly with her celestial scroll. Now, they merely required one more to complete their set. Fortune smiled upon them. Yushu nodded in acknowledgement. This marked an auspicious beginning. All right, let us continue our journey. Perhaps someone will come to our aid. The Moon Tree Quartet exhibits a sense of calmness, especially when compared to the thrilling nature of our previous missions. The adrenaline-fueled encounters were something Moon Tree and Minato had experienced twice, while Kushina and Mikoto had their share as well. These are not experiences afforded to everyone. Notably, apart from Moon Tree, the others possess remarkable talents, and having faced life and death, they naturally place greater emphasis on their abilities. The current Minato is significantly stronger than the version who barely escaped during their earlier assaults. Surprisingly, it feels rather lackluster. We haven't had our fill. The blood-red chili began to jest about the previous trio, while Mikoto chuckled at Kushina. I genuinely wish it were always this easy. This was Moon Tree's sincere sentiment. Though it was ultimately an illusion, the system's tasks were ever present, and nothing would be so straightforward. TCH, how dull. The leader, having just taken a brief respite, seemed to have forgotten her initial helplessness during her first mission, a time when she nearly met her end. One must remain vigilant, as formidable foes are certain to arise. Others are not to be underestimated. Moon Tree observed Minato, who approached this trial with utmost seriousness, closely followed by Mikoto. Meanwhile, Moon Tree primarily remained cautious of the so-called system tasks. Given the magnitude of the situation, one must be on guard. Unexpectedly, the next 2 days unfolded without significant incident. Proceeding rather uneventfully, they encountered very few individuals, only one, a small ninja village, and on this occasion, Moon Tree refrained from engaging, swiftly dispatching the opponent instead. With the scroll secured, the conditions for completion were thus fulfilled. Moon Tree felt exceedingly fortunate. The subsequent time was leisurely spent making their way to the finish line, akin to a camping trip. The Death Forest was eerily quiet, occasionally punctuated by faint explosions, while others fought ferociously. Moon Tree and company seemed to be merely playing games. Just as Moon Tree thought they would pass through unscathed, reality struck once more. On the final day, they were close to their destination when a colossal flame erupted, engulfing a massive tree in fire, creating a fiery crown that illuminated the sky, a sight that was undeniably captivating. Most alarmingly, the flames were alarmingly close to the quartet, and the sudden shockwave propelled them back. It was at this moment that the acrid scent of blood began to waft through the air. Moon Tree understood. The system's tasks were about to commence, and one who could conjure such fire techniques was not to be trifled with. What on earth is this? Minato crouched down, astonished, and Kushina and Mikoto were equally taken aback. It was no wonder. The scene was indeed spectacular. Moon Tree had no desire to engage. Their first instinct was to flee. But a familiar silhouette emerged before them. With hair as red as Kushina's, Moon Tree was instantly bewildered. Moon Tree watched as the figure of Nagato rushed past, utterly flabbergasted. Hey, help us. It appeared that the opposing party had also spotted the four from the Moon Tree, prompting Nagato to immediately start calling out for help. This cry for aid caused the Moon Tree Quartet to become restless, particularly Kushina, who, upon seeing the same hair color, could no longer contain herself and charged forward without hesitation. Was it despair? Nagato had been seized, and Moon Tree keenly observed the figure clad in both black and white. Without a moment's pause, Kushina dashed ahead, fully aware of the imminent danger. Moon Tree followed closely behind, the group racing to Kushina's side, compelled to act without the luxury of choice. Adamant and sealing chains. Kushina swiftly invoked her unique ability, chains emanating from her body and extending towards Nagato. A young ninja from Konoha? Red hair, a Jinchuriki? Despair glanced at Kushina, immediately cataloging her information. As a millennia-old entity, he was acutely aware of the happenings in the ninja world. It was imperative to grasp the significant intelligence, especially regarding Kushina as a candidate for the Jinchuriki. Doton no Tsubasa. Despair remained composed, forming hand seals with one hand, and from the adjacent massive tree emerged a colossal earthen pillar aiming directly at Kushina. She found herself in peril, narrowly avoiding disaster as the chains entwined a nearby branch, forcing her to pull herself away from the impending strike. With despair present, did that mean Uchiha Madara had begun to target Nagato? The three from Moon Tree refrained from recklessness, as the opponent's strength was clearly displayed at that moment, far from trivial. They approached Kushina's side, taking a brief pause, while Nagato continued to be whisked away. This was indeed the expected course of events. However, an unforeseen twist occurred. "Don't think you can escape." A familiar voice prompted Moon Tree to smirk, and the nearby Minato shared the sentiment. Sure enough, a figure leaped into view, their features becoming distinctly recognizable in the air. It was the man who had previously abducted Kushina. Moon Tree would not forget that individual, despite having been spared in the end. TCH, Despair had no choice but to halt and prepare for battle. He understood that Uchiha Madara was embroiled in a struggle, yet given Madara's current state, it was no surprise that he was being subdued by this descendant of a mother. "Hey, what are you looking at?" A shadow zipped past, colliding with the man, and both were sent crashing into the massive tree. Boom. The impact was akin to an explosion, causing a section of the tree to cave in. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A powerful fire technique burst forth from the mouth, resembling a sea of flames. Reversal. The flames shot forth like spears, while the man within the massive tree unleashed a technique that the four from Moon Tree were all too familiar with. Another reversal? A member of the Otsutsuki clan? Moon Tree was taken aback. That previous foe had left him utterly defenseless. And now, this individual had returned to wreak havoc? Who was it that dared to attack him with such might? The flames collided with the reversal, and astonishingly, the flames did not penetrate but were instead deflected, scattering harmlessly in all directions. What is happening? After a prolonged period of inactivity, one must reacquaint oneself with the sensation of being pursued. The figure raced to Ju's side, allowing Yushu to finally discern his identity. Hey. Yushu was utterly taken aback. This was no mere jest. Is this truly happening? Even Bo Feng Shui men recognized him, despite the evident signs of aging. His visage was unmistakable. Why was Uchiha Madara present here? Yushu's words left Kushina astonished, while Makoto stood in stunned silence, for the Uchiha clan had likely recognized Madara from the very beginning. Uchiha Madara was akin to a totem within the Uchiha lineage, and as a member of the clan, Makoto had known him since childhood. A few little brats. Madara's gaze flicked over, and Yushu and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to a mountain pressing down upon them, an absolute suppression. It was as if a general, having traversed a bloody battlefield, confronted mere commoners. The former was a king among wolves, while the latter resembled nothing more than a humble cur. 8 trigrams air palm. In an instant, flames erupted, and a wave of force surged forth. Madara remained unfazed, swiftly drawing the fan from his back. Fire release, dance of the whirlwind. As the air palm advanced, his fan intercepted it, igniting the very air, and a whirlwind of flames surged forward. The fiery tempest wreaked havoc, leaving onlookers spellbound. This pinnacle of confrontation was both magnificent and explosive. Speaking of explosions, in the next moment, the whirlwind detonated, sending flames scattering in all directions. Double Lion's Fist. 1-point connection. Come forth. It's merely a trivial technique. Uchiha Madara cackled, his aged countenance still radiating the arrogance of a formidable warrior. The individual before him, adorned with a lion's head, charged forward at an astonishing speed, all chakra converging within his palm. Allow me to demonstrate the power of a deity. Shinra Tensei. Madara countered with a palm strike, fearlessly confronting the terrifying assault before him. Get down, defend. Naturally, Yushu heard Madara's command, and the term Shinra Tensei resonated clearly in his mind. This was one of the abilities of the Rinnegan, possessing immense destructive power, capable of obliterating the very village of Konoha with a single strike. Boom! A fierce gale arose, howling in every direction, the sound of wind filling their ears. Dust and debris swirled chaotically, and Yushu and his companions crouched low, nearly swept away. To their astonishment, they were not caught in the aftermath. Yushu was taken aback. This was merely the residual force of their clash, and Shinra Tensei had not indiscriminately affected him and his companions. Before Yushu could ponder the situation further, the swirling dust was suddenly lifted. 80 Gods Air Strike. The profundity of this taijutsu technique, the 80 Gods Air Strike, unleashed a multitude of fists, converging with immense chakra, compressing their power at an astonishing velocity as they surged towards Madara. As the dust settled, Yushu could scarcely believe his eyes. Unlike the original text, Madara's Shinra Tensei was directed at a specific front, leaving a vast scar that uprooted even the colossal trees. While the other three directions remained untouched, even Nagato and Ju, standing a short distance behind, were unharmed. Nagato was utterly astonished. Come on. The enemy before them was already in disarray, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The elder who had been suppressing the four of them was now in such a pitiful state. Fire style, Hellfire 9 Dragons. Madara clasped his hands together, gathering a significant portion of chakra in his mouth. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of flames. The dark red flames, unlike any ordinary fire, carried an ominous aura. The flames took the shape of dragons, and the 9-headed dragon surged forth. The 80-god air strike collided with the 9 dragons, sending flames splattering chaotically in all directions. Now is the time. Uechi glanced at the 3 companions beside him. Aren't we here to save him? This is our best opportunity. He looked at Kushina and the other 2. Mikoto appeared particularly out of sorts. There's no time left. I said to initiate all actions. We just need to retrieve him. Uechi slightly propped himself up. Begin. Uechi was the first to charge forward, his speed astonishing. Fire style, Blazing Flame Slash. The training he had undergone was not in vain. Inspired by the exquisite chakra blade technique of the sand and stone needle, Uechi had been exploring this aspect relentlessly. Now was the time to showcase his results. Oh, Madara was engaged in a clash with that man, too preoccupied to notice what was happening behind him. While Ju watched Uechi with slight surprise. Ju was also a formidable opponent, deftly evading the attack. The blazing flame slash struck the branches, initiating a sweeping motion. Move. Uechi glanced at Nagato, who seemed to comprehend his intentions, nodding before springing into action. Don't even think about it. Ju's voice was calm, his hands already forming seals. You too. Uechi's Kusanagi blade glowed faintly red as he made a swift upward slash. But Ju was no ordinary person. He effortlessly grasped the Kusanagi blade, halting it without exerting any effort. I apologize, but I am not alone. Uechi smiled at Ju. The other 3 figures began to emerge in response to Uechi's voice. Rasengan. The first to advance was Minato Namikaze, skillfully wielding the Rasengan and launching it forward. Naturally, Ju would not remain idle. After releasing his grip on Uechi's Kusanagi, he stepped back. Wind style, Spiraling Wind Cutter. Just as Ju retreated, Kushina's chains ensnared him, binding him tightly. Fire style, Dragon Flame Technique. Mikoto also contributed, unleashing a dragon-shaped flame that amplified Kushina's power. The sharp wind spiraled along the chains, enveloping everything in its path, while the dragon flames ignited the wind, forming dragon-like shapes that followed closely behind. Another combined ninjutsu was on the horizon. Jushinai and Mikoto exhibited an extraordinary synergy, their combined ninjutsu having been performed on numerous occasions. Bang! The calm and composed Zetsu met the attack with unwavering poise. As the explosion echoed, the 4 members of Suki gathered once more. Be vigilant. That fellow is not so easily defeated. Zetsu, a being of ancient lineage, was not to be underestimated, and Suki held no illusions that the adversary would fall so readily. Can you still move? Suki glanced at Nagato beside him. Yes, I can still manage, Nagato replied after a brief pause. I have 2 comrades over there. I need your assistance. Rising to his feet, Nagato positioned himself among the quartet, seeking their aid. Yahiko and Konan? No wonder, Suki remarked. Have they been caught in the fray? Rest assured, we shall assist you, responded Minato and Jushinai, with Suki and Mikoto readily joining in. Why should we allow a teammate to fight alone? Do not linger. Let us locate his companions first. Minato and I will hold the rear. Move swiftly. Suki, well aware of the formidable abilities of his companions, understood that a protracted battle was not advisable. If confrontation was unfeasible, retreat was the wisest strategy. Having worked alongside these 3 for an extended period, Suki had developed a profound understanding of their dynamics. Furthermore, Nagato, having experienced the Second Great Ninja War, possessed commendable ninja qualities, ensuring minimal delay. No sooner had he spoken than everyone sprang into action. Time was of the essence, a sentiment perfectly encapsulating the current situation. With Nagato's 2 comrades in peril, the fierce battle raging nearby, and a relentless foe pursuing Nagato, both rescue and combat demanded simultaneous attention. Where do you intend to go? Suki and his companions, lacking the ability to fly, relied on the straightforward ninja technique of traversing through the trees by utilizing chakra to propel themselves. At that moment, Zetsu, who should have been at the epicenter of the explosion, emerged from the very branches they needed to traverse, as if he had melded into the environment itself. "This guy is truly troublesome," Minato muttered, grappling with the difficulty of dealing with Zetsu, who seemed to materialize anywhere and everywhere, akin to quicksand, evading capture while simultaneously ensnaring one's feet. Multiple shadow clone technique. Suki began to form hand seals, deciding that when it came to numbers, victory would be achieved through sheer quantity. Over there, Nagato, Jushinai, and Mikoto advanced ahead, having narrowly evaded Zetsu's silent appearances more than once. They were pressed for time. Following Nagato's indicated direction, they spotted two individuals lying on the ground, blood pooling around them, though fortunately not excessively so. "We must hurry." Jushinai, ever compassionate, would not stand idly by in the face of suffering and quickened her pace. Just then, an extraordinary explosion erupted, ringing in their ears, as a searing wave of heat surged toward them, sending Suki and Minato hurtling through the air, crashing into the trunk of a massive tree. The trio of Kushina, along with the others, found themselves at the mercy of the powerful force, being forcefully pushed to the ground and dragged a considerable distance. Their ears throbbed with a persistent ringing, a signal that the entity known as Zetsu was making its presence felt. One after another, several Zetsus emerged, including Tsukiki, each beginning their assault. Zetsu surfaced, wrapping around the bodies of a few individuals, spreading slowly like a creeping vine. Amidst the disorienting noise, not just Tsukiki, but everyone else felt a haze clouding their minds, rendering them incapable of exerting any strength. Would release, binding technique. Branches moved as if they were hands, reaching out towards Zetsu. Tsukiki, due to their strength and affinity for wood release, quickly regained composure and executed a wood release technique to halt Zetsu's advance. Once Zetsu enveloped an individual entirely, that person too would fall under its control, which underscored the terrifying nature of Zetsu. This was not even Zetsu's true form. Had it been, even Uchiha Madara would have succumbed to its influence. Wood release, intriguing. Who are you really? Zetsu was well acquainted with wood release, as the Rinnegan was a fusion of wood release and the Sharingan, with the Rinnegan on Madara being a product of his own design. Originally, wood release had become extinct after the first Hokage, so it was unexpected to witness its resurgence. "Just a mere Konoha Chunin," Tsukiki remarked, gazing at the expressionless Zetsu before them. "Very well, I shall temporarily leave that child in your hands, as a special concession." To Tsukiki's astonishment, Zetsu did not demand Nagato, but instead began to relent. "What is your purpose? What could it be? Who knows?" Tsukiki observed the unusual behavior of Zetsu. Logically, Zetsu required Nagato as a pawn, yet now it chose to relinquish that claim. If it were serious, Tsukiki would stand no chance. "Until we meet again, little one." Zetsu gradually sank into the earth, and Tsukiki did not pursue. It was certainly advantageous to avoid unnecessary conflict, and for the time being, evading danger was sufficient. Discretion proved wise when one's strength was insufficient. "Hey!" The others began to recover from their dazed state, and Kushina's temper flared as she shouted at the retreating Zetsu. Unfortunately, Zetsu paid no mind, quickly disappearing into the ground. "That guy is truly repulsive." Tsukiki sighed as he looked at Kushina. "Let us check on those two. For now, we can consider ourselves fortunate to have escaped this ordeal." Tsukiki exchanged glances with Minato and made their way toward Yahiko and Konan, who lay nearby. Meanwhile, the landscape around them had transformed entirely, becoming an expansive void wherein an elderly man with white hair sat cross-legged at the center of a large pit. "Have you let them go? It matters not. One day he will comprehend the darkness and cruelty of this world. You speak of the outcome of this battle." That individual proved unexpectedly troublesome, sustaining some injuries, yet nothing critical. Madara bore some crimson stains on his body, yet his expression remained serene. "It is time to depart. The Konoha forces are approaching." Indeed, Madara's form began to sink into the ground alongside Zetsu. Only in the realm of infinite Tsukuyomi could true peace exist. Madara's voice was soft, yet it carried on the winds to distant horizons. In the next moment, the legend of the shinobi world plunged once more into darkness. Who, after all, was that individual? The four members of Moon Tree and Nagato gathered together. They were not far from their destination, merely a short distance away. Now, Yahiko and Konan had been tended to, and unexpectedly, Mikoto possessed some healing ninjutsu, allowing them to barely pull through. However, they had only passed the critical danger. Fortunately, their injuries were not severe. Mikoto, where did you learn that? Moon Tree inquired curiously, attempting to lighten the somber atmosphere. Haven't you been at your home all this time? I saw Sister Shizune and Lady Tsunade training, so I picked up a little bit, though it's just the basics, Mikoto replied with a smile. Those basics saved 2 lives. You truly are remarkable, Moon Tree complimented, though Nagato and the others remained subdued. Yahiko and Konan lay in deep slumber, their bloodied garments a stark reminder of the harsh reality. Is it all my fault? Nagato finally spoke, sensing his own peculiar burden. He widened his eyes and extended his hand. If these eyes weren't on me, we wouldn't have encountered such peril. His hand trembled, still a child. He was overwhelmed with complex emotions, unable to control himself. Nagato was inherently good-natured. Otherwise, he would not have been swayed by Naruto to betray Obito. What are you saying? Minato spoke up, recognizing the immense guilt within Nagato. Moon Tree remained silent. Those who are not exceptional cannot comprehend Nagato's plight. The innate Rinnegan carries a suffering that few can understand. It is often said that with great power comes great responsibility. Moon Tree pondered. Is it truly excessive to expect a person with such capabilities to live quietly like an ordinary individual? Yet, this was merely a fantasy. The reality was that those who are capable and exceptional cannot exist as ordinary people. How about if I had never existed? Those who utter such words are the weakest. To be a boy yet lament like a girl, take responsibility. Since you were born into this world, you must embrace your responsibilities. Kushina remained silent for a long while before finally erupting. This was the first time she had seen her kin in so long. Yet the events that unfolded filled her with sorrow. The Uzumaki clan had perished, and the survivors endured relentless torment. Just as she was destined to be the host of the Nine Tails, Nagato too bore a fate of helplessness. As Kushina spoke, she clenched her small fists, her eyes beginning to redden. Fate often bestows unknown trials upon strangers, yet the ones who endure these trials are merely children. Just accept it, Moon Tree said softly. Why blame yourself for your abilities? Just accept them. Embrace the gifts that heaven has bestowed upon you. Moon Tree did not fully understand why he said this. It felt instinctual, as if the words sprang forth unbidden. Fate delights in presenting obstacles to strangers, often neglecting that they too began as children. Yet those individuals forget that not everyone is destined to face adversity. Such is life. One cannot escape the inevitable trials. Yushu possesses an admirable attitude towards life, which is undoubtedly his strength. Otherwise, he would have been just like Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, striving to become Hokage. But would he truly desire such a path? Perhaps not. It seems exhausting. Just look at Naruto, who spends his days buried in paperwork. In his past life, he was merely a reclusive individual, and in this incarnation, he finds contentment in leading a tranquil existence, managing a small shop for the remainder of his days. However, life often presents its own challenges. Otherwise, Yushu would not find himself in this predicament. You resemble him quite a bit, Minato Namikaze chuckled, responding to Yushu's reflections. Initially, they were uncertain of how to converse, but Yushu's words rekindled the once somber atmosphere. Why overthink everything? Isn't sleep more delightful? Yushu shrugged casually. Delightful? Nagato's mood gradually improved, returning to a semblance of normalcy. There was no need to take Yushu's peculiar remarks to heart. It was simply his manner of expressing discontent. Minato felt a surge of joy witnessing Nagato's recovery. He deeply understood the weight of unfulfilled desires, yet the concept of uniqueness eluded him. To speak frankly, Minato considered himself an ordinary man, lacking parental figures and possessing only the singular chakra of the wind, unlike the diverse abilities of his comrades, save for Yushu, who had been taken in by the Senju clan, basking in the glow of a prominent family legacy. Let us set aside idle chatter for now. Our priority is to reach our destination and ensure the current situation is communicated to Konoha, Yushu remarked, stretching his limbs and glancing at Nagato. Have you gathered enough scrolls? Indeed, they are all accounted for. Excellent. Let us proceed. The women can carry the girls, and you, along with Minato, may choose to shoulder either a boy or a girl. I shall take the lead. Yushu's words were quintessentially him, decisive yet inclined towards leisure. The other three, aside from Nagato, comprehended this and complied without hesitation. Time was of the essence. Today marked the 3rd day of their 3-day deadline. If Yushu and his companions wished to avoid elimination, Even a single individual would need to bear the burden to reach the finish line. Thus, the group set forth, with Yushu walking ahead unencumbered, while the others formed a makeshift transport team. 2 men and 2 women bore 1 male and 1 female, alternating their efforts without exhausting themselves. As Yushu ambled along, he surmised that few teams remained, for most would have arrived at their destination ahead of schedule. System. Initiate the lottery. Indeed, Yushu had retained a lottery ticket. Following the completion of a previous task, he had refrained from using it immediately. However, the current circumstances necessitated a gamble. With Obito's emergence, everything had become unexpectedly precarious, and a single lottery draw could significantly enhance his strength. Yushu felt the weight of responsibility heavily upon him, for he was the strongest among the group. Despite having previously lamented why those with power could not enjoy a peaceful life, he now silently accepted the burden of responsibility. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Kazan Demon Transformation One-Time Use Card, Ninja Enhancement Version. Huh. Yushu was left utterly bewildered. What on earth had he just drawn? Kazan, the Moon Tree, is aware of certain matters. He is one of the demonic deities within DNF, manifesting upon the hands of the Demon Sword Master. Thus, the Demon Sword Master must seal his own hands, effectively sealing Kazan, lest he be unleashed. Kazan's demonic transformation is a one-time use enhancement akin to a Kage Ninja, bestowing upon the user the formidable power of Kazan and amplifying the nature of their chakra. However, this comes at the cost of one's sanity, urging caution in its application. Moon Tree found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What sort of bizarre entity had he drawn? The system indeed functioned as a multidimensional lottery, yet he had seldom encountered anything truly extraordinary, primarily drawing elements from Naruto. Now, at such a pivotal moment, he suddenly faced something so peculiar. Was this fortune or misfortune? Regardless, he resolved to make the most of the opportunity. What did you say? Nothing. As Moon Tree and his companions continued their journey, the Chunin exams had only just commenced. The colossal tree had been reduced to ashes, with mere embers flickering defiantly, occasionally flaring up mischievously. Is this a dream? 20 minutes later, figures adorned in masks appeared at the entrance of the Forest of Death. The commotion had attracted the attention of Konoha, who quickly dispatched a team to investigate. The scene was indeed astonishing. What sort of battle could have transformed the very terrain? Witnesses gasped in shock at the sight before them. A massive crater lay at the center, the surroundings now flattened. Sunlight pouring down and creating a dissonance within the eerie Forest of Death. Conduct a thorough investigation. This mission is of utmost importance. We must ascertain if any of the candidates are missing or exhibit unusual behavior. Leave no one overlooked. Had Moon Tree been present, he would have readily recognized a familiar face, his striking white hair rendering him conspicuous. White Fang of Konoha, acknowledged as the strongest force beneath the Hokage, was now the leader of the Umbu. Konoha remained formidable, and White Fang enjoyed the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a stark contrast to the future that lay ahead. This could pose a problem. I hope no ill fate befalls us. White Fang offered himself a modicum of reassurance as the personnel around him began to mobilize. The tides of time would ultimately reveal a harsh truth to those who indulge in fantasy, a stark reality of the world's cruelty. A roar echoed through the air as crimson chakra manifested, radiating like the luminous essence of chakra coursing through ninja tools. This sanguine glow emanated from a monstrous figure. White bones burst forth from the joints, sharp fangs glimmering with menace, as the humanoid creature surveyed its surroundings with eyes ablaze with a frenzied crimson light. Inexplicable utterances tumbled from its maw, as if hellfire began to spread upon the earth. Moon Tree, a dark-haired maiden, lay prone upon the ground, one eye shut, her voice feebly calling out a name. Her form stained with crimson, the tomo within her blood-red eyes swirling. Mikoto's Sharingan transformed her from a classical maiden into a figure of dark allure. In the heart of the flames, a diminutive creature stands resolute, its ash-gray hair dancing in the air. Ha ha, ha ha. The monster emits a cacophony of laughter, its sound rippling outward as tendrils of despair burgeon amidst the fire. Surrounding it, the edifices of Konoha lie shattered, resembling shattered glass. The golden-haired boy has vanished, and the whereabouts of the crimson-haired maiden remain unknown. Let the first wave of purification commence. Inhabitants of Earth, a solitary figure stands atop the Hokage rock, arms outstretched towards the village of Konoha. In the next moment, A chorus of hateful cries begins to reverberate. Nine Tails lash about with reckless abandon, entirely disregarding their surroundings, as the colossal orange fox howls at the heavens. This beast, emblematic of hatred and calamity, stands amidst Konoha, its nine tails igniting the flames of war, gradually scorching the fluttering leaves of the village. Come, humanity, recognize your transgressions. An evil grin blossoms quietly, and the sounds of the fox and the monster resonate through the cosmos. We are indeed the last. The group, led by Tsukumori, has just reached their destination. Here, the teams have mostly gathered. You have arrived. Were you affected? An investigation into the flames has already commenced, and medical ninjas are on their way. The injured should be placed over there. The examiner wearing the fox mask is present. Everyone witnessed the flames unleashed by Madara. The examiner is indeed addressing this matter. It remains of significant consequence, both internally and externally. Konoha must thoroughly investigate this incident. Tsukumori's group is the last to arrive, and upon seeing them, the examiner immediately approaches to inquire about the situation. Did any of you see those flames? No, we were just nearby and got caught up in it. Then we left together, Tsukumori responds, preventing others from divulging information, prompting them to glance at him with curiosity. Is that so? Then be sure to rest well. The final round of individual tests will commence in a week. The examiner nods, arranging for Yahiko and Konan, before turning away without further inquiry. Why not disclose the information about that individual? Kushina poses the question, while Minato and Mikoto remain silent. He is Uchiha Madara, Mikoto interjects, speaking on behalf of Tsukumori. The strongest among the Uchiha, one of the twin heroes of the warring states who stood alongside the First Hokage. A legendary figure who towers at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Yet he has been dead for a long time, long before we were even born, Minato adds. Nagato quietly observes the conversation among the group, while Tsukumori remains silent. Madara's premature revelation of himself can only spell trouble. The pressing concern is the complete uncertainty regarding the adversary's intentions. No one would believe that Uchiha Madara still lives. Informing a mere Umbu would be futile. One must seek the Hokage directly. Tsunade and the perverted sage would suffice as well. Tsukumori concludes, effectively wrapping up the discourse. The second examination has concluded, and the candidates begin to exit, preparing for the final assessment. Meanwhile, Tsukiyuki and his companions also make their way out, leaving Nagato to observe Yahiko and Konan. Unbeknownst to them, the proctor who had just questioned them stands by, his gaze fixed intently on Tsukiyuki and his group as they depart. Upon exiting the Forest of Death, Tsukiyuki encounters an old acquaintance, Jiraiya, their mentor, who stands waving at them. How did the exam go? Why the long faces? Jiraiya inquires, somewhat bored himself, as injuries prevent him from undertaking any missions. He has come to offer encouragement to his disciples. After all, he prides himself on being a good teacher. Let us head back. I'm feeling a bit tired, Tsukiyuki states abruptly, prompting a shift in Jiraiya's expression and demeanor. Observing the reactions of Minato and the others while remaining silent, Jiraiya nods in agreement. Let us go. Tsunade is waiting at home, and Shizen seems to have prepared a meal for us. Jiraiya leads Tsukiyuki and his companions toward the Senju residence, while a pair of eyes trails them from behind. We're back, Jiraiya announces, eliciting joyful exclamations from the two women at the Senju household. Tsunade is thrilled that they can finally eat, while Shizune eagerly anticipates the return of her friends. Welcome back. Dinner is ready, she says, though the atmosphere among the group feels somewhat heavy, and Shizune's words fall silent. Apologies, Shizune, let us eat first. I have something to discuss. Jiraiya gently ruffles Shizune's hair before stepping into the living room. Tsunade regards him with a curious expression, having set aside her usual nonchalance, her demeanor becoming more serious as she recalls Jiraiya's earlier words. Uchiha Madara is still alive? Tsunade exclaims, her excitement palpable. Once seated, the conversation begins, and upon hearing this revelation, Tsunade's voice rises in intensity. Calm down, Tsunade, Jiraiya responds, understanding her agitation. The Senju and Uchiha clans have historically been adversaries, their rivalry epitomized by the legendary battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha at the Valley of the End. This confrontation represented the pinnacle of conflict between their clans. Now, with the Senju clan in decline and the Uchiha clan also marginalized, Tsunade has long ceased to concern herself with their animosity, which is why she and Mikoto can sit together harmoniously. After all, Mikoto is not one to dwell on such matters. But why is that man still alive? Tsunade's emotions, though somewhat tempered, remained fervent. Madara Uchiha, who co-founded Konoha alongside her grandfather, later sought its destruction, leading to the climactic battle at the Valley of the End. Not long after that conflict, her grandfather passed away. Tsunade vividly remembers Mito's sorrowful expression. Orphaned at a young age due to the ravages of war, Tsunade was raised by Mito, and as a founding member of Konoha, the Senju clan sacrificed much for the village, only to find themselves in such dire circumstances now. The initial source of turmoil is Uchiha Madara. Had he not instigated matters, Tsunade's grandfather would not have perished so swiftly, and Mito would not have suffered such profound sorrow, leaving her isolated and helpless. Were Hashirama not to have met his untimely end, how vastly different would the current landscape of Konoha appear? Indeed, there is merit in this. Suki spoke deliberately, commanding the attention of all present. His confidence was palpable, unshaken by the skepticism of others. Uchiha Madara would not meet his demise for another decade or so, ultimately entrusting his will to a youth who would emerge years later, the boy named Uchiha Obito, whose fervor for a beloved girl would incite turmoil across the ninja world. Is there evidence for this assertion? None, yet the conviction is unwavering. How so? It may be rooted in instinct, if you will. Suki and Jiraiya exchanged thoughts, the onlookers captivated by their discourse. Suki's words were remarkably steady, momentarily leaving others in stunned silence. I too believe Uchiha Madara still breathes, Makoto interjected, drawing the gaze of the assembly. I comprehend the weight of the name Uchiha Madara, thus I hold this belief. Furthermore, I wish for no ill to befall Konoha because of him. I desire no further sorrow. Makoto, under Tsunade's scrutiny, articulated her thoughts with a pallid complexion, having seldom spoken, yet now occupying the center of attention. Ah, indeed, Jiraiya chuckled lightly. If my dear student believes so, then I see no reason to doubt. He turned to Tsunade. What are you staring at me for? I will assist. I shall not allow that man to wreak havoc upon Konoha. The deeds my grandfather undertook now fall upon my shoulders, Tsunade retorted to Jiraiya. Then the question arises regarding the enigmatic individual battling Uchiha. Is that the same person who abducted Kushina last time? Jiraiya pondered. I sense there is more to it than meets the eye, Suki replied. The opponent infiltrated Konoha undetected, a testament to their formidable prowess. Yet, I am certain that this individual does not act alone. Why do you believe this? Instinct, Suki asserted, prompting Jiraiya to fall into contemplation. Meanwhile, Minato and Kushina began to grasp why the examiner had withheld information previously. Was there a suspicion towards that examiner? Kushina inquired. Indeed, there is something amiss. As an examiner, he failed to respond promptly to the scene. Instead, he waited at the finish line, and his subordinates mirrored this behavior. Let us not forget, he is also a member of the Umbu. The Umbu operate under a veil of anonymity, known only by their code names, concealing their true identities. Minato's eyes brightened. This implies that the individual in question could very likely be Uchiha Madara or an accomplice of another. Their delay in reaching the scene was likely a means to obscure Madara's identity. Being part of the Umbu, the art of disguise would come naturally, perhaps even without the guise of an outsider. Minato continued to articulate his thoughts, revealing his deductions in full. Suki regarded Minato with a glance, choosing not to interject, as he felt their conclusions were akin. At this juncture, the likelihood is indeed substantial. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged a glance and nodded. In the aftermath of the Second Great Ninja War, numerous conflicts and frictions lingered among the ninja villages, fueled by the bitterness of the defeated and the greed of the victors. Was there an intention to incite a third war among those individuals? Tsunade clenched her teeth. If the force that had captured Kushina back then could be deemed a power, then the forces at play were certainly more than just 2 or 3 factions. Makoto interjected, her clear-headedness allowing her to perceive certain truths. Meanwhile, Kushina gazed at the others. Why was it that I am the only one who remains utterly perplexed? Though not particularly inclined to intellectual pursuits, Kushina was aware of the situation unfolding. It appeared that Konoha was under attack from enemies, beset by internal strife as well. Sister Shizune, do you not understand either? No, I am listening attentively. A summary of intelligence will be needed later. The secret exchange between Shizune and Kushina confirmed that Kushina was indeed the sole one left in the dark. Thus, the meal did not proceed as intended, with discussions dominating the table instead. Naturally, 2 individuals were exceptions, Suki and Kushina. While the others engaged in serious discourse, Suki, disinterested in the conversation, moved the food outside, with Kushina following suit. Since others were already plotting, Suki found no reason to strain her mind. For now, she preferred to enjoy her meal and rest. Say, aren't you worried at all? Suki asked, glancing at Kushina, who was similarly indulging in her food. Worried about what? Let's eat our fill first, otherwise, the food would be upset. Well, that's not so bad, Suki chuckled. Moreover, Kushina looked at Suki and then at the others in the living room. I trust you all. No matter what happens, I believe in you. Suki was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a declaration from Kushina. Ha ha ha, she laughed. What are you laughing at? Oh, I just think your child will undoubtedly resemble you greatly. Honestly, stop saying such nonsensical things. Kushina's round face flushed slightly as she offered a small complaint. Kushina would not comprehend. In the years to come, after she had established a family and given birth to a spirited child, one who would be unexpectedly resilient within the ninja world, that child would surely mirror her essence. For both were blissfully naive. The sunlight poured down, unwavering as ever. My impression of Kazan is still tied to the animated adaptation of DNF from many years ago. It was quite visually appealing. Specifically, in this context, he is portrayed as a deity capable of enhancing the nature of chakra, simultaneously embodying the essence of the sword soul, thereby strengthening the Kusanagi. All the elements are derived from this narrative. I do not wish to replicate the plot verbatim, hence I have infused numerous original concepts. As the story progresses, particularly concerning Naruto, I typically remember to fill the narrative gaps I create. Should I forget, I hope for your understanding, as the undertaking is substantial. With the book expected to reach at least 1 million words, I strive to ensure that the characters within align with the attributes I have assigned to them, while also aspiring for them to feel genuinely alive, hoping my fanfiction embodies the essence of true homage. Are you prepared? Jiraiya's hand has nearly recovered, and he appears quite spirited. It has been a week since the last incident, and the situation involving Uchiha Madara has reached both Jiraiya and Tsunade's ears. The specifics of this matter remain unclear to Tsukishu. Before him lies a rather troublesome issue, the final segment of the Chunin exams, whose outcome may not mirror the original narrative. In the original tale, the final individual battles consisted of 2 rounds, preliminary and final, with a month-long interval in between. This was due to the high number of participants, and this time, Tsukishu's group also comprises a considerable number, totaling 19 individuals, with 6 teams having successfully navigated the forest of death. All set, spoke Minato. Jiraiya will guide them to the examination venue, which is rumored to be public, akin to the original series where spectators would be present. At the mention of this, Tsukishu felt a sense of foreboding. The original narrative included a plan for the collapse of Konoha. It remains uncertain how events will unfold this time. Let us hasten, everyone shall become Chunin, Jiraiya exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. As the moment approached, it was inevitable to feel a surge of exhilaration, except for Tsukishu. He sensed that this examination would not unfold peacefully, an intuition echoed by the system's reminders. Several tasks remain unacknowledged as completed, indicating that everything has yet to commence. One can only hope that Konoha is adequately prepared. There is little more he can do. Tsukishu observed Jiraiya's retreating figure, leading them onward. Oh, perverted sage, do be reliable this time. Otherwise, matters could become quite troublesome. In terms of strength, he has yet to surpass Jiraiya, thus he must rely on others. Meanwhile, Tsunade's expression grew considerably more serious as she watched Jiraiya and his group depart. Shizun, are you prepared? Yes, Lady Tsunade. This time, many may require healing, but caution is paramount. Understood. As Jiraiya had just left, Tsunade began to mobilize. Regarding Uchiha Madara and the enigmatic figure, both Tsunade and Jiraiya reported the information to Hiruzen Sarutobi in their personal capacities. Naturally, Hiruzen acted promptly in response. Then, quite cunningly, it was discovered that the ranks of the Umbu had diminished, and at that moment, all those monitoring the Death Forest were absent from their formations. Furthermore, a portion of the Umbu personnel had vanished without a trace, and numerous aspects concerning the Umbu's information had been surreptitiously altered. The adversary had indeed infiltrated Konoha with audacity, almost brazenly. Their objective was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a fact they had stated explicitly, yet it appeared they harbored additional intentions. The very presence of Uchiha Madara had startled Sarutobi Hiruzen. Being a man of that era, he was acutely aware of what the name Uchiha Madara signified. Too many uninformed factions had already mingled within Konoha, compounded by the Chunin exams, which drew numerous shinobi from various villages. The influx of outsiders significantly complicated the task of tracking down the enemy's whereabouts. "I hope your assumptions are correct," Tsunade murmured to herself, recalling Sarutobi Hiruzen's words from the previous days. With the enemy concealed in the presence of so many extraneous individuals, it seemed implausible to uncover their tracks through mere searches. In his youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen, vigorous and decisive unlike his later years, promptly resolved on a course of action. During the Chunin exams, he would notify the Umbu and various squads to position themselves among the common folk, utilizing all available security resources and waiting for the enemy to take the bait. Since they were headed towards Konoha, they would be met with a warm welcome, ensuring they would not return. A keen glint shone in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, exuding the aura of a formidable leader. This was the confidence born of his formidable prowess. Possessing mastery over all 5 chakra natures and being hailed as a doctor of ninjutsu, he had long been without a worthy opponent. Only the Kage of other shinobi villages could be deemed as rivals to the current Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even the legendary Sannin, who had risen to fame during the Second Great Ninja War, had yet to truly match or surpass him. After all, the Sannin had only recently achieved notoriety, their strength not yet reaching the heights depicted in the original narrative. Such a powerful Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unfazed by the impending assault, reflecting both confidence in his own abilities and the decisiveness expected of a leader. After all, it was unreasonable to assume the enemy would surrender at the first strike. Without dwelling further on this matter, Tsunade hurried with Shizun to the hospital to prepare the medical team, while on the other side, Suki and his companions arrived at the examination venue. It was an open area on the outskirts of Konoha, dominated by a grand structure. The arena was centrally located, surrounded by spectator stands, and upon entry, one would immediately behold the spectacle. It was not excessively large, indeed smaller than in the original narrative. Are there already so many people? Despite the somewhat remote location, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd. Upon entering, one was greeted by a sea of waving figures. The Chunin exams were a significant event, attracting many spectators each time, and this occasion seemed somewhat less attended. Had it been held in the central dojo of the village, it would have been even more magnificent. Jiraiya smiled, having witnessed such scenes numerous times before. His excitement not as fervent as that of Minato and his companions. "We are to showcase our prowess here, and then ascend to the rank of Chunin, aren't we?" Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was quite fond of such a magnificent and bustling scene. Victory is imperative. Minato took a deep breath, fully prepared for the impending battle. How troublesome. Tsukiki sighed, feeling overwhelmed by the numerous tasks ahead, which were already quite bothersome to contemplate. Mikoto glanced at Tsukiki and offered a gentle smile. "Tsukiki, you are here." Familiar voices reached them, prompting the 5 of them to turn their heads. "It was you, Nagato." Kushina was the first to respond, recognizing Nagato, who belonged to her clan, accompanied by the Naru-covered Yahiko and Konan. "Hello, I heard that you saved us earlier. Thank you." Yahiko, exuding the demeanor of a leader among the trio, stepped forward to express his gratitude to Minato. "I am Yahiko, and this is Konan. Although we owe you our lives, we shall not hold back in the upcoming battle. That suits me just fine. We shall not show any mercy either." Minato smiled. "And, Jiraiya-sensei." Yahiko turned his gaze toward Jiraiya, as did Nagato and Konan. Jiraiya, at a loss for words, regarded the 3 before him. "It has been a long time. We shall become Chunin and fulfill our promise to bring peace to this world." This was the aspiration of the trio. Having loathed war since the Second Great Ninja War took place at their doorstep, naturally yearning for peace. Jiraiya observed Yahiko with a smile, noting how he had gradually evolved into a trustworthy individual, shedding his previous vengeful mindset. As for Nagato, Jiraiya looked at him, captivated by his delicate features framed by crimson hair and those striking Rinnegan eyes that drew attention. It was precisely those eyes that led Jiraiya to believe he was the child of prophecy, prompting him to take the time to personally mentor the trio. Konan stood quietly, merely exchanging greetings with Jiraiya, displaying a demeanor reminiscent of Mikoto. Both were of a serene nature, preferring not to engage in excessive conversation. Tsukiki gazed at Nagato, those Rinnegan eyes captivating all who beheld them, with many coveting the power they represented, referred to as the eyes of a god. "Please gather at the designated waiting area for the examination candidates." At that moment, an announcement began calling forth those who had successfully navigated the forest of death. Clearly, the The final Chunin exam was about to commence. Let us proceed. Soon, we shall face our adversaries. Yahiko began to lead Nagato and Konan away, while Tsukiki and the others followed suit. Jiraiya watched their departure and then glanced toward the highest point, where Hiruzen sat, adorned in the Hokage's hat. However, unlike the original tale, there were no other village leaders in attendance. When will the tension finally break? Jiraiya withdrew his gaze, scanning the surroundings. Each individual bore a resemblance to one another, all exhibiting a hint of excitement, with no signs of anything amiss. Meanwhile, Tsukiki's group had also gathered together. Cough. Everyone gather around. Next, I will elucidate the rules for this examination. Several individuals approached, and the proctor was replaced. It was no longer the masked figure from the Umbu, but rather an old friend of Suki's, the amiable Kakashi. Suki had not anticipated his presence here. The striking white hair fluttered slightly, and a charming smile adorned his handsome visage. Cough, cough. It was evident that Kakashi did not wish to conduct personal matters during work hours, and Suki understood his intentions. Following a brief cough, silence enveloped the room as Kakashi commenced his explanation of the rules. This examination's regulations were rather straightforward. Soon, everyone would enter the arena simultaneously, tasked with defeating all others except themselves within a confined space. Upon finishing his explanation, the attendees stirred with excitement. Naturally, Kakashi was aware of the cause and continued without allowing anyone to interject. In this examination, each participant was an individual entity, and for every opponent defeated, they would earn corresponding points. When one score reached a sufficient level, they would pass. In addition to vanquishing others, showcasing unique talents through distinctive methods would also garner points. For instance, demonstrating strength that matched or surpassed that of a Chunin, or exhibiting exceptional tactical acumen and ninjutsu proficiency would be rewarded. The specific scoring would be determined by various judges, though Suki was unaware of who they were. Surely, you must be one of them. Suki thought with mild exasperation as he regarded Kakashi, knowing full well he was not being truthful. It was hard to believe that Kakashi, possessing strength comparable to that of the Hokage, was unaware of his own influence and status. All right, Kakashi did not grant Suki and the others much time. 1 minute countdown. Starting now. Kakashi's rapid-fire announcements left the 18 individuals present momentarily bewildered. Just like that, he was initiating the proceedings. As a side note, if anyone failed to reach the arena within 1 minute, they would be immediately eliminated. This pronouncement sent shockwaves through the crowd. Fire release. What nonsense. Present were representatives from the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and one from Amigakure, alongside Suki and his 3 companions. It was unexpected that this generation from Konoha was not performing well. The 5 great villages had outpaced them, with only Suki and his comrades left to uphold their honor. Additionally, this graduating class from Konoha was exceptionally unfortunate, facing misfortunes in both the preliminary and final rounds of the Chunin exams, having been thwarted from the very beginning. Returning to the present, the final round of the Chunin examination had commenced. The moment Kakashi's words fell, he executed the body flicker technique and vanished. Earth release, dog gate. A wall arose, obstructing the path to the arena, blocking everyone's route. The individual who had initially intended to employ fire release was sent flying with a single punch. At such close range, his hand-sealing speed could not compete with the swiftness of others' attacks. In summary, the battle of speed within this 1 minute time frame was now underway. Obstruction. Lightning release, thunderstrike. A dirt wall stood before them, adorned with a dog's head in its center, provoking the ire of the brothers from Yunin village. Coincidentally, these 3 were precisely the same volatile individuals encountered during the first round of the written examination. With currents crackling around his hands, one of the brothers unleashed a thunder strike even before he dashed forward. The surrounding crowd, too, hurriedly retreated, opting to hold off their attacks for the time being. After all, with limited time, it would be prudent to act at the entrance, thereby catching others off guard at the last moment. How delightful that would be. When the thunder strike collided with the dirt wall, everyone anticipated a swift breach, for the earthen barrier was not particularly formidable as a ninjutsu technique, especially given that it was merely a lower-ranked ninja utilizing it. Speaking of ninjutsu expertise, one must mention Madara. His mastery of ninjutsu was unparalleled, particularly in the realm of fire release, where he could elevate an A-rank jutsu to S-rank levels. This was not a matter of merely possessing sufficient chakra. It required profound understanding of the jutsu and exceptional chakra control. Returning to the present, the thunder strike from the Yunin brothers struck the dirt wall with a resounding bang. Yet, remarkably, the wall appeared largely unscathed. Lightning release, heavy flow burst. The Yunin brother was undeterred and unleashed another powerful lightning ninjutsu. This fist, enveloped in potent electricity, was no trifling matter. Upon contact with a person, it could both sear and penetrate with considerable force. With a shout, the fist descended. Yet the anticipated scene failed to materialize. The dirt wall merely trembled for a moment before gradually returning to its original state. Give it up. This is our Iwagakure's secret technique, capable of absorbing your chakra, the user declared, prompting silence from those around, all eyes turning to him. Meanwhile, the young man who had been struck flew back, but managed to rise once more. He was also one of the brothers from Yunin, equally impatient. And upon hearing the call to action, he became exhilarated, only to be sent flying by a single punch. Come quickly, all three of you, attack together. The futility of their previous heavy flow burst had provoked the Yunin brother into a state of agitation. Their reasoning was quite Spartan in its simplicity. If one approach failed, they would simply escalate their efforts. The people of Yunin favored speaking through strength, especially during the era of the Fourth Hokage, who could even engage in physical combat with tailed beasts and, astonishingly, emerge victorious. He was indeed one of the pinnacles of physical prowess. Here they come. As the trio of Yunin brothers prepared to exert themselves, the others willingly stood by to observe. Though a minute may seem brief, every second counted. Particularly as they were all ninjas, a mere distance of a little over 10 meters could be traversed in a second. These three are exhausting themselves to break the door for us. Mitsuki chuckled, amused by their selfless dedication. They certainly seem not the brightest, Kushina whispered to Mikoto, who responded with a smile. The moon tree observed with keen interest. To him, it seemed unnecessary to intervene. He doubted that the opposing party would maintain their stalemate for long. With merely 10 seconds remaining, it was likely that they would succumb to the urge to release their bindings. After all, they had endured great hardships to reach this point, and no one would willingly discard their efforts. If the gains were effortless, it would be one thing, but to relinquish something painstakingly acquired seemed utterly implausible. Hey, wait a moment. Is it really necessary to exert so much effort? The members of Iwagakure appeared bewildered, launching an all-out assault as a family unit. How could one person withstand such pressure? Ultimately, the ability to absorb chakra was not infallible. Once the intensity increased, it was as fragile as glass. This is infuriating. The apparent leader from Kumagakure was clearly in charge, while the other two were well coordinated, though they too might be feeling disgruntled. Lightning release, heavy flow burst. All three unleashed their technique simultaneously, illuminating the surroundings with arcs of electricity. This is outrageous. The Iwagakure brother was at a loss for tears. With a resounding crash, the earthen wall shattered, scattering dust and debris everywhere. The trio from Kumogakure, while reckless, were not fools. Upon breaching the barrier, they surged forward without hesitation. The light at the entrance beckoned, and all began to move. Wait! The moon tree called out, halting the trio in their tracks. They obeyed, and soon the reason for his command became evident. Although the Kumogakure trio acted impulsively, they were not inept. They had earned their place through merit. Lightning release, ground movement. Lightning release, lightning net. Lightning release, shock. The trio, having taken the initiative, leaped and turned to weave their seals at the entrance, with elimination looming within a minute. Their goal was to ensnare their opponents. Though lightning release lacked many binding techniques, a little disruption would suffice. The lightning net enveloped the entrance while ground movement spread across the ground, followed by a shocking counterattack. Their coordination was impressive, leaving subsequent arrivals in dire straits. Ground movement's power was modest, but it possessed a slight paralyzing effect, while the shock directly incapacitated one individual, sending him flying. The lightning net at the entrance posed a significant challenge. Its power might be minimal, yet its paralyzing effect was perilous. Especially at such close range, 1 second of paralysis could spell disaster. These fellows, the Iwagakure brother gritted his teeth, realizing their unexpected cleverness. Kushina chuckled lightly at the memory of previous comments, while Mikoto cast an amused glance at her. This was hardly a display of foolishness. Rather, they exhibited surprising intelligence. They had swiftly gained the upper hand. It was noteworthy that lurking in wait to unleash their techniques upon emerging opponents was a sound strategy. Everyone halted. and the individual struck by the shock still smoldered, fortuitously one of the Iwagakure brothers, his resilient hide showing little consequence. Goodness, it seems this exam has become a contest between Iwagakure and Kimogakure. The moon tree observed the scene with a sense of amusement, while the others were left somewhat speechless. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. The sounds of shouting from outside had begun to permeate the atmosphere, signaling the arrival of Yunin, which ignited excitement among the spectators. The three crouching figures were undoubtedly going to remain in their positions. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander. I have a plan. Why not declare a temporary truce and commence our efforts outside? The members of Muin began to survey the crowd. Time was of the essence, and I shall not wait for you any longer. Everyone should make a concerted effort to break through together, dispersing the opposition with sheer force. Time was fleeting. Half a minute had already elapsed, and his words were delivered with remarkable swiftness. This idea was indeed quite brilliant. If everyone surged forth simultaneously, the three waiting outside would likely suffer a significant setback. That seems plausible, Q Shernai remarked, with both Namikaze Minato and Mikoto nodding in agreement. This truly was the most effective strategy at hand. Shall we? Let us take action. Wasting little time, with barely a few words exchanged, everyone displayed exceptional tactical prowess. Though they were all concocting their own schemes, uniting in this manner posed no harm. Meanwhile, the three crouching outside remained blissfully unaware that they had inadvertently fallen into a trap. The audience's cheers were raucous, fueling excitement in the air. Do these fellows not wish to emerge? The trio mused, glancing at the lightning net. At that moment, the individuals they had been discussing began to unleash a series of powerful sounds. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, rock bullet. Boom. The lightning net shattered like glass, and a throng of individuals surged forth. What the hell? The three from Yun-in stood in shock, staring at the multitude that had erupted from within. At last, the Chunin exam had truly commenced. The audience's voices soared to the heavens, filled with fervor. The final round of the exam has begun. With a resounding crash, the scene erupted into chaos, and everyone recognized that this was the moment of excitement they had been waiting for. Earth release, rock fist. Here is your due recompense. Under a moment of vulnerability, the individual who had previously been struck by lightning charged forward, forming seals. This ninjutsu was remarkable, as the earth element coalesced in his hands, adorning his arms with a layer of armor. The three from Yun-in had no time to react. The suddenness of the assault took them by surprise, and none anticipated that those inside would unite and burst forth in such a fashion. The rock fist barreled forward, sending one of the Yun-in members flying. Damn it! The two remaining companions quickly responded, drawing their ninja tool pack from their waists and skillfully retrieving their weapons. The armored arm extended to block the incoming strike, while another member from Yun-in launched an attack. This one, however, was not intercepted. The vengeful comrade did not retreat, but instead pressed forward. The abrupt onset of battle thrilled the audience, particularly when they realized it had transformed into a grand melee. Traditionally, the Chunin exam consisted mostly of individual battles, but this time, a refreshing twist had emerged, enhancing the spectacle manifold. In the fleeting passage of time, a minute had already elapsed, and everyone had safely emerged without anyone opting to exit prematurely due to the earlier circumstances. During this brief interval, the individual from Iwagakure who had just retreated had noticed that the others had firmly established their positions. Although it was a chaotic individual combat, they still tended to band together, for no rule prohibited such alliances. In a points-based system, this implied the potential for collaboration. Only when the final moments approached, and scores fell short, would they turn against one another. This significantly broadened their strategic options, compelling them to consider not only personal prowess, but also the strength of their collective capabilities. Is everyone all right? The two from Yungakure retreated to the side of their comrade, who had been sent flying. All had assembled in formation, unable to scatter. In the current scenario, even a slight distance apart could escalate the danger. With so many participants in a relatively confined space, each was an elite from their respective villages, and the principle of attacking a vulnerable opponent was well understood. Should anyone lag behind, they would likely become the target of concentrated assaults. Nothing too serious. That fellow hits quite hard. How infuriating, given that it was your electric shock, muttered the injured comrade, blood trickling from his lips, his face etched with resentment. He had merely attempted a harmless distraction, yet found himself bearing the brunt of the consequences. Suffering quite painfully, his teeth nearly on the verge of breaking. It was only due to Youngakure's emphasis on physical resilience that he had not succumbed to unconsciousness from that earlier blow. Meanwhile, the instigator of the electric shock chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the predicament. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense. No one dared to make the first move. All were waiting to see who would strike first. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato stood resolutely at one spot. Yahiko turned to address his companions. Though his words were unspoken, Konan grasped his intent. As a female ninja, Konan was no mere ornament. She possessed her own distinctive mastery of ninjutsu. As she began forming hand seals, all eyes turned towards her, surprised that it was a member from this lesser-known village who would initiate the action. The familiar forehead protector evoked a sense of nostalgia for many. Rain Village, a battlefield of the Second Great Ninja War, had not anticipated that Youngakure would have participants in the Chunin exams so soon. What does she intend to do? The inquisitive Kushina wondered, observing the familiar girl from their side. Tsukiki also watched, recognizing that Konan's ninjutsu was exceptional, truly remarkable. Paper jutsu, paper butterfly. Upon completing her seals, sheets of paper erupted from her petite form, transforming into the shape of delicate butterflies. Increased the intensity, Yahiko's voice remained calm as he surveyed their surroundings. This time, they aimed to take the lead, to strike with an element of surprise. Alone, he could not achieve this, but with Konan and Nagato, they were anything but ordinary. Those are explosive tags. Tsukiki pointed at the growing number of paper butterflies that began to envelop the trio of Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. The three individuals were momentarily taken aback, for they had never before encountered such a unique ninjutsu. Manipulating explosive tags to engage in combat was an unprecedented sight. As the scene remained tense without any direct confrontation, the number of paper butterflies multiplied, and as impatience began to settle over the spectators, the paper butterflies finally took flight, scattering in all directions. Enough of this theatrics, growled an irate elder from the hidden cloud, who had no intention of indulging the likes of Yahiko and his companions. With a swift motion, he launched a bolt of electricity towards them. The electric strike struck the paper butterflies, unveiling the secrets concealed within them, coinciding with a resounding explosion. Water release, water bomb. Yahiko promptly formed hand seals, conjuring a sphere of water. At the moment of the explosion, the atmosphere became charged with excitement, signaling the onset of chaos. Yahiko's water bombs swiftly arrived at the scene, colliding with the flames of the exploding butterflies, generating a thick mist that enveloped the area. This was Yahiko's subterfuge. Utilizing a secret technique, the art of silence, Yahiko and his companions simultaneously executed the same ninjutsu, an unusual occurrence that rendered their footsteps inaudible. Water release, hidden mist technique. The mist produced by Yahiko's group was not particularly dense, yet at that moment, the hidden mist village shinobi began to assist. Both sides shared a common goal, to create an environment that would obscure vision, leveraging their respective strengths to counter one another. As the mist thickened, everyone began to adopt defensive stances. Meanwhile, some had already commenced using wind release to dispel the fog, making the originator of this obscured environment their primary target. The shinobi from the sand village stood back to back, vigilant, as one began forming hand seals. Wind release was particularly effective against such artificially created environments, as dispersing it was decidedly manageable. At that moment, a sharp flash of light cut through the air. The sound of clashing kunai rang out, halting the hand seals. As the hidden mist shinobi initiated their assault on the sand village. Stealthy and elusive, one from the sand village muttered, clearly aware of their adversary's intentions, recognizing that their primary focus was indeed on their side. The sand shinobi were quite proficient with wind techniques, making them prime targets for the hidden mist shinobi. Apologies. This may sting a bit, but fear not, I shall ensure you do not notice. A blade of light flashed by as another sand shinobi swept through with a kunai imbued with chakra. It was undeniably perilous. The opponents were of similar caliber, thus not vastly disparate in skill. The hidden mist shinobi nimbly evaded the attack. TCH, quite agile, the sand shinobi noted, acknowledging the prowess of their adversaries. Meanwhile, two more of the opposing team revealed themselves, and the sounds of metal clashing echoed, signaling the commencement of their confrontation. Shall we be the first to engage? Intriguing. I find myself curious about this choice, remarked a shinobi from the hidden rock, as he blocked an attack with a rock fist and surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. It is not others who are attacking them, but rather the trio of Yahiko. You need not concern yourself with this. Have you been informed that your assassination techniques are still lacking? With a mere twitch of his ear, Iwakazumi unleashed a powerful punch, wielding his weapon towards the rear. This punch was not misguided. It indeed struck true, and to his surprise, it landed on a girl. Remarkably, although his blow had impacted her abdomen, she remained utterly motionless. This individual, her companions quickly registered the situation. This girl was no ordinary girl. She possessed a singular uniqueness. Earth Release, Earth Prison Technique. As Iwakazumi's attack was executed, he found himself retreating, while his allies quickly mobilized for support. In an instant, as the ground met the palm of a hand, it began to rise, enveloping Conan in its grasp. Then, with a resounding crash, another thunderous noise echoed. Just as the members of IWA Shinobi had surmised. This girl was but a shadow clone, and her distinctiveness rendered this clone exceptional. Debris of Earth was sent flying, catching the adversary off guard. Wind Release, Cutting Blade. A forceful gust, laden with piercing pressure, coalesced and surged forward. Once again, Yahiko executed a surprise attack. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. With a swift motion, the Earth Flow Wall was erected, allowing the cutting blade to penetrate through. However, this brief respite was sufficient for the three IWA Shinobi to create some distance. It must be said that Yahiko's decision was astute. The IWA Shinobi did not possess any wide-range high-damage attacks, with the enemy concealed while they remained exposed. Such opponents were indeed the easiest to confront, as their defensive nature prevented them from seizing the initiative. In the realm of ninja combat, once a disadvantage is perceived, the struggle becomes increasingly arduous. How infuriating! The IWA Shinobi recognized this predicament and clenched their teeth in frustration. No ninja is devoid of strategy. Even the more reckless Kumogakure would not act without cunning. Judging from their recent actions, it was evident that the Kumogakure displayed considerable strategic prowess, despite their failure. Water Release. Flowing Blade. Yahiko's voice echoed, prompting the IWA Shinobi to brace themselves. However, in a curious turn of events, when Yahiko's kunai struck, the adversaries did not mount a proper defense. The kunai was imbued with a blue chakra blade. There was no doubt that Yahiko had mastered the technique of chakra conduction. While others utilized chakra conduction merely to enhance the sharpness of their weapons, Yahiko's approach was different. As Iwakazumi defended against the kunai, the blue chakra unexpectedly spread toward him. What? This was entirely unforeseen, causing the IWA Shinobi to momentarily panic. In this world where chakra reigns supreme, whether it be resurrection or creation, all is possible. If one's abilities align with their imagination, they can forge their own unique ninjutsu. Unlike the rigidity depicted in the original narrative, this realm is far more adaptable. Chakra is truly the universal solvent. As long as one's chakra control is sufficiently adept, one can employ chakra to perform countless unimaginable feats, even manifesting the formidable Nine-Tails mode akin to the original work, albeit utilizing one's own chakra. Ninjutsu serves as the tangible embodiment of chakra. With a plethora of techniques already conceived for scholars to master, alongside many ingenious or powerful individuals who conjure novel jutsu during combat, all of which are manifestations of imagination. By forming hand seals to channel the chakra within, one can transmute this chakra into a succession of potent ninjutsu. This encapsulates the essence of a ninja's combat style. The arm of an Iwagakure ninja began to be infiltrated by Yahiko's chakra, a perilous situation akin to a psychological invasion, where this chakra could detonate at any moment. A sharp pain surged through the mind. As the Iwagakure ninja's rock fist shattered, the protective layer of his arm collapsing entirely. Paper jutsu, binding, echoed a soft voice, Conan's voice. Yahiko's successful breach provided Conan with an opportune moment. Branches formed from explosive tags extended from one direction, incessantly advancing from both above and below. The two remaining Iwagakure ninjas, unwilling to allow their comrade to suffer harm, positioned themselves protectively in front of him. As branches approached, they began to form their own hand seals. Earth style, triple earth flow wall. A singular earth flow wall would not suffice to withstand the multitude of explosive tags. Thus the sealers wisely invoked a triple version. Meanwhile, Nagato, who had remained silent until now, initiated his own offensive. Wind style for directional cyclones. This constituted a concentrated assault, surrounding the Iwagakure ninjas with 4 massive cyclones positioned at each cardinal direction. Boom! The explosive tags detonated, causing the earth flow wall to tremble violently, and the ground quaked in response. The force of this explosion was undeniably formidable. Earth-style swamp. Yahiko pressed his advantage, ensnaring the three Iwagakure ninjas in place, as Nagato's four cyclones continued to swirl ominously. Utilizing Earth-style to trap the Iwagakure trio, Yahiko had undeniably achieved a remarkable feat at that moment. Conan joined Yahiko in relentless pursuit, further fueling Nagato's onslaught. This added fuel was quite literally a physical enhancement. The paper butterflies made from explosive tags were caught in the cyclone, leading to a series of explosions. The resounding blasts unleashed flames that began to engulf the cyclones. What began as ordinary cyclones transformed into fiery whirlwinds, amplifying their destructive power. Another instance of combined ninjutsu showcased the harmony of Nagato's trio, revealing an unexpected synergy. The elemental forces, interdependent and in constant conflict, reflect the relativity of all things in existence. By wielding sufficient knowledge, even those lacking advanced ninjutsu skills can forge formidable techniques. Perhaps this elucidates the abundance of theoretical courses within the Ninja Academy. As the flaming cyclones surged forth, the three Iwagakure ninjas found themselves ensnared like trapped beasts, utterly isolated and without support. Yet ultimately, they are the elite of the village. How could they easily succumb to defeat? Passive defense has never constituted the best strategy. The most effective defense is an active offense. The strongest shield can also serve as the mightiest spear. What transpired next was completely unforeseen by Nagato and his companions. The combined ninjutsu, at its core, merely represents the supplementation of elemental forces. However, the trio from Iwagakure executed a true fusion of ninjutsu. Simultaneously, the three from Iwagakure formed hand seals, undeterred by the oppressive heat waves encroaching upon them. Earth release. A radiant light erupted from their eyes as they exchanged glances, intertwining their energies to forge a bridge through which their chakra flowed and fused together. Earth Dragon. Rather than completing the final hand seal, they pressed their palms together and slammed them onto the ground. From two locations, runes emerged and extended until they converged. This entire sequence unfolded in merely 2 seconds. While the fiery whirlwind loomed just a few meters away, yet the Iwagakure trio remained unperturbed. What could these individuals possibly be scheming? Yahiko, ever the composed one, sensed something amiss in Iwagakure's inexplicable actions. Any peculiar behavior in the face of a life-and-death crisis suggested confidence, unless the adversary were madmen, which was clearly not the case with Iwagakure's trio. The ground beneath them trembled with resounding intensity. The firestorm, undeterred by this commotion, barreled forward from all directions. The Iwagakure trio remained steadfast, and in the next instant, the fiery whirlwinds collided and coalesced into an even larger, more oppressive vortex. Nay, it could rightly be termed a tornado. The heat roared as the winds spiraled, drawing air into the vortex and subsequently expelling it, raising the temperature several degrees. Even the thick fog began to evaporate, dissipating into nothingness. A thunderous roar erupted as the fiery tornado exhibited signs of agitation beneath it. In the next moment, it erupted, releasing a torrent of heat that swept forth like a deluge. The fog was instantaneously banished, revealing the battlefield in its entirety. The scorching heat engulfed the arena, even reaching the spectators, who responded with enthusiastic cheers, finally able to witness the exhilarating chaos of battle. Previously, the oppressive fog had dampened spirits, leaving the audience only to hear the sounds of fierce conflict without the visuals, which had left them feeling somewhat unsettled. What is this? Yahiko and his companions huddled together, gazing at the colossal earthen dragon hovering in the air, connected to the ground beneath. The dragon opened its maw, revealing the figures of the Iwagakure trio within. They were indeed not madmen, but rather exuded an unnerving confidence. Reflecting on their prior actions, Yahiko clenched his fist. There was no denying that this maneuver was exquisite, a complete turnaround of the situation. Meanwhile, in another section, the Mist Village engaged with the Sand Village, while the Cloud Village confronted the four from the Moon Tree. On the side of Moon Tree, minimal effort was exerted, as the three members of the team primarily engaged in combat against their opponents. This was due to 2 reasons. First, his own strength did not necessitate participation in battles of such a low caliber. Second, it served to hone the skills of the 2 young women on his team, both of whom possessed exceptional talent, bordering on genius. As for Minato Namikaze, A prodigy in his own right, his endeavors exceeded those in the original narrative, resulting in a strength surpassing that of his literary counterpart. He had already ascended beyond the rank of a lower ninja, now standing in the realm of the Chunin. In an era of peace, a commoner achieving such prowess was commendable. Indeed, Minato's abilities were remarkable even among the Chunin. While this accomplishment may appear modest, the subsequent figures of Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha were formidable in their own rights, yet Minato's overall strength undoubtedly eclipsed theirs. Ultimately, Minato was regarded by the online community in Moontree's previous life as a figure who rendered all other geniuses pale in comparison. Moreover, at this moment, Minato had yet to acquire his most formidable technique. Once he mastered the Flying Thunder God, the golden flash that instilled terror throughout the ninja world would be born. However, unexpectedly, the trio on Moontree's side found themselves at a disadvantage against the three from the Cloud Village. Minato needed to attend to the two young women occasionally, and their strengths were theoretically comparable to their adversaries, which should not have resulted in a disadvantage. The issue lay within the mist. The Cloud Village's ninja excelled in lightning techniques, and the fog served as an excellent conductor. The environment was decidedly favorable to them. With the mist dissipating, the battle could revert to its initial conditions, making it uncertain who would hold the disadvantage. "Let us restart," the three from the Rock Village said, observing the trio of Yahiko before them. Thus, the audience witnessed three battlefields, each fiercely contested. The 5 elemental ninjutsu, lightning, fire, water, earth, and wind, were employed in a dazzling display of combat by the elite, showcasing their skills. A curious phenomenon emerged. One individual sat leisurely at the back of the battlefield between Konoha and Cloud, entirely overlooked by the Cloud ninjas. With the mist cleared, Konoha, bolstered by Minato Namikaze, the strongest force on the field, began to gain the upper hand, while the Cloud side subtly began to falter. However, the presence of the two young women allowed their opponents to exploit this point aggressively, returning the situation to a state of equilibrium. In contrast, the other two battlefields maintained a more balanced dynamic, with neither side suppressing the other. As for Nagato, he refrained from utilizing his unique ocular abilities. Perhaps he was yet to grasp their full potential, or perhaps he simply lacked the inclination to do so. After all, it was his eyes that had nearly led to the demise of his two closest companions. Despite Moontree's reassurances that he appeared to have improved considerably, the emotional barriers within his heart were not so easily dismantled. Below, the young warriors fought, while the seasoned veterans engaged in their own battles on the field. White Fang and Jiraiya convened. Both privy to the gravity of the situation, they were aware that intruders had infiltrated Konoha, and their numbers could be considerable, particularly during the Chunin exams when outsiders flocked to the village. It seemed the adversary had capitalized on this very circumstance. "Have you made any discoveries?" Jiraiya inquired of White Fang, who, as the proctor, was stationed there as a precaution. The third Hokage was still relatively young, and with White Fang and the legendary Sannin present, their strength was formidable. "No, there are no signs of abnormalities," White Fang replied, shaking his head. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. The fact that the enemy remained undetected indicated they had ample time to conspire against Konoha. Jiraiya surveyed the arena, noticing Suki sitting there while the other three engaged in fierce combat. Among them was Minato Namikaze, whom he regarded highly, even considering him one of the prophesied children. There was also Nagato and Suki. Besides Minato, there was Kushina, the last scion of the Uzumaki clan, and Mikoto, a thoughtful young woman with a perspective distinct from that of the Uchiha. This Chunin exam was pivotal for them. Indeed, Jiraiya held a vested interest in the event, as they were all his students, akin to his own children. Suddenly, Jiraiya's eyes widened in realization. "White Fang sensei," he exclaimed, taking a deep breath. "Have you seen Granny Mito?" In that moment, White Fang grasped the implication. Mito held great affection for Kushina, and now, during her Chunin exam, her absence from the scene was simply inconceivable. As they pondered the seriousness of the situation, both men understood the potential danger. Mito was the current host of the Nine Tails. If someone were to target her, it would suggest an interest in the tailed beasts. Coincidentally, the intel provided by Suki indicated that the enemy was indeed focused on Kushina as the next host. If they were fixated on the successor, then the current host was undoubtedly at risk. What purpose would there be for the enemy to act without a motive for the Nine Tails? The beast resided within the current Jinchuriki, a woman who had lived since before the founding of Konoha and was now advanced in age. I must go and investigate. You stay here and keep watch, White Fang-sensei, Jiraiya declared, immediately springing into action. If their suspicions proved accurate, Konoha was undeniably in peril. The enemy might very well unleash the Nine Tails, plunging the village into chaos once again. Let there be no calamity, Jiraiya reassured himself as he quickened his pace. Meanwhile, White Fang observed Jiraiya's retreating figure. Understanding his role and placing his trust in Jiraiya, these younger generations were growing stronger with each passing day, surpassing their predecessors. And the legacy of the Sannin was slowly becoming renowned. White Fang continued to watch until Jiraiya's silhouette faded from view. As his gaze returned, the expression on Baiya's face grew somewhat solemn. It was time to attend to his duties. Baiya found it implausible that amidst such a multitude, there was no adversary lurking in the shadows. It was an impossibility. Thus, the very nature of this situation indicated that someone was undoubtedly observing Baiya and his companions. Given this, it was certain that their encounter with Jiraiya, along with his hasty departure, had been witnessed. As an observer, having obtained such intelligence, how could one remain indifferent? His keen eyes scanned the surroundings, as if they concealed a hidden blade. For the moment, those around him behaved without suspicion, prompting Baiya to continue his patrol. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had already exited the examination grounds, hastening toward Mizuho's residence. In truth, Jiraiya and his allies had momentarily been caught off guard. Upon realizing the intelligence at hand, the high-level combatants had largely assembled in this area, while the Umbu and other shinobi remained on standby in the village. Their presence served two purposes: to prevent the enemy from exploiting any vulnerabilities and launching a direct assault, and to ensure that certain matters remained undisclosed. After all, it was already known that the Umbu had been infiltrated by the enemy. Although the threat had been identified, there was no guarantee that the adversaries would not attempt another incursion, especially considering their previous stealthy approach and formidable strength. Jiraiya intensified his pace, rushing toward the village, the cheers from behind fading away. Unlike the lively atmosphere he had just left, his emotions were now quite complex. What are they up to? Why not take me along? In the Chunin exam venue, an individual abruptly vacated their seat, dashing toward the restroom. Once inside, they began forming hand seals, only to be interrupted by another. Upon turning, they were met with a flash of white hair. Baiya, with a resounding thud, Baiya showed no mercy, granting no opportunity for respite. In an instant, he darted forward, seizing the assailant's face and slamming it against the wall. Cracks resembling a spider's web began to spread, the force of the blow substantial. Blood erupted from the individual's mouth, staining Baiya's hand. Now, speak. Who sent you? And what is your purpose? Baiya leaned in, his voice a low whisper. Despite his usual demeanor of gentleness and kindness, he exhibited no compassion when confronting foes. To be gentle with an enemy is to be cruel to oneself, and it might inadvertently endanger those nearby. As a pinnacle of strength among the Hokage, Baiya was acutely aware of this truth, understanding that a ninja's path is fraught with blood and darkness. Ha ha ha, there's no need for me to inform you. That scoundrel who fled will undoubtedly be discovered. We are not merely one point of observation. Is that so? Baiya yanked the individual out and delivered another blow, causing the spider-like fissures to widen further. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Baiya's gaze was icy. Purification. Those who ravage our homeland must pay a price. You must be cleansed. Baiya squinted, as the person before him uttered nonsensical words. Communication was futile. Baiya had encountered such individuals before, in fact, far too many times. Ninjas are often perceived as wretched beings, lurking in the shadows. White Fang has encountered captured enemies on multiple occasions, who typically remain tight-lipped about the intelligence they possess. Many would resort to taking their own lives rather than divulging information, making the capture of a prisoner a formidable task. Even once apprehended, these foes would go to great lengths to end their own lives, as the prospect of interrogation and torture would render them wishing for death. As the captain of the Umbu, White Fang has engaged in such activities, though he harbors a preference for direct combat over the grim nature of interrogation. It is evident that the individual he has captured is one who would rather die than surrender. The Otsutsuki clan will bear the responsibility of fulfilling the purification task. With a swift motion, he channels chakra through his palm, showcasing a technique of the highest caliber akin to ninjutsu, without hand signs, directly manifesting chakra into a blade that enhances his physical prowess. While the effectiveness may be limited, few possess such mastery over chakra control. However, White Fang, A master of swordsmanship and a figure whose prowess rivals that of the Hokage, undoubtedly commands such formidable chakra control. Mastery of sword techniques necessitates exceptional chakra control, a prerequisite far more vital than mere chakra volume or ninjutsu proficiency for a weapon-wielding ninja. With the chakra blade enveloping his hand, White Fang shows no mercy, swiftly crushing the skull of the man before him. When dialogue proves futile, he sees no reason to squander time. He does not excel in this grim endeavor. Meanwhile, outside, the situation begins to take an unexpected turn. The combatants within the arena are engaged in fierce battle when an unforeseen event occurs. A shinobi from Sunagakure, during his skirmish with a foe from Kirigakure, suddenly sends his opponent flying before sprinting toward the battlefield of Awagakure and Amigakure. This inexplicable maneuver leaves everyone in a state of confusion. At that moment, Tsukumori realizes the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that these individuals were masquerading as Chunin to partake in the examination. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Tsukumori springs into action, launching a ninjutsu attack. This immediate response alerts Nagato and his companions, who quickly become vigilant against the approaching threat. The dragon fire technique effectively disrupts the enemy's ambush plan, thwarting their intentions entirely. Fulfill your duty, he cries out, as a plume of smoke rises, revealing a figure markedly different from the previous one. In what seems like a direct response to his call, numerous figures begin to flash overhead. The spectators, who were once seated, leap into the arena, their attire transforming instantaneously as the smoke billows around them. This sudden turn of events unfolds with unexpected rapidity. Yet Tsukumori is acutely aware that these individuals have two targets in their sights, Nagato and Kushina. Fire release, rising dragon bullet. The moon tree is about to seal his mark, and he will not easily allow reinforcements to join the battlefield. Meanwhile, the others are left bewildered, particularly the Sand-Hidden, as one of their own suddenly transforms before their eyes, leaving them utterly perplexed. Nagato, come over here, they are targeting you, Moontree calls out. And Nagato's expression shifts as he quickly comprehends the situation, while the figures behind him, including Minato, also grasp what is unfolding. A small fireball, shaped like a dragon, erupts from the ground, soaring directly towards the descending group, reaching for the heavens. The Chunin exam has inadvertently morphed into something entirely different. Now, a battle far more intense than the Chunin exam is about to commence. In the next moment, the rising dragon bullet explodes in midair, thick smoke billowing upwards. Who are you? Mito gasps, her aged form radiating a golden glow, signifying the Ninetales mode. As a host for decades, and an adept in sealing techniques, Uzumaki Mito is no mere ornament. She possesses a portion of the Ninetales power. The individuals surrounding her exhibit considerable strength, and even with the Ninetales might, Mito finds herself at a disadvantage, especially as she is no longer the youthful maiden of yore, but rather an elderly matron. The onlookers offer no response. Clad in uniform attire that conceals their bodies, only their white eyes are visible. Those white eyes belong to the Hyuga clan, a realization that strikes Mito immediately. However, it is improbable. The Hyuga have maintained a cordial relationship with her, showing unwavering loyalty to Konoha since its inception, standing alongside the Uchiha as one of the two great clans. Who could they possibly be? Mito struggles to fathom their identity, doubting that they are indeed Hyuga. Yet she remains ignorant of their true nature. Moreover, from the very beginning, she has sensed an inexplicable familiarity about them, but she cannot quite grasp the essence. Age has dulled her faculties, and countless memories have slowly dissolved into the river of time. Mito lightly curls her lips, perhaps mocking her own frailty. At that moment, the surrounding figures begin to mobilize once more. Chakra pulses and clashes, heralding the onset of yet another confrontation. Swish! Jiraiya leaps aside, unleashing a barrage of shuriken. Even as he evades, he continues his pursuit. Earth release, earth flow wall. Jiraiya swiftly performs the hand signs, erecting a barrier to block the incoming shuriken. The clashing of shuriken and the sound of those that fall to the ground resonate, momentarily weighing down Jiraiya's spirits. Indeed, they have made their move. Encountering foes on the return path can only stem from two reasons. Either the Chunin exam has been compromised, or the adversaries have genuinely targeted Mito. Otherwise, why would they rush to obstruct him? Boom. A ripple of chakra is detected by Jiraiya, prompting him to leap backward. Just as the earth flow wall before him is obliterated, the explosive tag, a harbinger of impending action, signaled with the slightest fluctuation of chakra. After all, explosive tags are not influenced by intention. When they are set to detonate, they will do so without hesitation. Wind release, wind pierce. Jiraiya remained undeterred, forming seals as he compressed air into a projectile that surged forth like a spear. The gust penetrated the figure before him, clad in black, obscuring his face save for a pair of white eyes, as the wind pierced through his torso, below the chest. Blood erupted forth as the assailant suffered grievous wounds from the attack. Yet, another shadow flitted past Jiraiya's periphery. A kunai, glinting with lethal intent, sped towards his throat. With a swift motion, smoke erupted as the kunai grazed Jiraiya's neck. He had transformed into a wooden substitute through the body replacement technique. With a sudden counterattack, Jiraiya appeared behind his would-be assailant, delivering a powerful kick. An eye for an eye, he deemed this response relatively lenient. The adversary was sent flying, and the number of shadows around him began to multiply, darting about with alarming speed. Jiraiya was astonished by the sheer number of intruders. He was genuinely curious about the state of Konoha's defenses. Unbeknownst to him, the gates of Konoha were overrun with bodies. These were members of the Uchiha clan, forming the village's guard. It was unfathomable that the Uchiha's formidable defense had crumbled so completely, leaving many of their ranks sprawled on the ground. Though there were indeed numerous cloaked figures among the fallen, they paled in comparison to the numbers of the Uchiha. The insidious Hyuga clan, were they attempting to instigate a conflict between the two clans? The captain of the guard remained standing, though he was nearly alone in this regard. His strength had allowed him to endure thus far, but as his comrades fell around him, he found himself isolated, a solitary tree in a vast forest. The blood-red tomo of his Sharingan spun in desperation. The captain felt an overwhelming sense of futility. The enemy engaged without the use of ninjutsu, and the Hyuga clan's gentle fist was beyond his ability to replicate. Even if he could imitate it, it would be futile. The gentle fist, when paired with the Byakugan, was truly formidable. Moreover, the most peculiar aspect was the utter ineffectiveness of Jinjutsu. The most potent ability of the Sharingan, its Jinjutsu, seemed to have no effect on these foes, who appeared entirely immune. Their physical prowess was astonishing, their immunity to Jinjutsu extraordinary, and their ninjutsu skills approached the level of elite jonin, with some even reaching that of a jonin. The numbers were overwhelming, rendering the guard utterly countered, not only by the Sharingan, but also by sheer quantity. In the next moment, the captain felt a sharp pain in his back, causing him to falter, his steps unsteady. An assailant had struck him from behind with a forceful palm strike. Coupled with the remarkable power and pressure point techniques of the Hyuga's gentle fist, the blow struck him at the heart. He sought to catch his breath, but such a reprieve was never afforded to an enemy in battle. Mercy was a luxury he could not afford. With a sickening sound, he coughed up blood, only to be met with yet another palm strike from a different foe, delivering the same devastating force. The captain of the guard knelt upon the ground, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. He beheld the figure before him, somewhat indistinct, yet the haunting whiteness of its eyes was etched indelibly in his heart. Suddenly, the figure moved, and darkness enveloped his vision, consciousness gradually fading while his bodily functions remained intact. The cloaked figures exchanged glances, their vacant white eyes devoid of emotion, as they disregarded the scene and advanced deeper into the village. Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune that they did not feel compelled to extinguish lives. They marched in formation, at times appearing to separate, yet somehow remaining united, their hollow white pupils reflecting a complete absence of feeling, as if life itself had never graced their gaze. A resounding explosion shattered the silence, a golden tail sweeping away all in its path. One after another, the cloaked figures leapt from the ruins, their bodies stained with blood, some of it their own, yet they remained silent, indifferent to their wounds. You wretches who do not deserve the title of human. Mizuho cursed, panting heavily, her body drenched in blood, some belonging to others, perhaps a trace of her own. The cloaked figures paid her no heed, continuing their coordinated assault. Come on, let me tear you apart. Mizuho's crimson hair billowed wildly, her fierce beast-like eyes glinting with intensity. Meanwhile, the commotion near the Hokage's office had not gone unnoticed. All the ninjas quickly raced towards the source of the disturbance. Yet, shadows flickered ominously, and many who had just begun to move were sent hurtling backward, blood trailing through the air. Among them was the esteemed Hinata Shinkuro, who, unlike the others, managed to evade the sudden strike of a cloaked assailant, landing deftly upon a nearby rooftop. What manner of beings are you? Shinkuro entered a combat stance, a stalwart pillar of Konoha and a formidable jonin. The cloaked figures remained silent, their unique eyes scanning the surroundings. Byakugan? Shinkuro held his breath, recognizing the ocular prowess of the Hyuga clan manifesting in the adversaries before him. Each pair of white eyes stared intently, piercing through the chaos that enveloped the village. Outside, the clamor had intensified. White Fang rushed forth, his focus unyielding despite the fallen comrade behind him. Emerging into the audience area, he found a scene of utter turmoil, with spectators huddled together as his Umbu squad clashed with the suddenly appearing cloaked figures. Fortunately, the enemy showed no inclination to harm the onlookers, a fact that relieved White Fang somewhat. Black smoke billowed from the arena where the exams were held, prompting White Fang to join the fray. Glancing briefly at Tsukiyomi and the others. As anticipated, the young shinobi participating in the Chunin exams had banded together, not in opposition but in unity against the emerging threat. Despite the numbers stacked against them, Tsukiyomi, shedding his previous demeanor, joined the battle, bringing a sense of reassurance to White Fang. Although the young Moon Tree is still somewhat inexperienced, his abilities are remarkably commendable, a fact that White Fang wholeheartedly acknowledges. His assistance is indeed beneficial. White Fang, choosing to disregard the youth, unsheaths his ninja blade, confronting the encroaching adversaries. Konoha is not a playground for you to wreak havoc. White Fang's prowess is unparalleled. With the wind attribute chakra coursing through his blade, it gleams with an extraordinary sharpness, befitting its name, White Fang. The very title he bears stems from this lethal weapon. Quickly, evacuate the crowd. I shall handle this, he commands, as he swiftly dispatches an opponent with a single stroke. Prepare yourselves for what is to come. With his commanding presence intensifying, the fearsome White Fang unveils his true ferocity, instilling terror within the hearts of those in the ninja world. Bloodlust emanates from his gaze. Yet the dark-clad figures show no hint of fear. In the blink of an eye, the blade flashes. White Fang is upon his foes, his weapon descending. Blood spurts forth, marking yet another life extinguished. The moment is so swift that none can react. His claws, excessively sharp, cut through the chaos. Meanwhile, the formidable Asuma, having narrowly evaded a strike, unleashes a fire technique, yet the black-clad assailants, numerous and powerful, prove to be a challenge. Despite Asuma being an elite jonin, he finds himself somewhat fatigued, particularly since he is primarily a Genjutsu specialist, and his opponents seem immune to illusions, diminishing his effectiveness. Asuma, recognizing his limitations, is aware that he is merely an above-average jonin at this moment. Suddenly, a vibrant voice breaks through the fray. Turning to his back, he spots a figure clad in tight-fitting attire, with a bowl-cut hairstyle, revealing none other than Guy, the blue beast of Konoha. Thank you, Guy, Asuma acknowledges, realizing he has been rescued. It is time for Konoha's blue beast to spring into action for the protection of our village and friends. Such is the essence of youth. Asuma, well acquainted with Guy, understands the depth of their camaraderie. Despite Guy being a jonin by rank, his exceptional taijutsu skills are undeniable, and his strength is worthy of such a title. However, various factors have hindered his advancement. I leave the rear to you, Guy, Asuma says, gripping his kunai and standing back-to-back with Guy. Their bond, forged through countless battles, is one of profound familiarity. Leave it to me, youth. Ignite. Gaia's spirited proclamation is filled with fervor and unbridled enthusiasm. Asuma smiles in response. Let us go. Every mission undertaken alongside Maeda conveys an extraordinary sense of reassurance and exhilaration. Perhaps this is the essence of youth that Maeda often speaks of. The two stand back to back, stepping forward in unison towards their adversaries. The bond of trust shared between comrades transforms into a timeless saga of battle. With a swift flick of her tail, Maeda sends the dark-clad foes flying, yet her strength is waning. Beads of perspiration begin to form, and the brilliance of the Ninetales mode appears to diminish. It is not that the Ninetales mode lacks power. Rather, it is a remarkable feat for her, given her age and frailty, to contend with so many formidable opponents. Each adversary is a seasoned chunin, unyielding in their tenacity, proficient in taijutsu, and aided by the Byakugan. In a typical sea of enemies, the Ninetales could prevail against countless foes, but this particular onslaught proves challenging. Each opponent is indeed a formidable adversary. With a sudden lapse in stamina, Maeda is struck by a stealthy attack, nearly toppling over. In that moment, the surrounding foes close in, hoping to seize the opportunity. However, Mato is not one to yield easily. The chakra of the Nine Tails erupts forth, hurling the assailants away. How could it be so simple for you to succeed? The Nine Tails is the treasure of Konoha, not something you can lay your hands upon. Mato has been the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails since the inception of Konoha, having suppressed the beast for an entire generation. Now, must the Nine Tails resurface because of him? Mato will not allow such a thing. Kushina has yet to fully grow. She deserves to relish her childhood a while longer, for it is during her youth that she is most radiant. Mato breathes heavily, clearly fatigued. The next Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, is the last surviving member of her clan, having escaped the massacre of her people amidst a sea of blood. Her crimson hair is not only a gift of nature, but also stained with the blood of her lineage. Mato perseveres, despite her advanced age. She should have long since traversed the path to the afterlife. Yet, the youthful visage of this round-faced girl must not bear such a heavy burden so soon. That little girl, so carefree, mirrors Mato's own youth. She had once bested Hashirama countless times, despite his superior strength. Forgive me, Hashirama. The radiance of Mato's Nine Tails mode begins to intensify once more. It is not yet time for our reunion because the chakra of the Nine Tails suddenly expands. As Mato ignites her waning life force, that cherubic smile should not fade so swiftly. Come forth, relish the taste of an old warrior. Do not let age deter your appetite. With a fierce roar, Mato unleashes her might for the first time in ages, reminiscent of her glorious days. Humanity's cry to the heavens manifests their fury, yet the heavens remain indifferent, swiftly quelling this storm of anger. Boom. In old age, one must learn to rest. The cruel world will never close the door of cruelty upon you. Beyond the window of reality, despair and disappointment await. Alas, Mato was unfortunate enough to witness this truth. Her disheveled red hair lay scattered, and her aged body slumped to the ground, a trickle of blood seeping forth, rendering her crimson locks even more vibrant. It's time to rest well, dear elder. Mato's vision had grown hazy, akin to the common affliction of presbyopia. Ah, indeed, age has caught up with me. The depths of her eyes dimmed, the murky light within gradually fading away. Forgive me, Kushina, for I have yet to witness you grow. Mato's gnarled hands opened and closed, eventually falling silent. She had not perished. She merely succumbed to unconsciousness, though the specter of death loomed ominously above her. Now, it is time to fulfill our responsibilities. Let us begin with Konoha, the very place where that man, who captured Kushina, fought against Uchiha Madara. He was a figure of striking pallor, with white hair, white eyes, and skin as pale as snow. Bang! Tsukumori dispatched an oncoming assailant in black with a swift kick. These minions resembled automatons, unyielding to death or fatigue, executing orders without complaint. They all seemed to be mere replicas of one another, displaying identical actions and strengths. Casting a glance back, the exam participants had gathered together, united against the common enemy as the situation escalated. Tsukumori had no time to concern himself with them. The number of black-clad foes was increasing, and he felt the weight of their overwhelming presence. The shadow clone technique proved futile, as they were no match for the adversaries. Even a multitude of clones could barely hold their ground. The clones capable of performing ninjutsu were few. Thus, all chakra expenditure fell upon the original body. For now, Tsukumori's robust constitution could endure, but prolonged engagement would spell trouble. The system task had yet to indicate completion, and Tsukumori remained uneasy, sensing unrest within. As he pondered these thoughts, more foes surged forward. Tsukumori wasted no time, employing his swordsmanship coupled with chakra to respond. In direct combat, his swordplay was not without countermeasures from his opponents. These adversaries, resembling mass-produced entities, surprisingly wielded chakra with considerable skill. By enveloping their palms in chakra, they managed to intercept blades effectively. This was no longer a mere clash of steel against flesh, but rather a concealed contest of chakra. Tsukumori's sword struck down, and while his opponents could deflect it, it did not mean they emerged unscathed. Their chakra control, though superior to the average, paled in comparison to Tsukumori's prowess. When their chakra collided, Tsukumori's strength overwhelmed, and though they could catch his blade, they would still sustain injuries, albeit diminished. TCH. But what of it? With a swift motion, Moon Tree sent flying the individual before him who had attempted to seize his Kusanagi sword, then crouched to evade the opponent's straight punch. The martial prowess of these cloaked figures was formidable, embodying the unique, gentle art of the Hyuga clan, augmented by their Byakugan, delivering sufficient harm even with a mere touch. Their gentle art transcended mere physical appearance, targeting deeper aspects within the body. A sweeping kick sent the man before him crashing down, his masked visage plummeting, only to be met by a punishing knee strike in the next moment. Wind release, slash. The Kusanagi sword in Moon Tree's hand shimmered with brilliance as he executed a strike, compressing the air and launching a cutting attack towards the advancing foe. The sound of a quick cut echoed as the attack landed, blood bursting forth from the wound. Thunder release. Moon Tree formed hand seals once more, channeling chakra into his Kusanagi sword. The chakra manifested as crackling electricity, enveloping the blade in a tumultuous dance of sparks. Thousand Thunder. Moon Tree plunged the Kusanagi into the ground, the electric currents radiating outward, crackling and sizzling, incapacitating those who approached with involuntary convulsions. Even at a distance, the numbing effect was undeniable. Wow, is this guy truly this formidable? One mused. I initially thought he lacked strength. The comrades from the Cloud Village fought valiantly to defend against these black-clad adversaries, who were at the pinnacle of the Chunin level, leaving them feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, the combined strength of two individuals surpassed that of one, not merely through standard accumulation. Aside from Moontree, there was also a Sand Village ally who had unexpectedly donned black attire. The others banded together, uniting their strength to withstand the onslaught of these foes, thus managing to hold their ground against the elite Chunins despite their lower ranks. Moontree's prowess extended far beyond this. On the side, Kushina exclaimed with excitement. Is that so? Is he stronger than that blonde kid? Absolutely, came the confident reply. Minato, the yellow flash of the leaf, observed their banter with a bittersweet smile. Is it a bit inappropriate to compare me right in front of me? Makoto, overhearing Kushina and the Cloud Village's discussions, couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Minato, remarking, that's a bit harsh. Although resigned, he had to admit that Moontree's strength was likely far superior to his own. He couldn't ascertain precisely how advanced it was, but it might very well be at the level of a Jounin. With a sigh, Minato graciously acknowledged his inferiority. It was not a difficult admission, yet it was not easy either. After all, no one wishes to be overshadowed by another. However, confronting the truth head-on was the only path to self-discovery and surpassing both the other and oneself. Is this for real? How old is he? We seem to have wasted our lives, they lamented, their perspective shattered. They had completed their training at the Ninja Academy and were already 12, while he was likely no older than 10. In just 2 years, he had attained a level of strength that left them in awe. Initially, the level of Kakashi Hatake had already astonished them. It was precisely due to this that the opposing side allowed the battle to remain evenly matched, even with 2 inexperienced girls at the helm, which should have been sufficient to surprise the hidden Cloud Ninjas. Little did they expect that behind Kakashi, a prodigious talent lurked. No wonder he was eager to participate in such an examination. It was akin to a game. Without lingering on sorrowful topics, their gaze shifted towards Tsukiki. A lightning technique wreaked havoc upon the adversaries, and Tsukiki had already dispatched numerous cloaked figures, significantly alleviating the pressure on Kakashi and his companions. A glance revealed that Tsukiki continued to effortlessly eliminate foes without expending excessive chakra or stamina, maintaining the utmost efficiency. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed from above, compelling their attention towards the spectators' area. Yet, this was merely the beginning. From the epicenter of the blast, a sound emerged amidst the billowing smoke, something relentlessly wreaking destruction in its path, akin to a shark, devouring anything in its vicinity. What is this? White Fang pondered, observing the inexplicable assault, refraining from engaging prematurely. The audience had already evacuated, ready to face whatever came next without fear. The third Hokage descended, flanked by 2 powerful figures. With such strength present, what need was there for trepidation against any specter? What is this? He questioned, uncertain, just as the 2 conversed. The mysterious entity began to leap down into the arena, the very site of the examination where young ninjas were present. White Fang, disregarding any hesitation, rushed forward, gripping his ninja blade as he leaped down, followed closely by the third Hokage. The black-clad figures in the audience had been significantly reduced. White Fang's team was more than capable of managing the situation. However, the safety of the children was paramount. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen halted, Turning to the voice that called out to him. Cloaked in an umbu mask, the individual spoke with urgency. What is it? The village is under attack. All umbu and root personnel have been mobilized. The target appears to be Lord Mito. We just received word that the attacking forces outnumber us 10-1. Sarutobi's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. You hold the line here. I will return immediately. What of Jiraiya? Lord Jiraiya has already departed. We have yet to receive any updates on his whereabouts. Might Guy and Asuma Sarutobi are currently engaged in combat within the village. Without further ado, Sarutobi began to move. The enemy had executed a classic feint, and he had unwittingly fallen into their trap. Contemplating this, he quickened his pace, his expression darkening. This assault was premeditated, with a clear objective. Sarutobi couldn't help but reflect deeply on his previous inattentiveness. It was likely that the repercussions would extend far beyond this incident. Should the losses prove severe, the Third Shinobi World War could erupt at any moment, for the wolves were undoubtedly waiting. Sarutobi Hisashi hurried along the path, troubled by his thoughts. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kakashi followed a mysterious entity into the examination arena. Tsukumori and a group of young individuals stood together, while dust rose from the object that had just descended. Uncle Soma, Tsukumori greeted, sharing a glance with him as they observed the unfolding commotion. Strangely, the black-clad figures surrounding them ceased their actions, turning their attention towards this direction. Their white eyes fixated here, and in the next moment, they all shifted their focus, charging directly into the cloud of smoke. With a sharp sound, two figures emerged from within, yet the black-clad assailants disregarded them entirely. TCH, this guy is quite resilient. A familiar voice reached Tsukumori's ears. Not only him, but beside him, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki also changed expressions, recognizing the voice they had heard before. It belonged to the individuals who had blocked their path during their first mission, Shizuken and Koyoshi. As their figures became visible, their true appearances were revealed. Both appeared somewhat disheveled, yet bore no visible wounds. Suddenly, a series of shouts erupted from within the smoke as the black-clad figures lunged. A massive surge of chakra exploded forth, toppling the assailants and dispersing the mist. I sensed the divine tree. Tsukumori inhaled sharply. This individual before him left an impression that was no less significant than Shizuken. Otsutsuki. Minato's voice trembled as he identified the person standing ahead. He possessed a striking visage, his entire being radiating a white hue. Hair, skin, and eyes alike, resembling the earlier uncle. Clearly indicative of his lineage from the Otsutsuki clan. Yunshi's gaze shifted, ultimately settling on Nagato amidst the crowd. Those unmistakable eyes were precisely his target. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Without hesitation, Tsukumori formed hand seals. Seizing the initiative, he unleashed a fierce torrent of flames. The powerful fire release surged forward. Under the watchful eyes of the spectators, the great fire annihilation gradually lost momentum, morphing into a swirling vortex. The figure before him absorbed the formidable technique effortlessly. Hey, little one, that person is no longer the disabled individual he once was. Ninjutsu holds little effectiveness against him. Shizuken cautioned Tsukumori, observing the scene. Yunshir, the individual before them, had restored the eye in his palm, regaining his peak strength. To unleash fire so rudely upon meeting someone is quite impolite, I senti it. But then again, it's only natural for a monkey to cause a ruckus, he remarked, a hint of irritation in his tone. Constantly referring to others as monkeys is truly infuriating. Senior Koyoshi, Shizuken gritted his teeth, emotion visibly flaring. Don't do anything foolish. Conserve your strength for yourself and the present. Koyoshi's voice remained steady, reminiscent of their first encounter. Understood, Shizuken replied. Perhaps both of them were aware of the battle that lay ahead. The two individuals are known as White Fang and are adversaries. However, now they find themselves as allies, do they not? Moontree glanced at the two beside him, eliciting a chuckle from Sand Needle. If you didn't save me, let's consider it this way. Sand Needle chuckled in response. There was little animosity between Moontree and him. Labeling them as enemies seemed excessive. Their initial confrontation had indeed been rather intense, yet no lethal force had been employed. Both had held back. One could argue that mercy had been shown, especially since Sand Needle had recently saved Moontree's life. Otherwise, Moontree might have perished at the hands of Cloud Style. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. There had never been any deep-seated grievances between them. With the formidable Otsutsuki Cloud Style now emerging as a common foe, why not join forces? Moreover, the individual before him was no ordinary opponent. Moontree regarded this striking figure, who, despite his handsome appearance, was quite formidable. Air Palm. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful attack, prompting Cloud Style to quickly assess the situation. Earth Release, Heavy Sword. Sand Needle stepped forward, confronting the oncoming attack with a decisive strike of his ninja blade. What is this? White Fang, standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on Sand Needle. Moontree understood his intrigue. As a swordsman himself, witnessing such remarkable swordsmanship naturally piqued his interest. White Fang's technique was pure, however. Sand Needle's artistry in wielding the sword was nothing short of dazzling. In terms of the synergy between chakra and weaponry, Moontree had never encountered anyone superior to Sand Needle. Although he had not seen many, even White Fang, a top-tier ninja and swordsman in the ninja realm, could not match Sand Needle's prowess in this regard. Sand Needle's ninja blade stood firm, acting as an impenetrable barrier against the incoming assault. It seemed as if the properties of chakra had fused with the blade, rendering it significantly more substantial, much like the vast expanse of the earth itself. Earth Release, 9 Dragons. Little Wild Stone was not idle. Seeing his juniors exerting themselves, he could hardly afford to remain passive. His hand seals were executed with remarkable speed, nearly invisible to the eye, and soon he had completed the necessary jutsu. With a palm striking the ground, seals emerged, and his chakra surged forth, burrowing beneath the surface. As a guardian of the divine tree, he was indeed formidable. Bang! As Cloud Style uttered these words, shadows suddenly emerged all around. 9 dragon heads erupted from the ground, beginning to ensnare him. Strangulation. Little Wild Stone concentrated his chakra, and the 9 dragons coiled around Cloud Style, effectively binding him. With this maneuver, Cloud Style found himself being compressed. Huff. Not bad, he remarked, appreciating the attack strength. It was just the right amount of pressure, quite pleasant, in fact. With a grin, he tensed, and the encircling 9 dragons burst apart. At that moment, a white figure suddenly appeared beside him. The glint of a blade flickered as White Fang approached, delivering a swift strike. In a remarkable display of skill, Yunshi merely raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting White Fang's attack as if an invisible wall of air had materialized. The assault was rendered utterly ineffective, and without lingering for a prolonged engagement, White Fang retreated, recognizing that his initial ambush had failed. In the realm of elite combat, the art of retreat is as crucial as the art of attack. A relentless offensive can be exploited, shattering one's defenses and reaching the very core, while an unwavering defense may lead to a state of passivity, ultimately rendering one like a trapped beast. Is this the secret technique of the Hyuga clan? White Fang, well versed in the ways of battle, quickly discerned the nature of Yunshi's technique, known as Turning Heaven. It is one of the absolute defenses of the Hyuga Gentle Fist style, offering a 360-degree impenetrable shield through the rapid movement of chakra. Yet, astonishingly, Yunshi was able to thwart White Fang's strike without any apparent movement. It was quite simple. Sufficient control over chakra was all that was required. Even Oishir, possessing considerable experience, understood the rationale behind Yunshi's prowess. The Hyuga Gentle Fist style maximizes the utilization of chakra within the body, and given Yunshi's mastery of this technique coupled with his own formidable strength, accomplishing such feats was entirely within the realm of possibility. Is there more to unveil? Do show me. I long to be entertained. This is the highest pleasure that the village of monkeys can offer, Yunshi remarked, seemingly indifferent to the presence of Tsukitsuki and his companions. Perhaps he truly possessed such strength that he could afford to disregard them. The younger warriors gathered behind him felt the oppressive aura emanating from Yunshi, instilling a sense of dread. Despite the obstruction posed by Tsukitsuki and his trio, Yunshi's imposing presence still seeped through, allowing these young individuals to acutely sense the magnitude of his power. How formidable must the person before them be? This realization was palpable, simply from the weight of his aura. Damn it, gritted Minato, the fourth Hokage, feeling the instinctual fear coursing through his body, an experience shared by all present. Yet the 4 in front remained steadfast, standing their ground against the looming threat. Minato had faced Yunshi previously and had been thoroughly overwhelmed, an encounter etched in his memory. That day, the calamity had befallen all the households nearby, leaving no one unscathed, not even in their final moments of dignity. Before him stood this individual, who whimsically referred to himself as a monkey. treating others like mere toys for his amusement, with no ulterior motive other than to indulge in the thrill of play. Diamond ceiling, Kushina shouted, sending chains hurtling forward. Alas, Sukitsuki would not allow this young woman to embark on such a reckless path. Seizing the chains, Sukitsuki glanced back at Kushina, his expression betraying a desire for retribution. Though he was equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Are you foolish? The cloaked figures around them began to stir, their sights set on Yunshur. In comparison to others, it seemed that Yunshur held a significantly higher priority, granting Sukitsuki the opportunity to speak. Now, with a commanding voice, Koyoshi ordered the black-clad figures to launch a collective attack. In that moment, Tsukiyuki swiftly returned Kushina's chains and, alongside the other three, charged forward. Fire release, great fire destruction. The chakra of the great fire was channeled into the Kusanagi sword, continuously manifesting. The four of them began to unleash their ultimate techniques, preparing to exert their full strength without reservation, draining every ounce of their energy. Splendid. Delight me to your utmost, be they these scoundrels or mere monkeys. Koyoshi laughed joyfully, chakra surging forth in abundance. It was astonishing how terrifying the opponent's chakra was, reaching an unbelievable magnitude, undeniably akin to a humanoid-tailed beast. The Kusanagi sword in Tsukiyuki's hand blazed with flames, a faint wind emanating from Koyoshi. Heavenly strike. With a smile, Koyoshi unleashed a palm strike. The overwhelming, terrifying force surged forth like a tidal wave. Sandstone Needle and Koyoshi reacted instantly to evade the onslaught. However, White Fang and Tsukiyuki could not escape. Behind them stood Minato, with no retreat possible. Tsukiyuki swung his sword, the flaming Kusanagi continuously spewing forth fire. Planting his feet firmly, Tsukiyuki braced against the formidable assault. White Fang joined in, embodying pure sword intent augmented by sharp chakra, sharing a significant portion of the burden with Tsukiyuki. With a mighty exertion, Tsukiyuki cleaved through the oncoming attack. This monstrous strike was withstood by Tsukiyuki and White Fang, both staggering back nearly 10 meters. Impressive, quite impressive. Koyoshi had just expressed his admiration when Sandstone Needle and Koyoshi made their move. I concur. A ferocious gust of wind coiled around the ninja blade. Sandstone Needle expressed his strong agreement with Koyoshi's words. With that, he swung his blade down, not holding back in the slightest. Little Wild Stone mirrored his resolve. Together, they launched their assault, unhesitatingly attacking from both sides. Reversal of heaven. Do not think it will be so simple to block. Sandstone Needle shouted, a seal appearing suddenly on his forehead. Observing Little Wild Stone, he too bore a similar mark, an eye-shaped seal, its crimson lines giving the impression of flames. Boom. Koyoshi's reversal of heaven proved ineffective. The attacks of Little Wild Stone and Sandstone Needle collided, resulting in a direct explosion. Both retreated simultaneously, landing steadily. This fellow. Did he rebound some of the force? The handle of Sandstone Needle's sword was stained red, droplets of blood trickling down. While Little Wild Stone stood silently on the other side, his grip tightening, yet unable to prevent blood from dripping like a leaky faucet. The dust before them was swept away, revealing Koyoshi standing resolutely. Unlike before, this time, Koyoshi's attire was considerably tattered, and his fair skin bore hints of crimson. Yunshur was injured, an astonishing reality that had come to pass. Yet, the consequence was that both Sha Shizhen and Xiao Yishur had also sustained injuries. Indeed, just as Sha Shizhen had remarked, in the fleeting moment of attack, the opponent had retaliated with a portion of the damage. The reverse application of the technique had taken effect. Yunshur's mastery of jiu-jitsu surpassed all expectations. You, merely monkeys, how dare you wield powers that rightfully belong to us? Yunshur's expression was grim, ominously dark. If it belongs to you, then guard it well. I almost forgot. You tyrants would even consider treasures as mere trinkets to abandon. Sha Shizhen, with a face full of derision, directed his words at the looming Yunshur. What did you say? Merely monkeys. Enraged, infuriated, he roared and bellowed. Yunshur unleashed his emotions like a child, and with that, his chakra erupted in full force. Terrifying, utterly terrifying, more so than the tailed beasts, a tremendous pressure bore down relentlessly. It felt as though the heavens had collapsed, making his body feel unbearably heavy. Xiao Yishur observed Sha Shizhen, who, resigned, realized that his thoughts had been discerned by his senior. Indeed, it had been intentional. The strength could not possibly erupt. Even if it could, it would be but a fleeting moment. The disparity was minimal, rather than nurturing false hope. It would be better to allow the opponent to unleash their fury and then devise a countermeasure, as at least in a state of rage, calmness was unattainable. This battle had been predetermined. From their perspective, it merely arrived a tad early. Hashijishin, the return of the heavens. What? Sha Shizhen and Xiao Yishi's expressions shifted drastically. Hashijishin was the pinnacle of offensive jujitsu, extending into an absolute defense of the return of the heavens. What would come next?